Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to...
Let George do it.
Brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. George Valentine. Yes, George Valentine, fresh out of uniform and eager to put his many talents to work, as well as to earn a living, ran an ad in the local paper. Do you have a crime that needs solving? Do you have a dog that needs walking? Have you a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it. His ad attracted several clients, some who paid him a fee and some who paid him nothing. His secretary, Claire Brooks, worries about the mounting pile of bills. But George, as he sits in his office with his feet on his desk, is occupied with more important matters.
Claire, I wonder, do you think I could find any sardines?
Oh, I'll send Sonny out. Sardine on rye?
Oh, no, not a sandwich. Bait.
Bait? What do you want to catch?
A fish.
Mr. Valentine, you can't afford a fishing trip.
Yeah, but if I get a client before Friday, a nice, simple case, somebody wants me to find their uncle or lose their mother-in-law, just a few quick bucks and I'm on my way.
You can't afford a fishing trip.
I'm sitting back in the rowboat. I haven't a care in the world, just soaking up the sun. All of a sudden, wham! Then another wham.
Mr. Valentine?
I got a bite.
What is it, Sonny?
Yes, Sonny, what is it? Halibut, swordfish, yellowtail?
Mrs. Harrington. Isabel Harrington. James Harrington's wife.
There, you see, I did catch my fish. I told you, sardine's the best bait in the world.
Hey, sis, is he feeling all right?
It's normal for him. Send her in, Sonny.
Okay.
Now, remember, Mr. Valentine, she's the Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, come in, Mrs. Harrington. Come right on in. Sit here. You'll be more comfortable.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. This is my secretary, Claire Brooks. But don't let her upset you. She knows all the skeletons intimately.
Oh, how charming. Mr. Valentine, I've been trying to get up enough nerve to come here.
Well, you just go right ahead and open up and talk. Nothing goes out of this office.
And nothing comes in.
Oh, I'm afraid that someone close to me may get into trouble. Oh, Mr. Valentine, I want you to watch that person every minute of the day. Do you understand?
Well, now, wait a minute. What kind of trouble?
Well, you see... Oh, it's so humiliating. This person picks up things.
Picks up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a kleptomaniac.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I can't go on.
Oh, now, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, no, please. Later. Have lunch with me. 2:00 at the Savoy.
Oh, but Mrs. Harrington.
Please, be there.
A kleptomaniac, huh? Must be her husband.
Her husband? Mr. Valentine.
Yes?
Don't look now, but your fountain pen is missing.
Well, look, Mrs. Harrington, the food is fine and the company excellent, but what do you say we get down to cases? Give me back my fountain pen.
Your fountain pen?
Look in your purse, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, then you know everything. Well, I'll be quite frank. I'm under a doctor's care. He expects to cure me in a month or two, but meanwhile, my husband is running for alderman.
Oh, I see. Does your husband know that you pick up things?
Oh, no. And he must never find out. Oh, please promise me.
Don't worry, Mrs. Harrington.
You see, Melvin Gordon is running against my husband. You know Mr. Gordon.
Gordon's department store, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, yes. Well, just forget about it, Mrs. Harrington. The election is tomorrow, and I'll stay with you until your husband's elected alderman.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, if you'll protect me from myself, I'll pay you well. I promise.
Oh, well, we'll discuss that later. Now, suppose you run along home, and I'll be there this afternoon.
Oh, that's wonderful. I have a little shopping to attend to, and then I'll go straight home.
Oh, good. That's fine. See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, how about that, Claire? I'm going home and pack my rod and reel.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I can just taste those fish.
Mr. Valentine, she went shopping.
Yeah, I know she did. Shopping? Claire, let's get out of here.
Why come here? What makes you think she shops in Gordon's department store?
Because she'd be in most danger here. You heard her. Gordon is running against her husband for alderman.
Still, Mr. Valentine.
Where?
There. Compacts.
Compacts?
Straight ahead.
Oh, what's she got in her hand?
Gold compact.
Uh-huh.
With stones.
How much?
About $50. Oh.
Oh,
Did you see that?
in her pocket. Come on.
What are you going to do?
Well, you look at compacts and stay close to me. You got it?
But, Mr. Valentine...
Shh, do as I say.
Oh, all right.
Well, hello there, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yes, a lovely store, isn't it?
Oh, yes, I've often told Mr. Gordon that he can be proud.
I beg your pardon, madam, but may I have that compact?
A compact? What compact?
The one you were looking at, madam.
Oh, well, I decided against it, miss.
Oh, that's quite all right, madam. But where is it?
Why, I put it back on the counter, of course.
It isn't on the counter.
Oh, well, now, young lady, I distinctly saw Mrs. Harrington put it back on the counter.
Yes.
Yes. I said hello to her. She put the compact down, and
All
then...
I know is it isn't here. I think I ought to call the store detective.
Oh, no, don't do that.
He'll take you upstairs to have a little talk with Mr. Gordon.
Mr. Gordon.
Now, wait a minute.
The compact isn't here, mister.
Oh, well, why not search that young lady there?
What? Who, me?
Yeah, look in her pocket.
Why, did you... Oh, it is in my pocket.
Well, come on, miss. Mr. Gordon will want to talk to you.
Mrs. Harrington, go home. Beat it.
Oh, yes, I will.
Come on, miss, this way. And don't make any trouble.
No, miss, don't make any trouble.
Why, you...
No. You're wasting your time, young man.
But, Mr.
There
Gordon...
have been too many things disappearing from my store. I'm going to make an example of this young woman, and I can't be talked out of it. Now, you get that?
Mr. Gordon, are you married?
I certainly am.
Then you have a wife?
I certainly do.
Mr. Gordon, do you love your wife?
Is the door closed?
Yes.
I love my wife.
Then you must know how I feel.
This girl is your wife?
Mr. Gordon, don't listen to him.
It's all right, Claire. In spite of everything you've done, I'm not ashamed.
Oh.
Look, Mr. Gordon, here's $50 for the compact. Does that cover it?
No, I guess so.
Oh, I promise you, it'll never happen again.
No, all right, take her home.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Gordon. Darling, thank him.
Let me out of here.
Yes, darling, of course. Goodbye, Mr. Gordon.
Good luck, young man.
Oh, Clara, listen.
I hate you. It was the dirtiest trick you've ever played on me, and I hate you. You'll never get a chance to play another trick because I quit, understand?
Oh, well...
I definitely quit, and I definitely hate you.
Oh, Claire, honey. Now, look, you like your job. I know you do. Now, forget it, darling. It's just part of the game. Now, come on. Wipe your eyes and powder your nose. Here, use the compact. And just to show you the kind of a man I am, you can keep it.
Now what?
Now we go back to the office, and then I'll go to the Harringtons.
Don't think I'm going to forget this in a hurry, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, be a good girl, and I'll bring you back a halibut.
Someone's trying to attract your attention in that car.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, it's Mrs. Harrington. Mrs. Harrington, I told you to go home.
Well, I'm going now, Mr. Valentine. I was worried about Miss Brooks.
Oh, well, everything's fine.
Oh, you were superb, Mr. Valentine. And whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
Well, thanks a lot. Now go on home.
I'll be expecting you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Don't laugh, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you don't believe in a woman's instinct, but I wish you'd drop this case. I have a feeling that... Mr. Valentine, what are you doing with that fur scarf?
She did it again.
A silver fox.
Claire, think. Was she wearing a silver fox when we had lunch with her or while she was shopping?
Oh, no, I couldn't have missed it.
I noticed it in the car just now while we were talking to her. She must have picked it up when we were with Gordon.
A silver fox. Oh, call her back, Mr. Valentine. Make her take care of it.
Well, now, don't get excited. Why should I worry a good client?
But, Mr. Valentine, I have a feeling.
Will you forget that you're a woman and that you've got an instinct? Come on, we'll go back to the office.
With the silver fox?
With the silver fox. Come on.
Oh, all right, but I've got a feeling. Oh, my feet are killing me. The least you could have done was to hail a cab.
I just put out $50 for that compact. Only one more block.
Mr. Valentine,
It's sunny.
Well, why did you leave the office?
I've been looking all over for you two.
What's up?
Mrs. Harrington phoned.
Yeah?
She says when you go out to her house this evening, don't worry if you bump into a cop.
A cop?
It seems that last year on her birthday, her husband gave her an animal to drape around her neck, and somebody stole it this afternoon out of her car.
Say that again, Sonny, and slowly.
Somebody stole her fur scarf. It was a silver fox, black, with... Hey, like that. You've got it.
Yep, I've got it.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to do with it?
Take it to Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, but there might be a cop around her house.
Well, I'll sneak by him. I'll find a cab and we'll go right out there. Here, Claire.
What?
Meanwhile, wear it around your neck.
No, thank you. I'm not wearing any hot fox. It's not fashionable this season.
Then here, Sonny, wind it around your head.
Huh?
You know, like Daniel Boone.
I don't want to be Daniel Boone.
Then be Buffalo Bill.
I don't want to be Buffalo Bill.
Sonny.
I want to be Van Johnson.
Never mind, I'll stuff it inside my shirt.
Mr. Valentine, I've got a feeling...
Sweetheart, shut up, will you? Here comes a cab. Hey, taxi,
Mr.
taxi.
Valentine, wait.
Taxi, come on.
It's a police car.
Uh-oh.
Jeepers.
Can I do something for you, sir?
Oh, I beg your pardon, officer. I thought I was hailing a taxi.
Oh, that's quite all right, sir. Very understandable. Can I give you a lift?
Oh, no. I wouldn't think of troubling you.
No trouble at all. Step right in, sir.
Oh, no, officer. I just can't let you do it, but thanks anyway. Goodbye.
Would you mind telling me your name?
My name? Valentine. George Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, pardon me for mentioning it, but, what is that sticking out of your shirt?
My shirt? Oh, you mean my pet? Yeah, my pet. I always carry him close to me.
Pet? Pet what?
Well, it's Gopher. That's it. My pet Gopher.
Strange. First time I ever saw a gopher as polyphemus with a bushy tail.
Gopher is polyphemus.
Gopher?
Oh, yes. It's a gopher.
With a bushy tails?
Oh, well, you see, this is a funny sort of gopher. It's got a little squirrel in it.
I'm sorry to contradict you, sir. Not squirrel. Vulpus fulvus.
Vulpus fulvus?
Fox. Silver fox. Hop in, Mr. Valentine.
But, officer...
And there's plenty of room, so bring your friends with you.
How will George talk himself out of this predicament? And while George is pondering his problem, I'll take just a moment to tell you what occurred to me as I was driving to the studio this afternoon. I was thinking that every Chevron gas station should wear a sign reading, "Local boy makes good." For these cream green and burgundy Chevron stations, you know, are home-owned. Generally, the Chevron dealer is a fellow who worked hard and in many cases learned the business from the ground up before he branched out for himself. Now he runs his own Chevron gas station, and you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to hustle to make it tick. That, of course, explains why the service is cheerful and willing and competent at Chevron gas stations. I'd like to see you get acquainted with the Chevron dealer in your neighborhood. You'll find that he's a nice fellow and mighty glad to help you out any time. He gives your car the best, too, climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Drop in at a Chevron gas station this weekend and see. Remember, your Chevron credit card is good as gold with any Chevron dealer. Well, it looks as if George is really in a jam this time, and with the law, too. Right now, George, Claire, and Sonny are cruising along in a squad car. The officer is their chauffeur.
I tell you, you're making a big mistake, officer.
Maybe so, sir, but they told me at the station to be on the lookout for a Vulpus fulvus. Silver fox.
May I congratulate you on your vocabulary, officer?
Thank you very much. And may I congratulate you on your punctitude.
What'd you say she was?
Cute.
Oh.
Now, take the glove compartment in my car. Now, most people would keep cigarettes in there. What would you keep in it?
Maps.
Lipstick.
Bicarbonate soda.
Well, I got it filled with books. You know, books. Pocket edition.
Oh, look, officer, if you'll just take us to Mrs. Harrington. She's very absent-minded. She forgot that she asked me to take care of her silver fox.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm taking you to the station.
Jeepers, officer, give us a break.
I'm sorry, son. I'm taking you to the station.
Officer.
Hmm?
Now, officer.
Okay, I'll take you to the Harringtons. doesn't seem to be anyone at home.
I know Mrs. Harrington is home. I told her to stay home.
Wait a minute. There's someone coming.
Now, if you don't mind, I'll handle this in my own way.
Yes? Oh, what's wrong?
Mrs. Harrington.
I said I'd handle this. Mrs. Harrington, may we please come in?
Yes, of course, but...
Yeah, thank you. Mrs. Harrington, it's about your vulpus fulvus.
Oh, there must be some mistake, officer. There's no one here by that name.
He means your silver fox.
Oh. The servants are out. I'll have to answer the phone.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Harrington. And maybe I shouldn't mention this, but she doesn't appear to be a close friend of yours, Mr. Valentine.
Hello?
But you didn't give her a chance to say anything.
Well,
There's a policeman in my house now,
well,
Captain
you
Moore.
see... Captain Moore, let me talk to him, Mrs. Harrington. Hello? This is Flint speaking. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow Flint.
Mr. Valentine, what's wrong?
Get this, Mrs. Harrington.
Yes, Captain.
I have your scarf. I took it out of your car.
Why?
Well, I thought it was something you'd picked up.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, I captured somebody already, Captain.
Now, it'll be all right. Just tell the officer that I'm a good friend of yours.
Yeah, he has it on him.
If only my husband stays
Yes, I know.
upstairs.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, I forgot to tell you. You see, my husband is very jealous.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Captain. Au revoir. Now then, Mrs. Harrington, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Well, you see,
Please, Mrs. Harrington, just answer the question.
Oh.
Is this man a dear friend of yours?
Is who a dear friend of hers?
Oh, James. Officer, this is my husband, Mr. Harrington.
Isabel, the officer asked you a question.
Yes.
I caught him with the silver fox, Mr. Harrington. Here it is.
Just a moment, officer. Isabel, is this man a dear friend of yours?
Why?
Yes?
Why,
Yes?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh, jeepers.
Is it? Take them away, officer. We'll be down later to prepare charges.
Thank you, sir. Sorry to have bothered you, Mrs. Harrington.
But, officer...
Sonny, be quiet.
Come on. Let's go.
Officer, will you please listen to me?
Once and for all, Mr. Valentine, I'm taking you to the station.
But if you just give
Now,
me...
don't try to talk your way out of it, Mr. Valentine. He's got you with the goods.
Claire.
A compact or a fur scarf, what's the difference? After all, we've got to protect our client, haven't we? So forget it, darling. It's just part of the game.
Claire.
When do they allow visitors, officer?
Usually Monday.
Then I'll see you Monday, Mr. Valentine. Oh, and I'll bring you a halibut.
Go ahead. Rub it in.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Take care of him, officer. Sonny, say goodbye to him.
Just a minute, miss. I'm sorry to be disagreeable, but I found all three of you together. Therefore, I'm turning all three of you in together. Now, come along, if you please.
Jailbirds.
Cut it out, will you, Sonny?
Jailbirds behind bars.
Well, we're just being detained until Mr. and Mrs. Harrington get here.
Yeah, then they'll put us away for good. What do you suppose they did to my sister? Poor Claire, she...
Poor Claire, my eye. She was glad it happened. Why, if she saw me now, she'd probably laugh out loud. Claire!
Claire, where are you?
I'm your next-door neighbor. Could I borrow a cup of sugar?
Well, why didn't you tell us you were there?
I wanted to listen to you, Mr. Valentine.
Call me George. This is no time to be formal.
I thought maybe I'd hear you say you were sorry. That shows what a little fool I am.
Oh, well, Claire, listen. I'd give my right arm to have avoided this.
I don't want your right arm. Just once I'd like to hear you say it. I'm sorry.
Well, Claire, I...
Take your time. You've probably got 5 years.
Well, look. I'll tell him you two had nothing to do with this. And when you're out of here, if you're smart, you'll never see me again. You'll have nothing more to do with me. Will you promise?
No.
Claire.
I'd miss you.
Oh, hey. You do like me, don't you?
Oh, I guess I do.
Then why didn't you smile at that copy to let us go?
Oh, now it's my fault.
Everybody all right? Everybody healthy and happy?
Oh, sure. Just one big happy family.
Hey, he's unlocking our cell.
Just a minute, miss. I'll have you out, too.
Where are you going to take us, officer?
Just follow me, if you please.
Mr. Valentine, maybe it's an electric chair.
Now, take it easy, Sonny.
Mrs. Harrington is here.
With Mr. Harrington?
No, she's alone. Most intelligent woman, Mrs. Harrington. She's looking at my books. She's very interested in them.
Then you better lock him up.
What?
Just a joke.
Oh. Yeah. Well, Here they are, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, will you ever be able to forgive me?
That depends.
I was just telling Officer Flynn how absent-minded I am. I remember it all now. I was standing on the street and...
Yeah. Well, you don't have to explain, Mrs. Harrington. You're not going to prefer charges against these people, are you?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
No.
Preposterous.
Then they're discharged.
We're free?
Very sorry to have bothered you, miss.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, sir. See you again sometime.
I hope not.
Goodbye, officer.
Goodbye, miss. You will always remember a glistening pearl in my treasure box of memories.
Whew. Fresh air.
Mr. Valentine, whatever my bill will be, I want you to double it.
What did you tell your husband?
Just what I told the officer.
Okay, now you're going home.
And I'll stay there until the election is over tomorrow.
I know. We'll see to that. We're going with you.
What? All of us?
Yep, all of us. That's the only way we can keep her out of trouble. Come on, Mrs. Harrington. Let's go home.
George.
I thought I told you to stay with Mrs. Harrington.
Sonny's with her. They're having breakfast. George, I'm bored.
Oh, now forget it, will you? It'll soon be over.
George, I'm bored.
Oh, now, come on, Claire. Cheer up. Let's have a big smile.
I don't feel like smiling.
Well, put some lipstick on. You'll feel better.
Guess I could stand a little. All this hanging around it. Oh.
What's the matter?
She did it again. My lipstick's gone.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine, okay if I run out and buy a magazine?
Sonny, you were left in charge of Mrs. Harrington.
Yeah, but Mr.
When
Valentine...
you're left in charge, you're supposed to stay with her, understand?
Yeah, but Mr.
Wherever
Valentine...
she goes, you follow her.
Yeah, but I can't follow her everywhere.
Oh. Well, all right. What time is it? My watch is always fast.
Oh, mine keeps perfect time. It's exactly... Hey! Hey!
Now what?
I know I was wearing my watch.
Oh, never mind. I'll buy you another one.
Mr. Valentine! Mr.
Now,
Valentine!
take it easy, Mrs. Harrington. What's wrong?
I was looking through my closet and I found this. My silver fox.
Well, of course. Don't you remember? I had
Oh,
it.
I don't mean that one. I mean this one.
This one.
Oh, don't you understand? There are 2 silver foxes in my closet.
Suffering
Mr.
cat.
Valentine.
You were right all along. Oh, I must have picked it up.
Yeah, well, now, don't go to pieces. We haven't time for hysterics.
But that's not all. Mr. Gordon just phoned. He wants to see me immediately. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Mrs. Harrington. Give me that silver fox. I'll handle Gordon.
I knew all along Mrs. Harrington was guilty. After she shopped, something always disappears.
Will you please calm down, Mr. Gordon? I brought back the silver fox.
You can keep it.
Now, be reasonable. Look, when things disappear, you charge them to Mrs. Harrington's account, don't you?
What's that got to do with it? Harrington's running against me for alderman. There's still time to get a story in this afternoon's paper. What do you think his chances will be then?
It'd be a dirty trick, Mr. Gordon.
Look, Valentine, just between us, Harrington's the best man. He should be alderman, but if I'm made alderman, my wife will think I'm wonderful.
You'd wreck Mr. Harrington just to make your wife think you're wonderful.
You bet I would.
Darling.
Mildred, sweetheart, come in. Oh, sweetheart, this is Mr. Valentine and my wife, Miss Gordon.
How do you do?
Hello. Well, darling,
Well, darling?
is that all you have to say?
Oh, you look wonderful, sweetheart.
I knew it. I'll never forgive you.
Mildred, angel.
Of course, a great big executive like you, so busy running a store and running for alderman, you haven't time to remember a little thing like a birthday, have you?
Birthday? Oh, Mildred, now, sweetheart.
I should have known.
Oh, well, pardon me for cutting in, Mrs. Gordon, but I can't keep my mouth shut. I know it's supposed to be a surprise, too.
A surprise?
A surprise?
He didn't forget your birthday, Mrs. Gordon.
He didn't.
I didn't? I didn't.
Here you are. I just helped him select it for you.
A silver fox. Oh, darling. Oh, I'm going to give you a great big kiss.
Well, I'll run along. That is, unless you have something else to discuss, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, no. No, not a thing.
Good, good. Happy birthday, Mrs. Gordon. I hope you'll enjoy the Vulpus Fulvus.
Why come back to the office, Mr. Valentine?
Well, after hanging around Mrs. Harrington for the last couple of days, I just wanted to be sure the office was still here.
We ought to go out and celebrate. After all, Mr. Harrington's an alderman.
Okay, Sonny. Run out and buy a bucket of black coffee.
And a box of aspirin.
Some celebration.
Go on, beat it.
Okay.
Well, I suppose I should congratulate you, Mr. Valentine.
Well, she hasn't paid me yet.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, Mr. and Mrs. Harrington are here.
Oh, no. All right, send them in.
Mr. Valentine, you're through with the case, understand?
But, Claire,
Either that or you're through with me.
See, Isabel, I told you he'd be here.
You were right, James.
Mr. Valentine, my wife has told me everything.
Everything?
Everything, yes. I simply had to.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Harrington.
We came to thank you for all that you've done for us, Mr. Valentine, and whatever the bill will be, I want you to double it.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
Send it to my office.
Oh, no need to bother you.
Oh, it's no bother.
Well, I mean, mailing and all that. If you happen to have your checkbook with you.
Checkbook?
No hurry, you understand, but if you want to sit right here at my desk.
Oh, well,
Here you are. Here's a pen.
Oh, thanks.
We just came from my doctor. He thinks I'm cured.
Really, Mrs. Harrington?
Oh, yes, my dear. This last experience, James' career at stake and all. Oh, it was such a shock. Well, it brought me back to earth again.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Here you are, Mr. Valentine. This okay?
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Harrington.
Well, I'm the one who's indebted.
You'll come to see me, Miss Brooks?
Of course, Mrs. Harrington.
And you too, Mr. Valentine.
Yep, you bet.
Come, Isabel.
Yes, James. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Harrington.
Good night.
Good night, good night. Well, Claire, I'm on my way. I'll pick up a can of sardines and my fishing tackle. See you Monday.
How much, Mr. Valentine?
$1,000.
What?
Mhm.
$1,000? Oh, I don't believe it.
Well, then see for yourself. The check's right there.
Where? I don't see it.
Well, I distinctly remember. You put it right under that paperweight, you see?
No.
Well, go ahead and look. It's right under this. It's right.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no, she did it again.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a friend of mine owns the Chevron gas station down the street, and he was telling me a story the other day. It seems a chap he knew came in when they were putting my friend's name on the canopy of his home-owned station. Looks pretty nice, commented the chap. And it certainly shows folks that you're the boss here. Not on your life, explained my friend. It means that they are the boss here. Well, the motorist didn't get it, so the Chevron dealer went on. The new sign and the cream, green, and burgundy color scheme, he said, are simply to make it plain that I run my own station. Since I'm in business for myself, how well I get along depends pretty much on how well I treat my customers. And that makes the customers strictly the boss at my Chevron gas station. Well, my friend might have said at all Chevron gas stations, because the friendliness, the cheerful, expert service you run into at Chevron gas stations is the best way any Chevron dealer has of making his home-owned business useful to you and to the community. Well, next week, George Valentine goes on a picnic. But instead of being bothered with the usual things like ants and rain, he has a new experience. You'll probably hear him saying something like this.
Wow, what was that? Who hit me?
Somebody threw a shoe at you, Mr. Valentine. It came from that house.
Wow, a lady's slipper. Hey, and a note with it.
Let me see. It says, I am being held prisoner in this house. Please save me. Hey, it's written in lipstick.
Orange lipstick. Must be a blonde. See you later.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Frances Robinson as Claire, and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Sarah Selby as Mrs. Harrington, Stanley Waxman as Mr. Harrington, Joe Gilbert as Mildred, Herbert Butterfield as Mr. Gordon, Ed Max as the officer, and Margaret Brayton as the salesgirl. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to
Let George do it.
Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. When George Valentine got out of the Army, he had an idea and just enough money to set up a small office and put an ad in the paper offering his services as a dog walker, a crime solver, a wife spanker, or whatever a client wants done. So far, he's met with fair success. He's had plenty of clients, but not all of them paid off. That hasn't discouraged George. He's an optimist. Right now, he's striding up to the side door of his office, the door that lets him into his private office without going through his waiting room.
Good morning, Sonny. Sonny? Claire? Hey, where is everybody?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Valentine. We were in the waiting room. We've been kind of busy. I've been taking him up and down the elevator. He never rode in one before. And now Claire's pointing out the tall
Hey,
buildings to him.
look, wait a minute, Sonny. Slow down, will you? What are you talking about?
Your new client.
Oh, have I got a new client?
Yes, sir, and this is his first visit to the city.
Oh, great. Where's he from?
3 Oaks.
Three Oaks. Say, that sounds familiar.
Oh, I bet you'll like him, Mr. Valentine. He's very nice.
3 Oaks. Oh, I know. My mother had some cousins living in 3 Oaks.
His name is Jeff Williams.
Jeff Williams. Cousin Jeff.
Hey, is he your cousin?
Yeah, that's right. Haven't seen him in 25 years. He's probably married and has a dozen kids.
Is he really your cousin, Mr. Valentine? Why, he isn't a bit like you. He's very nice.
Oh. Thanks a lot, Sonny. All right, carry on with the office work. I'll see about Cousin Jeff.
Yes, sir.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Valentine.
Good morning, Claire. Well, Cousin Jeff.
Hello, Cousin George.
Say, it's been a long time, Jeff. How are you?
I never felt better in my life, George.
Your cousin was telling me that this is his first visit to the city, Mr.
Oh,
Valentine.
is that so? Sit down, Jeff.
Oh, after you, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Williams.
You're welcome, ma'am. Well, I guess you're surprised to see me, George. I've been looking forward to this trip for a long time, but that farm sort of kept me tied down.
But, Jeff, how'd you know where to find me? Am I, famous, even in 3 Oaks?
Oh, I saw your advertisement, George. I have the newspapers mailed to me. Rural Route 4.
Oh, I see. Well, what's on your mind, Jeff?
Well, it's like this. I had a little extra egg money put aside.
Egg money?
Mr. Williams has chickens. He sells the eggs.
Oh.
Oh, my chickens are sure good to me this year. I figure after I pay my hotel bill, I'll have about $100 for you, George.
Well, what do you mean? Why give me $100?
Well, like this, George, I like my farm, you know. I was born and raised there, but it's pretty lonesome, especially winter.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you, Jeff. You want me to find you a wife.
Oh, I figure on doing my own courting. Only trouble, I can't find a girl to court.
Really, Mr. Williams?
Well, you see, ma'am, most of the women in 3 Oaks is already married, and those that aren't are spoken for.
Oh, I find the girl and you court her. Well, that's fair enough.
But I got to meet her by Wednesday night. Got to get back home. Have to start my corn husking.
Did you have any special type in mind?
Well, hope you'll forgive me, Miss Brooks, but I'd like a pretty girl like Miss Brooks.
Claire? Claire, what are you doing next Wednesday?
I quit.
Well, don't worry, Jeff. I'm sure I can help you.
Well, there's only one other thing, George. She's got to be a girl who'll love my little Dolores.
Dolores?
And all her brothers and sisters.
All her brothers and sisters? How many have you got?
57.
57 children?
No, 57 pigs.
Pigs?
Pigs.
He raises pigs, Mr. Valentine.
I hope you won't think I'm loony, but those pigs mean a lot to me. I'm fond of them, and they're fond of me.
Okay, Jeff. Just leave everything to me. I'll find a girl for you, all right? Someone who'll love Dolores and all her brothers and sisters. All 57 of them.
I don't want to bother you with questions, Mr. Valentine, but what are we doing here?
Working for our new client. I promised I'd find him a girl, didn't I?
Do you expect to find her in this alley?
Well, this alley leads to the stage door entrance.
Stage door? A showgirl?
Sure, why not? She's got to be pretty. And I'll bet these girls are sick of the bright lights. They'd probably give their eye teeth to settle down on a farm.
What are you going to do? Tap them on the shoulder and say, "Pardon me, but do you like pigs?"
No, of course not. I'm going to be subtle about this. I'll tell him I'm an inquiring reporter. You get it, Claire?
No, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's 5:40. The matinee's over a half hour ago.
Yeah, they just sat
Hey, here they come now. Say, there's a beauty.
Yeah, she'll do.
Oh, Miss. Oh, wait a minute, please.
If it's a date, my mother don't let me go out on no dates. Besides, I'm booked solid for 2 months.
Oh, no, I'm the inquiring reporter. I just want to ask you a question. Would you mind telling me, what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal? Mink.
Mink.
Yeah, mink. My mother likes ermine.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Maybe you could get Mr. Williams to raise mink instead of pigs.
Now, I'll try a brunette this time. Oh, miss.
All right. Give me a pencil and I'll give you my autograph.
Oh, no, thanks. That's not it. You see, I'm the inquiring reporter, and I'd like to ask you a question if you have a minute.
Shoot.
What's your favorite animal?
Male.
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 Oh, I see. Well, thanks a lot.
Is that all?
Yes, miss, thanks. That's plenty.
If you'd like an interview for your paper and pictures, I'm at the Brayton Hotel.
I see. Well, I'll give you a buzz.
And if a man's voice answers, don't hang up. That's me. I'm at the Brayton Hotel.
All right. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, look at this. Coming towards us. The baby doll type.
Huh? Oh, miss.
You mean little old me?
Yeah, that's right. Little old you.
They call me Kathy Phillips. What do they call you?
Well, they call me the inquiring reporter, and I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, I think that's just darling of you. What do you want to know?
Well, I wish you'd tell me, what's your favorite animal?
My favorite animal?
That's right.
Promise not to laugh.
I promise.
Cross your heart, hope to die.
Hope to die.
Well, then, don't you dare tell a soul, but I'm just mad about piggies.
Oh, well, that's a nice thing. Piggies. Claire, we found her.
I don't mean to rush you, Cousin George. That's not why I phoned. I'm just a little anxious, that's all.
Now, will you be patient, Jeff? I think I found the right girl for you. She's small, she's pretty, she's blonde.
But does she like pigs?
Does she like pigs? The girl's mad about pigs.
She sounds like the one I've been looking for, all right. When can I meet her, Cousin George?
Why, she's in my office right now. I'll arrange a date for you tonight. You can take her out to dinner.
Dinner? Say, maybe I better get my hair cut.
Yeah, you do that, Jeff, and I'll call you later. Goodbye.
Bye.
Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Send Kathy Phillips in here, will you? I want to talk to her.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. Mr. Valentine wants to see you, miss.
You want to see little old me, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, sit down, Kathy. I want to talk to you.
Did I win some sort of contest? Is that what this is all about?
Never mind. You'll find out soon enough. Kathy, do you like farms?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, I adore farms. Of course, I've never been on a farm, but then when you adore something, well, you just adore it, that's all.
Oh, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Just so you like pigs. Can you cook?
Cook? You mean mix up things in the kitchen?
Yeah, well, that's sort of the idea.
Oh, I don't think anyone can mix up things in the kitchen like I can.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, never mind. Just so you like pigs.
I brought my collection down for you to see, Mr. Valentine.
Collection? What collection?
It's in this box. Go ahead, open it.
Yeah, well, what is it?
Oh, they don't hurt you, silly. Go on, open it.
All right, I'll buy it. What in the name of heaven are these?
I told you, I just adore piggies.
Great Caesar's ghost. Piggy Banks.
Piggy bank.
Well, how was I to know? When she said piggies, I thought it was just her baby talk.
She's got over 100 piggy banks, Mr. Valentine. I counted
Never mind the piggy banks. We got to do something.
Good afternoon. Let George do it.
Hello, Miss Brooks. How are you?
Oh, fine, Jeff. Just a minute. It's your cousin.
Oh, I got to stall him. Hello, Jeff.
I phoned to ask you about my date tonight, Cousin George.
Oh, well, now look, Jeff, you'll have to be patient. She can't make it tonight.
Oh, shucks. I had my hair cut.
Well, Jeff, it'll keep. She'll have dinner with you tomorrow night. Now, this girl is worth waiting for.
I don't want to rush her, but I have to get back to start my corn husking.
Yeah, you'll make it. Now, don't worry. Goodbye, Jeff.
Yeah, goodbye.
Mr. Valentine, I don't like this. Jeff is too nice to try to put something over on him.
Now, Claire, what are you talking about? Kathy's a wonderful girl.
Yeah, but Mr. Valentine, she won't know any more about pigs tomorrow night than she does right now.
Oh, yes, she will. Because you two are to go down to the library and pick up all the books they have on pigs.
Then what'll we do with them?
You see to it that Kathy reads them.
What makes you think she can read?
Then you read them to her. Take her to your apartment. Spend all day, and all night if you have to. But I want that girl to know everything there is to know about pigs. You understand? Now get going.
Chandler Bookshop.
Hello, this is Sonny Brooks. Is it too late to send out some books to us right away?
Why, no, I don't believe so.
We went through all they had in the library, but she still doesn't know anything about pigs.
Pigs?
Yeah, send us everything you've got. Send it to apartment 5306 Sharp Street.
What street? Spell that, please.
Sharp. S is in swine, H is in hogs, A is in animal, R is in ribs, and P is in pig's feet. Where's that waitress? Why doesn't she take our order? All that talk about pigs made me hungry.
Oh, never mind, Sonny. She'll get around to us soon. Now, come on, Kathy. Name the different kinds of pigs.
Oh, Claire, I'm such a tired little old thing.
Now, Kathy, Mr. Valentine has big plans for you. But you've got to know your pigs.
Well, let me see. There's the Yorkshire pigs. They've got the darlingest little spots all over them.
Hey, that's not right, is it, Claire?
Kathy, Yorkshire are white. You mean the spotted Poland China. Its head is rugged, medium in length, and slightly dished in the profile.
Oh, Claire, you use such big words. I guess I'm just a little old dummy. I wasn't very smart in school. I never will forget the trouble I had in 5th grade.
You mean you got to the 5th grade?
Sonny. If you could only talk to someone who really knows pigs.
Well, what'll it be, folks? Can I take your order?
You order for us, Sonny.
Well, we might as well stay in the spirit. We better have the best pork chops from Great Big Pigs.
Oh, the best pork chops come from the medium type, like the Berkshire and the Hampshire.
Hey, Claire, listen to our waitress.
Oh, I was raised on a farm. Well, what'll it be, folks?
Never mind the food. Just tell this girl everything you know about pigs.
Yeah, and please, use words of only one syllable.
Come on, open up. Say, where is everybody?
Oh, it's you.
Oh, good morning, Claire.
Come in.
Did I wake you?
Wake me. I haven't been to bed yet.
Well, you can sleep tonight. Say, how's our pupil getting along?
I don't know about Kathy, but whenever I close my eyes, I see pigs. Yorkshire, Berkshire, Hampshire, Durham.
Hey, you know your pigs, all right.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, good morning, Sonny. Where's Kathy?
She's still learning her lines.
Her lines? What are you talking about?
Well, we finally hit on a system that works with her. We pretend she's playing a part in a show.
Yeah, we write the lines, and she learns them. I'll show you. Kathy? Oh, Kathy.
I'm coming. Oh, Mr. Valentine, it's you.
Yep, little old me.
Go ahead, Kathy. Recite for him.
All right. The Poland China has a head that is rugged in appearance, medium in length, and slightly dished in the profile.
Well, that's wonderful, marvelous, tremendous. Jeff will be the happiest man in Three Oaks.
Jeff? Who's Jeff?
Oh, sit down, Kathy. The time has come for us to have a little talk.
Oh, I just adore that, Mr. Valentine.
Kathy, how would you like to settle down on a little farm?
A farm?
With 57 pigs.
I think that'd be just darling. Could I name them?
Oh, sure, of course. Now, look, Kathy, I'm not promising you anything, understand? But you'll have dinner with him tonight.
Dinner? Oh, I am fond of eating.
Yeah, I'll bet. Now, you meet him, he meets you. The rest is up to you, too.
Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I mean, if he likes you and you like him, then you make your own plans. I'm just sort of bringing you together, that's all. Arranging a date for the night.
About that date, Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it.
You won't? Why not?
I hate to disappoint you, Mr. Valentine.
Why? What's wrong?
Well, I'm afraid he might not like it.
Who might not like it?
My husband.
Your husband?
You've got a husband?
Well, of course. Didn't I tell you? He's just the sweetest little old thing. He collects piggy banks, too.
Well, George certainly finds himself in an embarrassing situation now. While he's figuring out an answer, I'd like to have a little talk with you. You know, most folks are alike. We all enjoy doing business with the neighborhood grocer, the druggist, or the hardware man who gives us a friendly smile when we come in. Kind of a chap who asks about the kids when he wraps up our package. That's one reason why many folks like to trade at home-owned Chevron gas stations. They're run by local men who've made good, friendly, capable fellows who know most everyone in town and know their cars equally well. They're all mighty nice people to do business with. That's why you always feel at home when you stop at a Chevron gas station. There's another thing you can count on finding at Chevron gas stations. They all carry that climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. All of them honor your Chevron credit card, too. So whenever you're on a trip, make it a habit to stop at Chevron gas stations. Well, George found a girl for his client, all right. Kathy was small, pretty, and blonde, and she learned all about pigs. There was only one catch. Kathy was already married. Now George, Claire, and Sonny are still in Claire's apartment.
Why didn't you ask her if she was married?
Well, I didn't think about it.
The most important thing of all, and you didn't think about
Well,
it.
it just didn't occur to me. I did mention settling down on a farm.
But you didn't mention the farmer.
Oh, I forgot. It slipped my mind.
Oh, fine, wonderful. And after all we went through teaching her about pigs.
Yeah. Well, I can't even bear to look at bacon. And when I sleep, I don't snore anymore. I just go oink, oink,
Oh,
oink.
Sonny, will you get out of here?
Okay, I know what I'm out for.
Now, Claire, what are we going to do? Jeff is supposed to phone me here, and I'm supposed to have the date all set. What'll I tell him now?
That's your problem, Mr. Valentine. I wash my hands of the whole thing.
Oh, now, Claire, don't say that. Jeff's been looking forward to this trip for years. If I can't get him a bride, well, at least I can get him a dinner date.
Besides, there's the $100.
Claire, you don't think I'd accept money from my own cousin? You make me sound like a heel.
Well?
That must be Jeff. You talk to him.
Oh, no. Talk to him yourself. Take your medicine like a man.
Oh, a fine secretary I've got. Hello?
Hello, this is Jeff.
Oh, hello, Jeff.
I got another haircut, Cousin George.
Another haircut. That's great.
Now, what about my date for tonight? You know, I've got to get back to the farm tomorrow.
Well, you see, it's like this, Jeff. You see, this girl knows her pigs, all right.
Fine, that'll give us something to talk about.
You know, she knows all about pigs. And you see, well, this girl is very pretty.
I'm anxious to meet her.
And you see, this girl is...
Married.
Will you stop it?
Stop what?
No, not you. You see, Jeff, it's like this. Oh, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
Why can't you have dinner with him?
Me? Oh, no, you don't.
What'd you say, Cousin George?
Well, you're beautiful.
I am.
And you know about pigs.
Well, I ought to. I was raised with them.
Well, how about it?
You'd hand me over for a measly $100.
Oh, now, don't get dramatic. It's just a dinner date.
Well, it's more than just a dinner date.
It's more than just a dinner date, and you know it.
Now, look, it's his first trip to the city, and he's my cousin. How can I let him down?
Let who down?
You know he likes you. Remember, he said he wanted to meet a girl just like you.
Like who?
You'd sell your own grandmother for $100.
Whose grandmother?
Oh, Grandma's fine, thank you, George.
Oh, now, listen, Claire. All you have to do is have dinner with him. Is that too much to ask of you?
All right, I'll do it.
You will have dinner with him?
With who?
I'll have a lot of dinners with him. I always wanted to live on a farm.
Claire.
Tell your cousin to get a haircut and meet me at Pierre's.
It sure is nice of you to have dinner with me, Claire.
It's nice of you to think it's nice of me.
I won't try to figure that out.
No. I like it.
You like what?
Your haircut.
Yeah, I had it cut twice. Say, maybe we ought to eat something.
Yes, sounds like a good idea.
Well, let's see what's on this bill of fare. Oh,
What's the matter?
they don't spell very good.
Huh? Oh, it's in French.
You know, that's one thing I didn't learn on the farm.
Never mind, Jeff. I don't like this place anyway. It's much too expensive.
Oh, that's all right. You're forgetting about my egg money.
Now, look. Those chickens didn't go to all that trouble just so you could throw your money away on me. Come on.
Oh, where'll we go?
There's a restaurant in my neighborhood that has good food, and it's cheap, too.
See, you're saving my money for me already. How'll I ever be able to thank Cousin George?
You won't have to thank him. Just give him the $100. That's all he's interested in. Come on, Jeff. Let's go someplace where they know how to spell.
Sonny. Sonny, wake up. Sonny.
Yorkshire, Berkshire, Hampshire,
Sonny.
Polandshire,
Sonny.
and Duroc. Oh,
Claire isn't home yet. I've been sitting here waiting for her to come back.
what time is it?
3 o'clock.
It is? Then why'd you wake me? Let me go back to counting pigs.
Oh. Sonny, why would a dinner date take so long?
Maybe he's a slow eater.
Sonny, you don't seem to realize how serious this is. She's been gone for 8 hours. I've been sitting here watching the clock.
Why don't you read something?
I don't feel like reading.
We got quite a choice of books. There's breeding pigs and pig breeding and pigs and their breeds.
Hey, do you suppose she's purposely staying out late just to worry me?
Well, she is. She has.
Sonny, Jeff liked her. He liked her a lot. Sonny, did she like him?
Well, my sister goes for the shy type.
Oh. Would you call me shy?
Well,
don't answer that. You know, Sonny, I like her.
So do I.
Sonny, I think I love her.
I think I do, too.
And I threw her at him. I forced her to go out with him. I'm a fool. I'm a sap. I'm a
fathead.
A fathead. Thanks a lot, Sonny.
You're welcome, Mr. Valentine. That's the telephone.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello?
Claire, where are you?
What are you doing at my place, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I was waiting for you to get back.
Oh, you don't mean you were worried.
Worried? Why should I worry? Claire, where are you? It's 3 o'clock.
I thought you weren't worried.
Well, it's just that... Well, I don't want you showing up late for work tomorrow.
I won't be at work tomorrow, George.
Claire, you call me George.
Well, I'm in a sentimental mood.
Hey, Claire, will you please tell me, where are you calling from?
From Dr. Hutchison's house.
Dr. Hutchison, are you hurt?
He's a minister.
A minister? Claire!
Cousin Jeff said to send you his love. Goodbye, George.
Eloped. Are you sure, Mr. Valentine?
Sonny, will you get dressed and shut up?
Yeah, but where are we going?
We're going to annul the marriage.
Mr. Valentine.
You don't want Jeff for a brother-in-law, do you? And how'll I get along without her? What'll happen to me?
What'll happen to me? I don't want to go to Three Oaks and live with pigs.
No. Here's his address, Dr. Hutchison, 310 G Street. Come on.
Yeah, but what'll we do there?
He can tell us where they went. He can tell how to find her. I'm not giving her up, Sonny. Not without a fight. This is a place. Come on.
Don't you think it's a little late to be busting in on people?
No, we can't help that. I'll do the talking.
Don't you think it's a little late to be ringing doorbells?
Well, we've got to find her before he takes her to Three Oaks.
Can I help you?
I want to speak to Dr. Hutchinson right away. It's very important.
Are you sure? I hate to disturb him. He had to get up a little while ago. We had a wedding party here.
A wedding party? Sonny, a wedding party.
I heard her.
Such a lovely young couple. And so much in love.
Maybe it was some other couple, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, maybe. Was the groom tall and outdoorish looking?
Oh, he was a very wholesome young man. He told me all about his pigs.
Oh, pigs. It's the right people, all right.
I never saw a happier bride in all my life. And I've seen a lot of brides.
Are you sure she was happy?
She was all smiles.
She was all smiles, Mr. Valentine.
Well, maybe it was just an act.
Oh, no. At the end of the ceremony, when they kissed, well, I never saw such a kiss in all my life. And I've seen a lot of kisses.
Oh.
Now then, what did you want to see my husband about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Come on, Sonny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Mr. Valentine? Mr. Valentine, what time is it?
4 o'clock.
Don't you think it's a little late for us to be out taking a walk?
What else could we do?
Sleep?
I couldn't sleep.
Oh, I guess I couldn't either.
Look, there's just the two of us left now, Sonny. We'll have to stick together.
And you're not going to try to stop her?
Stop her? How can I stop her? We've got to think about her, Sonny. If she's happy, then, well, we'll just give her up.
But, Mr. Valentine...
We've got to be men.
Well, I'll try.
Come on, let's go in this restaurant and have some breakfast.
We haven't had dinner yet.
All right, then we'll have dinner. Not that I can eat. I don't think I'll ever be able to eat again.
Is this table all right?
Oh, what does it matter? I can't eat anyway.
Well, then why'd we come in here?
Well, I just want to sit and look at the food and feel miserable.
What'll it be, gentlemen? Scrambled eggs and a nice side order of ham.
Ham? Don't even mention... Claire,
Claire, what are you doing here?
Working.
Working?
Excuse me, they want me in that booth. It's a wedding breakfast.
Hey, well, I don't get this. Why should
Mr. Valentine, look, in that booth. It's Jeff.
Jeff? Oh, of course. It's their wedding breakfast.
Well, then why is she working here as a waitress?
Oh, well, maybe they haven't got enough money to get back to Three Oaks.
Hey, he's coming to our table. You won't start a fight, will you, Mr. Valentine?
Fight? I haven't got any fight left in me.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Cousin George.
I told Jeff you were here.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Cousin Jeff.
Thanks a lot.
I hope you'll be very happy. And that comes from the heart, Claire.
What heart?
Well, I guess the best man won. Be good to her, Jeff.
You bet I will. Oh, Cousin George, about the $100.
Ah, forget it.
Why, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, no, I don't want to forget it. After all, you kept your part of the bargain. You got me a date, and now look what happened. And about the $100, Cousin George.
Buy yourself a wedding present, Jeff. A pig or something.
A pig? Well, thanks a lot. Now I better get back to Margie.
Yeah, you go right ahead and get... Margie? Who's Margie?
Well, I thought you knew. Margie's my bride.
Your bride? What about Claire?
Claire is our bridesmaid.
Claire? You mean...
You remember Margie, don't you, Sonny? She waited on us when we were here yesterday.
Hey, she's the girl who knows all about pigs.
She sure does. You know, Margie was born just 10 miles from my place, but can you beat it? We never met until Claire brought me here tonight.
I knew it'd be love at first sight.
Oh, well, Claire, look, I got to talk to you. Sit down.
I can't, Mr. Valentine. I'm working for Margie for the rest of the day. I don't get off duty till 6.
Then I'll stay right here and wait for you.
Well, I'll say goodbye. Our train leaves in a little while. I want you to know, Cousin George, that I'm the happiest man in the world.
Oh, no, you're not. I am.
Me too.
Now, Jeff, you remember to look us up when you come back to the city.
Oh, we won't be coming back. Margie and I decided that we'd stay in Three Oaks for the rest of our lives.
Why, Jeff?
Just settle down on a little farm and raise pigs.
You'll hear George's voice again in just a moment. In most parts of the West, motorists are facing the time of year that's hardest on cars. Cooler weather and rain or snow always bring with them some annoying car troubles. Most of these can pretty well be avoided, however, by a checkup trip to your neighborhood Chevron dealer. He'll put the right grade of RPM compounded motor oil in your car's crankcase, see that its transmission and differential have the right kind of grease for the season, and he'll check your battery and accessories like windshield wiper blades, spark plugs, and lights. You can depend on getting a good job of winter checking at a Chevron gas station. Chevron dealers, you know, are in business for themselves. They've had plenty of car service experience before branching out on their own. So you can count on a competent, conscientious job. See about that winter checkup this weekend. Talk it over with your neighborhood Chevron gas station man. Well, next week, a celebrity brings his problem to George, and you'll probably hear something like this.
Well, sure, of course I know you. Jimmy Jones, the greatest cowboy star in pictures.
That's right. I work in horse operas. Mr. Valentine, you've got to help me.
Sure, what's on your mind, Jimmy? What can I do for you?
Look, now you mustn't breathe a word of this. It'd ruin my career.
You can trust me, Jimmy. What's the matter?
Mr. Valentine, I'm afraid of horses.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Frank Martin as Jeff, Jane Webb as Kathy, Rena Craig as Margie, and June Foray as Mrs. Hutchinson. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. District of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse That Took a Powder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If life's tossing curves you can't handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say that if you think about suicide twice, you won't go through with it. Well, I've thought of suicide over and over again. Tomorrow evening, I'm going through with it. Unless by then you can find some way of freeing me from this horror and the fear that's driving me to this. Hurry. Please hurry, Mr. Valentine. I need somebody's help so badly.
I need somebody's help so badly. I'm desperate. And it's signed Marcia Palmer. Afton Apartments 4A.
All right, Brooksy, we'd better get on our bicycles.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Well, don't you think this note sounds, well, a little hysterical? Offbeat?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Come to think of it, let's change that to motorcycle.
Well, I meant something else. Why don't we telephone the Afton Apartments? Tell the young lady just to stay put till we get over there.
Angel, too much of a chance. Suppose we aren't persuasive enough. It might rush things along.
Well, still,
It may not be easy to explain a great horror of fear in so many words on the phone.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
So come on, Brooksy. There's only one way to tell. Excuse me, Mother.
Oh, young man. You nearly frightened me out of my wits.
Oh, sorry. We just wanted to get to one of those bells.
Oh. Funny how you fall into a routine, miss. First, I shine up the mailboxes in the vestibule. Then I work on the brass around the buzzer.
Yeah, well, that's a very nice system, but...
A little intelligence doesn't hurt, even if you're only a scrub woman.
Oh, no truer words were ever spoken. What was that apartment number again, George?
Of course, I haven't always done this kind of work. I wouldn't be doing it now if I weren't at liberty. But when you've got a job to do, you do it the best you know how.
Yeah, you're so right, Mother. But how about letting us at Marcia Palmer's bell?
Miss Palmer?
That's what the gentleman said.
Yeah, I've been worried about that girl the last few days.
Worried? Why?
Oh, you know how it is with people's appearances. You can always tell. She's afraid of something. Yes, sir, afraid.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll try to take care of that. Which one of these bells do we ring?
No, you don't have to press the bell. Just take the elevator up. It's self-service. It's the 3rd floor, 3A. I know she'll be glad to see friends, the poor soul.
3A. Hey, are you sure it's 3A?
Young man, I haven't worked here for a long time, I have. I should know where the tenants live. Of course, I'm only a scrub woman.
All right, I'm all right, sorry. 3A it is.
What's the matter, George?
Nothing. I just think more than ever we ought to hurry. Maybe Miss Palmer has thought of suicide once too often.
Here we are, George. 3A.
Yeah. She's just got to be in, Brooksy. Well, that's a good sign. I heard somebody moving inside.
Good.
What? Hello.
Oh. Miss Palmer at home?
I haven't the slightest idea.
What?
Well, I've been trying to work up enough nerve to find out that very thing for myself.
Well, you certainly should be in a position to know. This is her apartment, isn't it?
Huh? Look, did I meet you people somewhere with Marcia? Here at my place at a party, perhaps?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Is this your place?
Well, that's what the lease says. The name is Glenn Stratton. I'm a commercial artist when I work.
Well, where does Marcia Palmer live?
Right over my head, just like an angel. Apartment 4A.
Sorry. It seems we got the wrong information.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, is there? I've been worried about Marcia lately. She hasn't seen herself.
Yeah, I know. Afraid of something.
That's exactly it.
Come on, let's get upstairs, Brooksy.
Oh, if you see her, old man, would you tell her that her persistent suitor would love to have dinner with her?
The charge will be $1 for 10 words, Mr. Stratton.
All right.
Come on, honey. No use waiting for the elevator.
Mr. Stratton is quite a boy. Any minute you expect him to step back into Esquire.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why Mother down in the vestibule gave us a bum steer about the apartment number. If anybody, she should know where people live in this place.
Well, let's be charitable and say she's slightly pixelated.
This must be it. Here, Angel. Try it again.
Obviously, Marcia hasn't any fear of the outside world. The door's open.
Miss Palmer?
Let's try the living room. Oh,
Did you say living room, Brooksy?
she's...
Yeah, that stuff all over the front of her is in red ink.
Oh, George, maybe we better...
Brooksy, don't touch.
But
this is a deal for the police. Anyway, she was considerate enough to leave a note right here by the gun.
Oh. What does it say?
Please forgive me. I hope this doesn't hurt anybody too much. But I really can't go on any longer. Marcia.
Oh, maybe if we'd come sooner.
She must have a telephone somewhere around here. Usually they belong on desks.
Or maybe it's in the bedroom. Oh, if we only knew what she meant by the fear that was driving her to this.
There's a lot of things we don't know about Marcia Palmer.
There's the phone on the bed table.
Oh, yeah, good. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to Lieutenant Riley. Hello, Riley's office, please. This is Valentine.
It seems simple enough to explain, but when you're all through, somehow you don't believe it.
Oh, hello, Riley. Yeah, me. I'm at the Afton Apartments, 45 Lorraine. Yeah, I know you're happy to know where I am. Now, look, a client of mine, Marcia Palmer's committed suicide. Okay, I know it's a big town and you can't go poking into every suicide, but... Oh, sure, I could report it through the ordinary channels, but believe me, there's something offbeat about this case. Okay, if you don't want to bother, I'll just take care of this myself. Okay. Well, I guess we can expect the lieutenant, Brooksy.
Good.
Now, let's get inside, see what we can find around here.
Oh, I don't think I'd like to look at her again if I can help it.
Just take it easy, Brooksy. I don't think you're going to have to look at her.
What do you mean?
She isn't there.
But that's impossible.
I know. She couldn't have just walked out of here.
And the note's gone.
Oh, Riley's going to love this. Well, anyway, the gun is still here. There's something I'd like to know right now, Brooksy.
What do you mean, George?
Do I or don't I have a client?
Well...
And if I do, where is she? Dead or alive? Oh, hey, you. You're the janitor here, aren't you?
I'm the superintendent here, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Not that I believe anything like this happened, but did you notice Miss Palmer leave the building within the last few minutes?
Oh, the model?
Oh, whatever she was, did you see her?
No, and I've been working on this lawn for the last half hour. And if she did, I certainly would have... Young lady, did you say whatever she was?
Skip it, Chief. Now, did you see anyone else come out carrying, a large bundle and driving off with it?
Nobody. This is a very quiet time of the day around here.
I see.
Hey, look, who are you people anyway?
Say, I want to talk to that elderly lady who cleans the halls for you.
And have you understand that I do every stitch of work around here myself. That's why it's so neat and clean.
But we talked to a scrub woman when we came in.
In the flesh.
We don't have a scrub woman here. The way I keep this place, you can eat off the floor.
But
We have no scrub woman.
Valentine, aside from being a cop, I'm trying to be a logical, understanding man. When you tell me there was a girl sitting in this chair when you came in and she committed suicide, natural curiosity makes me ask one simple question. Where's the body?
We don't know.
Stop repeating yourself, Miss Brooks.
But she was there.
And while you were telephoning me in the bedroom, the corpse walked out on you. Well, I don't know why I should let that upset me. That sort of thing happens every day.
Well, it happened today.
Well, what about this letter she sent me, Lieutenant? And there's the gun, still on the desk.
Valentine, half the people who write you should be rounded up with a butterfly net.
The gun, Lieutenant?
Yes, we'll look at that right now. Careful, like, so we won't destroy the all-important fingerprints in this amazing case. There. Do you see what I see, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah.
Not one shot's been fired.
And from the looks and smell of this murderous instrument, I'd say it hadn't been used in weeks.
All right. I admit I'm stumped.
And this is the gun the girl who isn't here used to commit suicide. Yeah. How do you know she was even dead? Did you examine the body?
That's not fair, Lieutenant. You know you're not supposed to touch the body.
And where is this female Harvey who loves to polish mailboxes and doorknobs, but who doesn't work here?
Don't rub it in, Lieutenant. But I'm going to find an answer to this.
Oh, it's all yours. I'm going to have one of the boys track down your Miss Palmer for you, but if you ask me, my friend, somebody's taking you for a ride.
Well, if you ask me, my friend, it's Marcia Palmer who's been taken for a ride.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about conservation in your car. If you're not getting full gasoline mileage from your car, better have the spark plugs serviced for dirty, chipped, or cracked plugs. Often waste as much as 1 gallon out of every 10 gallons of gasoline. That's throwing away quite a bit of money, even if you buy only 10 gallons of gas a week. To help your spark plugs do their job, and they do have to fire 1 million times in every 1,000 miles, get them cleaned and reset. For this money-saving service, depend on the men who have a reputation for expert car care at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. If your spark plugs have given you 10,000 miles of service, you'll be money ahead by getting a new set of Atlas Champions. These spark plugs are precision-made for accurate timing, full flash sparking, trouble-free service without fuel waste. And you can get Atlas Champion spark plugs at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a young model threatens suicide, so you darn quick get over to her apartment. But she's already dead. You go into the bedroom to call Lieutenant Riley on the phone, but when you come back, the body isn't there at the desk anymore. All of which makes no sense at all. But if you're like George Valentine, you find yourself face to face with, of all things, a theatrical agent.
No, Max. None of the ladies in these pictures is the one I'm looking for.
Ah, what are you saying, Georgie? Every one of these ladies spent the better part of their lives scrubbing floors in front of audiences.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. But
Edna Tremaine. Look at her there. In one place, she spent 2 full acts on her knees scrubbing floors to send her son through medical school.
Uh-huh.
And then, in the 3rd act, when he's the president of the same medical school, he passes her in the corridor. She don't even recognize her. Pathetic, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm all choked up, Max. But will you listen to me?
Wasn't I all the time?
No, I told you I feel pretty sure that someone hired a woman and a darn good actress to play the part of a phony scrub woman at the Afton Apartments.
How can you be so sure? She was an actress, Georgie.
The phrase she used, Max. She said she only worked there because she was at liberty. Now, that's a theatrical term. You know that.
At liberty. How I hate those words. The more I hear them, the more money I don't make.
Come on. Think hard, Max. I described it to you. She has a thin, hatchet-like face, with eyes that try to smile at you, but you couldn't quite believe it.
Wait a minute, Georgie. I got a few more pictures. People I ain't used for years. I'll let you see them. Hold it till I call my secretary. Who am I kidding? I ain't got a secretary.
Oh, same old Max. Hey, there's room for $10 on the expense account if you can be of help.
Must be down here in this drawer. Here, take a look, Georgie.
Okay, all right. No.
That one it wouldn't be. Very versatile. Well, it's strictly burlesque.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
You recognize her?
She's the one, all right. What's her name? Where does she live?
I'll get you that information in a minute, sir. I'll just get my secretary.
Max?
Yeah. Who am I kidding? Oh, I used to have a secretary. Anyway, on the back of it says her name is Amy Randall.
Address?
Hotel Raleigh, character part, all dialects, glad to audition, age over 21. They all say that.
Okay, thanks, Max. I think I found just what I want.
I don't know how you found out where I live, Mr. Valentine, and I don't know what you want from an old scrub woman.
Do you mind if I hold your hand a minute, Mom?
Now, young
Such
man,
soft, well-kept hands. Not the hands of a scrub woman.
Huh?
Come on, Amy. Give it to me straight. I know all about you. You're an actress.
No. And I thought I played my part so perfectly.
Oh, that you did. You did that. You deserved 3 curtain calls. But come on now, who hired you to be there just when we arrived?
When you've been out of work as long as I have, Mr. Valentine, you don't ask any questions. $50 for an hour's work is a lot of money.
Who was the man?
He never said.
He gave you a check, didn't he?
No, it was all cash.
What did he look like?
Well, he was rather short and stout.
Uh-huh.
And he had just a kind of fringe of gray hair on his head.
Yeah?
Told me he saw me on the stage once and looked me up. He said he was playing a practical joke on somebody. I just had to say I was worried about Miss Palmer and put on an act.
Uh-huh.
For a moment there. Didn't you really believe I was the scrub woman? Didn't you?
I told you before, Mom, you were slightly terrific.
You don't know what it means for me to hear you say that.
And you don't know just what kind of part you played in the little drama today.
What?
But then again, that makes us even, Mom. I don't know that either.
All right. If that's the way it has to be, the 3 of us will sit down here in the lobby until Miss Palmer gets home tonight.
I don't know why you're here at all, Lieutenant Riley. I thought you were convinced that this was all a weird joke and somebody was taking George for a ride.
Well,
Practically your own words, Lieutenant.
Valentine, I can handle you alone. And Miss Brooks, I don't have too much trouble with you either. But when both of you gang up on me like this,
Yes.
Well, the truth is we haven't been able to find the Palmer dame all afternoon. And I just didn't put 1 man on the job, but 6. I covered all the places she usually hangs around, too, and nobody's seen her.
If you just stop blustering and pouting, Lieutenant, I'd like to say thanks for coming back.
Yeah? Well, I'm not doing you any favors. Every time you get a case like this, I get a headache. Let's say I'm here just because I can't afford to buy any more aspirin.
Well, how do you figure it, Lieutenant? Somebody went to a lot of trouble to hire an actress so she could create an appropriate atmosphere for the so-called suicide.
I know, Miss Brooks, I know.
Lieutenant Riley.
Stratton, I told you the first word I got about her, I'd let you know.
Oh, thank heaven you're still here.
What's the matter with you? What happened?
She's up there.
Huh?
Miss Palmer?
Up where?
In her apartment. She's sitting there at the desk. I thought for a moment she'd speak to me, but she didn't.
Okay,
She
don't
didn't.
fall apart. Let's have it in clear, simple language.
Huh?
In words of small syllables.
She's dead. She killed herself.
No question about it now. She's good and dead. What were you doing here anyway, Stratton?
I thought I heard footsteps, so I came up. You see, we'd had a little argument last night. I just wanted to tell her I was sorry.
What kind of an argument?
The kind 2 people have when they love each other. No reason for it, but I don't know, when you want to make up for it, suddenly it's just too late.
All right, Stratton. We'll talk about that sometime later on.
But why the fake suicide this afternoon? And then to come back here tonight and go through the whole thing for keeps.
Hey, this might mean something, Lieutenant.
What's that?
There's a smear of blood on the light switch over there.
Oh, I must have done that. It was dark, and fumbling for the light, I must have touched the desk first. Didn't even notice it, because as soon as I saw
This gun on the desk, the one Miss Palmer used, have you ever noticed it around here before?
Yeah. I told Marcia she was a fool to keep it around, but she had a license for it. She felt she was safer with it.
Any reason why she should write me a letter like this? Go on, Stratton. Take a good look at it.
It's Marcia's handwriting, all right. I'm sure of that. I can't understand what she could have meant.
Didn't you yourself say she seemed to be afraid of something?
I said she looked as though she did, and she really did, but I still don't know what it could have been.
Okay, Valentine, I know there might be a lot more to this, but for the time being, I've got to accept the obvious.
Obvious, he says.
Miss Palmer wrote you a letter threatening suicide. She went through with it. That's all we've got to work on for the time being. Oh, Stratton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be at headquarters at 10 in the morning. We want to get your story down straight.
It happens to be a very convenient hour for me, Lieutenant. You see, I'm unemployed.
Oh, one more thing, Stratton.
Yeah.
Marcia was a model. Where did she work?
She modeled clothes for a big firm downtown called the Mode Moderne.
Uh-huh. Which brings me to you, Brooksy.
Huh? I fail to see the connection.
We'll talk about it later. But you also have a date tomorrow morning at 10.
Yes, Miss Brooks. I'm Miss Gavin, the head model here.
Well, I know you're going to think I'm just perfectly mercenary.
Aren't we all?
I mean, to be here at the Mode Moderne the first thing in the morning after reading about what happened to that poor Marcia Palmer. Wasn't it perfectly awful?
Yes. It was quite a shock to all of us here.
Well, I thought there might be an opening for me here. After all, I'm a perfect 12, and I've had loads of experience modeling. You can check with Mr. Gillespie at High Style Incorporated or Mr. Farbstein at the...
Well, even if Mr. Wyatt were here, he's the head of the firm, you know, I doubt if this would be the right time to talk about taking Marcia's place. I think he was more upset than any of us about what happened.
Well, like I said, wasn't it perfectly awful? The paper said there was a note. She was afraid of something.
That I don't believe, Miss Brooks.
You don't?
Marcia and I were quite close. She wasn't afraid of anything. She was always happy and cheerful, especially yesterday when we had lunch together.
You don't say.
I even asked her what there was to be so happy about. Oh, she said it was a joke, and she'd tell me about it some other time.
A joke, huh? Isn't that just perfectly...
I know. Awful. Now, if you'd like to leave your name...
Well, I would like to talk to Mr. Wyatt.
I'm afraid you can't. He won't be in at all today. He's being honored at a luncheon at the Commodore, his club.
How perfectly exciting.
He even has a picture in the paper.
Oh?
Here.
Oh, my, he looks so friendly and chubby.
Marcia and I called Mr. Wyatt Cupid. Oh, but never to his face, if you know what I mean. Shall I tell him that you'll get in touch with him, Miss Brooks?
Oh, but definitely.
Well, your little interview at Mode Moderne, Angel, only makes this case screwier than ever.
Well, as soon as I heard about Mr. Wyatt and saw his angelic countenance in the paper, I thought he might fit in somewhere.
Yeah, short, chubby little man hired our actress for him to play scrubwoman. Oh, he fits in all right, but not with the facts.
What do you mean, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Let's go and see Riley, see what he's got out of Stratton.
Oh, Valentine, I've been expecting you.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, so. Well, here's the way it stacks up this morning. The medical examiner goes along with the suicide theory. Gun, fingerprints, everything. Stratton here tells a straight story.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
So that's about it for now, Valentine.
Just one thing's been puzzling me.
Yeah?
Stratton, apartment 4A where Marcia lived has exactly the same layout as yours in 3A, hasn't it?
Well, I suppose so. You know, these apartment houses, not much imagination.
But you said you fumbled for the light switch and got blood on it because you were over at the desk first.
That's exactly what you said, Stratton.
Well, I suppose so. I don't remember.
3 of us were there when you said it.
Now, why did you have to fumble for the light switch? It's exactly in the same place in Marcia's apartment as in yours, right next to the door.
Well, maybe I didn't explain myself just right.
You were planning Marcia's body at the desk where it was, and the gun, too.
No, you're
that
wrong.
You wanted to do in darkness. Then you put on the light and went running downstairs. That's why
Hold it, Valentine. Hold it. I'll take it from here.
Look, Lieutenant, you got to listen to me.
That smear of blood on the light switch puts you square on the spot, fella. Now, the less you say now without a lawyer, the better. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
Well, you'll have to pardon us. Brooksy and I have a luncheon date at the Commodore.
Huh? Have we? Oh, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Valentine. I want to talk to you
Maybe
about...
you're happy about this way this case washed out, Lieutenant, but I'm not. Go on, keep talking, Mr. Wyatt.
I don't know what to say. I should be inside in the ballroom, Mr. Valentine, talking to the fellows.
How can you even think of your silly club now, after everything that's happened?
All in all, it was a pretty elaborate job, even hiring a character actress to build suspense.
Yes, I tried to think of everything.
You did?
Oh, it was a clever stunt, all right, getting Miss Palmer to write that letter to me. It amounted to a suicide.
I knew I couldn't afford to overlook a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry I ever got involved in the whole mess.
Okay, Mr. Wyatt, don't take it so hard. You better get back to your luncheon. And, oh, yeah, go easy on the cream chicken.
George, I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, all right.
Oh, I know children can be children. But a grown man like Mr. Wyatt...
Oh, not a mere man, Angel. The new president of the Liars Club, being honored at the Commodore, no less.
Fantastic.
You see, Brooksy, He had to have the tallest story ever heard for this inaugural, and he probably would have had.
I'll say.
A suicide that wasn't a suicide. A missing body and all the trimmings. He knows all the names, facts, and answers. But still, there he was, free and unfettered to address all his fellow liars. Boy, can you top that one?
Not at the moment. But maybe Marcia wouldn't have been murdered at all if Mr. Wyatt hadn't dreamed up that gag.
No, Brooksy, we can be pretty sure she would have. You read Glenn Stratton's confession. He was insanely jealous. He was just waiting for the right opportunity.
Thinking back, it makes me shudder, George. To fool us, Marcia went down to Stratton's apartment, probably laughing at the joke. Then he killed her and brought her back upstairs.
Yeah. Wyatt must have cooked up the deal with his favorite model down at Stratton's apartment. That's why Wyatt told the phony scrub woman it was 3A.
Darling, Riley's never going to forgive you for leaving him up in the air, not knowing whether he had the murderer or not.
Yeah, but I had to talk to my client, Brooksy.
Client?
Well, can you think of anybody else in the case I could pin for a fee? Except the biggest liar in the world?
George, I have an idea. Let's present him with a bill that will make even Mr. Wyatt scream, "It's a lie!"
It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, look, Barney, what was the idea of dragging me into this doorway when that car came up?
Boy, Mr. Valentine, did you see him turn around and beat it when he started getting to work?
What works? What happened?
Oh, we figured you might be followed when you left the Swedes, so the Bearcats were ready on the roof with ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, stuff like that. Boy, they let him have it.
I suppose I should say thanks.
Ah, nothing to it. Say, what'd you find out about Danny?
Nothing much, kid. Except that there are at least two characters who'd do anything to keep me from finding out.
Well, don't you worry. They won't. Not with the Bearcats on the job.
Tonight's adventure, George Valentine, has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jacqueline DeWitt as Gloria, Tony Barrett as Glenn Stratton, Glenn Delano as the scrub woman, Ralph Moody as the janitor, and Harry Lang as Max. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to Let George Do It. Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. George Valentine would be the last person in the world to take a job that was not exciting, even with a large salary attached. That's why he opened his office and advertised to solve any problem, for a fee, of course. Well, he's had his excitement, all right, sometimes more excitement than he bargained for. Right now, George, his secretary, Claire, and Sonny are driving along in his car.
Mr. Valentine, why so much mystery? Where are we going?
Just playing hooky from the office, huh, Mr. Valentine?
We can't afford to play hooky, Mr. Valentine. You know that.
Have you two ever heard of the Harding bookshop?
Not I.
Never. Why? Should we have?
Well, that's where we're going.
To buy a book?
Of course not, Sonny. Mr. Valentine has a book.
Here, bright girl, take a look at this newspaper clipping.
What does it say, sis?
William Harding, eccentric owner of the Harding bookshop, died in his sleep last night. He leaves his widow Harriet and a nephew Frank. Mr. Harding had been in poor health.
Okay, that's enough.
Well, what about it? Man dies in his sleep. Where do we come in?
Well, his widow phoned. She wants me to meet her at the bookshop at 11. She made it sound urgent.
Jeepers, I wonder why she wants to see you.
An eccentric book dealer dies in his sleep. His widow is very anxious to see me. Kids, I don't know what it's all about, but it has all the ingredients for some real excitement.
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Valentine. The bookshop's closed.
Maybe Mrs. Harding hasn't arrived yet.
Wait a minute. I think I hear someone in there.
I'm sorry, but we're not open for business. The shop is closed.
Oh, Mrs. Harding, I'm Mr. Valentine, and these are my assistants.
Oh, of course. I've been expecting you. Come in.
Suffering cats, look at the place.
Books scattered all over.
Yeah. Somebody been searching for something, Mrs. Harding?
You can see why I called you. Someone broke in here last night.
Did you phone the police?
No, no, I didn't.
No? Why not?
Because I think it was an inside job. The windows were securely locked. They don't look as though they'd been tampered with. Someone unlocked the door and walked right in.
I see. You suspect someone in your family. That's why you didn't phone the police.
Mr. Valentine, I won't try to keep anything from you. I suspect my husband's nephew, Frank.
Did he have keys to the shop?
As far as I know, my husband and I had the only keys.
But you must have some reason for suspecting Frank.
Well, he's always been a wild boy. I never had any use for him. My husband was fond of him. He even had Frank helping here in the shop.
Mrs. Harding, just what was this person looking for, do you know?
Money.
Money?
I'm not sure, of course, but I think my husband had some money hidden away here.
Uh-huh.
You may have heard my husband was, well, he was odd. It would be like him to hide the money in his shop.
Then he mentioned some money to you?
He always said that we'd be well taken care of in our old age, and yet he died penniless.
I see. And just what do you want me to do?
If there's any money here, I want you to find it. I'll pay you, of course.
Oh, of course. But the shop's already been searched. Maybe the money's been found.
I don't think so. You see, I frightened the person away.
Oh, then you saw someone.
I just caught a glimpse of someone running away. It was dark, but I think it was a man.
Mm-hmm. Why did you come down here last night, Mrs. Harding?
I wanted to look around myself.
Oh, yes, of course. All right, Mrs. Harding, I'll keep in touch with you. Come on, kids.
I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Let's go, kids.
What do you make of it, Mr. Valentine?
Say, quite a girl, isn't she? Her husband dies, and that same night she's down at his shop looking for any money he may have hidden.
Well, why don't we stay here and search the shop?
Because someone beat us to it, Sonny. Besides, I want to know a little more about this case. And a little more about Harding's death, too.
Mr. Valentine, do you think he was murdered?
I'm just guessing. Come on, let's go to the car.
Hey, wait a minute. I want a word with you.
Jeepers, I wonder who that is.
Must be the nephew.
I just want to warn you not to believe half of what my aunt tells you. She's not herself. She's hysterical.
Oh. Well, I don't agree with you, Frank. Your aunt seems unusually calm, considering.
Calm? She called you in, didn't she? She knew what she was doing. Why would she call in a private investigator?
How did you know I'd been called in?
Well, you were, weren't you? Suppose she told you there's some money hidden away. That's a lot of baloney.
Is it?
You're just wasting your time. They said some money disappeared after my father died, too, but we never found any. There's always that kind of talk when someone eccentric dies.
Just when did your father die?
5 years ago.
Uh-huh. Frank, were you with your uncle when he passed away?
No. It was during the day. I was in the shop with my aunt. Miss Barry phoned us.
Miss Barry?
Alice Barry, the nurse. My uncle's known her since she was a child. Of course, she's a young woman now. Very attractive, too.
Okay, Frank. See you again sometime.
No, you won't. I'm going to tell Aunt Harriet to call you off.
Yeah, do that.
Do you think she'll listen to him, Mr. Valentine?
No, she doesn't trust him. Claire, I want you to get all the information you can on Harding's death, and meet me here.
Here?
Yeah, in front of the bookshop, about 10 o'clock tonight. And, Sonny.
Yes, sir?
Get down to the Evening Express. Talk to Ben Steele. He's a friend of mine. He'll let you look through the old newspaper files.
But what am I going to be looking for?
Well, Frank's father died 5 years ago. Get what you can on it.
Okay, Mr. Valentine. Hey, what are you going to be doing?
Oh, he's going to talk to the nurse, of course.
Why, Claire, how did you guess?
Oh, she's young and attractive. Naturally, you'd want to investigate that yourself, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Harding had been ill for years. There was nothing mysterious about his death. But don't take my word for it. Talk to Dr. Mark.
Oh, I'd rather talk to you, Miss Berry.
And I know Mr. Harding didn't leave any money. You're wrong about that, too. If you don't mind my saying so.
Miss Berry, when a woman is beautiful, she can toss my theories into the ash can, and I don't open my mouth.
I'll find that out after I get to know you better.
Oh? You're going to know me better?
Of course.
What makes you think Harding didn't leave any money?
Because he couldn't even afford to pay me a salary. He gave me this box of old phonograph records instead.
I see. Miss Berry.
Alice.
Alice?
Alice.
Alice, did Harding die in his sleep?
Oh, yes.
Then he didn't say anything before he died?
Well, he mumbled something.
Mumbled something? What, could you tell?
I suppose he thought he was a little boy again, listening to Mother Goose.
Why, what did he say?
Mary had a lamb.
Mary had a lamb. Are you sure?
Well, the words Mary and lamb were plain enough.
Uh-huh. Look, here's my card. If you think of anything else, give me a buzz, will you?
I'll give you a buzz.
Oh, good. Say, how does that verse go? Do you remember?
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow.
Oh, yeah. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
You're late.
I was detained.
By the nurse?
Now, never mind.
What are we going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Well, we're going to get inside this bookshop.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, where did you get those keys?
They've opened lots of doors. See? Never fail.
I'll try to find the light switch.
Now, don't bother. I'll use my flashlight. Sonny,
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
stand near the window, will you? Let me know if you see anyone.
Okay.
Mr. Valentine, the books are all back in place.
Well, Mrs. Harding must be a neat housekeeper. Come on, Claire. Now, we're looking for the section that has books for children.
Then the nurse did give you a clue. Was she helpful?
Oh, yes. And beautiful.
Really? Tell me about her.
Well, I haven't time. Couldn't do it justice. Here we are now. Let's see. Peter Rabbit, Alice in Wonderland. Hey, look for Mother Goose.
Is she a blonde?
Yes. Treasure
A
Island.
natural blonde?
Oh, Claire, will you concentrate on Mother Goose?
Oh. Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah, good. Now find Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Why?
Oh, Claire.
Oh, all right. Little Jack Horner, little Miss Muffet. Mary had a... Oh, here it is.
Good. Now read it.
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow.
Uh-huh.
And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. Do you want all the verses?
Well, isn't there anything written on that page?
No.
Well, maybe there's some more Mother Goose books.
These are all there seem to be.
Okay, hang on to it.
Put your hands up.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Suffering cats.
Now, what are you doing here, Frank? Where did you come from?
I was in back. I've been waiting for someone to show up.
Why? What made you think someone would show up?
Well, the place was ransacked last night.
And you thought it might happen again tonight, huh?
You can't tell. And Harriet says she frightened the person away. He might come back.
Uh-huh. That may be why you're here. Or, then again, you might be looking for the money yourself.
I told you there isn't any money.
Okay, Frank. Now put that gun away. You might hurt somebody.
And get out of here, all of you.
All right, we're going. Coming with us?
I'm going to stay here and keep an eye on things.
Say, that's a very good idea, Frank. Just keep an eye on things. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. Everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. I can see
Oh,
that.
Mr. Valentine, it's a little late to be reading Mother Goose.
Well, look, here's what we've got so far, kids. Harding's brother, who's supposed to have money, dies, but he doesn't leave anything. On the other hand, Harding, who's supposed to be poor, tells his wife they'll be provided for in their old age.
Oh, I see. You think he had his brother's money.
And he hid it in his bookshop.
That's what Mrs. Harding thinks, and so does Frank.
Well, go on.
Well, this Mother Goose rhyme should lead us to the money.
Why?
Because Harding tried to tell Alice about it before he died.
Alice?
The nurse.
Oh, first name.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, who'd be phoning at this hour?
Hey, get it, will you, Claire?
Hello?
Is Mr. Valentine there?
Yes, who's calling?
Alice Barry.
Oh, just a minute. Your nurse. And she's not a natural blonde. I can tell by her voice.
Have it your way. Hello, Alice.
Mr. Valentine, maybe I can help you after all.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, you remember that Mr. Harding left me a box of records?
Yes?
Well, I was looking through the box of phonograph records when suddenly
Hello. Hello, Alice.
Mr. Valentine, what's the matter?
Something's happened to her. I've got to get over there quick.
Well, it'll take George a few minutes to get to Alice's apartment. Meantime, I'd like to tell you about a conversation I had recently. One of my Chevron dealer friends asked me the other day what qualities I look for in a gas station. So I said that, first of all, I looked for Chevron Supreme gasoline and RPM compounded motor oil. Well, that's easy, he said. Just keep your eye peeled for a cream, green, and burgundy station. That's your cue for Chevron. Then I told him that I'm a credit card user. Don't blame you, says he, and don't forget that Chevron credit cards are as good as gold at our stations. So then I told him my favorite gas station must be a friendly place where I can depend on getting good service for my car. The dealer laughed and said, "It sure sounds like a Chevron gas station to me." We all had plenty of experience before branching out on our own. Now that we're in business for ourselves, we know how to keep our customers happy by keeping their cars in good shape. I had to agree with my friend. Chevron gas stations offer just about everything a motorist wants. Try them yourself and see. Well, George was about to get some important information. The nurse, Alice Barry, phoned him, but before she could explain, something happened to her. Now it's a few minutes later. George is opening the door to her apartment.
Alice! Alice! Oh, you poor kid. Here, let's get you up on that couch.
Oh.
Now, take it easy. You're going to be all right.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Wait a minute. I'm going to put you down here. There you are. Now, you better lie still for a few minutes. I'll get you a drink of water.
No, please don't leave me.
Now, don't be frightened. Hey, you've got a nasty-looking bruise on your forehead. Otherwise, you seem to be okay. How do you feel?
Oh, like I've got two heads.
Yeah, I'll bet. Want to tell me what happened?
Well, there isn't anything to tell. I was talking to you on the phone, and then it happened. Somebody took a sock at me.
Well, who was it? Don't you know?
No, he must have crept up and hit me from behind.
From behind?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't see him at all, huh?
No, for all I know, it might have been a woman.
Yeah. It might very well have been a woman. What about the records?
No, I guess they're gone. They were on that table over there.
That's bad luck.
Oh, don't worry about them. It was just an old bunch of records. Believe me, if all those endearing young charms, Who is Sylvia, and a few more like that.
But I thought you discovered something about them.
I guess the person who stole them thought so, too. No, Mr. Valentine, that's not why I phoned you.
Feel like telling me about it?
Of course. You see, while I was looking through the records, I got to thinking about Mr. Harding and what he'd said just before he died.
Yes?
I could almost see the whole thing all over again. He was moaning and tossing around in the bed. I ran to him and felt his pulse.
Go on.
I told you that he said Mary had a lamb. But now as I think back, Mr. Valentine, I'm almost certain he said Mary Hayden Lamb. Mary Hayden Lamb.
Mary Hayden Lamb. A woman's name?
That's right. Do you think it means anything?
Well, it must mean something. Yeah. It'll probably lead us right to the money. That is, if there is any money. Now, look, I gotta beat it. But I want you to lock the door behind me, understand?
Don't worry. After this, I'll always lock my door.
Good. Better put some ice on that forehead. It's turning a beautiful purple.
I'll be all right. Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
If it does mean anything, will you let me in on it? I feel as though I have a stake in this now.
Oh, I don't blame you. Okay, Alice. I'll keep in touch with you. Hey, open up. Hey, Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward, hey, open up.
Wait a minute. You out of your mind? What are you doing here at this hour?
I want to buy a book.
Well, go away. We're closed. Come back in the morning.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't close the door, Mr. Ward. I got to have something to read tonight.
You realize it's after 11?
I know. I'm terribly sorry, but let me in, will you?
Oh, all right. Come in. Other people have sane customers, but I suppose it's got to be a mystery with at least 6 murders in it.
Mr. Ward, did you ever hear of a book called Mary Hayden Lamb?
Oh, never, no.
Are you sure? I came here because you have a reputation for knowing every book that's ever been published.
There's never been a book published by that name. Now, however, if you were to ask if there were ever a novelist by that name, I'd give you a different answer.
A novelist? Hey, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Well, tell me about it, will you?
Well, she was a local writer, and to my knowledge, she wrote but one book, thank heaven.
Why do you say that?
Because it's by far the worst trash it's ever been my bad luck to read.
I see. What's it called?
Isle of Love. It's about a girl and an island and a man, and if you want something to put you to sleep, I'll personally guarantee you your money back.
Then you've got a copy, huh?
One. Almost sold it this afternoon.
Almost sold it. Is that so? Someone wanted it, huh?
Well, asked me about it anyway. But evidently I had the good taste to turn it down. I found it on the counter when I was putting my books away.
Well, who asked to see the book, Mr. Ward? Do you remember?
Certainly not. I do a big business, young man, and I can't keep track of every customer who walks into my shop. Unless they make a special impression by getting me out of bed at this unearthly hour.
Okay. Anyway, you've made a sale. I'll take Isle of Love.
No, you've made a bad choice. Yeah, here you are. Marked down to 89 cents. And, young man, believe me, I'm cheating you.
Hey, Claire, Sonny, come on, wake up.
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine.
May we go home now, slave driver?
Oh, I'm sorry, kids. I know it's late, but we can't stop now. Don't dare take the chance. Somebody may be getting desperate.
What do you mean?
What do you expect to happen?
Well, nothing if I can beat them to it. Now, Claire, I've got a job for you. How are you in the charm department?
Charm?
Yeah, that's right. Have you got any? Don't answer that.
Whom do I have to charm?
Frank.
The nephew? I quit.
Hey, I knew he was suspicious. As soon as I saw him, I said to myself, now there's
Shut up,
a guy...
will you, Sonny? Claire, I want you to get Frank out of the bookshop tonight.
So that you can get in there without his seeing.
That's the idea. Think you can do it?
Oh, it should be simple, even if my hair isn't blonde. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Valentine. I'll take care of Frank.
Who is it?
Oh, put that gun down, Frank. It's Claire.
Oh. You're Mr. Valentine's assistant, aren't you? What do you want?
Well, Mr. Valentine's just down the street at your aunt's house.
What do you want?
Well, I was with them, but then they wanted to talk alone, so, well, they sort of left me stranded. Don't I look stranded?
Yeah.
Well, your aunt was giving Mr. Valentine an earful. She's not very fond of you, is she?
You can't forget that I was once a wild kid. I've straightened out since then.
Oh, I can see that.
What do you want?
I want to come in. Use the phone to call a cab.
Why didn't you stop at a drugstore?
Oh, well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Wait a minute. Pretty late for you to be wandering around.
Ah, I knew you had fine instincts, Frank.
Oh, all right. Come on, I'll take you in my car.
Okay, Sonny, come on.
The coast clear?
Yeah, they just drove away in Frank's car. Now, don't turn on the light.
Excuse me for asking, Mr. Valentine, but just what are we looking for?
We are looking for a book.
More Mother Goose?
No, The Isle of Love. There ought to be a copy just like this one somewhere in here.
But why do you want two copies?
Don't you understand, Sonny? I've got to have Mr. Harding's copy of this book.
Oh. No, I don't understand.
Never mind. Just start looking.
Yeah, but Mr. Valentine, there's at least 1,000 books in the shop.
Let's see now. Mary Hayden Lamb was a local writer. Now, why would Harding choose her book unless... Hey, wait a minute. I think I got it, Sonny. He must have known her.
Well, what of it?
That means it would be Harding's personal book, see?
Oh. No, I don't see.
Come on. There's a little room in back of the store. Remember? That's where Frank was hiding the last time we were here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, come on.
It's dark.
Careful now. Here we are. I'll look around with my flashlight. Now, let's see.
Hey, there's a desk, Mr. Valentine.
Are there any books on it?
Sure.
Read the titles.
Webster's Dictionary, The Complete Shakespeare, Cooking for Fun, and The Isle...
The Isle of Love. That's it. Grab it, Sonny, and let's get out of here.
Okay, Mr. Valentine.
We'll take it back to the office.
Hey, aren't we ever going to get to sleep tonight?
We haven't time. Now, let's get to the car. Sonny, duck.
Jeepers, what was that?
Somebody took a shot at it.
Mr. Valentine.
It's all right, Sonny. You missed.
Yeah, but let's get out of here quick. I don't think that person likes us. then somebody started shooting at us. Oh, it was plenty exciting, sis.
You're lucky. Frank's a bore. This conversation is brilliant. It's either yes or yeah.
I guess it was Mrs. Harding shooting at us, huh, Mr. Valentine? Because Frank was with Claire.
Not for long.
No?
No, he just took me to a cab stand.
I see. Run out of charm?
Oh.
Jeepers, Mr. Valentine, you've just about taken that book apart.
Well, there's nothing in here. No secret compartment, no writing on the pages. I can't find a thing.
Well, then let's go home and get some sleep.
No, we can't stop now. Okay, kids, make yourselves comfortable.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'll have to start reading the book.
Aloud?
Certainly. I might miss something.
You're going to read all of it?
That's right. Here we go. The summer sun was setting in a blaze of glory, casting its light like a shimmering ribbon of golden orange across the lake. On the bank, her wavy hair streaming from her uplifted head, stood Jennifer.
Oh, I can tell this is going to be a classic.
Perhaps her dream of love was to become a reality, for coming toward her was a canoe, and in the canoe was a man.
Mr. Valentine, do you think Sonny's old enough?
Oh, keep quiet, will you? Jennifer sighed longingly. Sonny. Perhaps her stay on the island was at an end. Her face was alive with expectancy. Weeks had gone by. Jennifer knew that this was her man.
What choice did she have on a desert island?
In spite of his aloofness, in spite of his air of mystery, Jennifer knew that she loved him. And then a wonderful thing happened. He knelt beside her and kissed her.
Well, it's about time.
Oh, she said, then you do love me.
Naive creature, isn't she?
Yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. If you don't believe me, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight. And I love you, too, she told him.
Wait a minute. What was that again?
And I love you, too, she told him.
No. Go back to where he loves her.
Oh, yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. If you don't believe me, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Hey, that doesn't make sense.
Hey, wait a minute. The printing on this page looks a little different. Yeah, and so does the paper. Claire, get my copy of the book.
Here it is.
Okay, turn to page 82. Come on. Okay, now read that part.
Yes, he answered. I love you with all my heart. I swear it, Jennifer.
That's enough. This is it, kids. Mr. Harding printed this page himself. Look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Mr. Valentine, there's a grandfather's clock in the bookshop.
That's right, Sonny. And there's where that money must be hidden. Claire, get Mrs. Harding on the phone. Tell her to meet us at the bookshop right away.
At this hour?
And then phone Frank at the shop. Tell him to expect us.
All right.
Oh, and Claire, phone Miss Berry, will you? She wanted to be in on the kill.
Oh, now you've got me phoning your blondes for you. Well, whatever you say, Mr. Valentine.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Valentine? Why don't you give me my money?
You mean my money, Aunt Harriet?
Now, don't fight over the money. We don't even know if there is any.
Then why did you call us here?
And why bring Alice into this?
Well, if there is any money, you'll have to thank Alice. She gave me the clue.
Then it really was a clue, Mr. Valentine.
That's right, Alice. It led me to a book. And in the book, I found some words that Mr. Harding printed. It said, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
The grandfather's clock. I'm going to see about this.
Now, take it easy, Frank.
Now, Frank, that's not your property. Get away from that clock.
There's nothing in here.
The clue didn't say there was something in the clock. It said, look carefully when the grandfather's clock strikes the hour of midnight.
Well, it's striking 12 now.
Well, what's different about the clock when it strikes 12 than at any other time?
When it strikes 12, both hands point up.
Smart girl, Claire. Sonny, hand me that chair.
Okay. You think there's something on top of the clock?
No, above it. On the wall here. Yeah, you see? There's a false panel.
Need any help?
Oh, thanks, Frank. I think I can do it with the heel of my hand. That does it.
What is it?
Is there something in there?
Yes, a package.
What's in it?
Just a minute, I'll see. Well. Bills, large denominations, and lots of them.
Let me have that.
Now, don't rush me. Hey, there's a note here, too.
What does it say?
Mrs. Harding, is this your husband's handwriting?
No, it isn't.
That's my father's handwriting. You see, the money is mine.
Not so fast, Frank.
Well, what does the note say?
It says, Dear Brother Bill, I'm leaving this money in your care. Frank is too wild to be trusted with it. When he settles down, you can give it to him.
Then give it to him.
Oh, wait a minute, there's more. There's a condition I attach to this. Frank must provide for you and your wife as long as either of you shall live.
Is that all?
That's it, Mrs. Harding.
Then it is Frank's money. Give it to him. He doesn't have to provide for me.
No, this money is for both of us, Aunt Harriet.
Well, that's more than I deserve, Frank.
You can stop talking right now and hand that money over.
Alice!
Give it to me, Mr. Valentine, and hurry up about it.
I never argue with a beautiful woman, especially when she has a gun in her hand.
Mr. Valentine, was she the one who was after the money all along?
That's right. When she phoned me and got bumped on the head, I thought it was funny I didn't hear the blow over the telephone. And if she was hit from behind, why was the bruise on the forehead?
Never mind the explanations. Hand that over.
Then she's the one who shot at us.
Certainly. She couldn't get in here to look for the book because Frank was guarding the place. First, she tried to put me off the track with that Mother Goose stuff. But she finally gave me the right clue. She figured if she told me the truth, I'd get the money and she'd tail me and pick it up.
That's enough out of you, Mr. Valentine. Give me the money.
Oh, certainly. Here you are, Miss Berry.
But, Mr.
Now,
Valentine...
don't try to stop her, Frank. It's dangerous.
You're right. It is dangerous. Stay just where you are. Don't any of you make a move.
But Mr. Valentine.
Careful.
But you're letting her get away.
Not very far. The police are out there.
Hey, it's okay, Mr. Valentine. They got her.
Your money will be returned to you, Frank.
Thanks, Mr. Valentine. I owe you a lot.
That's right. But you'll get a bill in the morning. Come on, kids.
Good night, Mr. Valentine.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, I'm really going to sleep tonight.
Yeah, so am I.
Oh, too bad. Too bad it had to end this way.
Huh? What do you mean?
He's thinking about the nurse. Aren't you, Mr. Valentine?
You know, Claire, I believe she was a natural blonde after all.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter whether you sit in an office or ride a tractor. Life these days seems to be getting more complicated for everybody. Any convenience that makes living a little simpler is always as welcome as spring. Your Chevron dealer knows this, as any friendly businessman should. So he tries to make you his friend by making his cream, green, and burgundy station as convenient and efficient as he can. He'll make it a point to know your car and the grade of RPM compounded motor oil you use. He'll urge you to use a Chevron credit card because he wants to save you time. He handles Chevron Supreme gasoline because he knows it'll give you good going wherever you drive. He takes the trouble to know the country nearby so that he can give you good travel tips. When you get right down to it, at Chevron gas stations, you get the same sort of convenient service you expect from any other wide-awake home-owned business. Get acquainted with the one near you. You'll like it. Well, next week, George Valentine is confronted with a problem, a big problem. You'll probably hear something like this.
Client or no client, Mr. Valentine, you can't keep a dog that big in this apartment.
Jeepers, do you realize he eats 6 pounds of food a day?
6 pounds? What kind of food?
I'm not sure, but he seemed awfully fond of my head.
Okay, Sonny. Go out and buy him a bone.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vincent. Others in the cast were Jane Morgan as Mrs. Harding, Harry Bartell as Frank Harding, Evelyn Scott as Alice Barry, and Paul McVeigh as Mr. Ward. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Donley Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger is my stock and trade. If it's so far over your head you can't even reach it with a sky hook, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Valentine, here's a laugh. A private dick falling for that screwy ad of yours. Her name is Joe Logan. We ran across each other a couple of times, but that's not important. Here's the deal. I'm meeting somebody at the Half Moon Motel tonight. I'm not the sensitive type, but Something about this ring's phony. So if you read about me in the obituary column tomorrow, I want you to cry murder, good and loud. Encloses $100
$100 for your trouble. But if you hear my sweet gravel voice over the phone before noon tomorrow, forget the whole thing and buy yourself a drink. Signed, Joe Logan.
I'm not buying that, Angel. It's too pat. Joe Logan knocked off by a hit-and-run driver last night of all nights.
Yeah, but don't forget it says here that Mr. Logan had his customary snootful when he was clipped by that car on a deserted stretch of Whitman Highway.
And not too far away from the Half Moon Motel. Better put your ear stoppers in, Brooksy.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm going to cry bloody murder the way my client wanted it. Good and loud.
Look, Valentine, I don't want to be antisocial, but the only thing I've got eyes for this morning is a report just sent in. Frank Potter, prominent banker and philanthropist, was murdered.
How about one Joseph Logan? I think he was murdered, too.
You think, but this I know. Frank Potter was murdered, and he happened to be a close friend of the police commissioner.
Oh.
Yes, sir, and the commissioner doesn't like his friends being bumped off unless I can produce the miscreant 5 minutes later. So call me tomorrow.
Oh, that's a fine attitude, Lieutenant. The only safe way to get murdered in this town is to be a friend of the commissioner's.
Oh, now look, Miss Brooks, why don't we talk this over on my day off when I can afford to be a gentleman, huh?
Oh.
Right now, I want... now what? Yes, Riley. Huh? Okay, I'm on my way out there now. What's that? What's the name of that place? Go on, I'm listening. And you say this Mrs. Cronin identified the man she saw with Potter? Okay, Sergeant. Okay, I'm as good as there right now.
Well, Brooksy, I guess they're too busy for us today.
Yeah.
Here, we'll be back, Lieutenant, when this storm is over.
No, you don't, Valentine. You're not leaving here.
Well, what's the matter with you anyway?
Do you know where Frank Potter was murdered?
Look, I'm not my usual psychic self this morning. Where?
The Half Moon Motel.
George!
Go on, Lieutenant.
Yes, the Half Moon Motel. And a dame out there, a Mrs. Cronin, identified your client, Joe Logan, as the man who did the killing.
I'm surprised, Mr. Valentine. The police didn't get around to me yet.
Any time now, Maggie. They know that in a racket like Logan's, the secretary knows more about a boss than anybody else in the world.
Maggie, don't you have any idea what Mr. Logan might have been afraid of last night?
I just know that Joe's death was no accident. I didn't even know he wrote that note.
Not that it matters to Logan now, but that letter to me puts him right there in the Half Moon Motel with Potter.
Why does it? Joe had other clients. Whenever he didn't want to meet somebody here at the office, he'd call up the Half Moon Motel. I know the police would love to pin this on Joe, but I'm not going to let them out.
Oh, cut it, Maggie. Let me have that.
What?
Yeah, that page from the appointment pad. You're too nervous for any sleight of hand today. 8 o'clock. Frank Potter. Half Moon.
Oh, so you knew he was going to meet Mr. Potter, didn't you?
All right, I did. But Joe didn't kill anybody.
All right, maybe I believe it. But that's not good enough, Maggie. I got to make sure. Now, what about the deal your boss had with Potter?
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, you don't, huh? Okay, come on, Brooksy. We're wasting our time.
Wait.
You want to play this hand face up with me?
It's the truth. I don't know what Potter wanted with Joe.
Or perhaps what Joe wanted with Potter?
Whichever way it was, but they did have a quarrel right here in the office yesterday morning.
That just makes the case stronger against Logan.
I couldn't hear what they were fighting about. Finally, Potter slammed out of here in a rage.
I see. Just one more point, and let's face it. The medical examiner reported that Joe was a little more than slightly crocked when that car sideswiped him.
Joe never drank so much he didn't know what he was doing.
Just the same, how about a list of his favorite bars? It might help if I knew where he was before he went to meet Potter.
Joe's favorite bars? How do you want them, from A to Z?
Oh, George, can't you see she's all upset?
Could have been Johnny's place near City Hall, or Chris's on West Laredo Street, or it could have been...
Mort's Paddock Bar on Whitman Highway?
What's that, Brooksy?
Look at this book of matches in the ashtray. Mort's Paddock Bar, where good sports meet.
Yes, that's another place Joe used to like to sit and talk to Mort.
Whitman Highway. That's on the way to that motel.
And Mr. Logan was run down on Whitman Highway.
Yeah. See you later, Maggie.
Well,
Mr. Valentine, should I be forthright?
Oh, by all means, Mort.
If it was anybody else, Mr. Logan, I would have said he was well under the influence when he left my place last night.
But seeing it was Mr. Logan, what would you say?
Well, you see, he's one of those good-looking, strapping men who will, just get convivial, so to speak.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it, Mort.
You know something, miss? Mr. Logan's going to leave an empty place at my bar. You know, he was a swell talker. I picked up a lot of new words from him. Yes, I guess you'd say Mr. Logan was epigrammatic when it came to repartee. The poor fella.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. But tell me, Mort, what time did he leave here last night?
Oh, about 8, I'd say.
Before or after 8?
Well, couldn't be sure, but he did say he was leaving his car in my parking lot till he got back.
Well, didn't he say where he was going?
No, miss, but it must have been near here because he said he was going to walk it. Ironical, isn't it? Just this time, when he decides not to use his car, he meets up with a pedestrian's fate.
Not just ironical, Mort. It's more than that.
Yeah, now you see right out that window? Down the highway a couple of 100 feet? That's where it all happened, on the right-hand side there. Just by that first telephone pole. The poor fella.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mort. You've been a great help.
I'm afraid I didn't have very much to say.
But you did, believe me.
Well, dropping again. Always like to talk to people.
Well, darling, do I ask questions, or are you going to let me in on the brainstorm?
Take another look down the highway, Brooksy. What do you see?
A pretty highway. Credit to the state. One lane going east, the other going west. An island of trees in the middle. Yourself. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Joe Logan left the Panic Bar and started to walk down the highway on the right-hand side, walking toward the Half Moon Motel, not away from it.
Well, if you're right, George, Logan never even got there to kill Potter.
Which should simplify things for us, but doesn't. I've got a hunch whoever killed Potter ran Logantown.
Yeah. Well, what next?
Well, I understand there's a Mrs. Potter. Have a talk with her, Brooksy, huh? See if she knows what business her husband had with Logan.
Okay, where'll I meet you?
Back at the office. In the meantime, I'm going to scrape up an acquaintance with this Mrs. Cronin, who swears she saw Logan at the Half Moon Motel.
Look, Bob, since you ain't a dick, beat it. I got business with Mrs. Cronin.
So have I, goon boy.
I said beat it.
Now, boys, remember, I do have neighbors.
You leave this to me, Sheila.
Are you getting out of this doorway, or do I have to step over you?
Look, you do as I told you.
So I step over you.
You know how to make an impressive entrance, don't you?
I don't think I'm forgetting this, mister.
If you do, I'll be glad to refresh your memory.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that to Charlie.
Huh?
After all, he's just a bookie trying to squeeze out a living.
Well, from all these racing forms around, you seem to be one of his best customers.
And I owe him $3,000 just for yesterday. And Charlie's getting a little impatient. You don't have $3,000 on you, have you?
Just a few pennies shy. Now, Mrs. Cronin.
If you were to call me Sheila, what would I have to call you?
Well, that depends on your vocabulary. After I called you a liar.
I liked you the moment you came in. Can I get you a drink?
You didn't see Joe Logan here last night, did you?
Strange how it happened. I just looked out the window, and there he was in that cabin across the court.
How come you knew Logan at all? What did you ever have to do with him?
I needed a private detective once. Someone told me about Joe.
What kind of a deal was it?
Strictly confidential. Had nothing to do with this. The police let it go at that. Why don't you relax?
You're still lying, Sheila.
Whatever you say, George.
No one who could afford to lose $3,000 a day at jungle up in a cheap motel like this.
Oh, you're so understanding, dear. But why don't you forget it?
It'd be easier if I knew how come you were here so conveniently to identify Logan.
That was just an accident. I'm supposed to be with a girlfriend in Seattle. That's what my husband thinks.
Oh?
I gamble too much. Just like other people do other things too much. Once in a while, I take a room like this and splurge. Bet on anything. Bet all the time. The bigger the odds against me, the better. It's in my blood. It's like a disease.
Must be an expensive disease.
Oh, poor darling. I talk too much, don't I? I want you to make me forget that I never win. I bet you can do that. What odds do you want?
That's very nice, Sheila. But not good enough.
What better odds do you want, you?
Oh, thanks. Now that you've cleared the air, we can get back to business.
Oh, George, I'm so sorry. Did I hurt you?
What time did you tell Lieutenant Riley that you saw Logan?
8 o'clock.
How come you're so sure?
Well, Charlie just phoned to give me the result of the last dog race in Miami. I happen to notice the time. You're not still angry with me.
You want to bet?
You're not leaving.
Sorry, Sheila. I expect to be a very busy boy.
Oh, George.
First a phony accident, then a number. A murder. And now you.
Yes?
You going all out to make me stop wondering if you frame Logan. And somehow I think it all ties together. Now all I got to do is prove it.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about a very important matter of motoring. If your car's battery has been acting like a mule, temperamental and balky, here's an easy way to cure it. Have your battery serviced at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station. They'll inspect the water level, cables, terminal clamps, and test the battery's condition. And they'll be frank. If it just needs a charge, they'll tell you. If your battery's really on its last legs, they'll explain how a new Atlas battery can save you money. Every Atlas battery has its certified power capacity stamped on the case where you can read it. And you'll find these capacities meet or exceed standards set by the Society of Automotive Engineers. The longer-lasting starting power of Atlas batteries, by the way, is backed by a written warranty honored everywhere by 38,000 Atlas dealers. Independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations are glad to service your battery, proud to offer you an Atlas battery when you need one. That's why they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A private detective, of all people, mails you $100 and tells you to cry murder if he's among the missing tomorrow morning. Sure enough, the gentleman, one Joe Logan, is run down by a car during the night. Then a prominent banker is found dead in a cheap motel. And an incredible blonde who prides herself on betting on anything puts the finger on your dead client as the murderer. All of which makes you decide to ask Joe Logan's secretary a few more important questions.
Come on, Maggie, think. What truck did Logan have with Sheila Cronin?
It was just a routine case, Mr. Valentine. It was more than a year ago.
Nothing involving that hot tip addict could be routine. She's too far out of this world. Now let's have the facts. Well?
I suppose he did go out with her a couple of times. She kept after him.
Was it serious enough to make Sheila feel she was the woman scorned? Make her want to frame Logan?
Joe could never be serious about any woman. There were too many of them.
All right, so he was a Casanova. What about the case?
The insurance company hired Joe to investigate Mrs. Cronin when some of her jewels were stolen. Everything proved to be on the up and up. Joe was only on the case a couple of days.
That doesn't give me much. That hot-eyed blonde is the key to this fancy frame-up. But why? That's what I got to find out.
You wanted to know about Mrs. Potter.
Yeah?
Joe never had her for a client. I even looked through all his personal papers.
Which also gets us nowhere. Unless Brooksy comes up with something on Mrs. Potter.
Miss Brooks, can't you see I'm dressing to go out?
Oh, I just thought, Mrs. Potter, that since your husband had some dealings with Joe Logan, you might know something about him.
I told you. I never heard of Joe Logan. Anyway, what right have you to question me like this?
I just thought you might be interested. If it might help solve Mr. Potter's murder.
I'm sure the police are doing all they can about it.
Well, you might make it easier for them if you told them all you know about Logan.
What makes you so sure I know this?
Whoa.
This Joe Logan.
He was killed, you know.
Well, that's just too bad. But he's not the first man to be knocked down by a hit-and-run driver. Now, get out.
Oh, then you did know Joe Logan.
What?
Well, that's pretty obvious. There were only a few lines in the paper about his hit-and-run accident. Not the sort of thing you'd remember about a stranger.
You know, Miss Brooks, I should have obeyed my first impulse and had the butler throw you out. All right. I hired Joe Logan once.
Why didn't you tell that to the police when they questioned you?
It has no bearing on this case. Does that satisfy you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, not quite, but it's a good beginning. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I know you're anxious to get out and celebrate.
What did you say? Get out of here. Go on, get out.
Good work, Angel. I don't know what it means, but Mrs. Potter must have a good reason for denying that she knew Logan.
Well, it's hard to know what she's thinking. Vivian's a cold dish with a memorized smile.
Our friend Logan seems to have gone in for females who insist on being characters. Anyway, why can't we find any record of this deal with Mrs. Potter?
Maybe it's something you just don't put down on paper, huh?
Could be, Brooksy. Well, all we know up till now is that Potter and Logan had a quarrel.
Yeah, that's
both
right.
Sheila and Vivian were Logan's clients at one time or another. Oh, make something out of that if we can.
Okay, Valentine. You said you want to see me?
Well, Charlie, you're a good sport. I didn't think you'd show.
That information you asked for over the phone, Valentine, I got it.
Swell.
But how does it get me the $3,000 Sheila Cronin owes me?
Look, Charlie, I'm not guaranteeing anything, but you'll stand a better chance of collecting if you play along with me.
Well, I don't know.
Business is business, Charlie.
Okay. I don't know why it's so important, but it was 9 o'clock when I called Sheila about the last dog race in Miami.
Sure it wasn't 8?
Couldn't be. Races ain't over till almost 9.
Now we know Sheila was lying.
Yeah, but why? And what answers have we got if she just says I made a mistake?
Yeah, now look, chum, about the $3,000.
Talk to you later, Charlie. Right now I got to get over to that paddock bar and see what use I can make of Mort Fisher's garrulity.
Is what?
Don't look shocked, Charlie. That just means love of conversation.
Well, it's sure good to see you, Mr. Valentine. You know, I was hoping you'd drop in. How are you, miss?
Hi, Mort.
Say, look, you like to talk, Mort. I thought if we sort of sat around a while, you might remember something Logan said last night that could help us.
Why didn't you tell me this morning that the police think Mr. Logan bumped off this Potter guy? Then, ironically like, mean up with an accident.
Oh, you found out, huh?
Oh, sure. Why, it's in the evening papers, miss. And piling irony on irony.
Yeah?
Look what happens to here, right here in my own bar tonight. Did you ever see anything so, fortuitous, you know? Well, look, you know who's sitting down there in the number 1 booth all by herself?
No, who, Mort?
Why, it's Porter's young wife. She's drowning her sorrows with champagne cocktails. Except she doesn't look too unhappy, if you ask me.
Then you know Mrs. Potter.
That's more of the irony, miss. She used to come in here with Mr. Logan.
Oh, hey, now we're getting somewhere.
But that's not all. 2 minutes after she comes in, that good-looking blonde from the Half Moon shows up. You know, the one who identified Mr. Logan, recognized her from the pictures in the paper.
You run a popular bar here, Mort.
Oh, just thanks. But it's mostly, of course, the location. Last bar on the highway for the next 5 miles.
Don't be so modest, Mort. Say, would you mind keeping Miss Brooks entertained?
Hey, but wait, I have got something else to tell you.
I'll be right back, Mort. Hello, Sheila.
Well, look at you. Sit down, George. I was just getting lonely.
No, thanks. What I've got to say won't take that long. Besides, I got to make another stop.
Do you want to bet I can make it more interesting?
Why did you lie about Logan? You never saw him at the Half Moon Motel. He never reached there.
I like my story better.
The dog races aren't over in Florida till 9.
So I made a mistake.
Why did you lie? Did somebody make you do it?
I'm getting fed up with this place. Let's go somewhere else, George.
Or did you frame Logan because he had something on you? Was that jewelry holdup a fake with Logan playing both ends against the middle?
What are you talking about?
I mean, get the insurance money and sell your jewels. So you could pay off characters like Charlie the Bookie.
You know something? I'm betting you could never prove that, dear. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, Miss Valentine.
Tell me, Mrs. Potter, what kind of a job did you hire Logan to do for you?
I made one slip today with your secretary. That's par for the course.
Your husband was some 30 years older than you. You stood a lot to gain by his death.
Go on, you're doing the talking.
If Logan had anything to do with it, you'd want him out of the way, too, wouldn't you?
Sorry, Mr. Valentine, but you bore me. Good night.
Well, what'd you find out, George?
Tell you later, Brooksy.
Hey, you didn't let me finish before, Mr. Valentine.
What's that, Mort?
You know, talking about quirks of fate, last night about a half hour before he left, I was right here at the bar, with Mr. Logan.
So you said.
And who should come in for the short quick one, but Mr. Potter. Now, I know it was him from his pictures.
Did you hear what they talked about?
Oh, they didn't so much as converse. I don't think Mr. Logan even knew the guy.
Oh, you must be wrong, Mort.
Oh, you could be very right, which is something I want to talk to Riley about. And let's see if we can nail him before he leaves the Half Moon Motel.
Why didn't we take the car, George?
Well, it's just a short walk, Angel.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to have time to think. Try and make some sense out of this thing. So it doesn't sound too fantastic to Lieutenant Riley.
Better keep to the side of the road, darling.
Yeah. Brooksy, when we get to the motel, call Maggie at home.
Yes, George?
Tell her to meet us at Logan's office. There's just one thing I want to clear up. Then I think we'll have this thing licked.
George, look out that car!
Get outside! Hey, you all right, Angel?
Oh, so this is what gravel tastes like.
And that car was trying to run us down. The same thing that happened to Logan.
Yeah, and almost in the same place.
A baby blue convertible, a big one.
Say, I noticed that before. Parked on the lot next to the paddock bar.
And that's where we're going right now. Tell me something, Mort.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
In the short time I was away, did you notice whether Mrs. Potter or Mrs. Cronin left your place?
Can't say with any exactitude, Mr. Valentine.
Oh.
But it seems I do remember both ladies being up and moving around. Of course, we're crowding up now, and...
All set, George. Lieutenant Riley's going to stop by here and pick up the two, ladies. And I left that message for Maggie to be over at Logan's office. And that baby blue convertible of Mrs. Potter's is still in the parking lot.
Good, good. Now, if we don't find out what really happened, we never will.
Okay, Valentine, what's your story? The one we got says Logan killed Potter, and the commissioner likes that version, too.
Just a minute, Lieutenant. Oh, Brooksy. Call into the outer office and see if Maggie's ready to take all this down.
Okay, George.
So you think this is a photo finish between me and Mrs. Potter? Is that it, George, dear?
Lieutenant Riley, I've answered this man's questions all day. Do I have to go through this now?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Potter, yes.
You ready, Maggie?
Yes, Miss Brooks.
Okay, go ahead, George.
Okay, Riley, here's the way I see it. Joe Logan makes a deal with a woman who always needs money because she bets too much. Cooks up a deal with her to cheat the insurance company, then blackmails her.
But I didn't kill him.
Logan also talks to a pretty young matron, much younger than her husband.
So you think I'm pretty? Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
She wants Logan to help her get rid of her husband without involving her, and so she can still get a big chunk of his money.
I discussed that with Logan. That's as far as it went.
Keep going, Valentine.
Well, a wonderful plan is born, Lieutenant. Somebody makes an appointment for Logan to meet Potter at the Half Moon Motel. When Potter arrives, he's murdered. Then Logan is deliberately run down on the road. And you know, Lieutenant, dead men tell no tales.
Yes, that much we know.
Yes, do get to the point, George.
Then enters what Mort would call the ironical touch. We're told that Logan and Potter had a violent quarrel the very day of the murder. Who should know better than the secretary who overheard it? Is that right, Maggie?
That's right, Mr. Valentine.
Then Mr. Potter does a very human thing. On the way to his appointment, which he knows he has to do with his wife, he stops in for a quick drink at Mort's bar.
He stands almost next to Logan, but they don't say a word to each other. Because they've never met before.
Look, you gotta make more sense than this, Valentine, because I don't get it.
Oh, you'll get this, Lieutenant. Why were we told there was a quarrel? Because that would supply the motive for Logan to kill Potter. And who'd know enough about Sheila to force her to place Logan at the motel when he wasn't there at all?
A lot of questions, Mr. Valentine. How about some answers?
Coming to that, Mrs. Potter, coming to that. But just one final question. If Logan were proved as your husband's murderer, who would be in the position to hold you up for the rest of your life?
What?
Someone who had the proof that you were dickering with Logan. Maybe you weren't talking murder, but it might sound like it. Getting all this down, Maggie? You got that proof, haven't you? That's why you committed 2 murders.
Maggie!
What? Didn't you, Maggie?
Yes, you've got your facts all straight, Mr. Valentine. They make a wonderful confession. I may as well sign it now.
Here's one more proof, Mr. Valentine, about life being ironical.
What's that, Mort?
Oh, George, I don't know if I can stand much more irony in one case.
Well, just after you left, after you asked me about Mrs. Potter and Mrs. Cronin, I checked with the waiters.
And?
They said neither one of the ladies left the place at all. And there you were, suspecting the both of them.
Well, that's all cleared up now.
Yeah, there was another lady who borrowed Mrs. Potter's car, Mort. She tried to run us down. We were getting a little too close to the truth for her comfort.
Hey, folks, we've been through a whole lot together. Say, how about dinner tonight with me, on the house?
Hey, how about that, Pussy?
Oh, I think that would be perfectly ironical.
Good. Maybe we can stir up some exciting conversation. It gets awfully dull around this place sometimes.
Dull?
Oh, Mort, you can't mean that.
So help me, Miss Brooks. I don't know why you're giving me that look of quizzicality.
I'd be willing to bet there's not one car owner in 1,000 who could lubricate his car thoroughly. For there are more than 20 vital wear points on the average car, and if most of us tried to find them, it would be pure guesswork. Even the expert lube men at the independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations don't rely on experience alone when they grease your car. Instead, they follow a precise lubrication chart recommended by the manufacturer of your car. And they use RPM greases and oils, each one tailor-made to protect those key wear points. Tailor-made, too, to smooth out road shocks and give you easier riding. So for low-cost maintenance and better riding, get a lube job with RPM greases every 1,000 miles. Get it at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying...
Now, Valentine, you say your client was held up Tuesday night at 7 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
Well, according to this report, the only crimes that took place in our fair city on Tuesday night were a pickpocket apprehended at 7th and Duncan, and...
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
I should have remembered myself. The Hafey murder. Killer still at large. Victim previously married to... Here, Valentine, you can have the honor. You've earned it.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gloria Blondell as Sheila Cronin, Virginia Gregg as Vivian Potter, Betty Lou Gerson as Maggie, Dick Ryan as Mort, and Tony Barrett as Charlie. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Flowers That Smelled of Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're in on a game and you know you're going to draw the losing hand, deal me in, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany, and I've suddenly found out that flowers can smell of murder. My professor of botany is about to be killed. Several attempts have been made on him, but nobody takes me seriously. I'm sure I'm not imagining things, so
I'm not imagining things, so give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut, number 8, University Road. The name is Louise Durain.
Uh-huh. That row of Quonsets on University Road, they're all reserved for XGIs.
If our freshman friend took any part in the recent unpleasantness, she's not likely to be a light-headed character.
Well.
So, if she has murder on her mind...
Okay, whether she's an ex-whack or just plain wacky, Western State, here we come.
Oh, Louise? Yes, sure she's here. Darling, you coming out soon?
Oh, I'll be right there, Daddykin. I just got out of the shower.
Have a seat, Miss Brooks. Mr. Valentine, she won't be long.
Oh, thank you.
Louise wrote me quite a letter. She said something about a murder.
Oh, yes, I know. The poor child's been walking around with the idea of murder on her mind for days. Which reminds me...
Reminds you of what?
Do you know what Socrates said about murder, Miss Brooks?
I beg your pardon?
He said nothing.
Oh.
Oh, even though society did murder him, you know. He just drank the hemlock and died. You see, after looking well at the world, the true philosopher decides there's nothing to say.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. But about Louise and this letter...
I'll leave my pink sweater. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company, Marco.
It's impolite to stare, George.
Can't help it, Angel. My mother decided I was going to be a boy baby.
Dear, this is Mr. Valentine and his assistant, Miss Brooks.
Of course. How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm so glad you did take my letter seriously. I suppose I should tell you what this is all about.
Well, it would help.
Poor Professor Kober is in terrible danger. I don't sleep nights thinking about it.
Oh, yes, the handsome professor's a source of great concern to my wife.
Your wife?
Oh, yes, for the longest time.
Yes.
I'm very proud of how young and beautiful she keeps herself.
Michael really means that. Can you wonder why I think he's such a darling?
Yes, well, at the risk of not being a darling, aren't you a little too old to be a freshman?
Well, as long as Michael doesn't admit it, I won't.
You mean Mr. Durain is a freshman here at Western State, too?
Oh, yes, we're just starting. Both of us are here on the GI Bill of Rights.
He was in the OSS. He can speak 17 languages, including North Manchurian. Show them, darling.
Well,
now about those murder attempts on Professor Kober.
Oh, he's my botany teacher. You see, I used to be in the WAC, but I always really wanted to be a botanist. And I'm doing very well, too.
Show them, darling.
Well, you'd never think it, but plants range from the lower algae to the fungi. Mosses, liverworts, ferns, and gymnosperms. Isn't that terribly thrilling?
Well, not as thrilling as murder, Mrs. Durain.
You know that little thing you mentioned in your letter, remember?
Oh, yes. You see, somebody has already tried to kill Professor Kober several times. And no matter what John says, the things that happened to him weren't just accidents.
No?
Now, the time something went wrong with his car, and he nearly went off the cliff. Or the time somebody almost ran him down when he was crossing a corner. And other things like that.
Well, is there any reason why anybody would want to get rid of the good professor?
Why, don't you know?
No.
John's almost succeeded in crossbreeding a terrestrial orchid with an epiphytic one. It'll be the most beautiful flower ever grown.
And for that reason, someone wants to murder him?
Of course. He's almost ready to report it to the Botanical Society. It's to be called Papilionaceous Corolla Louise.
Think of it, Valentine. Louise, just a freshman majoring in botany, is going to have a flower named for her. Could a man want a greater compliment for his wife?
Papilionaceous Corolla Louise as a motive for murder? Brooksy, I think we better...
Oh, you're not taking me seriously either, are you?
I'm afraid you're taking botany a little too seriously, Mrs. Durain.
Mother, I've got to talk to you.
Darling, you might at least close the door. There's a terrible draft.
Is this your son?
Who are these people?
Well, your mother just happened to answer an ad, but we were going to leave anyway.
Well, no, why should you? Everybody knows anyway.
Knows what, Stephen?
All right, I'll qualify it. Everybody knows. Except you, my father.
Please, dear, you're talking to your father.
He knows that, my darling.
George, wouldn't it be better if we...
Wait a minute. I didn't know there was going to be a double feature.
How do you think I feel on the campus when everybody knows I'm a sophomore and my mother and father are freshmen?
Well, that is an interesting setup. Tell me, Stephen, do you do your parents' arithmetic for them?
This is no kidding. Mother, everybody's saying that you and Professor Kober are that way about each other. They see you everywhere together. No son wants to hear that kind of talk about his mother.
Oh, now, wait a minute, son. I'll have you understand your mother's a very attractive woman.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, Stephen, I made some of that potato salad you like so much. It's in the refrigerator.
Oh, it's no use talking to you two.
Oh, Mr. Valentine. We forgot all about Professor Kober.
Did we? I thought he was very prominent in the conversation.
Now, somebody is trying to kill him. Of course, Michael and Stephen won't believe it, but...
But I do.
Enough to want to hang around a while and see what this is all about.
Miss Brooks, it's very considerate of the Phi Gamma Epsilon sorority to worry so strenuously about my husband.
Well, naturally, when we girls heard about these threats on Professor Kober's life, we just...
I can just imagine what your hen parties must sound like. I hope your house mother doesn't listen in.
Oh, it wasn't just that, Mrs. Kober. You see, with all this talk about Mrs... Oh, dear, what was I going to say? Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Why should you be? It's common knowledge on the campus that Mrs. Drain's been throwing herself at my husband. And all this talk about murder attempts has been a figment of this woman's weird imagination.
Oh, and that's all there is to it?
My husband leads a very sheltered academic life. He happens to be engaged in some experiments with flowers. That's hardly provocation for murder.
Oh, no. No, I love flowers myself.
True, he's very handsome for a botany teacher, but childishly unaware of his own charms. That's no cause for murder either.
Of course not.
However, if the professor were aware of his shaggy, masculine attraction and were doing something about it...
Yes?
That might be a very understandable cause for murder.
Huh?
Good day, Miss Brooks.
Believe me, Mr. Valentine, these accidents that have been happening to Professor Kober are, well, just that, accidents.
Yes, I know what you mean, Professor Bosworth, but I'm more interested in these experiments Kober's working on. And as head of the department and presumably his boss, you ought to be able to give me that information.
Of course. But I doubt if it could possibly have much interest for the layman. Professor Kober is merely trying to create a new genus of the orchid family.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it'll probably win the valuable American Horticultural Prize. A paper will be written on it, and a few thousand botanists throughout the world will thrill over it. And there will be some academic glory for Professor Kober and Western State University.
Obviously, you have a great deal of respect for Professor Kober.
I have. He's a true genius. I'm merely the head of the botany department. My particular talent is being able to get the money from the trustees so that men like Kober can carry on the experiments and reap the glory.
I see.
There's only one thing we had any conflict about, Kober and I.
Oh, what's that?
The name he insists on giving this flower, the Papilionaceous Corolla Louise.
Oh, the Louise part of it bothers you, eh? Yes, I can see that might lead to complications.
No, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine. You're not intruding at all. Any friend of Mrs. Durain's is always welcome in the greenhouse.
Oh, John, I just can't wait till you show them our new flower.
No, I can't wait either. I've heard so much about it.
Well, this way.
I hate to sound like a tourist, Professor Kober, but this greenhouse is more elaborate than any I've ever seen.
Yes, isn't it, my dear? The most modern in the world. I designed it myself.
And we have different rooms for every type of flower, don't we, John? And no end of gadgets.
Louisa's enthusiasm is a constant source of inspiration, but she is right. There is no end of gadgets. I'm afraid only Professor Bosworth and I know where they all are and what they are supposed to do. Yeah, please come in quickly so that I can close the door.
Well, yeah, but shouldn't we put on a light?
Can't see a thing.
Well, you see, we have no light at all in this room. I had it built especially for this experiment.
Tell them why, John. It's awfully intriguing.
Well, you see, light and cold are the two enemies of the Papilionaceous Corolla. The slightest fall in temperature would mean their death. That's why we have a thermostatic control. Even that is well hidden in the back.
But how did you get to see these beautiful specimens of yours, Professor?
Well, you will. In a minute, after you get used to the dark.
George, I think I'm beginning to see them now. Look, can't you see them glowing?
Yeah. Hey, they're really something.
Mm-hmm. Worth every minute of the 12 years I've spent to get that unearthly perfection and color in the petals.
John says in nature, the most beautiful and dangerous things thrive in the darkness. Didn't you say that, John?
Well, I didn't put it as romantically as that, Louise. But with these flowers, it does seem that way. And another thing.
You have only to touch them, and that glow comes right off on your fingers. And you can't get rid of it for days.
Well, that's very interesting.
Well, now I'm afraid we'll have to get to work, Louise. We got that new soil preparation this morning. Let's get on out where it's light.
Oh, dear, and I left the seed chart in my car. I'll be right back, John.
Oh, hurry, my dear. I have to bring in the flats for those seedlings. Oh, Mr. Valentine, why don't you and Miss Brooks stay and see how we work?
Yes, Professor, thanks. That'll be fine. Oh, on the other hand, Brooksy, you stay here. I think I'll give the professor a hand.
Okay, George.
Here, you don't want to do that all alone.
Oh, no need for you to bother Valentine.
Hey, Professor, look out! Get out of the way!
Valentine! Oh.
That was close. Are you all right?
I wouldn't be if you hadn't pushed me out of the way.
That boulder was coming straight at us.
Yes.
Can you stand up?
I think so. Oh, just a part of it went over my foot.
George, what was
I
that?
think you can see for yourself, Brooksy.
Oh, are you all right, John?
Yes, quite now, Louise.
George, where are you going?
Up this hill. See if this is another one of those accidents.
Oh, I'll help you inside, John.
Wait a minute, darling.
Professor Kober nearly got that boulder in the middle of his back. He was bending down over his precious seedlings, a perfect target.
It must have fallen from here.
Yeah, but it didn't just come loose, Brooksy. Look at this.
Property of Western State University. Botanical department.
Yeah, the shovel somebody used to spade up the dirt from under that rock. He had to do it to be able to push it down.
You mean he or she, don't you?
Yeah, Brooksy. What I want to know is, was that boulder meant for the professor or for me?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Here in the West, winter brings skiing, skating, and tobogganing to a lot of folks, but to the battery in your car, winter brings a heap of extra work. Colder mornings mean harder starting. Longer evenings mean more battery juice for lights. So why not give your battery a helping hand? Get real fast starts and extra power from it. Just pull in at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. Being experts at battery service, they can give it more pep than a pup in no time at all. If your battery's got 1 foot in the grave, they can supply you a new Atlas battery. Each Atlas battery has the number of plates and the certified capacity stamped right on the battery case. And the written warranty you get with a new Atlas battery is good at 38,000 stations 7 days a week. For all your car's battery needs, rely on a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A huge boulder almost pins a college professor against a tree. Why? He's only interested in developing a new type of orchid. The incident itself is exciting enough, but if you're half as curious as Claire Brooks, what you really want to know is why your boss, George Valentine, thought something like this might happen. Remembering all the strange characters in the case, you're right on George's heels as he enters the Quonset hut on University Road.
Anybody here?
The Duranes seem to be out, George.
What do you want? What are you doing here?
Oh, just looking for your father and mother, Stephen. We have something to talk about.
Well, go on, find them. I can't. Get out.
Now, that's no way to talk, Stephen.
Why not? Father's out somewhere quoting Homer. My mother's... who knows where she is. Expect to walk in and find me in the best of humor?
Now, listen to me, kid.
I won't, and take your hands off of me.
I said listen to me. Your mother was right when she said someone is trying to kill Professor Kober. We saw it happen again this afternoon.
And he's not dead? What's the matter? Why'd they make such a mess out of it?
Okay, it's no use talking to you.
By the way, when did you get home, Stephen?
I don't see why I have to answer questions like that. Not to strangers. Now get out of here!
Oh, I really must apologize for my son's manners.
Oh, Mr. Durane.
We didn't hear you come in.
No, I came in the back way. Did I hear you say something about another accident happening to Professor Kober?
Yeah, you heard right.
You needn't look at me that way. I was in the Hodgkins Library all afternoon, reading Plato's Republic in the original Greek. And believe me, it wasn't easy. A cup of tea, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, I don't think so, thanks.
It'd be a shame if anything happened to Professor Kober before he won that $50,000 prize.
Is that how much the prize is worth?
Oh, yes. Oh, I see you don't know your flowers, old man.
Where's Louise?
Well, she called and said she'd be working late again at the greenhouse.
Oh, now look, Doreen, I'm as modern as the next guy, but don't you resent your wife spending so much time with another man?
Oh, now, Louise happens to be fond of flowers. I am imbued with the spirit of philosophy. But get one thing straight, Valentine. We're very much in love with each other. Nothing can alter that.
Thanks. That makes a lot of things clear, Doreen.
It does?
Sure, Brooksy. Now, come on, we're in a hurry. Let's have a look in the orchid room, Brooksy.
I can't see a thing, George.
Give yourself a chance. Remember the flowers that glow in the dark? Professor Kober? Huh?
George, something on the floor. I just tripped over
Just a minute.
Who is it?
I don't know. I can hardly see. But I think it's the professor. I'm sure this is his top coat.
The one he wore this afternoon?
Yeah. But it's not the professor.
What?
It's a woman.
Louise?
No.
Well, let me see. It's Mrs. Coleman, the professor's wife.
Stabbed in the back with a pair of pruning shears.
Oh, George, I can't look.
I know. And about that theory of mine.
Yes, dear?
You don't have to worry about it anymore. This little piece of mayhem has knocked it all in a cocked hat.
Well, where do we go from here?
We go to the telephone and call Lieutenant Riley.
Well, still running true to form, eh, Valentine? Leave it to you to get murder all mixed up with a professor and flowers that glow in the dark.
Oh, the trouble with you, Lieutenant, is that you think murder only happens to Mr. Average Man.
Yep, I've got no imagination, Miss Brooks. Oh, I could imagine somebody trying to knock off Professor Kober where there's a prize of 50 G's lurking in the background, but why his wife?
Because she happened to be wearing his coat. You know, somehow, Lieutenant, I hate putting things off until tomorrow morning.
If that's supposed to be an aspersion on the efficiency of the homicide squad, it leaves me cold. What do you expect me to do, slap the whole Durain family in the can?
No, not that, but...
Both the father and the son could have had a gripe against the professor. And if Mrs. Kober wasn't killed by mistake, either Louise or the professor could have done it.
George, didn't you have a sort of special theory all cooked up before we found Mrs. Kober?
Well, Brooksy, unlike the lieutenant, I wasn't hepped on the jealousy angle.
I got here as soon as I could after you called, Valentine. Oh, this is dreadful.
Murder's never very wholesome. Oh, Dr. Bosworth, this is Lieutenant Riley of Homicide.
How are you?
How do you do? When I talked to you before, Valentine, I was convinced that all this was just so much nonsense, but now I see how wrong I've been. Lieutenant.
Yes, Doctor?
How can we go about keeping this as quiet as possible? You know how squeamish trustees are about bad publicity.
Oh, that should be easy, Doctor. Just what do you propose we do? Forget somebody was killed here tonight?
Oh, no, of course not. I suppose I'll just have to issue some dignified announcement.
You make it sound like a wedding, Doctor.
Now, I'd better go and speak to the dean. It's going to be a terrible shock to him after all the years he spent looking forward to. Oh, Valentine, you'll call me in the morning?
Yeah, sure thing. We're going to be moving along now, too.
Well, what about it, Valentine? Come on, let's get moving. I'm tired. I have to be at the morgue at 8 in the morning.
Let's not worry so much about a night's sleep, eh, Lieutenant?
What? It's my night's sleep you're talking about.
As a tough-minded practical cop, I know you don't subscribe to the bromide so dear to the heart of mystery writers.
Such bromides as?
The murderer returning to the scene of the crime.
Oh, no, not that one, Valentine.
You're willing to wait it out and see?
No. What do you take me for? Why, I wouldn't...
You wouldn't what, Lieutenant?
I wouldn't dare take a chance on leaving now. The worst thing about waiting around in the dark is that you can't play gin rummy.
Patience, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Well, if no one shows, darling, the dawn's going to come up like thunder on someone's very red face.
Ooh, you and your subtleties.
You know, I was talking to the commissioner the other day, and said boss, why bother about having a homicide squad when one man like George... Hey, what's that?
Sounds like it comes from the other end of the greenhouse.
This is my day off for pat answers. We'd better go and see.
Wait a minute. Hold it, Valentine. Hold it. There's a lot of glass on the ground here.
Yeah, and whoever indulged himself in this bit of vandalism is off in that car.
Well, we'll never catch up with him.
Okay, Valentine. Something did happen as you said it might. But what was it?
The murderer. He came back to smash this thermostat, see?
Yeah?
But take a chance like that on being caught, George.
Just to smash the devil out of this gadget?
A very important gadget, Lieutenant. It controls the temperature of the greenhouse.
Of course. Professor Cobra's flowers.
Yes, and they're dying right now. Brooksy, you and the lieutenant have to keep that from happening.
Me? What do I know about flowers?
When in doubt, just ask Brooksy.
Now, come on, Miss Brooks. Look, fun is fun, but it's cold in here.
Now, Lieutenant, let me have your shirt.
You already took my jacket.
These flowers have to be kept warm and covered. Even if we just save one of them, it'll mean something.
Yeah. Well, I don't see you giving up much for the cause.
Lieutenant, please.
For the love of Mike. Here. Take the shirt off my back. Oh, I just hope that Valentine knows what he's doing.
We'll find out as soon as he gets back. In the meantime, we have to find something else to put around these flowers.
Well, that's... No, please, Miss Brooks. No, now, don't look at me that way, please. I've done enough for the Flower Kingdom tonight.
Oh, you're cute, Lieutenant. But I just happened to remember those burlap bags outside.
All right, Valentine. We sit here in the dark in the orchid room, and the murderer's going to walk in this door and say, "Here I am, take me downtown."
You won't have to say a word, Lieutenant, I hope. Okay, Brooksy, send them in one by one. You can start with Stephen.
Oh, Stephen, will you come in?
Why do we have to go through this? Hasn't my mother caused us enough trouble?
You shouldn't be so critical of your mother, son. Now go over there and sit down. Mr. Durain next, Brooksy.
If you will, please, Mr. Durain.
Isn't this kind of unusual, Valentine? All the darkness? Oh, but of course, as the philosophers have always understood, murder and darkness go together.
Sit next to Stephen, will you? I think you can find your way.
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Durain next.
Valentine, what are you doing? You're not even asking these people any questions.
I'm so worried about Professor Kruger. He hasn't had a wink of sleep all night.
Over there, Louise, please.
Oh, ye gods.
Go right in, please, Professor Cobra.
Oh, my flowers. You did manage to keep them alive. Look at them. How they glow. How did you do it, Mr. Valentine?
Well, I could tell you, Pat, but I won't.
Sit there, Professor Kober. Oh, Dr. Bosworth, I think you can come in. I believe I know who our murderer is.
I certainly hope so.
And I have you to thank for the answer, Doctor.
Me?
Yes, sir. And I want to shake your hand.
Of course, but...
Hey, look at that guy's hand.
The fingers, the way they shine.
That's right.
Well, what do you know?
Look at his hand, John. It's the pollen from our flower.
But, Bosworth, that couldn't be. You haven't been here for weeks.
Oh, yes, he was. He had to be here when he killed Mrs. Kober.
Golly, I never imagined Bosworth thought he'd kill the professor.
Well, why else would he have said it would be such a shock to the dean after all the years the old gentleman spent looking forward
To the end of those experiments. Yeah, sure.
With Kober gone, Bosworth could finish his work and get all the glory. But first he had to kill those flowers.
Then, using Cobra's notes, it would be easy.
Mm-hmm. I noticed a faint glow on the thermostat control, even in the light.
Well, I was too worried about who was getting away in that car.
You see, only 2 men knew about those elaborate temperature controls in the greenhouse. And Kober, the true scientist, would rather die than destroy his own brainchild.
Well, that's that. But I don't know how I'll ever be able to feel the same way about a man who almost achieved immortality.
Huh? What?
Well, Professor Kober was so grateful, he volunteered to call his sensational orchid the Papilionaceous Valentine.
Oh, now, you two, you know I'm not as beautiful as the fair Louise.
Well, now, that's That's gratitude for you. It was my coat and my shirt that kept those flowers alive.
Oh, he's right at that, George.
All right. From now on, between the 3 of us, it'll be the Papilionaceous Corolla Riley.
Oh, gee.
Bless you.
of the first things a lady does when she's shopping for clothes is to touch the garment. She judges the texture by feeling it. The hand test will tell you a lot about Atlas grip-safe tires, too. Next time you're at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station, just press your palm on the tread of a new Atlas tire and feel how it grips your hand. Atlas tires on your car grip the road in the same way, thanks to their special non-skid tread design. That's how they give you quick, straight stops and why Atlas tires are safer on the turns. You can't buy safer driving for yourself and your family. And you can't find a better warranty than the written Atlas warranty. It's good at 38,000 stations in the 48 states and Canada, 7 days a week. Why take chances in winter driving? Get Atlas grip-safe tires tomorrow. Get them at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George reading a letter from an old man who says,
Dear Mr. Valentine, I wish to bestow a beautiful and precious gift upon a member of my family, the worthiest one, the rare Wittenberg Bible. You can help me. Kindly call Sunday morning when I can be sure that all of my little family will be home. Signed, Wesley Hart.
Another problem for George. Next Monday night in Murder, It's a Gift. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Lorene Tuttle as Louise, Jeff Chandler as Michael, Tommy Cook as Stephen, Ted Ponels as Cober, Bay Baker as Lenore, and Herb Rawlinson as Bosworth. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Who is Sylvia? Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If it's something you're afraid to let someone else do for you, you can trust me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, is she trying to get me out of her life, or is it my imagination? Is she in love with someone else, or am I just going mad with jealousy? I've got to know these things about Sylvia, or I won't be able to go on. Maybe it's weak and degrading for a man to grovel like this, but you've got to help me. I'll be waiting for you at my home.
Waiting for you at my home between the hours of 2 and 4. Gratefully yours, Leslie Graham.
Uh-huh. Whoever wrote this letter had a hard time keeping the pen on the paper, Brooksy.
Well, it's a pretty pathetic letter to swallow, George.
It ain't pablum, Angel. The guy's in a bad way.
Well, I don't see how you fit in. This is something for the psychiatrist's couch.
Yeah, maybe so. But I'm curious. Who was Sylvia? What is she?
Valentine, we have to hurry. Sylvia may be back any minute. She's out shopping.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to get started, Graham.
Yes, why don't you pull yourself together?
Valentine, I want you to put my mind at ease. Assure me one way or the other that the things I keep thinking are either right or wrong.
Oh, in other words, you want me to spy on your wife?
Oh, no, it's not as tawdry as that. It's something that happens to a man when he's in love with a creature as beautiful as Sylvia.
Why don't you try trusting her, Mr. Graham?
Why? Here, Miss Brooks. Take a look at this picture. Can't you see why the word trust becomes meaningless?
Yeah, very choice. But there are a great many beautiful women in the world, Graham. Some of them even manage to wash diapers.
Oh, you wouldn't understand. When we were first married, the only person I was jealous of was her dead husband. Then it started. I began to hate every man who stared at her in the street. Then whenever I was away from her, I was no good for anything.
All right, now, all right.
But now there's a handsome blonde gentleman named Tom Vickers who trails around after her. So you can see how...
I can see everything, Graham. But it's no soap. Divorce cases as such are not in my line.
You would help me if I could make you understand. Understand how a man can get on his knees and keep begging a woman over and over again to tell him that she loves him. Yes, you could be that much afraid of losing her, Valentine.
Find the liquor cabinet. Get him some brandy.
Okay, George.
Oh, I'm tired.
Come on now, sit down. Now go on, do as I say, sit down.
I feel like I'm dead inside.
You'll be all right in a minute.
Here, Mr. Graham. Take this.
Thank you.
Oh, Leslie! This is a pretty tableau, I must say. What's happened?
Just two friends. They were just leaving, Sylvia.
What has Leslie been telling you? And who are you?
The name's Valentine, Mrs. Graham. Your husband thought we could investigate a private matter for him.
And we were just leaving.
I'm the only private matter in my husband's life, Mr. Valentine. But it seems that I'm not private enough.
Please, Sylvia, not in front of these people.
What difference does it make after what you must have told them? I'm sure Leslie hired you to spy on me.
You can relax. I'm not for hire.
I know what Leslie's like when he starts raving, Mr. Valentine. What were some of the more vivid highlights of his fantasies?
Believe me, Mrs. Graham, he had nothing but good to say about you.
Oh, Leslie, what am I going to do with you?
I know. Oh, darling, what's happened to this love of ours?
Well, you ought to know. You've done everything to strangle it with your insane jealousy.
How the other side lives.
You never trusted me a moment. When you could have loved me, you made scenes.
I stopped off and got that. Oh, I didn't realize you had company, Sylvia.
This isn't company, Tom. It's a three-ring circus. Leslie, after the disgusting spectacle you've made of yourself, I think you ought to go upstairs.
Yes, Sylvia. All right, I'll go.
Sylvia, you shouldn't have spoken to Leslie like that.
Oh, shouldn't I have? Here, darling, take these packages into the other room.
But that's true.
Please,
You had...
Tom. I want to speak to these people. Alone.
Okay, Sylvia.
Yes, Sylvia?
I see we've become friends.
You should live that long.
No, I must apologize for Miss Brooks. Sometimes her frankness embarrasses me. What were you going to say?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I wanted you to understand. I have to be firm with Leslie. If I coddled him, he'd only feel sorry for himself.
Well, it seems to me that when a man's in a state like that, even a very beautiful wife could find a touch of kindness in her. Good night, Sylvia.
Good night. You didn't mention your first name.
Never knew fresh air could smell so good.
Oh, I think I know the secret of Sylvia's attraction. She wears knockout drops for perfume.
Who is Sylvia?
Well, the beautiful Sylvia seems to have made an impression.
Brooksy, I got a fast research job for you. Back files down at the newspaper.
What do you mean, George?
There's a house full of dynamite back there, Angel. And when and if the blow-off comes, I want to be well informed.
Curious again?
Still curious. Who is Sylvia? What is she?
George, I got all that stuff you wanted. And believe me, it took some digging.
Good work, Brooksy. Let's see.
Well, Sylvia hooked Leslie 3 years ago. He was a wealthy investment broker.
Uh-huh, but what about the late spouse number one?
Oh, hold your hat, darling. Sylvia and Hugh Frankel, a Chicago importer, enjoyed married bliss less than a year. Then, alas, the poor man departed this world under sad circumstances.
Yeah, Brooksy. Never mind the suspense.
Well, after a midnight snack of liver patty sandwiches, which proved to be tainted,
Yeah?
Frankel died of ptomaine poisoning and indigestion. It seems Sylvia wasn't feeling well that evening and just had toast and tea.
Well.
And according to the Chicago newspapers, the coroner's jury could see nothing other than an unfortunate accident.
Yeah, well, it was probably looking at Sylvia all the time.
What goes with that girl, George? What has she got?
You mean besides deluxe equipment and extras?
Mm-hmm.
A mind that's always figuring what's best for Sylvia. A heart that's just put there to beat, and a soul that thrives on men rolling in the dust.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a recipe worth putting down.
To some guys, that combination's like the apple was to Eve. They know it's no good for them, but they want it. Yeah, well, we'll go on with this session on abnormal psychology in a minute. Hello, Valentine. Oh, yeah, Lieutenant. Well, sure I was out there. What's that, Riley? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, of course I'll be right over.
What is it, George? For Lieutenant Riley, that was a short conversation.
The good lieutenant happens to be very busy at the Grahams.
The Grahams?
Yeah, Brooksy. Leslie Graham killed himself this evening.
Valentine, you wouldn't find me here at all tonight on what looks like a routine suicide case, except for one thing.
Oh, I'm away ahead of you, Lieutenant. You found out that I paid a little visit to the Graham homestead yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Then I was afraid to stay away, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we both know what you mean.
Don't be so understanding, Miss Brooks.
I'm sorry.
We checked with the partner in Graham's firm downtown. He says Graham was making all kinds of morbid remarks throughout the day about life not being worth the candle. You know, scintillating stuff like that. Does that check with what you found, or is there more to it?
Well, Lieutenant, Graham was in an even worse frame of mind when I saw him.
Yeah? What do you want to see about?
Unhappiness, Lieutenant?
Oh, unhappiness, he says. Now, would you mind being just a little more specific? Was he unhappy because of his golf game? Or did someone nudge his fenders? Come on, get to the point or I'll...
Yes, sir, Lieutenant, yes, sir. Yeah. Graham was unhappy because he wasn't getting along with Mrs. Graham. He wanted me to get the usual kind of evidence.
And we have scruples, you know, Lieutenant.
I know. Well, he wouldn't be the first guy to bump himself off because of a sour marriage.
Where is Mrs. Graham?
In the drawing room with that whatchamacallit guy, Vickers.
Oh, how cozy.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, are you through?
Yes, Lieutenant. Seems to be just as the family doctor said.
And what was that?
Oh, hello, Valentine. Grim loaded his highball glass full of Renapol, Lieutenant.
Renapol?
Yeah. You can buy it in any drugstore. You don't need a prescription. It's specific for headaches, mostly migraine.
Well, wouldn't Graham have to take a lot of it?
He took a whole bottle.
Oh.
And with whiskey, that really means a one-way ticket. Anyway, he didn't find it hard to take. It's practically tasteless.
Well, I'll go and tell Mrs. Graham. There'll be an inquest in a couple of days.
And I'll go write out my report.
So long, Doc.
All right, my fancy friend. Why did you hold out on the lieutenant like that?
Did I do that?
Oh, stop being coy, George.
Well, everything I said was the absolute truth.
Yeah, but you didn't say enough. You could have made this thing look more like murder and less like suicide. You know, house full of dynamite, the first husband who was crazy for liver patty sandwiches.
Well, you heard the lieutenant, Angel. There'll be an inquest, so the facts will come out a few days later.
Yes, but what's the idea?
Just this, Brooksy. I want Sylvia to play her hand as though she had all the cards in the deck. Give her every chance to make a slip.
Oh. George. What have you got there under your top coat?
You mean this?
Oh, you swiped her picture. Oh, now, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to put it on my desk and just stare at it. What do you think it'll do to me?
It'll get you a black eye from me. Oh, now, look, what's on your mind, George?
I don't know, Brooksy. Let's say just a hunch. Now, you run along home. I'm going to pay a few calls on the neighborhood druggists. See you in the morning.
Now, let me see. Well, the fact is, I haven't seen Mrs. Graham in my drugstore in weeks.
I see.
The truth is, I sold one bottle of Renapol recently, and that was to a man.
Yeah, well, what did he look like? Can you remember? Come on, try.
Oh, that's easy. He was a big, strapping fellow. I was saying to myself, who'd think anybody like that would have a head here?
Yeah, but what did he look like?
Broad shoulders, blonde hair, like an athlete.
That's enough. Thank you, friend. Alone, Sylvia? What did you do? Send Tommy home?
Yes, George. You see, I took the trouble to find out your first name.
Oh. I thought Tommy'd be here trying to comfort you in your bereavement.
Well, he was. But his efforts were getting a little too arduous. And I've had a long and hectic day. What do you want?
I just wanted to tell you I know Tommy bought that Renapol.
Oh, really? Well, maybe he had a headache.
Oh, I'm full of all kinds of miscellaneous information tonight. I also know that a certain Mr. Frankel ate his way into an early grave.
I'm an ill-starred woman. I just can't keep husbands.
Well, it should make interesting small talk at the inquest.
Oh, you won't get a rise out of me.
I can try. How about this? What happened to your picture, Sylvia?
What? So you're the one who took it.
Well, it's just a picture.
I want it back, and you're going to give it to me.
Going to the police? You seem to have lost some of your poise, Sylvia.
I swear I'll kill you if you don't get out of my life.
I moved in to stay.
You're going to change your mind.
Wait a minute, take it easy. Put that punch bowl down. It's probably worth a lot of dough.
You forgot that I've got plenty of money.
Watch you!
You're going to have a face full of scratches for weeks.
Get away. Do you want me to take it?
You do face that I couldn't kill.
Sylvia, what's going on?
Oh, Tommy. Oh, Tommy. So glad you've come back.
Valentine, what are you trying to do?
Defend myself, and not too successfully.
Tommy, 1 minute more, and I wouldn't have known what to do.
You do anything to hurt her, Valentine, and I'll kill you.
Well, why don't you start now? I feel just like
Well,
socket.
you bet I'll do.
Yeah. Now, don't bother getting up, Jungle Jim. Just listen. Being threatened with murder twice in 5 minutes does something for my ego, but it does even more to my temper.
You have had a pretty busy 5 minutes, haven't you?
Slow motion, Sylvia. Just wait till I really get started.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Brings you in deadly conflict with the wife, Sylvia. You can't say she's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen because you haven't seen them all. Yes, Sylvia, who has you threatened with death twice in 5 minutes.
George, isn't it enough to have Sylvia's picture in front of you on the desk? You don't have to stare at it with a magnifying glass.
Yeah, well, somehow, Angel, I don't feel I've gotten close enough to that lady.
Well, you've gotten close enough for her to play tic-tac-toe all over your face.
Well, it wasn't all one-sided. She has a few broken fingernails to show for it.
Oh, darling, you know you're skating on thin ice. Especially now that you found out Vickers bought that Renapol.
That's right. Go ahead and comfort me. Now, look, Brooksy.
Yeah.
This picture of Sylvia stealing all the glory from the beautiful mansion in the background was taken by a professional photographer.
Well, so what?
So his name is on the back of it, Horace Maddox in Sanford. I want you to have a chat with him.
Way out in Sanford?
Yeah, that's right. Find out when he took this picture, where, the name of the woman, everything.
Oh, George, we know the name.
Don't argue, Brooksy. Just make sure you're back in time for the inquest. I'm going to need that information.
To prove what?
What I'm only guessing now. Wow.
Hello.
I'm not used to receiving ladies in my apartment at this hour. Besides, I don't remember putting you on my list.
Aren't you going to ask me in?
I really ought to frisk you for deadly weapons first, but come on in.
Thank you.
All right, Sylvia, what is it?
George, why can't you like me?
Like you? Why, you're my fluffy little lamb.
I know you think I'm here because I want something.
Yeah, and I bet I know what it is. You were baking a cake and you just ran out of sugar.
I want that picture.
Oh, no, Sylvia, no fisticuffs tonight.
No, this time I'm willing to pay for it, George.
Hmm?
In exchange, you can have me and everything I've got.
Wow, that's like being offered Fort Knox and throwing in Hedy Lamarr as an afterthought.
I think I'd like the arrangement, too. I have an idea that you'd be the first man I ever met who'd be able to tell me what to do.
Well, thanks. That puts me right in the same class with Clyde Beatty.
As far as money's concerned, George, you may know what you're getting. I don't want there to be any unknown quantity in the deal.
And to think they go to all that trouble to make an atom bomb.
Well?
Look, Sylvia, I want to live a little longer. You're as treacherous as the ragged edge of an open tin can. Now, get this straight. I'm sticking with this case, even if it gives me gray hair and bursitis in the left shoulder.
All right. Now I've got a surprise for you.
Here we go.
Yesterday, Tommy Vickers and I were married. Okay. You can stop rocking on your heels, George.
Married to Vickers? And still making fancy offers?
That could have been arranged. You just have to wait a little while.
Oh, brother, this is the jackpot. First Hugh Frankel, then Leslie Graham, then Tom Vickers. Then eventually one George Valentine.
I don't know what you mean.
Are you crazy?
Never mind that. Let me tell you why I married Tom.
No, let me tell you. Because I'm a chump, a knothead. With what I knew, I could have stopped it.
Yes, but you didn't, Doc.
Now, when this case comes to trial, you won't have to testify against Tommy. All the background of this sordid little triangle.
The story I'll tell is that I knew suspicion might point to Tom, but to show my faith in his innocence, I married him anyway.
Oh, I gotta hand it to you, Sylvia.
Me too. The other way. It's too bad one of us has to lose. And it's not going to be me.
Oh, yes, Miss Brooks. I remember very well the day I took that picture.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Maddox.
Annie was so excited I could hardly make her stand still.
Annie?
Why, yes. Annie Ferguson, that's her name.
Oh, yes, please go on.
She was so beautiful that day. She kept rattling on about her father's mansion. She wanted to make sure that I got Woody Crest into the picture. In a way, it was, well, a little pathetic.
Well, is there anything else you can remember about her?
Well, I know she couldn't have been very happy there because shortly afterwards she ran away.
Oh, I see. Well, now tell me, just how do I get to this Woody Crest?
Oh, it's just on the outskirts of town. Any cab will take you there.
Oh, that's fine.
They'll be glad to see you. I know they've been trying to locate Annie all these years.
All right, everybody, we can start now. This is Assistant District Attorney Griggs.
This is all going to be very informal. We ought to be out of your house in a little while, Mrs. Graham.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Griggs.
I'm supposed to assure all of you that you're not supposed to say anything here today that might incriminate you, just in case what transpires here warrants an indictment. Is that clear? Yeah, sure. We all know the circumstances of Leslie Graham's death. Do you have any further comments to make on your autopsy report, Coroner?
No, sir. Death due to overdose of Renapol.
Very well, we can go on. Just a few questions. I believe, Valentine, you said you had something important in connection with this inquiry.
Yeah, that's right, D.A. I have another witness I'd like to introduce.
Sergeant, tell Mr. Cook we're ready for him now.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, certainly. It's for you, Mr. Valentine.
Thanks.
Look, Valentine, do you have to have personal calls in here?
Well, it won't happen again, Lieutenant. Hello? Yeah, Brooksy. The airport? Well, you ought to be able to get here in a few minutes. Go on. Well, I guess now I can stop guessing. Go on, hop a cab, Angel.
All right, now, are you Mr. Cook?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you one question. Take a look around this room.
Yes.
A few days before Leslie Graham's death, someone bought a bottle of Renapol in your drugstore. Do you see that person in this room?
Why, yes. It's that gentleman over there with the blonde hair.
Hey, what is this?
Is that true, Mr. Vickers?
Well, I guess so, but I didn't think it was important.
Ye gods, not important, he says. I could buy Renapol. Joe Smith could buy it. But when you do, Vickers, it's more than important.
Well,
Why'd you buy it?
Do you suffer from headaches?
Well, no, but I can explain.
Why don't you, Vickers?
Well, it's all very simple. I don't know how Leslie got hold of this stuff, but I bought it for Sylvia.
What?
What do you say?
Well, didn't I? Why, for months you've been telling me about those terrible headaches, going to the doctor twice a week.
Tom, I don't want to believe this.
Believe what? It was raining that day. You wanted to get home, so you asked me to stop in at the drugstore.
Is that true, Mrs. Graham? Or Mrs. Vickers, rather? I keep forgetting.
Mrs. Vickers, that's the only thing I can think of. I'm married to the man who killed Leslie.
Sylvia!
Keep talking, Mrs. Vickers.
I haven't had a headache in ages. My doctor can tell you that. Tom. Oh, Tom, I believed you. You were such a comfort when Leslie wasn't himself. And now to think that you try to use me to get out of this terrible mess.
But I'm not. I'm not.
Leslie may not have been the best husband in the world, but he was a human being. Oh, Tom. Oh, Tom, I can't lie for you.
Kiss of death.
What did you say, Valentine?
Nothing, Lieutenant. I was just sympathizing with Mrs. Vickers.
You can do that later, Valentine. Surely you've got something to say, Vickers.
Well, I could go on saying I'm innocent. What good would it do?
If you didn't buy this run of Powell for Mrs. Graham, then it couldn't have accidentally found its way into her husband's whiskey. Facts leave me no choice but to ask for an indictment for murder.
Just a minute, Griggs. I'd like to say something.
If it has something to do with the case, go ahead, Valentine.
First of all, I agree that there should be an indictment for murder.
Oh, what are you doing? Just making it unanimous? Come on, quit stalling.
Hey, hold on there, young lady. Where do you think you're going?
Out of my way, Sergeant.
I don't have to stall any longer, Lieutenant.
Here you are, George.
Good.
What's this all about?
1 minute, T.A. Lieutenant? Briggs, take a look at this picture.
Well, what about it?
Just wanted you to look at it. Now, you, Sylvia. Do you recognize this?
Well, of course. That's a picture of myself.
And the house in the background.
That's Father's mansion on our estate.
Uh-huh. Gentlemen, take a look at this picture through this magnifying glass. The white plaque on the entrance post. Ordinarily, you can't see it. Go on, now, what does it say, Griggs?
Well, I can make out, Woody Crest.
Okay, that's the name of the place.
But there's another word that follows. You can only see the first 2 letters. The shrubbery covers the rest.
That's right. S-A...
Well? Surprisingly few words in the English language beginning with S-A that fit with Woody Crest. Would you give us that word, Sylvia?
No!
Brooksy, you just came from Sanford. What did you find Woody Crest was?
A sanatorium.
More brutally, a mental institution, an insane asylum.
No!
They're still looking for one Annie Ferguson who escaped 5 years ago and embarked on a new life and a new career, murder.
But it's gone on and on if it weren't for you.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it. Help me with the Griggs. Help me.
Sylvia, no matter what they do, I'll stick by you. You didn't know what you were doing. Well, Sylvia.
You fool. Don't you realize that you were going to sit in the gas chamber for what I did to Leslie? And I'd get your money, too. But now you know. Now you know.
Yes, Annie. Now we know who is Sylvia and what she is.
All right, Valentine. You were as smart as a whip. But don't think I'm forgetting you held out on me.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I thought that was the only way to do it.
But the next time...
Time. Back to your corners, gentlemen.
Oh, saved by the bell.
Oh, darling, I know your mind moves in mysterious ways, but...
Yeah?
But what made you so sure it was murder and it had to be Sylvia?
Well, no matter how much of a patsy Tommy Boy is, he wouldn't buy any poisonous substance right at the corner drugstore. That's when I vaguely began to suspect some kind of a trap.
More coffee, folks?
Oh, yes, please. I'd like
When
some.
you're through there, I'll take a check, Sylvia.
What's your name, sister?
Sylvia.
I don't feel so good.
I don't think I want any more coffee.
I want to go home.
Most motorists today expect and deserve at least 3 things from their cars: fast start, smooth acceleration, and lots of extra power. And if you haven't been enjoying these 3 motoring advantages, we'll have to blame it on the recent and unavoidable shortage of Chevron Supreme gasoline. But the shortage is over, and right now you can get high-octane Chevron Supreme again at most any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. So if your car has had starting trouble, and if it's been logy on hills, say goodbye to all that annoyance by saying, fill her up with Chevron Supreme. One of the reasons this premium quality gasoline gives your car all the motoring advantages your car was made for is because it's climate-tailored. That means Chevron Supreme gasoline gives peak performance in each different altitude and temperature zone, wherever you drive in the West. Ask for a tank full at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George poring over the latest letter to come to his desk. A letter that reads...
Dear Valentine, I bet you never heard of this before. I've got to commit a crime to keep from being a criminal. And what I've got to do involves murder. There's no way out for me unless I can get some help. You can't get in touch with me, so I'll be dropping in on you. The name, Bill Moran.
Next week, a new and exciting case for George. Stand in for murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Frances Cheney as Sylvia, Louis Van Ruten as Graham, George Neese as Tommy, Ken Christie as Griggs, and Fred Howard as Maddox. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's too hot for you to handle and far off the beaten track, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear sir, if you're a moviegoer at all, you must know me, Peter Murch, the small, ineffectual man everyone laughs at as soon as he appears on the screen. But there's nothing humorous about my present dilemma. After 30 years, I'm to be starred in my next picture. But unless you can help me, I'll have to say no to this dream of a lifetime. This is hard to explain
in so many words. But if you'll meet me at the Farm Food Vegetarian Restaurant at 1 o'clock today, I'll explain everything. Signed, urgently, Peter Murch.
Oh, sure, Brooksy. You know, that gnome-like character from the movies?
Oh, Casper Milquetoast himself.
That's the guy.
The henpecked little man who puts galoshes over his rubbers when it rains.
George Valentine, maker of stars. Hey, I wonder how I fit into this picture.
Well, I can't wait to find out.
Well, then, on to Mr. Murch.
Oh, but just one thing, George.
Yeah, what's that, Angel?
Well, if we have to have lunch at a vegetarian restaurant, could we stop off for a hamburger first?
Veggie-burgers. I insist we have veggie-burgers for lunch.
Veggie-burgers?
Yes, indeed, Miss Brooks. And if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know they were made of nuts and choice legumes. Peas, beans...
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be real tasty. But what about your letter? What's on your mind, Mr. Murch?
Oh, dear. I knew that letter would sound confusing.
To say the least.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I had a long talk with my psychoanalyst. And you know what?
What?
I'm schizophrenic.
Oh, no.
I'm not one person, I'm two, battling furiously with each other.
Who's winning?
I'm not really that mild, retiring little man that millions of people know. No. There's another side of me that craves excitement, even violence.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Murch.
But it's quite true, young man. My psychoanalyst tells me I just can't go on being a house divided. No. I simply must involve myself in some kind of exciting adventure.
Well, what does your doctor expect you to do? Go out and kiss the first beautiful blonde you see on the street?
No. I'm serious, Mr. Valentine. Look at me. Practically a nervous wreck. I simply can't go on being the prim Peter Murch my public expects of me. When the director says, lights, camera, I begin to shake. That's the other side of me coming out.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes, I break into a cold sweat. I feel like screaming. Right out there in front of everybody.
Well, maybe all you need is a good scream.
No, it isn't that simple. My psychoanalyst says I've been playing the timid soul in my personal life as well as on the screen. And it's affecting me. Anyway, I can't go into this new picture.
Oh, but Mr. Murch, you've worked so hard all these years. And this is your first starring role.
And it would be my first failure, too, in my mental condition.
And, you want me to provide the excitement?
Yes, Mr. Valentine. Perhaps introduce me to some low, disreputable characters. Take me to places where almost anything can happen, you know.
You really think that would help?
Well, my psychoanalyst seems to think so. You will help me, won't you, Mr. Valentine?
Well,
I'll pay your regular fee and whatever expenses we incur.
Well, okay, it's a deal. We'll see what forms of mild excitement we can find for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Valentine. I'll be grateful to you as long as I live. Can we start now?
Oh, hey, wait a minute. I have to make some plans. What about 8 o'clock tonight? You see, I usually don't go out hunting excitement, Mr. Murch. As a rule, it just happens.
Oh, no, George. You're not going to take poor Mr. Murch to Mark Logan's grotto.
Well, he wants excitement.
Yeah, but not that low dive. He'll faint as soon as he gets in the door.
Oh, darling, Mark Logan is a respectable citizen these days. He's gone straight.
Yeah, in a crooked sort of way.
He's running a genteel pool parlor and so-called grill. And if a fight breaks out now and then, you can't blame Mark.
Try and hit me with a pool cue, are you?
Ah, you had it coming. I seen you move that number 7 ball when you thought I wasn't looking. Why you...
Oh, Mr. Valentine. Oh, my goodness.
This'll show you.
Well, here you are, Mr. Murch. Life on the raw.
Oh, my, this is exciting. 3rd brawl in 1 hour.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Okay, let that mug get up or beat his brains in.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you apart.
Come on now, you two lugs. Break it up and get back to your game. I'm running a respectable joint here.
Not yet, Logan. Not before I split his skull with his chair.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, another inch, Mr. Murch, and that chair would have parted your head.
Yeah, and permanently.
Okay, beat it, both of you. Finish it out in the alley.
All right, Logan, it won't take me long.
I'll make it look like a pound of hamburger, brother.
You gotta excuse him, Mr. Valentine. The boys get kind of playful once in a while.
Oh, sure, Mr. Logan. And you lose more pool cues that way.
Oh, Mr. Murch, we'd better get out of here before things really get rough.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it for a moment. I'm just beginning to feel better.
Oh. Mr. Murch.
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
Here's a nickel.
Well, thank you.
Why don't you get something on the jukebox over there? I want to talk to Mr. Logan a minute.
This is so exciting. Evening, I've been waiting.
Don't pay no attention to them numbers, Mr. Murch. Wherever you put your nickel, all you get is Mother McCree. That's my favorite.
George, I'm afraid we've underestimated our timid soul. He can't get enough.
Yeah, and you certainly did your best, Logan.
Yeah, which brings up a point, Mr. Valentine. I don't want to be mercenary or nothing like that.
Yeah?
But there's a question of money. Joe and Alex just now almost killed themselves. There's them other 2 fights we framed up.
Okay, Logan, here you are. This ought to take care of the boys.
Yeah, thanks. Say, if I knew you was willing to pay this much, I could have fixed up something real messy for the old boy. Oh, that song. Ain't it beautiful? Mother McCree.
Yeah, sure. Got any other ideas for excitement, Logan?
Well, that little guy don't scare easy. Now, wait. How about this? When you people leave the joint, I'll get the boys to drive up in a big black sedan.
Yeah?
They grab the little guy and take him out in the country for a spell.
You mean kidnap him?
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Miss Brooks. They lock him in a cellar for a couple of days, keep him tied up. Ain't gonna hurt him none.
Oh.
Hey, hold it, Logan. That's going a little too far.
Yeah. I've got an idea. Yeah. And I think it'll work, too.
What's that?
Here's what you do. You take Mr. Murch out to the Seaside Amusement Park.
Oh, after this, a ride on the Ferris wheel is going to leave him cold.
It's nothing like that. You're going to take him through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, Mr. Logan, I'll admit you can find a certain kind of excitement in the Tunnel of Love. But I doubt if Peter Murch is my type.
He was talking to me, Brooksy.
He's not your type either.
What I was thinking, Mr. Valentine, is I happen to know the guy who runs the Tunnel of Love. His name is Len Dimmick.
Oh, goody, George. Maybe we can get a special discount.
What I mean is I'll call up Len and have him take the trip through the tunnel with you, personal. He's one of them practical jokers, so he'll play along with the gag. Now, dream up a couple of stunts. Leave it to Len to find a way to scare the pants off you, Mr. Murch.
Well, it's worth a try, Logan, and the night's getting shorter. I gotta earn my fee.
If you want to get out of that amusement park quick, better take Walton Boulevard. They're tearing up Grayson Avenue.
Okay, thanks a lot, Logan. Oh, Mr. Murch,
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
if you can drag yourself away from Mother McCree, we'd like you to join us in a blood-curdling journey through the Tunnel of Love.
Oh, just think of it. The three of us, alone, together. This should be real exciting.
Nice racket you got here, Demick. Selling 5 minutes worth of darkness?
Darkness is a valuable commodity, Mr. Valentine.
It is?
Yeah, just like I was telling Mr. Murch here.
Well, after all those gruesome things you've been telling us, I don't think I want to hear any more.
Well, facts are facts, Mr. Murch. Demick is right. Now, could you find a cozier place for a murder than a tunnel of love?
Yeah, that reminds me. I remember a happy couple who took a ride through here just for a little innocent smooching. And then...
Yes?
Suddenly, death struck. A silent, cruel blow.
I wish we had some light in here.
What? In the Tunnel of Love?
Oh, yeah, I remember that, Demick. It was an unsolved crime, wasn't it?
Often wondered how the poor man was killed, and how the young lady felt when she heard him scream. Here, in the darkness.
Mr. Demick, what was that?
Oh, one of the many voices of darkness that echoed through the Tunnel of Love.
Just calm yourself, Mr. Murch.
Well, I wasn't really frightened at all, Mr. Valentine.
You're a brave man, Mr. Murch. Nobody knows what the next step into the darkness may lead to. Nobody knows...
Mr. Demick!
I think our friend missed his profession. He should have been an actor.
Mr. Valentine, Mr. Demick, I think he's fainted.
Huh?
Fainted?
And his hair, I think it's blood.
Oh, what are you talking about? Wait.
My head.
Let me get to it.
George, he's not fooling.
I'll light a match.
Oh, look at him. We've got to get him out of here, get him to a hospital.
Here, in my...
He's trying to say something to you, Mr. Valentine.
What is it, Demick? What is it? What are you trying to say?
In my pocket.
Oh.
Transfer.
Yeah.
Take it. Bus. Transfer. Hold on. Huh?
We'll get a doctor, Mr. Demick. He'll take care of you.
Here, strike another match, will you, Mr. Murch?
Yes.
I don't think Demick has much use for a doctor now, Brooksy.
George.
But, Mr. Valentine, this can't be true. Why, the things like this simply don't happen.
I'm afraid this is an exception to the rule, Mr. Murch. Demick's been murdered.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about how to be kind to your starter. It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time, and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, here's the situation. You take on a cockeyed job because that happens to be your business. A character actor wants you to provide him with some excitement because his psychoanalyst told him he's been playing the meek, timid type so long, it's beginning to affect his work. So you give Peter Murch a ride for his money, including a ride through the Tunnel of Love in an amusement park. And then, murder strikes in the darkness.
Valentine?
Yeah, Lieutenant Riley?
Usually people manage to get killed in bed, in their home, or on the street. But Dimmick gets murdered in his own tunnel of love. And you're right there with him.
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, Lieutenant. But believe me, we were just trying to introduce a little excitement into Mr. Murch's life.
That's right. It was all very innocent.
Oh, well, how was George to know anything like this would happen?
Miss Brooks, I'm just a public servant. I get paid a reasonable sum each month to maintain law and order. And I don't like it when somebody gets paid to promote pool room brawls and instigate other forms of public disturbance.
All right, stop quoting the police manual, Lieutenant. Whatever happened here tonight would have happened whether I was in on this deal or not.
It's just that my psychoanalyst
Mr.
said...
Murch, why don't you go somewhere and have a nice, quiet, nervous breakdown?
Well, my psychoanalyst...
When I'm through here, I'll come and join you. Murder in the tunnel of love.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Brennan?
The doc just got through with Dimmick. Skull fracture. Blunt instrument.
All right, I'll be right there. Tell the boys to get some lights set up in that tunnel. We're going to go over it inch by inch.
Yes, sir.
Now, Valentine, I suppose you're going to go home to your nice warm bed.
Oh, well, I'll be glad to stick around, give you a hand.
No, thanks. I've got enough trouble. But I want to see you the first thing in the morning in my office.
Sure.
And you too, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Murch.
Yes?
It might give you a little extra excitement to see the inside of a police station. So be there at 9 sharp.
But looks like we're not wanted around here, so come on, Mr. Murch. I still think I ought to drop you off at your hotel, Mr. Murch.
Yes, you've had enough for one night.
Well, my wife and I are staying at the Fenmore right here on Grayson Avenue. But I can tell, Mr. Valentine, you're not just giving up this case like that. Oh, no. You're up to something, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you stirred up a hornet's nest somehow or other, and I want to see what it's all about.
And I'm going to be right there with you.
Oh, hey,
No,
wait.
There's no use arguing.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy?
Well, that part of a bus transfer Dimmick wanted you to have. What do you make of it?
I don't know yet.
Well, why should anyone keep a piece of old transfer? Now, that's probably one of the most worthless things in the world.
And only a third of a transfer at that.
Yet that man insisted that you have it with his dying breath. Must mean something.
Yeah, well, we'll see what the lieutenant makes out of it. I gave it to him. Told him what Dimmick said.
But you've made something out of it already, haven't you, darling? Come on, let's have it.
Well, as a matter of fact, you can tell a lot from a bus transfer, Brooksy. Even a third of a one, if you look at it real careful like.
Meaning what?
That it was issued by the Orange Bus Company, route number 411. And the little punch holes, one for the year, one for the month, and even the day and the hours during which it was good.
You noticed all those things?
That transfer was issued July 29th, 1943, between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m.
All of which still means nothing to me.
No, me either at this point. But I have an idea the late Mr. Dimmick meant it to provide free transportation for his murderer to the end of the line.
Hey, why are we turning off, George? Where are we going?
Hey, you know something, Brooksy? Riley and I don't always agree, but he knows his business, and so do his boys. We're going down to police headquarters.
Well, what for, Mr. Valentine?
The police don't miss much, and when they do, they make a record of it so they'll never forget. And that's where we're headed, Mr. Murch. The Department of Unsolved Crimes.
Oh, it's you, Valentine.
Yeah, and this time I brought you a container of coffee, Dawson. Thought you'd need it.
The sleepier we can get down in this department, the better we like it. Who are your friends?
Oh, my assistant, Miss Brooks and Mr. Murch.
How do you do?
What do you want, Valentine? You know these files aren't open to the public.
Well, I'm not just the public, Dawson. Your boss, Riley, told me to be down here tomorrow morning and be sure I had the right information.
He said that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go on. Call him up. Check for yourself.
Oh, no, as long as he said so. What do you want to know?
If there were any unsolved crimes on July 29th, 1943.
July 43, let's see. Oh, it's that file in the corner near the window.
Okay, thanks.
What are you looking for, Mr. Valentine?
The murderer, I hope.
You and I ought to be used to being left in the dark, Mr. Murch.
Let's see. Yeah, July 1943. Let's see what we got in this folder. Stolen car, front of Grant and Company, burglary, and...
Yes?
And on July 29th, 5:35 p.m., $200,000 jewel robbery at Smith & Allenby Jewelers on 5th Street.
The date on the transfer.
Uh-huh.
And that picture. That's our Mr. Dimmick.
Leonard Dimmick, 38, clerk at Smith & Allenby's. No suspicion of collusion and holdup.
But Dimmick was operating a tunnel of
A
love.
lot of things can happen in a man's life in 5 years, Brooksy.
Let's see that, George. No getaway car used in robbery as far as known. Passerby observed man in gray suit carrying briefcase board orange bus outside jewelry store almost immediately after holdup. Witness positive man was running from store.
Oh, dear me, this is just too much for me.
Traced bus driver number 602, but no information on man in gray suit. Well, that's that, kids. Now we've really got to work fast.
What's the rush, George?
If we don't move fast, Brooksy, there's going to be another murder.
Mr. Valentine, as I told you, this is the busiest time of the day for us here at the depot. You know, getting the buses out on schedule.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Eldridge. But look, this is very important. Who was your bus driver, number 602, on July 29th, 1943?
Oh, very well. If you can't wait, I'll look it up for you. You see, we have a file here on every man who ever worked for us.
Uh-huh.
44, 43, July the 29th. Oh, yeah, here we are.
Yeah?
Yeah, number 602. It was Bob Gray.
Still work for you?
Oh, yeah, Bob's still with us. As a matter of fact, he's one of our steadiest men. There's nothing wrong, is there?
I don't know yet. Well, where can I get hold of Mr. Graves?
Why, I don't know. This is his day off.
All right, what's his address? Come on.
1411 Dever Street.
1411. Looks like a rooming house.
Yeah, with the inevitable sign. No rooms.
Could you take these steps a little slower, please?
Oh, Mr. Murch, I almost forgot about you.
Well, I'm not just as young as I used to be.
Who is? But right now, I'm interested in seeing that someone else has a chance to grow a little older.
Wait a minute, George. There's a name here under this bell.
What does it say?
Bob Gray.
That's our man.
But who is Bob Gray?
An honest toiler, Mr. Murch. To be more specific, a bus driver. To be more specific, bus driver number 602, who had a very busy day, July 29th, 1943.
Yeah, who is it?
A friend of yours sent me over to talk to you, Graves.
Go on, beat it. Get out of here.
Okay, Bob. But Len Dimmick wouldn't like the way you treat me.
What'd you say? Who are you?
There's nothing much I can say with that gun stuck in my midriff.
Never mind that. Who are these two?
Just friends. What do you say we go inside and close the door? It'll be much easier that way.
Okay. But what's this about Dimmick? Come on, talk.
I wish he wouldn't keep pointing that gun. It makes me nervous.
Nothing like excitement, is there, Mr. Murch?
Look, mister, you said something about Dimmick. What about him?
He's dead.
So what? You bringing me an invitation to his funeral?
No, I'm just trying to postpone your funeral.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just this, listen. You're going to have a visitor any time now. I'm surprised he hasn't shown up before.
I still say what's that supposed to mean?
All right, friend, if that's your attitude. And I thought you had to have some brains to be a bus driver.
How do you know so much about me?
And being a bus driver, you should appreciate the value of a transfer. Even a piece of a transfer.
Transfer?
That's right.
All right, spill it. And remember, I got this gun in your gut.
George, be careful.
Don't worry, Brooks. He's much too curious to shoot.
Yes, but that gun may go off accidentally.
Who's that? Did you bring the cops?
I didn't bring anybody. That's your visitor.
What?
Cool down your trigger finger and listen to me.
What's this all about? Are you a cop?
I'm strictly on my own. But if I'm right, whoever's knocking on that door is here to kill you. I'm not kidding now.
Well...
And no one knows it better than you. You gonna do as I tell you?
All right.
Brooksy, you and Mr. Murch get over there in that corner. Away from the door. Make it snappy.
Yes, George. Come on, Mr. Murch.
Now, Graves, open up. Try to be natural. Put that gun away.
Yeah.
I'll be standing right here in back of the door.
Well, Graves, I was beginning to think you were out.
You know how it is, Logan. My day off. I guess I fell asleep.
Awful thing happened to Len Dimmick, didn't it?
Yeah, I heard about it. Come inside, huh?
And just when we were going to split everything 3 ways.
Yeah, that's right.
That makes the gravy all the richer for you and me, don't it?
I don't get it.
And if there was only one, there'd be nothing but gravy left.
What are you talking about?
You want me to interpret?
Valentine, you...
What Logan means, Graves, is he was going to kill you just as he killed Dimmick.
You're out of your mind.
Maybe, but you killed Len Dimmick.
When I heard about Len, I thought it was something like that.
Don't listen to him, Bob.
You were just too clumsy about it, Logan. I took Grayson Avenue coming back. It wasn't torn up at all the way you said.
So what?
You sent us the long way so you could get to the Tunnel of Love before us.
That's right, George. And he'd be the only one to know that Dimmick would be inside the Tunnel of Love with us. He arranged the whole thing.
Oh, my goodness.
You sneaked into the tunnel before us, Logan.
You were waiting on the platform for the boat to pass.
But in the darkness, it could have been me. I could have had my head bashed in. I don't think I feel so good.
No, it wouldn't have been you, Mr. Murch. Len Dimmick was doing all the talking. Made himself the perfect target.
Graves, you're not going to believe this guy, are you?
Yeah, I believe him. You killed Len, and you came here to kill me so you could have all the gravy you was talking about.
Put that gun down, Bob. Put it down.
Double-cross me, will you?
Yeah, let me have that, Graves. You got a big enough rap against you now.
George, let go.
He shot Mr. Logan.
And the first one who moves will get what he got. I'm getting out.
Stay where you are. Drop that gun.
Huh?
I said drop it. That's better.
Oh, Lieutenant
I'm
Riley.
glad to see you, Lieutenant.
Sergeant Dawson called and said you were snooping around the Unsolved Crimes Department, so I had you tailed. Now, who's this guy on the floor here? How bad's he hurt?
My arm.
You should have blown your head off.
Brennan, get this man out of here into a hospital, whoever he is.
That's Mark Logan, Lieutenant. Ex-con. Now runs a pool parlor.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, Logan's one end of a triangle. Len Dimmick, former jewelry clerk, was the second. And Graves here, bus driver, is the third. They're the trio who waltzed through that Smith and Allenby job back in 43.
How do you know all of this, Valentine?
Lieutenant, I think that if you go through Logan's clothes when he gets to the hospital, you'll find a third of a bus transfer on him. Wouldn't you say so, Graves?
Why not? Sure, we pulled that job, the three of us. Dimmick, Logan, and me. We decided to wait 5 years because the jewels were too hot to touch right away.
Where are they now?
Buried under the water in the Tunnel of Love.
But those transfers.
Yes, what about them?
Lots of things can happen in 5 years. Guy can die, get put in jail. So we decided whoever showed up with a third of the transfer from my bus would get his share.
Valentine, how did you stumble onto Graves?
Well, Lieutenant, why a third of a transfer? Why not a quarter or a half? I knew about Dimmick and Logan. That makes two. But there was still one more to account for.
I get it, and it had to be the bus driver.
That's right, Brooksy. They wouldn't leave their getaway to chance. And they were sure the bus would be right there at the exact minute.
Well, I'll be...
Almost $70,000 for a third of an old transfer. No wonder Logan was willing to go to all that trouble to get rid of Dimmick and Graves.
Well, is that enough excitement for you, Mr. Murch? Mr. Murch?
What's the matter, Brooksy?
He's fainted.
Well, here we are, Mr. Murch. Feeling better?
Here's your hotel, Mr. Murch.
I don't know what you think about me painting like that, but I really do feel like a new man. My psychoanalyst was so right.
Think you're up to playing that star role now?
Oh, yes, of course. Now that I'm convinced I'm the swaggering, masterful type at heart.
Good for you, Mr. Murch.
Oh, well, just one thing.
Yes?
Would you two mind coming upstairs with me?
But why?
I stayed out so much later than I promised.
Oh?
You see, Mrs. Murch is such a forceful personality.
If you're planning a motoring trip, here's something you should do to make it a safe trip. Stop in at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station before you start out and have your tires inspected. If you find they're worn smooth, have risky cuts or bruises, don't take a chance. Play safe and get a new set of grip-safe Atlas tires. The wider, skid-resisting Atlas tread gives you greater driving protection. There's more rubber to grip the road to give you quick, safe stops and absorb road shocks. With each new Atlas passenger tire, you get a full year's written warranty against damage to the tire from road hazards. No wonder Atlas is the tire known nationally for its safety, long life, and economy. Another tip, when you're on the open road, keep safe by keeping the right amount of air in each tire. And that's a job for the folks at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear Lieutenant Riley saying...
Look, Miss Brooks, my feet hurt. Let's get back to the house.
Oh, please, Lieutenant. George and Maud have been away so long, I'm really worried. Let's take one look up here in the lemon grove.
Well, all right. Wait till I put the flashlight on.
Look, over there.
Valentine.
George.
Oh. Hello, everybody. I was just thinking of getting up anyway. Oh, Somebody must have been staging an atomic test around here. Hey, where's Marta?
Here's your answer, Valentine. She's right over here, but no hurry. She couldn't move if she tried.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Mr. Murch, Joe Duvall as Logan, Paul Frees as Dimmick, Barney Phillips as Graves, and Dick Ryan as the manager. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Impatient Redhead, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you feel you're trapped and can't see your way out alone, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, if this sounds like a letter to a lovelorn column, that's exactly what it is. I've been seeing a man for the last 6 months. I love him, and I can swear he loves me, too. I must know what it is that's keeping him from admitting his feelings. What is he afraid of? Is there a secret in his life he can't share with me? All this you must find out.
Must find out because I must bring things to a head somehow.
Uh-huh.
I shall be in my apartment at the Raleigh Towers all day waiting for you. And it's signed Blanche Legler.
Blanche Legler? Yeah, that'd be the daughter of the late beer baron, Otto Legler.
Sure, Legler's Lager, the brew with tradition.
Yeah, she must be worth millions, Brooksy. I wonder what does make this guy so backward about being forward.
Well, maybe the gentleman has a wife and 4 kids in Hackensack.
Well, there's no harm in talking to Blanche. No matter what happens, I bet you get a cold bottle of beer out of it.
Well, you know I'm dying of curiosity. But I've got to stay here and wait for that long-distance call you're expecting from Detroit.
Oh, well, now, don't take it to heart, Angel. Whatever Blanche Legler has to confide, I'll let you have it in gaudiest detail. See you later.
Look at me, Mr. Valentine.
That doesn't take any effort at all, Miss Legler.
Oh, stop being coy. I don't need that reassurance.
Well, suppose you stop quarter-decking up and down. Then maybe we can find out just what you do need.
All right. Maybe you've read some things about me in the paper. I make good copy. They say my father spoiled me. And I'm used to getting what I want.
Words to that effect.
The Senor Montoya is something I want. I know he loves me. I can feel it. I can see it in his eyes. But what happens? All I get is that continental charm and gentility until it almost makes me sick.
Sit down, Miss Legler.
I can't. I'm too nervous. I've done everything but get down on my knees to propose to Vicente.
Miss Legler.
Let's make it Blanche.
All right, Blanche. Now, aside from the glint in his eye, how do you know you're the only woman in this life?
Oh, I know there have been others, George. One after another for a year, and all of them redheads.
Well, that's very interesting. You're right in the tradition, then.
Yes, there was a parade of redheads. Every night a different one, sitting with him at the same table in the Oval Room at the Stafford Hotel. But for the last 6 months, I've been the only one.
Well, Blanche, maybe you're playing it wrong. It might be a good idea if you were on the defense. Play hard to get, instead of leading with your left.
Oh, don't be naive, George. I've tried being elusive and oh, so very feminine. That doesn't work either.
I see. Well, from what you told me, this Vicente character is an exceedingly polished gentleman, son of a Spanish Marquess and stuff.
So what? Take another look at me. Is it such a come down for him to marry me?
Okay, Blanche, I admit the odds are with you, unless the man is blind.
Thank you.
But I'll be equally frank. Throwing out male icebergs isn't exactly my racket. Nor is snooping into people's private lives, except when they've definitely strayed from the straight and narrow.
Can't you use a big fat fee?
Oh, sure, always. But not if it's going to make me unhappy with myself.
Suppose I can assure you it won't be snooping.
I bet you're good at cryptograms.
I'll show you what I mean. Here, in the drawing room.
Blanche, what is it? I received your call and... Oh.
Do you realize, Vicente, this is the first time we've seen each other during the day? It's always been the Oval Room at night.
That is no matter. Is there anything wrong?
Oh, this is Mr. Valentine, Mr. Montoya.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Vicente, this seems to be the day for frankness.
Como?
I hired this man to find out what it is that stands between us, darling.
You did this, Blanche? Why? Why?
Now look.
Oh, come now, George. You can't call it snooping when we put all our cards on the table.
That you did this is very unfortunate, Blanche.
Well, what did you expect me to do? Do you think I sat there all those evenings just to sample all the rare wines you ordered with such authority, or indulge in glib conversation?
Please, Blanche.
Whatever's keeping you from saying what you feel I want to know, bring it out in the open. I'll stand by you, Vicente.
Was there not a young man named Tommy Sloan? I should never have come into your lives, Blanche. Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
I know Blanche's power of persuasion, but if I were in your place, I would not pursue this matter any further. It would bring no good to anyone, especially you.
What's that supposed to mean?
This just happens to be a day for frankness, as Blanche says. Adios.
Well, George?
Well, in his polite way, Senor Montoya carries a very big chip on his shoulder. I wonder what would happen if I knocked it off.
Why don't you?
I think I will, Blanche. We're in business.
If you must know, Miss Brooks, I bribed the maid. That's how I know Blanche called in Valentine.
Oh, you've got it bad, Mr. Sloan.
You're not wrong. I can't think, I can't work, I can't do anything.
Well, I don't know what to tell you until we find out what Mr. Valentine's decided to do.
Wait a minute. Miss Brooks, a woman's no different from a man.
Well,
I mean, you can tell when someone's meant just for you and you for him, can't you?
I think I can.
Well, that's the way it's been between Blanche and me for years, until Montoya came along. He isn't right for her, I tell you. They've got nothing in common. It's different between Blanche and me. We know how to laugh together, have fun.
All right, calm down, Mr. Sloan.
Oh. Well, anyway, will you give Valentine this message?
Yes.
Whatever he finds out about Vicente Montoya, I want to know, too. I'm willing to pay for it.
Well, I'm sure that will interest him a great deal.
And you can also add, Blanche will never marry Montoya, no matter what I have to do.
Yeah, Brooksy, that's very interesting about Tommy, but it's hardly news.
Well, you must have got around this morning, darling.
Yeah, and here's the net results. Vicente Montoya is the real thing. More money than he can live to spend. And his father is a Marquess, all right. And listen to the trimmings the old man could tag onto his name.
Yeah.
Grand Officer of the Spanish Legion of Honor, Grand Cross of St. Gregory the Great, Knight of Zaragoza, and so on and so on.
All of which leaves you where, Mr. Dorothy Dick?
Exactly nowhere.
Well, what does this Vicente Montoya look like? What's his great charm?
Oh, I don't know. Call it breeding if you want, Brooksy. But he's handsome besides. Shiny black hair, distinguished. Walks as though he swallowed a ramrod. Oh, yeah. He knows the vintages of all the best wines.
Oh, poor Tommy.
And the final fact, which I'm sure Blanche already knows, Vicente lives with his father, the Marquess of Montoya, in a sumptuous suite at the Hotel Warwick.
Why don't you just let love take its course? Blanche will either wind up in a suburban cottage or a castle in Spain.
I know. But why the chip on Vicente's shoulder if everything is all sweetness and light? What? Hey, wait.
George, what are you doing?
Just looking at your hair.
Well, you've never looked at it that way before.
Now, look, Angel, this hurts me more than it does you. But you're going over to the beauty parlor and have those lovely locks dyed red.
George!
Huh?
I suppose you wonder why I had the head waiter ask you to come over to my table.
I was curious enough to join you, wasn't I?
I'm very grateful, Miss Brooks. Oh, Henri,
Yes, Senor Montoya.
a bottle of sherry. You know, the only year I think is worthy of a great occasion.
Oh, of course.
The moment you walked in, I noticed your hair. It is truly very lovely.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not just making idle conversation, please believe me. All the men in the Montoya family, as far back as anyone can remember, have chosen women who have red hair.
Oh, well, no wonder when I walked in you didn't take your eyes off me for a moment.
I only know of one woman with red hair more beautiful than yours.
I should get up and leave you, Mr. Montoya. No woman likes to think herself second best. Where's your gallantry?
I'm afraid I lost it, along with a great many other illusions.
Well, we're going to do something about that tonight.
When you came in, I thought you might be able to take her place. Make me forget Blanche.
Blanche?
She's the only woman I ever loved. I'm giving her up.
Oh.
Sherry, senor. The way you like it.
Thank you.
Why did you tell me all this, Mr. Montoya?
Why? So you can run back and tell Mr. Valentine.
What did you say?
Red hair is becoming to you, Miss Brooks. But I can see that it was dyed. Remember, I'm a connoisseur.
Okay. That leaves you the top man on the totem pole.
I beg your pardon.
Skip it. Just let me ask you a simple question. If you love Miss Legler, why are you so willing to give her up?
Why don't you tell Mr. Valentine he will never find that out the day that I die?
You must excuse me, Mr. Valentine, but I'm really listening.
Okay, have it your way, Marquise, but I don't believe you.
Did you ever think, senor, that in a long life one learns much?
Yes, I know, but about your son.
One learns about many things. Now, these pistols, the largest private collection of Spanish dueling pistols in the world.
Congratulations.
I make it a point to spend an hour a day with them, oil them, polish them, see that they withstand the passage of time. But go on, senora. What were you saying?
All right, here it is. Your son is in love, but he won't dare admit it. You know why?
Senor, my son is not a simpering girl, and I'm not a dueña to watch over him every minute.
What is he afraid of? You ought to know. You're his father.
Strange about this pistol. The barrel hardly moves. Let's see.
You're holding on to me, Marquise, and I'm a pretty stubborn guy. Hey! Well, that almost took my ear off.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Senor Valentine. I was sure there was no bullet in that pistol.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks for missing.
It does prove something, doesn't it?
Does it?
If you insist on handling something you know is dangerous, you can expect your head to be blown off. No es verdad, senor.
Oh, sure, you're so right, Marquis. And don't think I'm going to forget it.
Maria!
Si, senor.
Please show the gentleman out. He hasn't got all the time in the world. Goodbye, Senor Valentine.
Maybe we'll have another man-to-man talk again, when you're not fussing with your pistols.
Senor, I know that which you are trying to find out. I've been with the Montoyas for very many years.
Why, Maria, I'm surprised at you. You've had your ear at the keyhole.
How much will you pay?
Oh, I have a very liberal client.
$500.
Could be.
My sister's grandchild. That money would mean he could go to the university.
When do we get to talk?
Later tonight. I live in a room at 28 Douglas Street. You will be there.
This ought to be room 6. Brooksy, over here.
Tomorrow I'm going to have the most expensive shampoo at Rudolph's and put it on the office expense account.
Well, you're welcome to it, ain't you?
I don't know if it's polite, George. The door is open.
Yeah, so it is.
George, she's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
Wait a minute, Brooksy. Even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
But
now, wait. Let me see. Brooksy. Marie isn't asleep. She's dead.
Oh.
There's no sign of violence.
Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means something.
I don't know, but this note here does.
What does it say, George?
When you will find me, I am dead. I know now I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas and go on living in peace and honor, so I do this thing. Forgive me, Maria.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about wear. It's easy to keep the outside and inside of your car spick and span, but how can you keep the interior engine parts clean and efficient? How can you save those expensive, tight-fitting parts from the wear caused by fast-forming carbon, rust, and acids? Engineers at Standard of California licked this problem by developing RPM motor oil. And they did the job so well that a recent survey shows Western motorists prefer RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. Chemical compounds in RPM keep your entire engine cleaner. They protect hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. They prevent costly rust, corrosion, and crankcase foaming. And that's why RPM, a premium quality motor oil, gives your car longer life at low-cost operation. Get it tomorrow at a Standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a fiery, red-headed heiress hires you to find out all you can about a certain Spanish nobleman. He's what she wants. So, with some reluctance, you take the case, only to find yourself threatened with violence on all sides. What's more, the faithful old servant of the Montoya family prefers suicide to revealing the secret that you know is there. But being as stubborn and curious as George Valentine, you pay a visit with Claire to the old Marquise of Montoya.
I don't know if I want to talk to you tonight, Mr. Valentine. Miss Brooks.
Sorry, Marquise, but you're going to have to.
May I get you a glass of sherry, young lady? I'll call Maria. No. Nobody will call Maria anymore. I cannot get used to the idea. You see, she has been in the family so many years.
Which just about brings us to the point, doesn't it, Mr. Montoya?
Yeah, there's no question that Maria committed suicide. But that's not enough for me. What made her do it?
What makes any of us do what we do with our lives?
In the note she left, she said something about not being able to live in peace or honor.
In our country, more important than bread and water, or even life itself, are dignity and honor.
Marquise, you knew Maria was going to tell me whatever it is you and your son are trying to hide.
There is very little I do not know that goes on in this house.
Well, then let's not mince words. You forced her to kill herself.
That is very harsh, Mr. Valentine, and not true.
What is true, then?
I merely reminded her of the years we considered her a member of the Montoya family and the kindness we showed her. I never meant it to be more than a reminder. I never thought that she would go so far.
Uh-huh. But it was better for you rather than have a talk.
Think what you please, Senor Valentine. As far as that young man in Barcelona...
The one Maria wanted the money for?
The one she was willing to forsake all loyalty for, yes. I will take care of him. He will not want for anything. Maria can rest quietly. Oh, Vicente.
Yes, Father.
As you see, we have visitors.
I know. Miss Brooks, I'm sorry about that little fiasco I carried out in the Oval Room. Believe me, I am seldom that rude.
Oh, don't let it worry you, Mr. Montoya. I seldom walk around with blazing red hair.
There's really nothing more to say, Mr. Valentine.
Father, just a moment.
I have something to say.
Okay, let's have it.
The last time we met, I said something that may have sounded like a threat. I did not mean it that way.
Now, you know, this is getting rather awkward. Everybody being so sorry about everything. Why don't we just cry on each other's shoulders?
Mr. Valentine, I'm serious. I know you are interested only in the welfare of your client.
That's right, Miss Legler.
I realize that most of the fault is mine. You cannot monopolize any woman's time for 6 months without having her make certain obvious assumptions.
What are you driving at?
I give you my word as a gentleman that I shall never see her again. Marriage is completely out of the question. Therefore, the reason can't possibly be important. Would you tell Blanche that and forget the whole thing?
Well, confidentially, friend, I wasn't too happy with this case from the beginning.
Yes?
And if marriage is out of the question, I don't see what good I can do. Yeah, I'll speak to Miss Legler in the morning. And so that's how it is, Blanche. And I'm inclined to agree with Vicente. So how about dropping the whole thing?
Maybe the day after tomorrow. You'll think that's pretty good advice.
Since I was 4 years old, Miss Brooks, the only advice I've taken was my own.
I want to talk to you, Blanche.
Oh, Tommy, what are you doing here? I told you we have nothing more to talk about.
We'll see about that. You're Valentine, aren't you?
That's the name the mother insisted on. It happened to be my father's name. Now, take it easy, will you, Thomas?
I spoke to Montoya after you and Miss Brooks left.
Vicente certainly had a busy evening.
Blanche, why don't you get it through your crazy little head? Vicente doesn't want you.
Why don't you mind your own business?
Slap me all you want. That won't change things. Isn't that what Montoya said to you, too, Valentine?
Well, he was a little more suave about it, too.
Look at me, Blanche. I love you. It isn't something that happened just yesterday or 6 months ago. It's been there for years. And you love me, too. You told me there's no changing that.
Oh, Tommy, please. Please go.
Okay, I'm leaving. But I'm never going to be too far away.
You know, Blanche, I think your friend Tommy has the right idea.
I remember you were saying you wanted to drop the case, George.
I said I thought it would be best.
I may as well tell you I'll only hire someone else.
Well, there's no mistaking that, George.
No, wait a minute, Brooksy.
Changing your mind?
I still think somebody's going to get hurt in this deal. But as long as you're going to get a stand-in for me anyway, I may as well go along for the ride. Oh, now listen, friend. The Spanish news syndicate should know more than that about one of the most prominent families in Spain.
Perhaps, Mr. Valentine, but that's the only information that's available.
Professor Ortega, if there's anybody who knows all about Spanish history, it's you. There must be something about the Montoyas.
Forgive me, young man. I am not a gossip columnist. A historian deals only with the facts. And I gave you those.
No, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks, don't apologize. A writer's always looking for an excuse to knock off work.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mr. Wendell.
The truth is, my dear, I wasn't even working. I just sit here in front of the typewriter in case my wife comes in.
Okay, but what about the Marquess of Montoya?
Fascinating old gentleman. Had lunch with him in Seville once. I'll never forget it. He never even cracked a smile.
Wendell, you've written enough books about Spain to be an authority.
Could there be anything about the Montoya family that they'd go to all this trouble to conceal? I mean, why would a man like Vicente Montoya turn his back on a woman who's beautiful and has a fortune?
Well, there is one story, but I don't know whether I ought to...
What's that supposed to be?
The Montoya line goes way back, even beyond the time when Columbus became America's first tourist.
Well?
It's hard to separate legend from fact, especially when it has to do with Spain. But there's supposed to be a curse on the Montoyas.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, hold on.
Now, don't look at it that way. This is more fact than legend. Ask a Spaniard about it, and you'll probably get nowhere. But it's all there in the records.
What's in the records? Well, don't be so mysterious, Mr. Wendell.
Without being too descriptive, Miss Brooks, it seems to have been a strange creature popping up on the Montoya family tree every fourth generation.
Strange creature? What are you talking about, Wendell?
A stunted little beauty. Always about 3 or 4 feet tall, his feet end where the normal man's knees begin. And he never has a single hair on his body. The last one I remember being born was in 1828.
Oh, how terrible.
There's probably a very sound scientific reason for it, but I suppose it's much more romantic calling it a curse.
So that's it.
What?
Well, don't you see, Brooksy? That's why Vicente's afraid to marry. Afraid that this thing might happen again to his children or his children's children.
But it doesn't have to happen every fourth generation, does it, Mr. Wendell?
Miss Brooks, I am not an authority on eugenics or the laws of heredity.
Well, thanks a lot, Wendell. This calls for a final chat with the Marquesa of Montoya. Just the two of us.
So you did find out, yeah?
Oh, I get all kinds of jobs, Marquez. Some I like, some I don't.
Now you understand why it had to be kept a secret.
Mm-hmm. And I'm willing to leave it that way. I'll think of a good reason to give Blanche so she'll have no more questions to ask.
Gracias.
Suppose I say that Vicente has a wife in South America. I think I can even produce a fake marriage certificate.
Could you do that, senor?
I thought you had a reputation for never smiling.
I know, but I never thought that a young man from a young country could have so much understanding, so much.
Well, it doesn't take too much understanding to know what you've gone through, Marquez. The courage and the iron will it took for you and Vicente to live with the Montoya curse.
One does what one has to. But you're right about not leaving the country, Mr. Valentine. I have an estate in Argentina, Vicente, and I will leave for there as soon as we can arrange.
Yeah, I think that'll be best, and the chapter will be closed. Well, goodbye, sir. Good luck. And I mean that.
Adios y gracias, amigo. And I mean that, too.
Everything all right, George?
As right as it can be, Angel.
Un momento. I must come downstairs and see you in Mr. Valentine.
Now, look, there's nothing to worry about, Vicente, so take it easy, will you? I don't know from nothing, and I'm really off the case.
I do not believe it. What did my father tell you? I've got to come downstairs and find out.
Oh, Mr. Montoya, be careful.
I've got to know. Valentine!
Oh, George, he tripped.
Oh, wait, I'll help.
Don't look at me! I don't want anybody to see me this way.
George.
Now you see me as I was born. There are my artificial legs. The wig.
Oh, no.
Now you have your answer. I am the fourth generation.
Oh, George, I don't think I'll ever forget the sight of Vicente Montoya scuttling up those stairs.
Well, why don't you try remembering that Blanche and Tommy are going to get married next week? That's a much happier notion.
Yeah. You know something?
Hmm?
Speaking as a woman, I think deep in her heart, Blanche was happy when you came up with that whopper about Vicente having a wife.
I don't think that white lie will be held against me.
Oh, I'm sure it won't. But, George, when you were inside talking to the Marquise, you suspected the truth, didn't you?
Oh, Brooksy, it was a weird thought I didn't even want to admit to myself. But I kept thinking of Vicente's stiff mechanical walk.
Yes?
And Wendell did say that last time this happened was about 1828. The next time would be around 1900. About the time Vicente was born.
Hmm. You know, I think this whole thing was a horrible dream if you weren't standing right beside me.
Oh, but I am here, Angel. And you want me to show you how real that is?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're so right.
Maybe you found after a lengthy motoring trip that a warm bath and a good sleep put you right back in shape. But don't forget, your car needs a little attention, too, after a long trip. In fact, every 1,000 miles, your car needs the expert lube service it can get at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station. For these are the only service stations using RPM greases and oils, each lubricant tailor-made to shield vital wear points from road dust, grit, moisture. Without proper lubrication, spring shackles and other stress points wear down unduly fast, and they make quite a rattle doing it. RPM oils and greases assure longer wear and quieter, softer riding. So when you're on a long trip and every 1,000 miles, ask for lube service where you know it's expert, at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Well, here's just about everything on the case, except the receipt. Brooksy, I outsmarted myself and missed the boat.
But, George, Jeffries wouldn't break into his own desk to steal it.
It doesn't seem that he... Hey, wait, you know, Angel? Maybe I didn't miss the boat after all.
What do you mean?
Now, look, you get out of here fast, grab a cab, go back to the office, but be sure nobody sees you.
But what about you, George?
I'll be back there in a few minutes. And, Brooksy, I'm pretty sure we'll have a visitor.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Vicente, Lorene Tuttle as Blanche, Pedro de Cordova as the Marquise, Ken Peters as Tommy, and Virginia Gregg as Maria. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. A minor case of murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're on a spot nailed there tight, you need my kind of help, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, Esquire, one of the members of our Bearcat Social Club suddenly finds himself in a very embarrassing predicament. With more exactitude, he is in the can for murder. Now, knowing this fellow Bearcat as we do, we are convinced that he is innocent. Therefore, we are hiring you to prove same. As a starter, there is $100 in it for you. If that isn't enough, there's more where that came from. The address of our headquarters is 19½ Duane Street, and it's signed Chuck Wilson, acting captain. George, this sounds like a letter a kid wrote.
But to quote from this provocative communique, a fellow Bearcat is in the can for murder. That's not kid stuff, Brooksy.
That depends on just how old this fellow Bearcat is.
Oh, they get old early down there around Duane Street.
But we haven't had a social evening in a long time, darling. Would you suggest we drop in at the club?
With great exactitude, I answer. Yeah.
Golly, I hate to think where they dug up that money for your fee.
Stop sounding like a policewoman, Angel. All the Bearcats just got together and raided their piggy banks. Nice place you got around here, Chuck.
It's just an empty store we fixed up.
Yeah, but look at that furniture we got. See that red plush chair? Right out of the lobby of the Piccadilly apartment.
Shut up, Barney, will you? Valentine, I believe in getting right to the point.
And that's the way I like to do business, too, Chuck. What's on your mind?
Now, look, Dan Corey is the real captain of the Bearcats. The cops got him jugged for shiving his stepmother.
For what?
Shiving him, lady. You know, pushing a knife in him.
Oh.
Yeah, but he didn't do it, Valentine, even if he said he did.
Oh, he admits he did, huh? And just what kind of a miracle do you expect from me, fellas?
Just to believe what I'm saying and find out what really happened.
Well, I'm here to listen.
Well, the Bearcats have our own special rules, see, and we don't go back on them.
Yeah, that's right. Let me read them to you, Valentine.
Yeah, okay, Barney.
The guy that goes looking for trouble unless it comes your way is going to get their tails kicked in.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that rule.
Try never to cop anything unless it's from an enemy gang. The fine for violating this rule is $1.
Now, there might be some question about that rate.
Well, get to the one we're talking about, will you, Barney?
Oh, yeah, sure. Lead pipe, baseball bats, and other harmless things is okay. But don't carry dangerous weapons. You might be tempted to use them and give the club a bad name.
Oh, yeah, nothing like trying to stay out of trouble.
violate this rule and you get thrown right out.
Yeah, now, Danny made that up himself, see? And he'd rather let you break his arm than break one of his own rules.
Okay, Chuck, let's say I believe you. And Danny confessed to the police for reasons of his own.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, can you think of anyone in the neighborhood who'd want to kill Danny's stepfather?
Just about everybody. His stepfather was nothing but a phony. Always pushing people around, even Danny's mother.
Yeah, but who did the babes go for him?
Look, why don't you drop dead? Don't you see we got a lady present?
Huh?
Oh, don't let me cramp your style.
What else about Corey?
Well, he was in some kind of a racket with Leo Sudan, see? They worked out of the Swedes pool room on Malone Street.
Uh-huh.
Well, you going to take it on, Valentine?
What would you say, Brooksy?
Well, George, I'd say if so many of the other guys are so sure about Danny being innocent, they may have something there.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that myself. Brooksy?
Yeah?
You drop in and see Danny's mother.
She lives just down the block, number 33.
And while you do that, Angel, I'll get down to the jail and have a talk with Danny. Just what did happen that night, Danny?
The story's the same every time they make me tell it. I came home that night from the club. The key was in the door, so I just walked in.
Yeah?
Well, the man who married my mother was leaving. He had his bags all packed. I knew right then he was throwing her over. So
yeah, I know. But how is it the police didn't find the knife?
Well, I threw it in the river.
Yeah? Why'd you go to all that trouble, Danny? And then walk up to the cop on the beat and confess?
I don't know. I guess I was just half crazy.
Oh, I see.
So now you know.
I don't think I know anything about you yet, Danny. I think you're holding out on me. All right, never mind about me. But do you think you're playing fair with Chuck, Barney, and the others?
Think of those guys. Getting up all that dough and then hiring you.
Well?
Oh, they're nuts, all of them. And don't think I'm sorry for what I did. Corey had it coming to him. You don't treat any woman the way he treated my mother. I ought to know. After the swell way my real father always acted. Before he...
All right, Danny. All right, take it easy.
You're just wasting your time, Mr. Valentine. Forget it.
Danny. I can be just as tough as you. I'll be seeing you, kid.
Miss Brooks, I know Danny admitted he killed Phil. But if anybody's to blame, it's me.
Oh, mothers have a habit of blaming themselves, Mrs. Corey.
Yeah, but I knew how he worshipped his own father. And yet I married a man like Phil. A man who lived his days in a pool parlor. He wasn't the father I should have picked for my boy.
But you had the right to make your own choice.
Oh, Danny and his stepfather fought right from the beginning. There was no peace in the house. That's when Danny became an altogether different boy. Started that gang of his. Oh, I suppose I should have known something like this was going to happen.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Corey?
A few weeks after we were married, Phil was coming upstairs from that pool parlor. Danny was waiting for him. He pushed Phil down the stairs. I opened the door just in time to see him. All Danny did was look at me and walk out.
Well, that's just going to make it look all the worse for Danny when he comes up for trial.
Oh, I know. Everybody thinks he did it, but I can't believe it.
Oh, I didn't know you had company, Mrs. Corey. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Ravel. Come in. This is Miss Brooks, a good friend.
How do you do?
Hello. Oh, I do hope you've been able to talk some sense into Mrs. Corey. She can't just sit around moping all day.
Well, you've been very kind.
Kind, my foot. I know what it means to feel you're all alone in the world. You forget I spent half my life in hallrooms in the strange towns when I was in the chorus line.
I think I'd better be running along.
And you don't have to worry about Mrs. Corey, not a bit, dearie. Like I told her, as long as I own this rooming house, there'll always be a place for her here, and I own it outright. Best kind of security for someone in show business. Like my late husband
Everybody
used to say.
tries to be so kind.
Oh, now. All you need is a good sleep, and I'm going to see that you get it.
That's good advice, Mrs. Corey. You want to look your best when you see your son.
See him. Dan won't talk to me. He won't let me visit him in jail.
Well, sometimes things change awfully fast, Mrs. Corey. So suppose we just wait and see.
Sudan?
Yeah. Who are you?
Let's go somewhere and talk.
Did you see I'm in the middle of a pool game? What you trying to do, jinx me? Hey, wait a minute. How'd you know my name? I never seen you before. Yeah, I'll be right with you. I asked you a question, friend. And what gives?
I thought we might have a little talk about what happened to Phil. You know, your business partner.
You a dick?
No. But I'm not just the inquiring reporter either.
Okay, whoever you are, scram. I got $5 on this game.
What was the deal between you and Corey? The numbers, rackets, slot machines? What was it?
I said beat it.
Wouldn't you be at all curious if I told you maybe it wasn't Corey's kid who knifed him?
Me? I ain't got a curious bone in my body.
Okay. Have it your way, Sudan. But I think you can tell me a lot outside.
I got one thing to tell you. This looks like the only way.
Hold it. Get the pool cue down, Leo.
Don't tell me what to do, sweet.
Give me that cue. That's better. I try to run a respectable place. Yeah, talking about that, you better put the pool ball back on the table, too, Mac.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Glad you reminded me. Leo almost got it between his teeth.
Swede, this guy's been asking me about Phil Corey.
You don't say. Hey, look, be a nice fellow, mister, run along. Leo wants to finish his game. You and him got a beef, see him later. Somewhere else.
Okay, you win. I know when I'm not wanted.
But don't get me wrong, pal. Nothing against you personal. Just that I pride myself on running a nice, peaceable recreation parlor.
You know, Swede, you're a man with ideals. I like that. But I got a few broken down ideals, too.
What's that supposed to mean?
I never get kicked out of the same place twice. I mean, and still leave it nice and peaceable.
Hi, Valentine.
Huh? Oh, Barney.
Yeah.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, I was in that alley there all the time.
Oh?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to come out of the Swede's place.
Now, what do you call this? Bearcat protection?
Oh, no. I just thought you liked some company, that's all.
Hey, what are you carrying there, anyway?
That's a camera. Yeah, you ought to see some of the pictures I took with it.
Hey, that's a pretty expensive deal. Where'd you get it?
Oh, don't worry, Valentine. It's mine, all right.
Yeah, I can imagine. Now, what's the real gag, Barney?
Huh?
One of your club members going to be on my tail all the time?
Oh, no, nothing like that. We know you can take care of yourself. I just happen to be loitering in the alley, that's all. Be quick, Valentine. Get this doorway.
Hey, Barney, what is it?
Don't ask me no questions. Come on.
Hey, what the devil is this, Barney?
Oh, you mean all that noise?
Yeah. You're dragging me in this doorway.
Boy, look at that car turn around. It's getting the works. I wish I could take a picture of it.
Hey, what works, Barney? What's going on? Give.
Well, Chuck figured you might be followed when you left the Swede, see? So the Bearcats were already on the roofs up and down the street. They must have seen that car was trailing you.
How do you like that? But all that stuff out there on the street.
Oh, the street cleaning department will clean that all up in the morning. Nothing but ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, things like that.
I suppose I should say thanks.
We wasn't going to let anybody wake you over. And you notice we didn't use no guns or knives.
Oh, yeah. Perfect little gentleman.
Yeah, that's right. But what did you find out about Danny, huh?
Nothing much, kid. Except now there are at least two characters who do anything to keep me from finding out what really happened to Phil Corey.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. But first, a word to the wise motorist. If you have an oil filter on your car, remember it needs a little attention now and then. In fact, The filter element should be replaced every 6,000 miles. For after you've had that much service from your oil filter, you'll find the element is bulging with 2 or 3 pounds of dirt, most of it carbon and metal particles. And then it can no longer clean the engine oil. So to keep the engine oil in your car cleaner for longer periods, just make sure the oil filter element is replaced every 6,000 miles. It's another speedy service they're glad to do for you at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, you find yourself working with a gang of rough kids called the Bearcats, just about as tough as they come. They won't believe that one of their members, Dan Corey, is guilty of murdering his stepfather. You play along because you don't believe young Danny did it either, and that's why, like George Valentine, you find yourself with Brooksy in the one-room headquarters of the Bearcats right now, addressing the membership.
All right now, all you guys, clam up. Come on, stop yapping, will you? I mean, the meeting will come to order. We got some official business to discuss. Okay, Mr. Valentine, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot, Chuck. Well, fellas, before I get started, what do you say about unloading some of those, harmless weapons your Constitution allows you to carry? Okay, I'm waiting, fellas. Come on now, put them on the table.
Well, come on, fellas. You're not afraid to walk down the streets like everybody else without all that stuff. Or are you?
Well, okay, you heard what the lady said. Come on, get clean, will you?
Thank you, Angel.
Hey, did you hear that? He called her Angel.
All right, forget it. All right, Valentine, what about Danny?
I'm coming to that right now. I don't have anything like real proof to clear him.
Huh?
What?
Hey, look, we're paying you $100. You're supposed to have all the answers.
Yeah, that's right, like you said in that ad you had in the paper.
Please, boys, let Mr. Valentine finish.
You see, fellas, it isn't as easy as you think. Before I can help Danny, you've got to have absolute proof of his innocence.
Well, after you left the Swedes and talked to Sudan, somebody tried to get you. That ought to be enough for you to work on.
It'd be a lot easier if I was sure we were telling each other all we know about this thing. The truth is, unless I'm sure of that, I'm pretty much up a blind alley. Now, somebody here knows what I mean.
You win, Valentine. Here.
No. Who's got the shit?
That's an ugly-looking knife.
You see, Danny's old man brought it back with him when he come home to the Pacific. He got it off a Jap.
Now, where did you get it, Chuck?
I may as well tell you the whole thing. See, I was standing on the corner that night, right next to the candy store. Danny went upstairs for something, and the next thing I know, he was giving this to me. He said, make sure you ditch it, Chuck. Then he goes right over and gives himself up to a cop.
Well, weren't you afraid that if this knife were found with Danny's fingerprints on it, it'd make the case really open and shut?
Yeah, I thought of that, Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
Then why were you so careful to preserve the fingerprints, Chuck? I see you got it all wrapped up in a handkerchief.
Look, I got more than half a brain, Valentine. If they convicted Danny and he didn't have a chance, I was going to come up with this. Maybe there'd be some other fingerprints on it besides his.
Uh-huh. Smart thinking, Chuck. Hey, Brooksy, take this knife down to Lieutenant Riley and ask him to check the prints.
Oh, George, you know he's bound to ask questions.
Tell him I'll talk to him later. Right now, I gotta get to work. But first, Barney.
Yeah?
All these harmless weapons. Get rid of them, will you? Throw them in the river.
Throw them in the river? What's the idea?
Now, look, it's up to you, guys. Either get rid of this stuff or I forget I ever heard of Danny.
Wait a minute.
He's right. Come on, he's right.
Good, that's the idea. Now, with what you told me about the knife, Chuck, maybe I can really start getting places.
I told Chuck to get rid of that knife. What's he trying to do to me?
Danny, wasn't that the knife your father brought back from the Pacific just for you?
He brought back all kinds of other souvenirs, too.
It was hanging over the mantelpiece in the front room. You were very proud of it, weren't you?
I saw it hanging there, so when I got mad at him, I grabbed it and I let him have it.
You're lying through your teeth, Danny.
The police believe
You're
me.
trying to protect somebody. You went right out and gave yourself up. But first you made very sure you got rid of the knife. Now, why?
You asked me that before.
Yeah, but this time I don't need the answer. So long, Danny. I'll still be seeing you. Swede, you and Sudan had me followed last night because you were afraid I might find out you were making book on the races in back of this joint.
What are you talking about?
I told you, Valentine, I run a peaceable pool parlor.
Or on the other hand, I don't think you would have gone to all that trouble just for that. Maybe it was because the police didn't find just a railroad ticket, the key to his place, and things like that on Corey. They also found quite a wad of dough.
The police never overlook anything, do they?
Was he trying to get out of town with your cash, boys?
Listen, Valentine, I never like to get
one more
tough,
thing.
but...
Now stop shoving me with that oversized bay window of yours.
Speak your piece and get out.
Okay. I found the murder weapon, the knife. Now that ought to tell us who the murderer is.
Don't say.
Excuse me. I gotta get back to my pool game.
You, my friend, you're getting out of here. Go on, you heard me. Go on out.
Not before I give way to an impulse I've had since I first saw that big beer belly of yours. Well, Brooksy, there's nothing we can do but wait here in the hall till Danny's mother gets back.
May as well sit here on the stairs and make ourselves comfortable.
Uh-huh.
You don't know the job I had persuading Lieutenant Riley to let me bring this knife back with me. Why'd you want it anyway, George?
Oh, just a hunch, Angel. May come in handy.
About Danny. When they arrested him, all they found was a key to the door and a couple of dollars in change. But those fingerprints, I don't see how...
Hold it, Angel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Corey.
Oh, Miss Brooks.
This is Mr. Valentine. Remember, I was telling you about him.
Oh, how do you do,
How do you do?
Mr. Valentine?
Now, look, Mrs. Corey, there's no time to waste. Dan's trial begins tomorrow.
Oh, I know. That's why I've been out walking, trying to think what to do next.
Mrs. Corey, your son thinks you killed your husband.
Are you sure, George?
What are you saying, Mr. Valentine?
When he came in that night, your husband was already dead on the floor. Dan saw the knife. He was sure you did it.
Oh, no.
He knew the police had reasoned that only two people could be inside here alone with Corey, you and he. So he took the blame.
That's why it was so important to Dan to get rid of the knife. He didn't want any suspicion to point to his mother.
But what am I going to do? I didn't kill Phil, and neither did Danny.
Where were you that night, Mrs. Corey? A good, tight alibi would help.
Oh, I don't know where I was. Just like today, I left the house and started walking. Didn't matter where. Phil told me he was going to leave me. I'd lost my son and my husband.
I'll get it.
Oh, sorry, Miss Corey. Seems I keep walking in when you have company.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ravel.
Hello.
George, this is Mrs. Corey's landlady.
Oh, well, I'm glad somebody's with you. I wanted you to have this nice hot soup.
Thank you.
I didn't want to knock on the door and disturb you, but I didn't have my key. Now, just sit down and have some of this.
Oh, Mrs. Ravel.
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a minute. Could we go in the other room?
Oh, I'll take that tray for Mrs. Corey.
Talk to me about what, Mr. Valentine?
Just a minute.
Yes.
Mrs. Ravel, I'm doing all I can to help Mrs. Corey and Danny. And I know you are, too.
I've done my best.
Well, maybe you can do me a favor. You know we found the murder weapon.
Oh, you did? Well, I hope it means something. Something good.
Yeah, I hope so, too. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. The knife is wrapped in a handkerchief. You'll find it in the desk of the store at 19.5 Duane Street, the Bearcat Social Club.
What?
I want you to go over there and get it and bring it back here.
But why me, Mr. Valentine?
Well, because I can't leave here, and neither can Miss Brooks. You see, we're expecting Lieutenant Riley of the police and a couple of other people. Now, if you'll do this little thing for me, you'll be saving me an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, sure. But it'll take me a few minutes to make myself presentable.
Well, take your time, Mrs. Ravel. The important thing is, what happens after you come back with that knife? Brooksy, you know what to do. Now get on it. I got to use that hall phone here.
I suppose it would be impolite if I asked what was going on.
No time, Angel. I have to call Lieutenant Riley. Ask him to have a squad car pick up Sudan and the suite and bring him over here.
Oh, that's all very enlightening.
Now get going. Mrs. Ravel is not going to take forever to make herself presentable. Now, if I can only get Barney on the phone. So be sure you got it straight, Barney. Remember, I'm depending on you. You're the only one who can do this thing for me. And get over here as soon as you can. So long. All right, Swede, Sudan, you may as well sit down.
Why'd the cops pick us up and bring us here?
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, Mrs. Corey, you didn't have any of that soup.
She'll have it some other time, Mrs. Ravel.
Valentine, nobody's got anything against us. You can't hold us here.
Uh-huh. Gentlemen, I told you about the murder weapon. Well, here it is.
What are we supposed to do? Faint?
Oh, Mr. Valentine, what is it? I can't stand this much longer.
I hope you won't have to, Mrs. Corey, and I...
There you are, Mr. Valentine. Took me a little time to get that picture developed.
What picture, George?
Hey, let me see that, Bonnie.
Here you are.
Huh?
It's the first time I took a picture from inside a closet. Turned out good, huh?
Yeah, very good, very good. Picture of you, Mrs. Ravel, taking the knife out of the desk.
What? Well, you told me to do that. You sent me there.
I didn't tell you to wipe off the fingerprints as you're doing here in this picture.
And that's what she is doing, George.
You were afraid your fingerprints would be found on the knife, weren't you, Mrs. Ravel?
I never saw that knife before.
Sorry, but that won't explain away what you were doing in this picture. Besides, the fingerprints were already taken off the handle down at headquarters.
Mrs. Ravel, I can't believe that you'd...
Don't be a fool. Imagine me calling you a fool. There wasn't a good-looking woman in the whole neighborhood Phil didn't try to make time with. I thought he was going to leave you for me. Then when he told me he was going away, alone, I killed him.
And if you didn't, sister, we might have. Corey was taking it on the lam with our dough.
But, George, Lieutenant Riley found only one set of fingerprints.
Just Danny's, I know, yeah. He wiped off what he thought were his mother's fingerprints.
Then my fingerprints weren't...
No. You were quite safe, Mrs. Ravel. Although I suspected you, I had to have proof. And you supplied it.
What are we waiting for? All right, now, all you mugs, clam up, will you? Hey, stop yapping. I mean, the banquet will now come to order.
Hey, listen, before we get started, Chuck, I got something to say to Mr. Valentine, and I want the rest of you guys to listen too, will you? Okay. I already told you, Mr. Valentine, how I feel after what you did for me, but there's something else. Nobody but you would have gone along with a gang like us. You believed everything Chuck told you. You trusted Barney and all of us. You stuck by us. I guess the Bearcats have been a little off the beam, but you can take my word for it. After this, we're going to straighten up and fly ride. We're going to start a baseball team and use those bats the way they were meant to be used.
Well, Well, fellas, after that, I don't think there's anything to add, except, well, let's see.
Sure. And don't worry about the food, Mr. Valentine. We paid for it with our own money. Sure. Oh, yeah, Mr. Valentine, how did you suspect that Mrs. Ravel anyway?
Well, it was all a matter of keys, Barney. Whoever killed Corey had to be inside the apartment.
Yeah?
When Danny came upstairs that night, he found a key in the door. The police took it as evidence. Mrs. Corey had her key.
Oh.
Phil Corey's key was found on him, and you, Danny, they found your key on you and you were arrested. Now, the only person who didn't have a key, had to knock to get in, was, of all people, the landlady.
The landlady? How do you like it?
Order. Come on, everybody. Wait a minute. I got a motion, hey. What this club needs is an honorary captain. We already decided who it's going to be, huh, fellas?
Sure we have.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, fellas. You don't have to do that. After all,
Sorry, Mr. Valentine. We was really thinking about Angel. I mean, Miss Brooks.
What really makes your car go? The big three factors, of course, are ignition, air, and fuel. And that last one, fuel, is mighty important. Most any gasoline mixed with air and then ignited will furnish enough power to make your car go. But to get the most out of your car, try Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium fuel that's tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Chevron Supreme has special blending agents that make your car start with a snap. These blending agents also give your car speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic and smooth, steady power on the open highway. Next time you start out, get peak performance from your car by using Chevron Supreme gasoline. It's available at every standard station and independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the woman's asleep. Maybe it'd be better if we came back in the morning.
Brooksy, even when people sleep, they manage to breathe.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh. Look, George. Maybe this empty bottle on the bed table means something.
I don't know. This note does.
When you will find me, I am dead. I could not tell you the secret of the Montoyas and go on living in peace and honor. Forgive me, Maria.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Mrs. Corey, Gloria Blondell as Mrs. Ravel, Tommy Cook as Danny, Tony Barrett as Chuck, Sidney Miller as Barney, Herb Litton as Sudan, and Jack Crucian as Swede. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If you feel that you're one against the world and the help you need must be discreet and confidential, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in this whole world, there's only one person I care about, my 12-year-old daughter, Penny. This Friday, I lose her, unless I can make her change her mind about me. You may be the one person who'll believe my side of the story instead of the juicy tabloid version everyone else chooses to believe. If this appeals to your, let's say, chivalrous side,
I'll be home all day tomorrow. 19 Montclair Drive, Lakeside Heights. Signed, Barbara Eversole.
Barbara Eversole. What do you know?
What do you know?
Barbara Lawson Eversole.
All right, so she has a maiden name.
Hey, you know, I flunked medieval history in college because of this gal.
You mean she wouldn't let you copy from her paper?
Nothing as intimate as that, Angel. You see, she was in a musical comedy, and had stayed in town for 6 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Matinees Tuesday and Thursday, 2:30. Same time as my class in medieval history.
Yeah, I know. You had a conflict.
On my history exam, they asked me who sank the Spanish Armada. And the only name I could think of was Barbara Lawson, the most beautiful girl in the world. To quote the poster.
And I thought you worked your way through college.
Yeah, except on those Tuesdays and Thursdays. Brooksy, we're going to drop in on Barbara Eversole, if just for Auld Lang Syne. Pardon me, young lady.
Yes?
The maid showed us in.
We're looking for Mrs. Eversole.
She's my mother. She's upstairs, but she's probably listening to see if I'm practicing my piano lesson.
Oh, so you're Penny.
You know something?
What's that, dear?
I could play like this.
Well, that's a great improvement on what we heard when we came in.
That's the way she'd like to hear me play. But when she's in the house, I play like this.
You're a real nice kid.
I think so.
Oh, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Eversole, and this is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
How do you do,
Miss Brooks?
Are these people here to take your pictures for the tabloids again?
Penny.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I hate myself.
I don't know if it's any use at all, Mr. Valentine. Even if the courts let me keep Penny, I can't make her love me.
What is it that's so wrong between you and Penny, Mrs. Eversole?
Her father. Her wonderful, irreproachable father who drove his car off the cliff a year ago.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Why should you be? No one else ever was. I was the lucky one to have such a charming, attentive husband. Even his own child never suspected he was mean, cruel, and deceitful. No. That irresistible boyish smile took care of everything like that.
I see.
The last few months before he died, I started going out every night just to get away from him and his indifference to whether I was dead or alive. And of course, everybody was saying, how can she do that to Jerry? Poor, charming Jerry.
Oh, you said your husband drove his car off a cliff. Somehow he doesn't sound the type.
I'll never forget that night. We had the most bitter quarrel we ever had, and he stormed out of the house.
Yes?
Penny overheard us. Ever since, she's blamed me for what happened.
Well, what's this about losing her on Friday?
When Jerry died, his mother was determined to take Penny away from me. She almost did because Penny said she wanted to leave me. But the judge decided to put me on a sort of parole. One misstep, and I lose my child because I'm an unfit mother.
Now I think I get it. That business about tabloids, that was the picture of you in the papers when you were brought up on a traffic charge.
You don't have to be so charitable, Mr. Valentine. They called it drunk driving. But I tell you, I was framed.
Framed?
I had dinner with Dan Edwards. I swear I had nothing stronger than coffee. Next thing I knew, I was alone in my car on the side of the road, and there was the policeman.
Oh, who is this Dan Edwards?
I met him a short time ago. He was fun. We went out a few times, and then, well, this thing happened.
Well, certainly this Mr. Edwards can explain you weren't drinking, that you were ill or something.
Seems the little gentleman can't tell a lie. His version is that I had a little too much, created a scene in the parking lot at Club 44 and drove off without him.
And you want me to prove it was a frame, is that right?
I don't know how you're going to do it, but you must. And before Friday. Penny's all I got. I can't lose her. She'd go on thinking of me as a... Oh, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, now, Mrs. Eversole, don't.
2 days isn't an awful lot of time, Mrs. Eversole, but I'll do my best.
I won't be hypocritical, Mr. Valentine, Miss Brooks. I'm glad this thing happened to Barbara.
Mrs. Eversole, isn't that a pretty harsh thing to say about your daughter-in-law?
I told Jerry he should never have married a girl like that.
Now, Mother, Barbara was Jerry's wife.
And you're his brother, Leonard. You should be glad we're getting Penny away from this woman on Friday.
Oh, we've heard so much about your son, Jerry.
Yes. When Jerry walked into a room, the other men there stopped existing. You could tell that just by looking into the eyes of every woman. Yet he was kind and gentle. And when he smiled...
Yes, we've heard all about that smile.
I can understand your skepticism, Miss Brooks, but Mother's quite right. My younger brother was admittedly perfect.
Mrs. Eversole, I just dropped in to tell you I'm playing on Barbara's team.
Young man, you're wasting your time. There's no other explanation for what happened to Barbara that night, except the obvious one you'll find on the police blotter.
I'm afraid, Mr. Valentine, my sister-in-law hired you to make her story sound a little more plausible.
Could be.
I'm going to have that child if it's the last thing I do.
And I'm going to see that Barbara gets an even break if it's the last thing I do. Come on, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
Hey, look, Brooksy. How would you like to go to Club 44 tonight? I can recommend the food, and the music's not too bad.
Oh, I'd love it, darling. What time will you pick me up?
You're going to be there alone.
Alone?
Well, not exactly. If I've got the right slant on this thing, you'll be with Dan Edwards most of the evening.
Dan Edwards?
Uh-huh. I'll be waiting at Barbara's for your call.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Mostly be your beautiful self, Brooksy. But to be more specific, here's the deal.
Oh, I declare, Mr. Edwards, I'm just dreadful. I mean, being here alone in a nightclub in a big city with a strange man.
Not a strange man, Claire. Just a lonely man.
Oh.
When Eduardo, the head waiter, told me that you were here all alone, I couldn't resist coming over to your table and introducing myself.
And I wouldn't have it any different, Mr. Edwards.
It's Dan.
Yes, Dan. Oh, I wonder what Daddy would say if he could see me now.
Daddy?
He's always saying, player, honey. People with our position and money have to be mighty careful whom they meet.
Oh, and he's so right.
Would you believe it? I slipped out of the hotel after Daddy and Mother went to bed. Aren't I just awful?
Let's compromise and say you're the sweetest thing that ever walked into my life.
Oh, Daniel.
And I'm going to find out a lot about you. What your daddy does, that great big house you must live in.
Yes, Daniel. And I'm going to find out a lot about you, too.
Not just practicing tonight, eh, Penny?
Oh, Mr. Valentine,
Anyway, she can't hear me. She's in her room, and the door's closed.
Penny, you love to play the piano, don't you?
Yes, when I'm alone.
Well, tell me something, Pieface. Who started you taking piano lessons?
She did, and made me practice every day, whether I wanted to or not.
And now you love to play, but not when she can hear it. Now, that's kind of cockeyed, isn't it, kid?
Well, I don't have to talk to you. I'm going up to bed. Where's my book?
Oh, that's it?
Yes, let me have it.
Yearbook, Denfield College, 1933.
Yes, my father's picture is in there. I'll show you what they say about him. Here, doesn't he have a wonderful smile? Listen. Ebersole, Jerry, most popular man on the campus. Captain, water polo team. Most likely to succeed.
Yeah, that's all right.
None of the others had things like that written about him. Look at the very next one under Father's picture.
Eggleston, Frank, campus clown. Good old Eggy.
See what I mean? Eggy the clown.
Oh, it's good to hear you laugh, dear.
Oh, I was just going up to bed.
Penny, wait.
Good night.
Never mind. Did you find out anything, Mr. Valentine?
No, but I did want to know a little more about this Dan Edwards.
Well, he introduced himself and said he was a friend of Jerry's at Denfeld College.
Yeah?
He told me about the time just before he and Jerry were supposed to graduate. Jerry stole the clapper out of the chapel bell.
Oh.
Leonard had to square things with the dean and make sure his mother never found out.
I see.
Mr. Valentine, there was nothing wrong with my going out with Dan. For a year, I kept myself cooped up in this house, trying to be the perfect mother. Always remembering Judge Blanchard saying, one misstep, Mrs. Ebersole, and Penny goes to her grandmother.
And having dinner with Dan once in a while sort of helped take the pressure off, huh?
That's right. I can't think of any reason Dan would lie about what happened that night. But what'd you find out about him?
Not much, Mrs. Ebersole, not much. But I have an idea that even at this distance, I'm learning more and more about Dan Edwards every minute.
Well, tell me, Claire, what would it take to impress your, daddy?
Well, like I keep saying, Daniel, he judges everybody by the substantial people they know.
Well, I know some pretty important people in this town.
You do?
Yes. I advise them on their investments, help them spend their money. Here, just look at this check.
Oh, my goodness. $5,000. Agnes Ebersole. Oh, I'm afraid the name wouldn't mean anything to Daddy.
Old Mrs. Ebersole. Her family stands for just about everything in this town.
I didn't know you were so clever, Daniel. Oh, dear. I've made up my mind. I'm going to call the hotel and tell Daddy I'm right here at Club 44 with a very respectable gentleman he'll be proud to meet.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you stay where you are, honey. I'll be right back.
I got here as soon as I could, Brooksy. Edwards inside?
Yes, Daddy. And I just bet Mr. Dan is getting awful fidgety in there.
All right. Are you sure about that check?
Yeah, I saw the signature. Agnes Ebersole.
Oh, good. That's a break I didn't even hope for. Now go on back inside.
Well, what are you going to do, George?
Oh, that's the surprise, Angel. The question is, who is it going to surprise most? Dan Edwards, Mrs. Ebersole, or Barbara?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about an extra service. When you're on your vacation trip, you don't expect to find everything just as convenient as it is at home. But when you stop at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, you can be sure all along your trip of restrooms that are spick and span. Folks have said that one of the things that makes a long trip more pleasant is knowing there are clean and tidy restrooms along the way. That's why these restrooms are cleaned thoroughly every day, inspected often, and well supplied with soap and towels. The men who offer you this service never want you to feel obliged to buy something when you stop. Just drop in anytime at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Under what circumstances would you say a mother deserves to lose custody of her child? Well, Barbara Ebersole, ex-chorus girl, is almost certain to be declared an unfit mother, unless George proves that Barbara's recent front-page escapade was a frame-up. At Club 44 now, George makes his way toward the table where Claire is sitting with Dan Edwards, the man who seems to be the key to the whole problem.
Hello, beautiful.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, now don't say you don't know me just because it happens to be true.
Now, wait a minute, friend.
Friend? Okay, prove it. Introduce me to the lady.
Just you pay him no heed, Daniel, honey.
A belle from Brooklyn. Mind if I sit down?
Look, we don't know you, mister. Now, on your way.
Please, Daniel, not here. What would Daddy say if he found out I was involved in a fuss?
Why, the lady's absolutely right, sir. But I'll be glad to give you satisfaction out in the alley.
Okay, smart guy, come on.
Don't you hurt him too much now, Daniel, honey.
Don't you think you'd better give me the name of your nearest of kin so I can notify him? Okay, brother, how do we begin? You want to knock the chip off my shoulder, or do I just poke you in the nose?
Stop the kid stuff. I've got a proposition to make.
Now, what are you talking about?
I'm working up a business deal with a young lady in there. I've got to impress her. Now, what do you say you take this $10 and have yourself a time somewhere else? Forget the whole thing.
Oh, come on, boy. Let's play rough. You're a big, husky lad. Let's see if you can take care of yourself.
Okay, I gave you your chance. Now.
Oh, what an opening. Hey, what do I have to do to make you sit down? That'll teach you to not to go around waving checks in front of young ladies. Now, where is it? Here we are. $5,000. Mrs. Agnes Ebersole, paid to Dan Edwards. Well, I wonder how she's going to explain this little payment. Yeah, hello?
George, what happened to you? I've been calling your apartment for an hour.
I know, Angel. Just came in. I went out to see old Mrs. Ebersole.
Oh, then you got the check. What did she say?
Nothing, because she wouldn't see me.
Oh.
But maybe it's just as well. She can explain it to the judge tomorrow. So see you in the office nice and early. Oh, and Brooksy.
Yeah?
Just wanted to say you did a smooth job with Edwards. Thanks.
Oh, it wasn't nothing, honey.
Good night, Chickachow.
Not as smooth as you thought, Valentine.
What? How'd you get in my room, Edwards?
I've been waiting for you to show up.
Oh, maybe I underrated you, boy. You're quite a grim character when you're holding a gun.
I could just ask you to hand over that check, but I'm going to do it the hard way, too. How's this for a start?
George, you said nice and early in the office this morning, and I... George!
Now, no comments on my appearance, Brooksy. Let's just say I overslept with somebody's help.
But...
The important thing is I don't have that check anymore.
Huh?
Hey, wait a minute. Hello, Valentine. Yeah, Barbara? What's that? Well, when'd you miss her? Well, look, getting hysterical isn't going to help.
Penny?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Yeah, I have an idea where to find her. So stay where you are. I'll get in touch with you.
Grandma, don't let him take me away. I won't go back to her, never.
I'll see to that, Penny, dear.
This is something you have nothing to say about, Mrs. Ebersole.
Can't you see, Valentine, it's better this way? You can call Barbara and tell her to meet us at Judge Blanchard's this afternoon.
It's a foregone conclusion. He's going to award Penny to us anyway, Leonard.
I hate her.
I thought this might be the kind of stunt you'd pull, Penny. Now, here, look at me. I mean, straight in the eye. You knew if you came to the judge with your grandmother, your mother wouldn't stand a chance of keeping you. Now, didn't you?
What about it?
Just this. You're coming home with me.
Grandma!
Take your hands off her, Valentine.
Young man, you're not the police, you know.
And it's a good thing, Mrs. Ebersole. You could be charged with abduction, trying to keep Penny here. And another thing. What have you got to say about a $5,000 check you gave Dan Edwards?
What? I never issued any such check.
Oh, I see we're going to have to play this right out to the end. Come on, Penny.
No.
Now, don't give me any trouble, Pie Face, because I got a lot of things to do between now and 2 o'clock. Dean Bronson, young Jerry Ebersole was quite a big man here at Denfield College, wasn't he?
Well, Mr. Valentine, he had one of those rare personalities that ingratiated him to everyone he met.
Yeah, I know, that charming smile.
That's right.
Wouldn't you say that the way he died, suicide, was way out of character?
Well, since you say this information is important to his wife, the whole Ebersole family...
You can take my word for that, Dean.
I guess it's my duty to tell you there was a regrettable weak streak in Jerry's character.
Oh, what do you mean?
He forged quite a sizable check against the student body funds in his junior year.
Uh-huh.
Of course, his mother made good, and, well, we hushed it up. You know, the family endowed the Ebersole Library here at Dinfield.
Yeah, thank you, Dean Bronson. You've been a great help. A great help. Mr. Dunlap, Jerry Ebersole was working for your brokerage firm when he committed suicide, wasn't he?
Why, yes. He was one of our best contact men, Mr. Valentine. He made that Ebersole personality go a long way.
Well, I've heard enough about that. Let me ask you a simple, direct question.
Yes?
How much did Jerry Ebersole steal from your firm?
What are you saying? I don't understand.
There are two big reasons people commit suicide. One's love, the other's money. Everybody loved Ebersole, the personality boy. Now, how much money did he steal from you?
I don't know how you ever found this out, Mr. Valentine. His mother made good.
Oh, Grandma to the rescue.
We never prosecuted, and I do hope there won't be any publicity at this late date. The firm of Dunlap and Garrett is very conservative.
How much was it?
A shortage of $20,000 in his accounts.
I see.
I've always thought poor Jerry began to loathe himself so much he just couldn't go on anymore. That was the real reason for his suicide.
You're a good psychologist, Mr. Dunlap. Thanks a lot. Brooksy, I've made up my mind. I'm going to tell both Barbara and the kid the truth about Ebersole. Where are they?
Upstairs, getting ready to leave for Judge Blanchard.
Oh, that's right. We don't have much time.
George, we usually see eye to eye about things. But I think you're wrong this time. Penny's a sensitive, unpredictable child. You don't know what a thing like this might do to her.
Well, it may just jar her enough to realize what she owes her mother.
Or it may have the very opposite effect.
All right, so it's taking a chance. Okay. But look, Brooksy, Peggy is young, with a whole life ahead of her to get over any kind of shock. What does Barbara have left if they take a daughter away from her?
Well...
Oh, no, Brooksy. I'm going to tell them both what the score is before we meet the judge. And I'll need your help, just the way we worked it out. Barbara, we still have a few minutes, and the courthouse is only across the street.
Yes?
Well, there's something I must tell you.
What's that, Mr. Valentine?
Suppose we go into this little park and sit down.
Penny wouldn't even walk down here with me. She insisted on walking with Miss Brooks a half a block behind us. What chance do I have?
Let's wait and see, huh?
Those chimes from the tower, they're beautiful, aren't they?
Yes.
What did you want to say, Mr. Valentine? I'd like to see the judge and get this over with.
Please, Barbara.
Those chimes. They make me feel like praying. And it's been such a long time since I've prayed. But there's only one thing I want, and...
What I've got to say can wait, Barbara. Why don't we both just sit here and listen to the chimes for a while?
Dear Lord, if I can't have Penny, let her be happy wherever she is. And if the only thing that will really make her happy is to forget that I was ever her mother, let it be that way, too. Amen.
Barbara, this is what I wanted to tell you. I found out today why Jerry killed himself.
What?
He stole $20,000 from Dunlap and Garrett.
Oh, no.
That's the truth. And his mother covered for him, just as she did every other time he got into trouble.
I don't believe it. You're lying, both of you.
Penny, what's she doing here? I didn't know she...
I'll never believe that about my father, never.
Please, Penny, wait.
Oh, Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry. I thought if Claire brought Penny here...
Now, whatever slight chance I had is gone. But it doesn't matter. Judge Blanchard's already made up his mind. Let's go and get the formalities over with.
Penny, come here, dear.
Yes, Judge Blanchard?
The last time we were together, about a year ago, I had to make the decision about you and your mother. Now it's up to you.
I know.
Don't be frightened, Penny. Tell the judge how you feel.
Yes, Grandma.
There's something I'd like to say, Judge Blanchard.
Please, Mr. Valentine, what else is there to say? You can see the nervous state of this child. It'll be a crime to let her stay with her mother.
Let Penny go on, Mr. Valentine.
Okay, but I'm not through.
Take it easy, darling.
Penny, you're a sensible little girl, and you're old enough to know whom you'd like to live with. Well?
Well,
Don't be afraid to talk to the judge, Penny.
I would like to...
Go on.
I want to go home and live with my mother. Oh, Mother, Penny.
My baby.
I heard what you said when you were over there in the park. That it would be better if I forgot all about you. It would make me happy.
Oh, now, hush, darling. That doesn't matter now.
I kept thinking about it, and somehow I know what Mr. Valentine said about Father is true. Oh, Mother.
Mother. It's been a whole year since you called me that.
Judge Blanchard, I don't know what came over Penny, but certainly we can't forgive this woman's scandalous behavior.
Don't you dare talk about my mother that way.
Penny, what are you saying?
Couldn't we go home now? Together, Mommy?
Judge?
I think you can decide the way your heart's telling you to, Judge Blanchard. And if we can have a few minutes alone, I think we'll even be able to satisfy the law. Yes, Judge Blanchard. Leonard hired Dan Edwards to have Barbara conveniently drugged that night.
But what would be Leonard Ebersole's reason for doing anything like that?
Well, the old girl was prepared to leave her entire fortune to Penny if she could get her legal custody. Leonard wanted to be in the position to administer the estate. After all, Penny doesn't come of age for 9 years.
But what about this check to Dan Edwards? You said it was signed by Mrs. Ebersole.
Some fancy blackmail, Judge. When Edwards was through with Leonard, he started on his mother.
The Ebersole. It's hard to believe.
George, how did you suspect Leonard?
Edwards never graduated from Denfield with Jerry. In the college yearbook, it was Ebersole and then Eggleston. No Edwards.
Then who could have told Edwards about that little escapade Jerry had in his senior year? The one with the chapel bell.
Well, that was all hushed up, Brooksy. The mother never knew about it. It had to be Leonard.
Pretty good work, Valentine. You know, when I was district attorney, I would have had a job for you.
Oh, well, thanks.
George may be able to return the compliment and have a job for you someday soon, Judge. I hope.
Beg your pardon?
Huh?
Oh, of course, we could go to a church.
Oh. Oh, no. I'll be more than glad to say the all-important words, Miss Brooks.
Oh, wait a minute. Now who's getting framed? Come on, Brooksy.
I'd be willing to bet there's not one car owner in 1,000 who could lubricate his car thoroughly. For there are more than 20 vital wear points on the average car, and if most of us tried to find them, it'd be pure guesswork. Even the expert lube men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations don't rely on experience alone when they grease your car. Instead, they follow a precise lubrication chart recommended by the manufacturer of your car. And they use RPM greases and oils, each one tailor-made to protect those key wear points. Tailor-made, too, to smooth out shocks and give you easier riding. So for low-cost maintenance and better riding, get a lube job with RPM oils and greases every 1,000 miles at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
George, the door isn't locked.
Yeah, wait a minute, Angel. Put the light on.
George.
Well, they couldn't have done a better job in this room if they used a bulldozer.
Mr. Karofsky. Mr. Karofsky.
Hey, don't be naive, Brooksy. They didn't make rubble out of this place just for exercise. Yeah, they gave Karofsky this little party and took the guest of honor away with them.
George. Oh, come here, look.
Huh? Oh, yeah. blood. They couldn't wait, could they?
Oh, but he's such a little man.
We're up against a racket that thrives on little people, Brooksy. And we're going to keep at it until we find out what it is.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Virginia Gregg as Barbara, Dawn Bender as Penny, Noreen Gamil as Mrs. Eversole, Stan Waxman as Leonard, Jay Novello as Edwards, and Herb Butterfield as Judge Blanchard. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. If it's so fantastic you can do nothing about it yourself, then you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the writing and rewriting of this letter has proved one thing to me, that I can't find the words to convey my desperation. Somehow, in a way I can't explain, my life has been touched by evil, pure, undiluted evil. There is something here too strange for me to comprehend, something unworldly almost.
Unworldly almost. It is not only for my sake that I ask for your assistance, but for the continued sanity of my fiancé. Accept the enclosed check as a retainer, Mr. Valentine, and please call on me at once. And it's signed, Gilbert Dressler. Oh, this doesn't make sense, George.
Well, it makes enough sense to show that Gilbert Dressler is pretty panicky.
I know, George, but there's something too strange to comprehend. Unworldly. Sounds like he's having trouble with banshees.
Well, whatever his source of trouble, it's our source of income, Brooksy.
But how do people let themselves get into this kind of situation?
This kind of situation pays the rent. So let's go find out what's on Gilbert Dressler's unhappy mind.
In my 10 years on the desert, Mr. Valentine, I've witnessed events that would freeze the very marrow in your bones.
Yes, I'm not doubting your word, Mr. Dressler.
Terrifying events. Things that are only spoken about in whispers, behind locked doors.
Yes, but let's be a little more specific.
Magic. Voodoo, if you will. An evil beyond evil. They're right here in your own city.
But why are you hiring us?
Yes, Mr. Dressler. You mentioned something about a fiancée in your letter. What about her?
Yes, Gabrielle. I love her.
Oh, we're sure of that, Mr. Dressler, but you also wrote something about fearing for her continued sanity. What makes you think her sanity won't continue?
Margot.
Margot? What's that supposed to mean to me?
Oh, forgive me. I was referring to Madame Margot. She claims she's a medium. I claim she's a purveyor of black magic.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. You're trying to tell us Gabrielle, your fiancée, is somehow being influenced by this Madame Margot.
Yes.
How?
Why, she's taking all her money away from her.
Oh, how long has this been going on?
Since Gabrielle's mother, Mrs. Turner, died.
Oh, what happened?
Mary Turner was cleaning her hunting rifle, and it went off. Very unfortunate. The sporting world lost a great devotee because of Mrs. Turner's accident.
All right, what do you want us to do?
Expose Madame Margot. That's what I want you to do.
Expose her?
Certainly. I've arranged for you to visit Madame Margot this very afternoon. Here, this is her card. And tonight, you shall attend a séance at the Turner Mansion.
A séance? Oh, George, there's nothing I like better than an evening cavorting with the spirit world.
Okay, Brooksy, we'll give it a whirl. I never saw a ghost yet who didn't scream when it was pinched.
There's Madame Margot's place, George, 214.
Yep, I'll pull up in front.
Well, one thing I'll say for George. She's not squeamish about operating in a tough neighborhood.
Uh-huh. Well, looks all very proper, Brooksy. Even to the neat little sign on a window. Madame Margot, clairvoyant and mentalist. Seances by appointment. Okay, let's go.
Well, ring the bell, George.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Oh, great. Listen to that local color, will you?
In a joint like this, I'll settle for nothing less than a swami.
Yeah.
You have been expected. Please enter, Sahib.
Sahib?
This way, if you please. Madame Margot offers herself to meditation. However, she will receive you shortly.
Straighten your turban, George. Do you mind if we sit down, Mr.
Hasim. Upon this level, that is the name by which I am known. Please be seated.
Yes, thanks.
And now Hasim will leave you. Seek to attune yourself to the vibration of the sphere.
Oh, sure, we'll do just that, Hasim.
Well, there's your Swami, George. Wonder what bottle he floated out of.
I'll bet when that towel around his head is unwrapped, it reads Oasis Motel.
Hey, this Madame Margot must do all right. Look at the jade vases, carved teeth. Look at this rug.
Oh, Brooksy, for a candy bar in North Africa during the war, I could have filled a barracks bag with this junk.
Junk? Why, some of these things are priceless,
Bargain
George.
basement gadgets, Brooksy, part of a pitch.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but
Look, Claire, I haven't heard of a setup like this yet that wasn't phony. A shrewd operator in a bathrobe and a crystal ball can make a fortune feeding customers the things they want to hear.
Yes, but this Madame Margot is supposed to be uncanny. There. Anyway, that's what Mr. Dressler seems to think.
Well, I don't know what her act is, Brooksy, but I'm making book that Margot's got a huge investment in trapdoors and mirrors. And one of these days, she's going to trip over her own ectoplasm.
George.
Huh?
I know, of course, that Mr. Gilbert Dressler sent you to me. He gave no reason for the arrangement except that you were his friend.
Oh, well, Mr. Dressler just likes to be mysterious. I understand that 10 years on the desert can do that to a person.
He is obsessed with the idea that I bring harm to Gabrielle Turner. He is a stupid man.
Yeah. Well, what about this crystal ball here? What can it tell you about me?
Very well. Seek yourself in the past and the future. Margot will seek with you. Believe Margot, and the dimness in the crystal will be swept away and will become as a sudden burst of light, revealing all. See? Even now the shadow's clear. The image asserts itself. There has been violence and terror in your life.
Well, I can't say you're wrong about that.
As if many men had come together to do you harm, in a vastness too great for the eye to scan.
A vastness?
In a desert, perhaps. Many men and many machines. Yes, it is a desert. And you are wearing a uniform.
George, that's amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell me where this desert is? In what country?
Oh, it is plain. Should it startle you that I know? To Margot, the crystal has no secrets. It is the Sahara.
North Africa, huh?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. What made you ask that?
Oh, come off it, kiddo. How gullible do you expect one man to be?
What are you talking about, Mr. Valentine?
Madame Margot, if you get paid for this sort of thing, I'm going out and rent a sarong and a Turkish towel. That's all I need for an easy life. That and a detective phone with a hidden mic.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. I've got a couple of other things that I would...
Get out of here. Hasim!
Oh, why don't you let that poor guy alone, Margot? Making him stand behind those drapes all this time?
Perhaps one day you will laugh yourself to death on your poor humor, Mr. Valentine.
George, he's got a gun.
Don't worry, Brooksy. Madame Margot can't afford to get rough. This kind of melodrama sometimes leads to scandal. That wouldn't be good business for her.
He wearies me with his glibness, Hasim.
You should have kept looking in your crystal ball, Margot. Then you could have warned your number one boy. Always keep that gun close to his side.
You fool.
Let's get out of here, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
You will regret this.
Oh, look, honey, don't go dramatic on me. Save those pear-shaped tones for Gabrielle Turner.
I don't understand, George. How did she know you were in North Africa?
Because she had us tuned in with her little detector phone before she came into the room.
Oh.
Brooksy, when I was telling you about it, I lied to you purposely. I saw North Africa once from an airplane 10,000 feet up at nighttime.
Well, now that we know that Margot reads past, presents, and futures by direct wire, what are we going to do?
Have dinner, Brooksy.
Oh, fine.
Then we've got a date with a few assorted ghosts.
Oh, fine.
But how about the rest of these people here, Mr. Dressler? Are they friends of the family, too?
A cult of vultures, Mr. Valentine. Parasites of the late Mattie Turner, whose interest in spiritualism is heightened by the free champagne served before every seance. Oh, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, my dear. This is Mr. Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I suppose you're welcome here, both of you. Even though you've come to sneer at us.
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Gabrielle. We're just here to take a look.
There have been scoffers before. Please understand that you've been invited only because Gilbert insisted upon it.
Gabrielle? Oh, there you are. Have you explained to Gilbert's guests how stupid they are?
Hey, where do you get all your information, lady?
I am Gabrielle's aunt, young lady, Vida Patterson.
Oh.
I happen to concern myself with the caliber of people with whom Gabrielle is forced to associate.
What makes you think Miss Brooks is a bad influence, Miss Patterson?
Oh, Gabrielle is emotionally high-strung. People like you, people from the outside, upset her.
Ah, from the outside.
My dear, the rest of the party is going into the sanctuary. Madame Margot is waiting.
Oh, George, not again.
Yep. Let's give the old gal another rumble.
Oh. Hey, George. The hair on the back of my neck is going to look funny with my permanent. This thing is scary.
Yeah, with all the trimmings. This sanctuary is a great backdrop for Dracula. Candlelight and polka music for a vampire.
Have the courtesy to be quiet. Nothing must disturb Madame Margot while she reaches her control.
Control? What's that?
A voice, Miss Brooks. Margot's link with the spirit world. You'll see, it's very weird. The voice with which Margot speaks will not be her voice at all.
Oh, Gilbert, why did you bring these people here?
Hush, child, hush.
There are alien presences here. Contact has been difficult, but there is a message to one who has traveled from a far place to be here.
George.
Listen. Listen.
So many years. So much time. Gilbert. Listen to me, Gilbert.
It's Janice. This is impossible.
Please listen to me, Gilbert.
Janice, what are you doing here? I thought you ran off to Cairo with Cecil.
Rid yourself of those who would bring harm to Margot. They are evil. Remember, Gilbert, I've always known what's best for you, my dear.
You haven't changed a bit, have you, Janice? Always showing up at the wrong time and knowing what's best. Janice, go away.
Get rid of them. Get rid of those who do us harm.
You never told me about her, Gilbert. You never mentioned a girl named Janice.
She was always interfering. Always. I hardly expected her to pop up again, my dear.
There is another message here from one who has newly passed over. She is suffering greatly.
Oh, no.
She has been murdered, shot. She suffers from the anguish of knowing her murder.
Oh, no. I couldn't help it. I couldn't.
Gabrielle, what is it, child?
Her murderer has not been avenged. There is blood on the hands of one who has shed it. Listen. She is trying.
Stop it! Make her leave me alone. I killed her. Of course I killed her. Leave me alone, all of you.
Oh, George. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, this time, Brooksy, the spirits have the right word for it. Murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about problems, major and minor. You know, a ring that refuses to come off a finger may seem like a major problem, but usually a bit of soap and water does the trick. Stuck rings in an automobile engine would be something else again, and could be very costly, in fact. But today, compounded RPM motor oil keeps the danger of stuck piston rings at just about zero. Even more important, the added compounds in RPM put a stop to the biggest bugaboo of engine wear, internal rust. They also prevent crankcase foaming and stop the formation of gum and lacquer in your car's engine. And a cleaner engine system means extra life for your car. Add up all these advantages of RPM motor oil, and it's easy to see why motorists choose RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil in the West. Try this premium quality motor oil tomorrow. Get RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, there's an old saying that murder will out, but when it comes pointing its finger from the spirit world, then George finds himself tangled in one of the strangest cases he's ever come across. And at the precinct house, the day after the seance, Lieutenant Riley puts it this way.
Valentine, ever since I heard that girl confess to murder while she was talking to a ghost, I've just been breathless waiting for you to drop around.
Yeah, it's a weirdie, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Well, maybe your boys just didn't feel like being clever the day Mrs. Turner was murdered. Is that why you called it a hunting accident?
Now, look, Miss Brooks, I'm not perfect like your boyfriend Valentine.
And I'd be the first one to admit that. Yeah. But as a matter of fact, I personally contribute to the support of you guys, a little thing called taxes. I'm just perfect enough to want a little action for my money.
Valentine, 3 months ago, we were called in by Vida Patterson to investigate the death of her sister, Mattie Turner. We called it an accident because that's the way the setup looked. Because there wasn't any reason to call it murder.
Well, whatever happened to that suspicious nature of yours, Lieutenant?
Yeah. A prominent society woman is found dead, shot. A woman who surrounds herself with a house full of sponging friends. Don't you remember what your correspondence course says about a situation like that, Lieutenant?
Look. When a person is found dead with her finger on the trigger, we consider the reports of ballistics, medical examiner, and a dozen other experts. Then we fumbling police arrive at certain conclusions. In the death of Mrs. Turner, that conclusion was accidental death.
Hear, hear.
Bravo, Lieutenant. But how could so many people fumble about the same thing?
Yeah.
Does that confession mean that Gabrielle is going to stand trial for murder, Lieutenant?
Well, I doubt it. In that household of crazy people, she's the squirreliest of the lot. Unless her Aunt Mrs. Patterson isn't just a little bit ahead of her.
Then Gabrielle will be committed to an institution.
Yep. She's home now under the care of a physician and under police guard. She can't even remember confessing, much less how or why she killed anybody.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't mind if Claire and I dropped in on the Turner family, would you, Lieutenant?
Well, sure. Go ahead. You'll be in good company. But take my advice and hide when the wagon comes. Those young interns sometimes have trouble figuring who fits the straitjacket.
Lieutenant, I secretly love all men who say nice things like that.
Oh, it's you two. I was beginning to hope that I'd only hired you in a dream.
Look, Gilbert, let's both get real grown up and face facts. You really did hire me, and we're both stuck.
I'm not in the habit of paying people who bungle their jobs. It must be quite obvious that I don't need your alleged services any longer.
But we haven't finished our job, Mr. Dressler.
So if you will return my fee, which you have not earned...
Oh, yeah. Well, let's chat, Gilbert. Mind if we come inside?
I certainly do.
Thanks a lot. Close the door, Brooksy. Now, look, Gilbert, you hired me to do a job. I'm not backing out of it. Why should you?
You admit you failed, don't you?
You don't have much room to talk, Mr. Dressler. Who was that Janice you were talking to last night?
Janice is dead. She died nearly 10 years ago.
10 years? Then how did she...
I dislike to say it, but even I am now convinced that Margot is not a fraud. How could she have known about Janice?
Oh, it's very simple. You blurted out Janice's name as soon as Margot began to broaden her age.
Yeah, it's a good thing Margot didn't drop her H's, Mr. Dressler. You might have come up with the name of some little barmaid in Soho.
You're not very amusing, young lady.
Now, what about Gabrielle? Where is she?
They've taken her away, Mr. Valentine. Poor girl. I was deeply attached to her.
Uh-huh. I'll bet her aunt is overcome, too.
Vida Patterson is a remarkable woman. She buries her sorrow in her books.
Books. Ledgers would be a better word. Where is she?
In the library. She explicitly informed me that she wishes to grieve.
Well, now, that's very touching. Come on, Claire.
What is it, Gilbert? I told you
I wanted no interruptions unless it's absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary.
Oh. Oh, it's the intruders again.
Yes, I hate to take you away from your tears, Miss Patterson, but there are a few questions I want to ask you.
And by what right? You're not the police?
Oh, this won't take long. Just a moment of your lonely time, and you can go right back to eating your heart out.
What is it you want?
I want to know a little bit more about the murder of Mattie Turner. It was murder, wasn't it?
Oh, imagine the ingratitude of the child. Killing my poor sister after all the wonderful things we've done for her.
Oh, yes, yes. She was so overcome by those wonderful things, she can't even remember killing your sister.
Oh, Gabrielle has lapses of memory. An unfortunate trait which she inherited from her father's side of the family.
Oh, well, this wealth you were talking about, what happens to that?
Oh, how can you mention money at a time like this?
Well, let's mention it anyhow. Who gets it?
Well, of course, Gabrielle inherited the mother's estate, and now that she will be declared insane, why, I suppose well, I don't know. I've never given it a thought.
No, I'll just bet you haven't. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Patterson. I just know it'll kill you every time you spend a penny of all those thousands of dollars.
Get out of here!
Miss Patterson doesn't like us, George.
Yeah, we've got crazy ideas, Brooksy. All right, come on. Let's go see whether one of them will pay off.
What makes people like that, George?
If you're talking about the zanies who wander in and out of the Turner mansion, the answer is money. From here, that's the only way their act makes sense.
Well, I don't want to crowd you with funnies, George, but there's Hasim again.
Huh?
Yeah, he's planted up ahead there. The corner of the house this time.
How do you like that?
See him in the shadow?
Yeah. Let's find out what he's got on his mind.
Still looks sinister, even in a pinstripe suit.
Yeah. Well, Hasim, doing a little snooping on your own?
You go to great lengths to involve yourself in difficulty, my rash friend.
Brace yourself, Hasim. You're no friend of mine.
Furthermore, you are in our way.
Georgie's still got that gun.
Watch it, Brooksy. All right, pick up the gun quick.
Yeah, George. Here you are.
Yeah, you shouldn't carry such things around after dark, Hasim. And so it doesn't accidentally go off and hurt somebody, I'll just take out the clip. And the extra bullet in the chamber.
You will be sorry you did this.
There you are. Take your plaything. I'll keep the bullets. Now, why did Madame Margot send you here?
I know nothing.
You're so right. Okay, take off, Nature Boy. Beat it. I'm tired of playing patty cake with people out of storybooks. You know what? It adds up, Claire. It really does.
It does?
Huh? Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Tell Lieutenant Riley to get that whole crew together, all those pixies who were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Gabrielle Turner. Tell the lieutenant to bring them all back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find out the reason for it. Right now, I've got a date with a crystal ball. And maybe I'll get a preview. Margot, in the jargon of the street, your chances aren't worth a dime.
Stop speaking in riddles, Mr. Valentine. What's on your mind?
You are, Margot. Madam, accessory after the fact, Margot. The fact being murder.
If I were acquainted with your brand of humor, perhaps I would be amused.
I doubt it. Look, you're worried, honey. That's why you tagged that small-time Svengali on me. You can be sent to jail for years and years, and that's really something to worry about.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I hate to sully those shell-like ears of yours with nasty words, Margot, but just take my advice and be my buddy for the next few hours.
Why do you speak to me like this, as if I'm
As if you're a phony, and you are. You can throw your voice pretty well, but last night you threw it a little too far.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to finish that seance you started. It never did get done.
But for what reason?
So you can turn state's evidence. Now, a clever girl like you can appreciate a good twist.
I think I understand.
Yes, I think you do. So let's not keep the cult waiting, Margot. Besides, Lieutenant Riley is a very impatient man.
Valentine, if you can figure out how this girl murdered Mattie Turner by asking Mattie Turner how she did it, I'm going to turn in my badge, buy a turban and a crystal ball, and apprehend criminals while I sit in my easy chair.
Just stick around, Lieutenant. This Margot will give you a lesson you'll never forget.
You know, that's the wonderful thing about being a police lieutenant. Every amateur I meet wants to give me lessons.
But Margot's no amateur. All these people think she's the greatest thing that ever happened to them. They believe whatever Margot says.
Valentine, haven't you been the cause of enough suffering for poor Miss Patterson? I feel it is my obligation to defend her against your ill manners.
Yes, and I demand to know by what authority you have entered my house. Why have you brought Gabrielle here? I'll have the law.
You already have it. Lieutenant, this is Miss Patterson. She lives here.
You got troubles, Miss Patterson?
Oh, why, no, it's just that it's Gabrielle.
Gabrielle's okay. She's in the sanctuary with the doctor. I wouldn't worry about her.
Maybe we'd better go in. Margot's had plenty of time to get wound up.
Okay.
Hello, Gabrielle. How do you feel?
I don't understand. This all happened before. Long ago. A very long time ago.
Yes, now you're all right. Just take it easy.
I really didn't mean to. I didn't hate my mother, you know.
Just sit tight, Gabrielle. And whatever happens, don't say anything. You understand? Don't say anything.
Of course. Of course, I understand. I killed her, but I didn't mean to. Tonight, for the last time, we seek to journey together into a strange land. A strange land where familiar faces and forgotten dreams dwell without perishing. Already the vapors which cloud our way are cleared. There is someone here who is trying to get through. She wishes to speak.
Is this why you dragged me here, Valentine? I know a ventriloquist when I hear one.
You know a lot more than the rest of these people. Just get this pitch, Lieutenant.
Has been grievously wronged. There is so much that stands in her way of happiness here. She wishes to speak to us. She says an injustice has been done. The way is clear. Peace.
Stop her.
Peace.
Can't you see this is a fraud? You don't know what you're doing. Send her back.
Listen.
You're breaking up the party, Miss Patterson. Why don't you relax?
Have they harmed you, Gabrielle?
Maddie.
And you, Vida? All that blood.
Oh.
Your sister's blood. Mine. Murderous.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, please.
Murderous. You watched me die. Death becomes you, my sister.
Oh, send her back. Oh, let's stop it. I did it. I killed her.
I'll take over from here, Valentine.
Well, how about that, Brooksy? A killer trapped by a ghost. Only there wasn't any ghost.
George, if I've got to say it, and I've got to say it,
Huh?
you're a genius.
Oh, that's okay, Brooksy. You can say it. But all I had to know was that Margot was a phony, and Vida Patterson thought Margot was always on the level. Except once, that is.
Astound me, genius. What do you mean, except once?
Vida paid Margot to produce Maddie Turner and frighten Gabrielle into confessing.
Why should Gabrielle confess to a murder she didn't do?
Brooksy, there's a lot of evil people in this world. Vida Patterson is one of them. She knew her niece had a memory blank the night of the murder. So all this time, she's been making Gabrielle believe that she killed her own mother.
So all you did was make Margot produce Maddie Turner again.
Yep. Only this time, Maddie smoked. When Vida heard an imitation of her sister's voice, she thought it was the real thing. It was too much for her.
Oh, well, there's just one thing I still don't understand, George. What happened when you went back to see Margot?
Oh, she read my palm. Yeah, she said I had a wonderful heart line.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Margot looked at my hand and said I was a lover.
Oh. Well, I got a pretty good heart line myself.
Yeah?
Look at it, George.
Yeah.
You know what I think, George?
No, tell me what you think.
Well, I think we ought to get our heart lines crossed and see what happens.
And now, a word of importance to motorists. Maybe you've run into the kind of motorist who always says, grease is grease, and it doesn't matter where you take your car for lubrication service. Well, don't you believe him. At independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they use many specialized grades of RPM greases and oils to give your car a thorough lubrication. And each one is tailor-made to do a wear-saving job at some vital wear point on your car. The regular 1,000-mile grease job at these stations is done by trained experts. They follow a lube chart approved by the manufacturer of your car, and they take pride in doing a spick-and-span clean job for you. Next time your car is due for lubrication service, rely on the standard station or the independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car.
Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, Brooksy, tell me something.
Yes, George?
How would you like to play Cigarette Girl at the Kit Kat Club tomorrow night?
You mean in one of those fluffy short skirts and long black stockings?
Yeah, the works.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, George?
We're going to stage a little drama, Brooksy, with a cast of two. A Carnation and Art Gary. And I have a hunch the Carnation will be the star of the show.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by Morton Fine and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Don Morrison as Gilbert, Irene Tedrow as Margot, Sarah Selby as Vida, Gene Bates as Gabrielle, and Lalchan Mehra as Hasim. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Murder, It's a Gift. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're ready to throw in the sponge without giving the deal another whirl, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, no doubt you'll consider this transaction stale, flat, and unprofitable. I wish to bestow a beautiful and precious gift upon a member of my family, the worthiest one, the rare Wittenberg Bible. I want to see it bring to someone else the happiness it brought to me. You can help me. The address
is 715 Warren Road. Kindly call Sunday morning when I can be sure all my little family will be at home. Signed, Wesley Hart.
Mm-hmm. Brooksy, when was the last time you did something ennobling and spiritual with your Sunday morning?
You mean beside getting up before noon?
Yeah, exactly what I mean. Now, here's a chance for both of us to make atonement come this Sabbath. So let's get up early and see that the right person does get Mr. Hart's rare and precious gift.
Oh, but George, a father should know his own family. Which one is, to quote, the worthiest?
Oh, you'd be surprised how often Papa knows very little about his own brood.
Oh, maybe you're right. The night of my first dance, my father did believe I was going out to get the milk instead of trying to tiptoe in with it.
Oh, Angel, you've had a lurid past. But seriously, we have a date for Sunday morning.
Mr. Valentine, most people like to leave what they consider their fortune in a will, to be used only after they die.
That's the usual routine, Mr. Hart, yeah.
Well, I'm going to be different. Here, sit down, Miss Brooks. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Just how are you going to be different, Mr. Hart?
I'm going to give someone my only treasured possession while I'm still alive, so I can see him enjoy it.
Oh, that's a pretty fine notion.
I believe you're a better citizen on Earth if you don't wait for your citizenship in heaven.
Again, a happy notion, but...
About this valuable Wittenberg Bible of yours, doesn't your family know it's going to be left to them?
Not to which one, and not that I'm going to leave it to him right now.
Oh.
That's why I wrote to you, Mr. Valentine. I want you to investigate each one of them, look into their pasts.
What's that?
Well, now, surely in your own family you ought to know enough about...
Early again this morning. I need some black coffee, Pops, and fast.
What's the matter, son? You seem nervous.
I wonder why. I can always run 50 balls in a game of straight pool, but last night my hands were shaking. And just when it would have really paid off.
Now, Sam, you shouldn't take your recreation so seriously. It's only a game of billiards.
Only a game of... Oh, sure, yeah.
Oh, Sam, these are two friends of mine. They'll probably be staying here with us.
Oh, but
Sam,
really...
Well, that's swell, Pops. If you can't get any food here before 10 o'clock, I'd better go in the kitchen and see if I can't make Edie give me some coffee.
Yeah, you'd better do that, fella. If you expect to maneuver any ham and eggs to your mouth.
What's that, mister?
Just an observation.
Oh. Remarks like that leave me cold so early in the morning.
Where are you rushing off, Sam? You're your usual self, aren't you?
Oh, that's called a wonderful girl. You couldn't ask for a finer daughter.
You came in even later than I did. Who was it? Did you make the grade?
As a matter of fact, well, at least I have you three for an audience.
Oh, Cora, these are two friends of mine. They'll probably be staying here with us.
Well, I don't... How delightful. Isn't anybody interested in the fast-talking gentlemen who try to convince me that under my strict and starchy nurse's uniform there beats a feminine heart?
Oh, I'd love to hear all about it.
As long as it's in the family.
Cora's a nurse, you know. She spends all her life trying to take care of people.
Thank you, Pops. Anyway, this Casanova I was out with last night was the subtle type. He didn't just talk about fur coats and bracelets and stuff like that. He actually had them with him. He was so amazed I don't play that way, Pops.
Good girl, Cora.
See you at breakfast.
Well, it's quite a family you've got here, Mr. Hart.
Yes, aren't they?
Breakfast is ready, Mr. Hart.
Oh, Miss Purdy, these are the two friends I told you about.
Let's not go through that again, Brooks.
Well, there's room for them at the table. Now let's not waste any more time.
Oh, of course. I know when you run a boarding house, everything must be on a schedule.
Boarding house?
You know, I don't consider it that, Mr. Hart. You and the others are just paying guests.
A proud woman, Miss Purdy. I always think of her as my sister, another member of my family, taking care of me when I'm not well, bringing me hot tea and...
Hey, just a minute, Pops.
Yes?
A wayward thought just occurred to me. If Miss Purdy, who runs this boarding house, is your sister, perhaps those other two characters are unrelated to you in the same way.
Oh, did you think we were related by blood ties?
Well,
Now, I wonder where we could have picked up that wild notion.
I see what you mean, Miss Brooks. Oh, I'm not really related to any one of these people, but living with them for these last 3 years, sharing their hopes and frustrations, I've begun to think of them as my own flesh and blood.
Oh, that's just fine.
Perhaps that is hard to understand, young man, but when you're alone in the world and as old as I am, you sort of need that sense of belonging, of having a family.
Oh, it's of course we understand.
Yes, I guess we do. But look, Mr. Hart, if there is no family, maybe there's also no Wittenberg Bible. So maybe we ought to call this a Sunday morning excursion.
Oh, no, I had the Bible. It's worth more than $20,000. I just had it appraised last week.
Well, there aren't any more members of the family, are there, Mr. Hart?
No, just these three. But, Mr. Valentine, you will do this for an old man, won't you?
Well,
Miss Purdy has 2 vacant rooms. You and Miss Brooks can stay on as boarders. Of course, I'll take care of that.
Mr. Hart, please. Breakfast is served.
All right, Pops, let's go in. I don't like to go to work on an empty stomach.
I've been watching you the last few days, Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, I know, Cora. I wouldn't be a man if I weren't aware of it.
You look too rugged to be naive. You can make things easy for yourself. All you have to do is ask me.
Well, let's clamp down on the double talk. What's on your mind?
Everybody in this house knows why you and that girl are here.
All right, suppose you tell me.
Pop's hired you to find out which one of us 3 should get the Bible after he dies.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the general idea. But I didn't think we discussed it over a public address system.
Oh, things get around. Or haven't you ever lived in a rooming house? Anyway, here's a hint.
Uh-huh.
The name? Antoinette Purdy, our esteemed landlady. The date? January the 3rd, 1929. Look it up in the papers. What you'll find may not make you healthier or wealthier, but...
Yeah, I know. But it will make me wiser. Okay, I'll take you up on that, Cora.
Miss Brooks.
Yes, Sam?
Here's something you can pass along to Valentine. Cora Steele, nurse, isn't all she starts up to be. She's also quite a gal, and she knows it.
All right, so Cora always ends up one step ahead of the wolves. What about it?
Nothing. But why don't you work on that angle? It may pay off.
Mr. Valentine, one can't run a guest house without getting to know a great deal about one's guests.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Miss Purdy. In your business and mine, it only makes good sense to keep your eyes and ears open.
You never heard it from me, Mr. Valentine.
But there's a parole officer downtown by the name of John Higgins. Why don't you talk to him about Sam Keith?
Yeah, surprising, isn't it, Angel, how much information you can get when people are so happy to supply it about someone else?
Yeah, and such choice information.
Miss Purdy is really Mrs. Herdine, whose husband died on January 3rd, 1929. The verdict of accidental poisoning was never completely satisfactory to anybody.
And Mrs. Herdine was not only acquitted, but inherited this rooming house, among other things.
And our friend Sam Keith was involved in a small-time robbery when he was only 18, spent 3 years in jail for it.
Which may account for the young man's bitterness.
And Cora, the only blank mark against her is having too many boyfriends.
Well, as far as I know, no state in the Union has declared being human a crime.
Well, we may as well tell Pops what we found out and let him decide what he wants to do.
Good. Confidentially, darling, I've been thinking yearningly of my little apartment. Guess I just wasn't made for a rooming house.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I often think I really belong in a suburban cottage with a white picket fence running all around it. Not to mention children doing the same thing.
Well, with everything running around like that, it doesn't look like there's going to be any room for me.
Oh, you're just reeking with sentiment today, aren't you?
Look, Valentine, I want to talk to you.
Sure, Sam, I'm always available.
You don't mind if I try to kill you, do you?
Well, I might protest slightly.
Well, that's what I'm going to do if you tell Pops anything about me.
Oh, now take it easy, kid.
Sam, don't be a fool.
It's okay, Brooksy, stay where you are.
Oh, you've been looking me up, Valentine, and I don't like it. If it's not the parole officer, it's you or somebody else. Well, I don't have to live that way, hunted like an animal, just because I made a mistake.
Nobody's hunting you, Sam. Slow down, will you?
Don't tell me what to do. I'm telling you.
George, don't. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Sorry, this is self-defense, Brooksy.
Oh.
All right. Come on, kid. Let me help you up.
Put your hands off me.
I didn't want to do that. You better put something on that chin.
Don't pamper me, Bud. I know how to take care of myself. You better learn to do that, too, the next time.
Well, things happen in this rooming house, don't they?
Yeah, Brooksy. Hey, let's get through with the benevolent Mr. Hart before Miss Purdy decides to slip us a poisonous Mickey Finn so she can keep her secret.
It seems I did know a lot of things about my little family.
Well, Mr. Hart, when you start digging, you can find the darndest things about the smallest family.
And the facts we gave you this afternoon are those you hired us to find out.
So we just came up to your room to say goodbye.
One more favor, young man.
What's that?
I got the Bible out of the safe deposit box. Here it is.
Yeah?
I made up my mind who gets it. I wrote the name on the flyleaf.
Well, I'll be honest enough to admit I'm curious.
I'm more than curious, Mr. Hart. Well, what do you want me to do?
Stay here just a little while longer. Till tonight. You see, each one of them, Miss Purdy, Cora, Sam, knows that you've looked them up and told me all about them.
Well?
Well, what they don't know is that the lucky one doesn't have to wait till I'm dead. I'm going to present the Bible tonight at dinner.
Okay, we'll stick around, all then.
Thank you. Here, Mr. Valentine, take this Bible, but promise me you won't open it till dinner tonight.
If that's the way you want it.
I'm going to shave, change my clothes, take a bath. I want to look my best for this very important day in my life.
Valentine, get up here quick. Something's happened to Mr. Hart.
What are you talking about, Sam?
Come up here and see for yourself. He's dead.
Dead? But how could he be? We just left him a little while ago.
He's there in the bathtub, Valentine. Look at him. Lying there like that.
Yeah, stay out here in the hall, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I came in here to shave. I didn't know Pops was here. Then I saw him.
Yeah, he's dead, brother, all right, dead. The one thing you don't want to be from the day you're born. But there's no sign of a struggle. And just 6 inches of water in the tub.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about safety. If you're planning a trip, better get those worn tires inspected tomorrow at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station. That's where you'll find your best value, Atlas tires, famous for giving more mileage and safer mileage. Besides having more rubber to grip the road and a road-tested design for safer stops, Atlas tires give you greater riding comfort, too. And each new Atlas passenger tire is backed by a written warranty. For a whole year, this warranty covers damage to the tire from ordinary road hazards and guarantees the materials and workmanship for the life of the tire. Best of all, your Atlas tire warranty is honored by 38,000 dealers coast to coast and in Canada 7 days a week. For safer, better driving, go on Atlas tires. And for expert tire care, rely on standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a good and pious man decides to leave his one valuable possession, a rare Wittenberg Bible, to the person most worthy of it. Furthermore, he wants to leave this legacy while he's still alive, so he can share in the happiness of the one who receives it. That's the plan, but this good and pious man is found dead. Which leads to all kinds of questions which annoy you no end if you're anything like George Valentine. You see, you're not too sure you're getting the right answer.
Valentine, there's only one answer. The one the medical examiner gave us.
Well, now, look, I don't want to be a character, Lieutenant, but suppose I don't go along with that conclusion.
Well, then, Pally Chum, you can just go
Please, Lieutenant, don't be too specific in your direction.
Huh? Well, I'll just leave what I mean to your imagination.
Now, I have every respect for the medical examiner, and I can't tell you just why I'm being stubborn. But I think Wesley Hart was murdered.
Well, now at least everything is out in the open.
Valentine, maybe the good doctor used words that are too big for you. Suppose I break them down.
Yeah, do that for me, will you?
Wesley Hart was a hale and hearty old fellow, as sound as a russet apple.
Remember, I met the gentleman first, Lieutenant.
No one could drown a man like that in a half a tub of water without him putting up one heck of a scrap. Why, you'd have to hold his head under for quite some time, you know.
George, just on general principles, I'd like to be on your side. But there were no signs of a struggle at all. No water on the floor, no scratches, no bruises.
Yeah, I know.
It's just like the doc says. The old boy either fainted or he had a heart attack when he sat down in the tub. All this excitement about him giving away that Bible at dinner tonight.
But still, the timing was so pat, Riley. That's what keeps bothering me.
Well, you'll live through it. Now, let me have that Bible. We'll find out whose name's on the flyleaf. Give it to him and call this case closed.
Would you still do that if I proved this was murder?
Ah, for Pete's sake. There he goes again, Miss Brooks.
Well, don't look at me. I've always told you he was stubborn.
Oh, may I come in, Lieutenant?
Sure, Miss Purdy.
The sergeant outside said you might be here some time, so I took the liberty of making some coffee.
Oh, well, thank, that's fine.
Glad somebody feels fine. I feel lower than anything you can name.
I was merely using a figure of speech, Miss Steele.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Maybe I
Thank
wouldn't
you
feel
very
so
much.
rotten about Pops if I weren't a nurse.
Well, there's nothing you could have done about it, Cora.
Well, I was home in my room. Pops had only cried out, made any kind of noise. I'd have been there to help him. But he drowned so quickly, I don't understand it.
Mr. Hart was a truly good man, Lieutenant. He trusted everybody. I could never teach him to keep the door to his room closed.
Okay, Miss Purdy, we're all sorry about the old gentleman.
Oh, wait a minute. What's the matter with us, Lieutenant? We must be slowing down.
What are you talking about?
Yes, George, what is it?
It just hit me like a sneak punch with brass knuckles. I'd like to try an experiment, Lieutenant.
What kind of an experiment?
Well, now, ordinarily, I'm not an exhibitionist. But if I could get into a pair of swimming trunks and into a tub half full of water, I think I may be able to prove a very important point. Okay, that does it. I think that's the about amount of water Hart drowned in.
I should say so,
Oh, you better hurry up, George, or you'll catch cold.
Sam's swimming trunks are a little snug on me.
Don't we
Snug?
get to see this remarkable experiment, Lieutenant?
You people stay out there in the hall. We've got a full house as it is. Okay, Johnny Weissmuller. Let's see what's on your mind.
The same old thing, Lieutenant. Murder.
All right. Come on, let's see you drown yourself.
Well, I gotta have some help, Lieutenant.
Glad to oblige. Name your person.
I think I could use Sam.
Oh, Mr. Keith, will you come in here, please?
What do you want with me? What's this supposed to prove?
You don't mind cooperating with the law, do you, Sam?
No, but I don't like being framed either.
Mustn't be so suspicious, friend. I just want you to do a little job.
Yeah?
Yeah. Now, lean over the tub. That's right. I'll lie down like this. And when I give you the signal, pull my feet up suddenly with a jerk. Keep them up.
This is a screwy...
Do as you're told. Okay, now.
Well, you can come out from under the water now, darling.
Hey, what is this? Valentine, put his feet down, you fool.
George.
He's out like a
George!
light. Here, come on, give me a hand. Give me a hand. Get him out of this tub. Hey, nurse, get in here and hurry up.
He ought to be coming out of it in a minute.
Maybe we still ought to call the emergency squad, Lieutenant.
He'll be okay now.
Oh, I hope so.
What happened? He certainly couldn't have drowned in a few seconds like that.
He was out to set a new world's record.
Got him breathing regularly now.
George?
You heard him. He told me to do it. It was Valentine's own idea.
And you sure went at it with a right good will, Sam. Are you all right, George?
Isn't this the spot where I'm supposed to say, where am I?
Here, fella. Get up. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
Oh,
That's it.
Oh. Well, that worked a little too well, didn't it?
Is that what happened to Mr. Hart, George?
Yeah. But with him, it really worked right, Brooksy.
Then that poor old man was murdered.
And
After all.
Mr. Valentine means one of us did it, Miss Purdy.
How well you read my mind, Cora.
It's just like putting a finger on me because I got in trouble once.
Quiet, all of you. Listen to me. This was murder, all right. And Valentine, while Miss Steele was working on you, I called up the medical examiner.
And?
Under the hair on the back of Mr. Hart's head, there's a slight bruise. They couldn't see it at first. You've got an exact duplicate, Valentine, when you hit your head on the bottom of the tub.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Lieutenant. But that's not what knocked me out.
What do you mean, George?
It was the water suddenly rushing up my nostrils that knocked me out. Better than any left hook.
Well,
And if Sam continued to hold my feet up in the air a while longer, I would have drowned without making a sound. And without a struggle.
Yeah. And the three of you were all home when the old man was taking his bath.
Yes, Lieutenant Riley, but
Miss Purdy, you yourself mentioned his cute little habit of not locking doors behind him.
You all would have known that.
Lieutenant, I'd like a word with you alone.
Okay. Sergeant?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Take these good people downstairs and keep them amused. I'll be right there.
All right, come along now.
Now, before we do anything else, Valentine, let's go and take a good look at that Bible. The person whose name is on that flyleaf certainly has a motive.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to talk to you about. Lieutenant, let's not look at it. Not until we're all seated around the dinner table.
What?
May I express my amazement, too?
Well, that's the way the old fella had it planned. Why not carry out that last wish?
You mean just out of sentiment?
Half and half, Brooksy. Half sentiment, and half the satisfaction of seeing a murderer put his own neck in a noose.
I can't say I'm enjoying this meal.
Why, I think it's delicious, Cora. Compliments to the cook, Miss Purdy.
hardly the time for light conversation, Miss Brooks.
Sorry.
Look, Lieutenant.
Yes, Sam? You having trouble digesting your food, too?
If you think you've got anything on me, do something about it. I've got a date. I want to leave.
I think the pool room will still be there. Sit down.
All right, folks, we can get to the point now.
Thank you, but not too much.
All of you knew that Mr. Hart had decided to leave this Bible to one of you. A decision he reached mostly on the basis of my investigations.
Don't you mean you're snooping, Mr. Valentine?
When you get paid for it, Miss Purdy, it becomes investigation.
Your moral support is highly appreciated, Brooksy. Anyway, this afternoon, Mr. Hart removed this Bible from the safe deposit box and placed it in his bureau drawer. While he was taking his bath, you all had a chance to go in there and see whose name is on the flyleaf.
Yeah, once again, the little matter of leaving doors open.
Well, right now, the lieutenant and I are going to take a look at it. You see, ironically enough, the lucky beneficiary is going to be saddled with a fat, juicy motive. He's going to get one hefty shove toward the gas chamber.
An assist from beyond the grave, you might call it.
Well put, Lieutenant. Now, suppose we have a look-see.
Say, wait a minute.
Yes, Cora?
Just because Pop's decided to leave it to me
Oh, to any one of us, it doesn't mean we'd kill him for it. What right do you have to assume that?
Hey, Lieutenant, you can read the inscription.
Okay. After careful thought, I give this Wittenberg Bible to the person for whom it can do the most good. I give it with all my love to Sam.
That's not true. You'd never leave it to me. He knew all about me being in jail that time. You told him, Valentine. You found out all about me. Well, don't all of you look at me that way. I like the old guy, and I kind of think he liked me.
Save it, Sam, save it. We'll have a lot of time to talk about that.
If you're making the trip downtown, Lieutenant, why not take along the right person?
Right
What do you
person?
mean?
I mean you, Cora.
Me? Just what do you have against me, Mr. Valentine?
Nobody could have seen that Bible today after I came home with Pops. I never left it out of my sight.
Well, what of it?
But Cora was so sure it was left to her, she began to protest. A little too quickly and much too much.
That's right. We didn't hear Miss Purdy or Sam say a word.
You gave us the motive after all, Cora.
Oh, really?
You naturally thought the only one to whom Mr. Hart, in all his saintliness, would leave his precious Bible would be you. Miss Purdy and Sam had blemishes on their past.
Well, you're just guessing. You can't.
As a nurse who's given plenty of baths to her patients, you'd know how a little deal like this would work.
Just because I'm a nurse, that
Miss
doesn't
Purdy
mean...
isn't strong or young enough to kill in just that way.
Well, what about Sam? It was his name in that Bible.
That's why I chose him for that little experiment. He wouldn't have done it so efficiently if it meant tipping his mitt.
Well, you seem at a loss for words, Miss Steele. But that makes sense.
Yes, Cora. It could only have been you. Hey, now, let me get this straight, Sam. This Wittenberg Bible is worth what most people would consider a small fortune.
Just the same, Valentine, I'm not going to sell it. I'm just going to hang on to it.
Well, the money might be the thing to put you back on your feet, Sam.
It's worth more than that, Miss Brooks, knowing that a man like Pops had faith in me. I thought people stopped passing that stuff out. That's what was keeping me behind the 8 ball.
Well, I suppose now you'll be thinking of getting married.
Maybe. But first I guess I'll have to, well, make good.
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't always work, Sam. I've been trying to make good with George for a long time. And just look.
What?
Never mind, Sam. That's a private joke.
How many women drivers do you think there are in the West? 1 million? 2 million? Well, conservative estimates tell us there are 2.5 million in California alone. With so many women driving in western states, let's hear what one of them says about RPM motor oil. There's Mrs. Jerome Barline of Spokane, Washington, and she says, quote, I don't know much about cars, but I do know I haven't had to spend 1 cent for repairs since I started using RPM, unquote. Well, from that, I'd say Mrs. Barline knows plenty about car operation. Other users of compounded RPM motor oil say they have gone 7 and 8 years without engine repairs. That's not so surprising when you know that RPM actually fights off your car's worst enemy, internal engine rust. It stops carbon trouble, too, clings to engine hot spots, and prevents bearing corrosion. So why not give your car a new lease on life starting tomorrow? Get your crankcase drained and refilled with RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George off on another case, starting with a letter that reads,
Dear Mr. Valentine, any sane person knows that a room can't murder a man. Yet after living in a certain room, I have a definite feeling that's what's going to happen to me. I need your help. So meet me at Farewell Lodge as soon as possible. Signed, Burton Hilliard.
Next Monday night, another case for George Valentine. The Room That Killed. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Pedro de Cordova as Hart, Don Diamond as Sam, Betty Lou Gerson as Cora, and Ann O'Neill as Miss Purdy. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Little Man Who Was Everywhere. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you can't handle it alone without getting hurt, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, a man is trying to drive me mad, and it's very annoying. He's a little man with big glasses. I see him everywhere I go. What would you do if you kept seeing the same little man staring at you, sending you threatening notes? He has no right to do this to me. It's most inconsiderate. You must do something about him.
Something about him. I shall be at my home, 940 Walton Drive, all day waiting for your call. It's signed Vivian Newcomb.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let me see.
Well, that's what the lady said, George.
She sounds whack.
Oh, maybe she's just at the age when ladies are apt to see men everywhere.
Yeah, but not little men with big glasses.
Guess he really does exist if he writes threatening notes.
Uh-huh. Okay, Angel, I'm intrigued. Let's go and see about this little man who is or isn't there.
I'm the executor of the Carl Newcomb estate. That was Vivian's father. And it's probably a good idea that I'm here.
What do you mean, Mr. Wilton?
Oh, just to make sure you understand what Vivian says.
Oh, what's the matter? Doesn't she speak English?
That's just it. Decidedly. She overspeaks it. Her father used to say Vivian has a grasshopper mind. The way she jumps.
What thought? Remember? Well, from her letter, I'd say she has only one thought.
Next to Mother, Pierre. It's about the only time I feel really
Oh,
safe.
Vivian.
What? Oh, I didn't know you brought company with you, David.
My dear, this is the gentleman.
Oh, of course, Mr. Valentine.
How do you do? This is Miss Brooks, my assistant.
How do you do? Do you know anything about French poodles, Mr. Valentine? Well, Pierre hasn't been himself the last few days. I believe he's liverish.
Yeah. Well, not to change the subject, Miss Newcomer, but wasn't there something about a little man with big glasses?
Oh, I don't know where to turn. Whenever I leave the house, I know I'm going to see him. And he just stands there, stares at me. That man, Harry Sterner, is deliberately trying to drive me out of my mind.
Harry Sterner? You mean you know who this man is?
Oh, yes. Davis, show Mr. Valentine those notes.
They used to come every day. Just a few words scribbled on each.
Uh-huh, I see. Vengeance shall be mine.
You mean just that, George?
Uh-huh. Here's another one. You shall perish in the flames of your own conscience. Did the thought of her keep you awake last night, too? And more in the same groove. Say, who is this Sterner?
You see, Mr. Valentine, the Newcomb estate consists almost entirely of a number of apartment houses down in the old River Flat section.
Apartment houses? Isn't that giving those eyesores a rather fancy name, Mr. Wilton?
Well, I admit they were built quite a few years ago, but many people are satisfied to live in them.
About Mr. Sterner.
Some months ago, there was a regrettable fire in our place at 39 Morton Street. Unfortunately, Mrs. Sterner was lost in it.
Oh, how dreadful.
Oh, now I'm beginning to see what this is all about.
And, of course, I'm terribly sorry for this poor man, Mr. Valentine. But why does he blame me? I had nothing to do with it.
Miss Newcomer, did you ever show these notes to the police?
Oh, yes, and they spoke to him. He stopped sending the notes, but he goes right on popping up everywhere and just looking at me in that frightening way.
Say, come to think about it, haven't there been several fires recently down in that section?
That's the other side of this problem. After the one in 39 Morton Street, there have been 3 others, all in our building. Luckily, the damage wasn't too great.
Sterner?
We don't know, but we'd like to.
Oh, you must do something about that man, Mr. Valentine.
Okay. Now, this Sterner, where can I find him?
The poor fellow keeps sneaking back into the house at 39 so he can stay in the apartment he had with his wife. The building is boarded up, but he gets in and out. We overlook it.
You must force this man to realize how unhappy he's making me, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I'm sure he realizes that, Miss Newcomer. I'm just wondering how unhappy he plans to make you.
I don't care who you are. How did you get in here?
Look, what I want to know, Sterner, is how do you live in this place? No lights, the windows all boarded up?
And the stench of burnt wood. And that's what I like most. It doesn't let me forget what happened. Not for a moment.
Why do you torture yourself like this, friend? It can't do any good.
I look around this burned-out tenement and I think of my wife. And when I think of Irene, I think of Miss Newcomer.
Okay, now take it.
And then I find out where she is and I go there. And I stand just looking at her. She's beginning to crack under it, isn't she?
Why don't you face it, Sterner? Miss Newcomer isn't going to let this go on.
Oh, what can she do? The streets are free. That's one thing her money can't change.
Look, if you carry this thing too far, a couple of guys in white jackets are going to suggest a padded cell for you.
Is it insane to want to teach a woman some respect for human life? All her buildings are fire traps. She knows that. But still, she doesn't do anything about it.
Well, look, I can understand how you feel, but...
Irene, she didn't have to die. That fire didn't have to sweep through here like it did. It was plain murder. You don't let a known murderer get away with it, do you?
Those other fires in the Newcomer buildings, is that part of your little campaign,
The police weren't able to prove anything. Oh, yes. And since the last one, they've been following me. Oh, yes, I know.
Now, you listen to me,
You go
Sterner.
back to Miss Newcomer and tell her she can go on wondering what I'm going to do next. And there's nothing you can do about it, Mr. Valentine.
Miss Brooks, if it has to do with fires, the arson squad takes care of it. Homicide keeps me busy. So you can tell Valentine I've got a perfectly good excuse to stay off his merry-go-round this time.
Oh, but you were sweet enough to go to all the trouble to get the information George wants.
Well, yes. But you can tell him if it took me more than 5 minutes, I wouldn't have.
Information, please?
Yeah. Tell him Sterner used to be your watchmaker till he got arthritis. Couldn't handle the tools after a while.
Oh, what does he do now?
Now he's a watchman in one of the loft buildings in River Flats. Now, about those fires...
Oh, it's hard to believe any man would deliberately set fire to a crowded tenement.
The arson boys say they were definitely the work of a pyromaniac, a firebug.
Oh.
The jobs were too sloppy to be professional.
Well, and that seems to point to Sterner.
Okay, if Sterner's playing with matches, they're gonna nail him. And if he keeps making faces at Miss Newcomer, he's gonna end up in the booby hatch.
Yeah.
Yep, at long last, a nice, simple job for our friend. Except for one thing.
Well, I think I know what you mean.
Yeah. Nothing Valentine's in the middle of ever stays simple.
Yes, sir, Mr. Valentine. Yours truly, Edward Beasley, selling insurance for almost every company in the world, covering any risk except your chances of surviving an atom bomb.
Yeah, that's a very cheerful thought.
We haven't got our statistics ready on that yet.
Yeah. To come to the point, Beasley.
Yes?
I understand you wrote the fire insurance on the Newcomer properties.
Yeah, that's right.
Now tell me, would the amount of the insurance tempt someone to put the torch to them one by one?
Well, as a matter of fact, it's quite a sizable amount. Hey, wait a minute. Are you implying that Miss Newcomer...
Oh, I just have an inquisitive nature, that's all.
But that's exactly what you are implying. If those fires weren't started by some crazy firebug, as everybody knows they were, it would have to be done by someone who stands to profit.
Just a thought. There are times when all of us can use some ready cash.
Now, look, young man, you're barking up the wrong tree. If you ask me, this Sterner fella's at the bottom of all this.
I don't happen to believe that.
What?
Oh, I'll admit he has a screw loose because of what happened to his wife. But that's the very reason he's not our firebug.
Well, that's the darndest reasoning I've ever heard.
Sterner's had too much tragedy in his life. He wouldn't risk letting the same thing happen to a lot of innocent people.
Well, there may be something to that. Have you told your clients about the way you feel, Valentine? Seems to me that would be only ethical.
I'm going to do that little thing right now, Beasley. Then I'm going to see Sterner again.
In effect, you're putting me and Miss Newcomer under suspicion.
I only know the way I feel. Sterner didn't set those fires, and they weren't started by any wild-eyed pyromaniac either. There's a purpose and a reason behind them. So now what do you want me to do?
If I told you to get off the case, Valentine, I'd only be admitting that there's something wrong. So I want you to stick with it. I believe I speak for Miss Newcomer, too.
Okay.
I still think you'll find that Sterner's your man. But the important thing is to stop him from hounding Vivian. She may not sound it, but she's a thoroughly frightened woman. Indeed, on the verge of a breakdown.
Okay, I'll do what I can. I just thought you'd better know how things stand before I go to work on Sterner again.
A very frank young man. Oh, Vivian. I just wanted to tell you I think you made an admirable choice in Valentine. He was just here. He said he doesn't believe Sterner had anything to do with those fires. And naturally, I told him to go right ahead. I think everything will be all right.
There are probably darker places than this, but I can't think of any, George.
Yeah, Brooksy. I should have remembered to bring a flash. Wait a minute, I'll light another match. Yeah, we're almost up to the top floor now.
You know, George, I could have sworn I heard someone downstairs in the hall.
Oh, probably just plaster falling off the ceiling.
Can't imagine anyone living here.
You can imagine Sterner doing it. Ouch!
What's the matter?
Time out for another match, Angel.
By all means, let there be light.
Well, that's the door just ahead. You know, it's very interesting what Riley had to say about Sterner. I thought it was strange that a man as well-spoken as he should be living down in this section. Hey, Sterner, this is Valentine. Look, I got a few things to tell you. Come on, open up.
Might be he isn't home, if you can call this home.
Yeah, guess you're right. Well, we just have to wait for him.
Oh, no, not up here we won't. I have a sudden desire to fill my lungs with good fresh air.
All right. I think we can find our way down without this match. Now, you stay right behind me, Angel.
You don't have to worry about that. George, can cats really see in the dark?
Oh, you better stay away from this newcomer. You're beginning to sound like her.
Oh, I don't know. Cats and darkness. George! George! Ah!
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about playing it safe. When you shop for meat, you're confident of quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel, which also shows the number of plates in it. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a slightly pixelated lady complains that a man has been deliberately driving her out of her mind. The man? You find a pathetic, grief-stricken husband who's lost his wife in a tenement fire. Like George Valentine, you can't believe he's also a half-demented firebug, as everyone else suspects. So along with Brooksy, you find yourself on the darkened stairs of a boarded-up tenement. Suddenly, something sends both of you hurtling down to the landing below. And then...
Are you sure you're all right, George?
Oh, yeah, just great. What about you?
I'm still all in one piece, I think. Oh, I landed right on top of you, poor darling.
Oh, good for something anyway. Hey, what the devil was that on the stairs anyway?
Oh, never mind that now. You just stay where you are. I'll go get some help.
Angel. We came into this place together. We're going out the same way. Here, give me a hand. Fancy seeing you, Lieutenant.
Oh, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, Valentine. Couldn't resist dropping by at the office and seeing how quickly you heal.
I thought you were going to stay off the merry-go-round this time, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, well, this is just a duty call on a sick friend.
Thank you very much. The abrasions are numerous but superficial.
I warn you, Lieutenant, he's in a very sour mood.
Yeah? Well, maybe this will cheer you up.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant. You know, I've always wanted to have a piece of wire for my very own. Now, what is this?
This is what was stretched across the stairs.
Let me see that.
After you called me, Miss Brooks, I went down to Morton Street and had a look-see.
Of course, George. There was somebody in the hall. And whoever it was put the wire there while we were fussing outside Sterner's door.
And I can tell you who it was. Sterner.
Huh?
All right, now make me believe it.
Valentine, this is a special kind of wire.
Yeah?
Very fine, very strong, and it's used almost exclusively by watchmakers. I checked.
And Sterner used to be a watchmaker, George.
All right, yeah, I know.
And I can tell you why he wanted you out of the way.
Go on, Lieutenant. This is strictly your party now.
Well, here's something we all overlooked. All 4 of the fires down in River Flats happened on the 8th of the month, beginning with the one that got Mrs. Sterner.
Lieutenant, are you trying to say that these fires are a sort of anniversary present from Sterner to the newcomer estate?
Well, that's the way a firebug's mind would reason.
Hey, wait a minute. Today is the 8th of the month, too.
Well, don't you see? He wants you off the scene.
I take it you've questioned Sterner, Lieutenant.
Yeah, and he denies everything, and we don't have enough to pin it on him. But now we'll detail an extra man to follow him.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Okay.
Yeah, hello? What? Now, wait a minute. Who is this? Oh, yes, Miss Newcomer. One thing at a time. What does your French poodle have to do with it? What's that? Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, I'll be right there.
Now what does she want?
Yeah, come on, let's have it.
It seems my word-happy client has had a change of heart. Now she wants me off the case.
Pierre, my poor darling Pierre.
Please, Vivian, I know how attached you were to the dog. But what's done is done.
Exactly what has been done, Mr. Wilton?
Why, that fiend. He poisoned Pierre.
Now, my dear, we're not sure.
Well, who else could it be? That's Sterner's way of saying that I'll be next. Oh, what will I do about Pierre, Davis? Shall I have him cremated or buried in a pet cemetery? I think that he would have wanted...
Yes, I'm sure he would have. Now, what's this about me?
Oh, we want you to drop the case. Give him his check, Davis.
Here you are, Valentine. I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. Had it already, huh?
Well, don't you see, Mr. Valentine? Sterner knows that I hired you. That's why he killed Pierre. If I don't dismiss you, I'm sure he'll do away with me.
Thanks for the check, but I'm still on the case.
Oh, really,
That's
young
right.
man?
From here on in, I'm working for Sterner.
Well, how can you work for a man who goes around killing dogs?
Mrs. Sterner died in a fire that could have been prevented.
Now, hold on.
You think I'm stretching a point to say that the person responsible is worse than a man who killed a dog? I see we're not going to have any trouble with booby traps this time, Angel.
I bought the biggest flashlight I could find.
George,
Yeah?
have you any real reason to believe Sterner didn't poison that dog?
No, Brooksy. But could be that Miss Newcomer or Wilton used the dog as an excuse to get me out of the picture. I might be getting too close to the truth.
George!
You're a madman.
Come on.
I can kill you. I told you to stay away from me. No! You hit me and go ahead and hit me. But you never did.
Let go of him, Beasley. Cut it out.
This crazy firebug, I'll drag him out the street by his neck.
Told you to let him go, but you don't seem to understand.
All right. Beasley was in here when I opened the door. They're all against me, but I'm stronger than all of them put together, and I'll show them.
Keep quiet, Sterner.
What's this all about,
That's what I'm
George?
gonna find out.
Well, I was waiting for him here. I had enough of this nonsense. If something happens to him in here, the insurance company's going to be responsible.
Well, you don't have to go about it that way, do you, Beasley?
Oh, there's no use talking to this loon. All he can do is babble about me taking him away from his wife. What kind of talk is that?
Look, George, I found this on the floor.
Yeah? This spool of wire belong to you, Sterner?
Mine? Oh, no. I never saw it before.
Okay.
I don't know about you, Valentine, but I'm through coddling him. I'm going to the police and have him thrown out and kept up.
No, you can't. I've got to stay here with Irene.
Come on, Brooks. Outside.
I've got to stay here.
George, it's cruel to leave him in there like that all alone.
I'm not leaving him, Angel, but there's something I want you to do.
Yeah, what's that?
Get a list of all the newcomer tenements. Then drop by each one and write out a detailed description.
Well, that'll take some time.
Well, hop to it. I have a few things to do myself.
Valentine, you know I just can't go and lock Sterner up for the night.
Find an excuse, Lieutenant. I want to prove that even with Sterner locked up, there'll still be a fire tonight as scheduled.
I'm sorry, no can do.
Miss Newcomer, get a warrant sworn out against Sterner for poisoning your dog. You want to see him in jail, don't you?
And what will he do to me when he gets out? Oh, no, I won't.
George, you're just guessing. You couldn't tell just by looking at this list.
The answer to everything is right here, Angel. Tonight there's going to be a fire at 63 Ferris Street. See anybody we know going to 63?
No, it's all quiet, George.
Oh. Well, it's a cinch nobody can get in or out of that place without us seeing him. There's only the front entrance.
And if no one shows?
Someone will, Brooksy. And I'm betting it won't be Sterner. Well, I see all the lights are out in the warehouse next door.
Mm-hmm. The last truck went out a few minutes ago. Empire Fabrics Corporation must be working overtime.
No.
George.
Huh?
Down the street, just turning the corner.
Here, let's get back in the doorway. Oh, no. I couldn't have been in. Couldn't have been.
It's Sterner. How did he ever shake those detectives?
I don't know.
Well, he's going into 63, all right.
Well, I gotta stop him. Sterner! Wait a minute, Sterner!
What are you doing here, Mr. Valentine?
I'm asking you that. I thought you told me you were gonna work tonight.
Well, I did, but I thought of something I had to do.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Now, look here.
Let go of me. I've got to go in here. There's something I've got to find.
Sterner, you... Sterner!
What did he say,
Stay
George?
here, Brooksy. I have to go in and drag him out.
Oh, he wouldn't dare start a fire now that he knows we've seen it.
In his frame of mind, I don't know what he'll do.
I'll go with you.
Let's be quiet about it, Brooksy. Yeah, looks like he's headed for the top. Come on.
George.
Get out of here, Brooksy.
Would you...
Get over to the corner. Put in an alarm.
Be careful, George.
Let's be on the top floor.
Johnny!
Out of the way, mister, you're a fool. Get what's there.
I gotta get to the top floor.
You'll never get past them flames.
Help, somebody! Do something for me! I'm trapped!
Now listen carefully, Sterner. We're trapped here on the top floor, but there's a window just below this one.
Yes.
I'm gonna let you down outside as far as I can, then I'll swing you in.
No, I'm afraid.
You prefer the fire?
No, I'll do it. Anything you say.
All right, now climb outside. Don't worry, I won't let you fall.
Yes, but you...
I'll take my chances with this drain pipe.
He'll be all right, won't he, George?
Yeah, it's mostly shock, Brooksy. Once they get Sterner to the hospital, he'll be okay.
Oh, the way he kept mumbling about his wife. finding an answer here tonight.
Just one more errand for you, Angel, and we can call it a day.
Yeah, what's that?
Get hold of Lieutenant Riley and meet me at the hospital.
George, I'm so glad you got here. Mr. Sterner keeps calling for you.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, it's pathetic. The guy thinks you can help him. He doesn't seem to realize that all you can do is land him in the state hospital for the criminally insane.
How'd you make out, George?
Yeah? Where were you anyway, Valentine?
Well, you'd call it illegal entry, Lieutenant. Here's
What?
a present.
What's this? Allied Fire and Indemnity Company. Amount of insurance. $800,000.
Wow.
Name of insured Empire Fabrics Corporation.
But that's the name on the warehouse right
Next to the tenement where the fire was tonight. The idea was for both of them to burn down. But go on, Lieutenant, the line on the bottom.
Name of agent. What's this?
Huh?
Edward Beasley.
Yes, Beasley. The firebug who was crazy like a fox. Yeah, would have done your heart good, Angel, to see Beasley.
Yeah, Miss Brooks. He folded right up when I shoved that policy under his nose.
Well, George, just what was the racket? I don't quite understand.
Well, Beasley took advantage of a tragedy. When Sterner began to hound Miss Newcomer, Beasley saw a chance to create the myth of a firebug.
He knew the Empire Fabrics people were having money trouble, so he cooked up a deal to split the insurance money with them.
Well, I'd say it was pretty slick if it weren't so, well, grim.
Beasley phoned Sterner and tricked him into showing up at number 63. If Sterner died in the fire, everybody would say the pyromaniac was caught in his own trap.
No doubt about it being a professional job. It was all the fire department could do to keep the flames out of the warehouse.
Then all those trucks last night. They must have been removing everything that was really valuable.
Oh, Beasley didn't miss a trick. From the wire on the stairway to Miss Newcomer's French poodle.
Yeah, well, while on the subject of that lady, I must remember to buy a pair of glasses.
Glasses? All right, I'll play straight, man. Why?
Every time she turns around, she's going to find me staring at her until she does something about those fire traps she owns. Say, incidentally, what's the penalty for driving someone batty?
Well, in this case, Miss Brooks, the biggest bouquet of roses you can buy on a cop's pay.
Now that summer is officially over, I'd like to pass along a money-saving tip for your autumn driving. Chances are your car has purred through many a cloud of road dust in the past few months, and the air cleaner under the hood may be as clogged up as a freshly used tea strainer. If that's the case, you may be wasting as much gasoline as you would be with the choke out all the time. And the fact that a dirty air cleaner lets dust and road grit mix with the gasoline is equally costly, maybe more. So, for driving economy, ask the independent Chevron gas station or the Standard station to service your air cleaner tomorrow. While you're there, ask them to tell you how to get rid of grease and foreign material in the cooling system. Both of these services are speedy and inexpensive. And helping you maintain low-cost operation is another reason Standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem and a new client.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I know I must be about 18, but I may as well have been born yesterday. My mind doesn't go back any further than that. I don't know who I am or what I might have done. I'm in trouble, Mr. Valentine, so please hurry.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark.
Also heard in the cast were Howard McNear as Sterner, Sarah Selby as Vivian, Pedro de Cordoba as Wilton, and Franklin Parkler as Beasley. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
When George Lincoln shed his Army uniform and sunk his last dime in his new business venture, he had no idea what he was letting himself in for. His offer to let George do it, if you have a problem to solve, has led him into many mysteries and adventures. Right now, as we pick up the story, George's secretary, Claire, and his self-appointed personal assistant, Sonny, are entering the office building and greeting Caleb, the elevator operator.
Good morning, Caleb. Morning, Sonny. Morning, Claire. You're late, ain't you?
We certainly are. Get us up in a hurry, will you, Caleb?
Oh, did you try making my sardine omelet this morning, Claire? That what detained you?
We had to sign a new lease on our apartment.
For 2 years. Boy, oh boy, are we lucky. Wish I could find a new house.
Why, Caleb, I thought you loved your place in the country.
Stove's only got 2 burners. Now you take my receipt for macaroon trifle with hot butterscotch sauce. I put the macaroons to cook on one burner, the custard on the other, and there I am with hot butterscotch on my hands.
You don't need a new house. You need a new stove.
This floor.
Gee, I wonder what Mr. Lincoln will say.
He's not down yet.
Oh, thank goodness. Come on, Sonny.
Well, if you get hungry, I've got some sour milk pancakes downstairs with raisins.
Thanks, Caleb.
Hey, the door isn't locked.
Why, I'm sure I locked it last night.
And why is it so dark in here?
Oh, the shades are drawn. Get 'em up, will you, Sonny?
Maybe Mr. Lincoln came back and worked last night.
On what? We haven't had a client in a week. Nobody wants him to solve a murder or find the missing pearls or... Sonny!
What's the matter?
Look, on the couch.
Mr. Lincoln.
Sound asleep.
Sound asleep, my eye. I haven't slept a wink all night. And the first person who says good morning gets fired. Help me unfold, will you, Sonny?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's no laughing matter. It's a simple problem in mathematics.
Uh-huh.
The couch is 5 feet 6 inches. I'm 6 feet 1 inch. That leaves 7 inches hanging over. After the 7 inches got numb, I tried tucking them under.
But, Mr. Lincoln, after all, you have an apartment.
Put that in the past tense.
What do you mean?
I shared an apartment with Dave Thorne. Well, last night something horrible happened to him.
What happened?
He got married.
Oh.
She moved in, I moved out. You see before you, Claire, a man without a bed.
What a shame.
Hey, Sonny, go ask Caleb if he has any donuts hanging around.
Well, the donuts are sour milk pancakes with raisins, but I'll get them.
Start the coffee perking, will you, Claire?
I suppose this is hardly the time to mention that we're late because I had to sign a 2-year lease on my apartment.
2 years? May I touch you? 2 years. Is it furnished?
Mm-hmm.
How many rooms?
5.
5 rooms? Claire, will you marry me?
Mr. Lincoln?
Hey, where are those sour milk pancakes with raisins?
I met this gentleman outside. This is Mr. Duncan. He's a client.
Oh, well, come in, Mr. Duncan. Come right on in. Sonny, you beat it.
Yes, sir.
Well, sit right here, Mr. Duncan.
Might as well call me Uncle Milt. Everybody else does. Besides, I'm going to call you George.
Oh, that's fine. Uncle Milt, my secretary, Claire Brooks.
How do you do?
Terrible. Just terrible. George, I'll pay you any price you can name your fee if you just do one thing for me.
Consider it done.
Good. Brief and to the point. Man after my own heart. I want you to find an apartment for my niece.
Certainly. I'll take care of it right. An apartment?
Or a house or a couple of rooms or anything. Just get 'em out of my place.
But, Uncle Milt...
Now, look, George, I'm an old man, and all I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet. I have a nice house, a lovely house, but it has a guest room, and that's where I made my first mistake.
What do you mean?
Well, my niece Helen had the chance to sell her house at a profit.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't find any place to move, so she and her husband Roy and her baby Annabella moved in with me.
How awful.
Now, understand, young lady, I love babies, but not when they cry all night, not when they wake up at 6 a.m. sharp, and not when they sleep right off my room on the sleeping porch.
Oh, you have a sleeping porch?
Helen and Roy used the guest room.
Uncle Milt, does this sleeping porch have a bed? I mean, besides the babies?
Yeah, and it's the only bed in the house that isn't being used.
Good, I'll move right in.
What? You haven't got a place to live yourself, now how do you expect to help me?
Oh, well, now, don't get excited. I just want to be there to look things over. You know, in on the ground floor.
On a soft bed?
Well, I don't care where you sleep or what you do, only for heaven's sake, find my niece and her family a place to live. And here's my card and my address. I expect results.
You'll get 'em. See you later, Uncle Milt.
Fine.
Well,
Well, that ought to bring us a good fee.
Mr. Lincoln, you of all people ought to know the housing situation. Do you expect to work a miracle? Aren't you worried?
What have I got to worry about? Tonight I have a bed to sleep in.
Come in, George. Come in.
Oh,
Come in.
thanks, Uncle Milt.
Have you got good news for me? Did you find him a place to live?
Not yet. I just came to leave my suitcase.
Roy Finney, stop reading that paper and get up off that couch and help me move it.
What's that?
Read all day long.
My niece, Helen.
Oh.
Hurry up, grab up one end of the couch.
She's changing the furniture around.
Oh.
Helen.
Uncle Milt, grab one end of the couch and help me move it. Who's that?
Helen, this young man
Never mind,
is
it
George...
doesn't matter. Young man, you grab up the other end of the couch. I want to move it where the piano is. We'll put the piano where the radio is, and we'll put the radio... Well, why don't you move the couch?
Wouldn't it be easier to move if he'd get up off it?
Roy, will you get up? He never hears me when he reads. We'll have to move him with it. Come on now. Oh, now you woke Annabelle, Uncle Milt. Look after her, will you?
All right, Helen, all
Couch is much too heavy for this side of the room.
I'll go with you, Uncle Milt.
Then we'll put the radio on the other side of the fireplace. If I could only move the fireplace.
Talk, all the time, just like her mother, my sister Sadie. Helen doesn't talk quite as much as her mother, but almost.
You have my deepest sympathy.
George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet.
Say, Uncle Milt, where does this door lead?
It's the housekeeper's room.
Housekeeper?
Mrs. Trumpet. Only bedroom on the ground floor.
Uncle Milt, then that's it.
What are you talking about?
Well, look, this is far away from the sleeping porch, isn't it?
Of course.
You can't hear the baby down here. Don't you see? All you have to do is fire Mrs. Trumpet.
Huh?
Then you can take her room. Let Helen do the cleaning and cooking. She'll get so sick of it, they'll all move out.
Wonderful. Magnificent. There's only one catch.
What's that?
Mrs. Trumpet. She's a very determined woman. She may not like being fired.
Oh, nonsense.
All right, then. You do it.
What?
After all, you're in charge.
Okay. Just leave Mrs. Trumpet to me.
I certainly wish you luck. I guess I'd better see about that.
Mrs. Trumpet.
Well, what do you want?
Mrs. Trumpet, I'm George Lincoln.
What do you want?
Well, I'm handling Mr. Duncan's affairs for him now.
What do you want?
Well, it seems Mr. Duncan won't require your services anymore. He'll give you 2 weeks' notice, of course, but you won't have to work them out. In fact, you can leave right now. I'll help you pack.
Oh, no, you don't.
Well, you must have some place to go. You have a family, haven't you?
I have a husband and a daughter.
Fine. Where do they live?
In a house.
Excellent.
We just sold it. Made $5,000 on the deal.
Well, where are they going to live?
This is a comfortable room. They'll move in here with me.
But Mrs. Trumpet...
And I just dare you to put us out.
Nice room you have here, Mr. Lincoln.
Never mind my room. What have you got to report? And keep quiet or you'll wake the baby.
Sonny and I tramped all over town.
Yeah, my feet are killing me.
Not so loud, the baby.
Oh, I forgot about it.
All right, now, come on. What goes?
You first, Sonny.
Well, I went to every boarding house in town. Finally, at one place, the landlady agreed to give up her room.
Great. When can Uncle Milt's family move in there?
Anytime. But they'll have to share the room with the landlady's cousin and his wife.
Yeah, well, that's a big help. Well, Clara, what about you?
I tackle the hotels, all of them. I can get them one room at the Hotel Manning.
That's great.
In 2 months and for 2 days.
Oh, great guns.
Hey, but here's an idea, Mr. Lincoln.
Huh?
If the nephew should meet with an accident or happen to get sick...
What are you talking about? He's perfectly healthy.
Well, I thought you were desperate.
Oh, all right, I'm desperate. Suppose he has an accident.
Then I can get him in at the American hospital. They'll give him a cot in the corridor.
Oh, Sonny.
And about his family, they have a very comfortable waiting room at the hospital with a nice couch.
And that's your report.
Well, I told you we couldn't work a miracle.
But there must be some place in town. Other people have apartments. Oh, Claire.
Well?
You like your job, don't you? You like it very much.
It's all right.
I knew you were crazy about it. Now then, you'd do anything to keep your job, wouldn't you?
Explain.
Well, I mean, if it meant giving up your apartment to hold your job,
I'd quit.
That's what I thought. Well, a fine office force I have. I give you a simple little problem. Find a place for my client's family, and what happens? You talk about a cot in a hospital and a room in a hotel for 2 days. What do you think I hired you for? What do you think I'm paying you for?
Oh, now you did it. Now you woke the baby. I told you to be quiet. Oh, all right, fellow. All right. No need to cry, little fella.
That fella's name is Annabelle.
It's all right, fella, Annabelle. It's I, Georgie. You remember me? Your roommate. Oh, Claire, take over, will you?
Oh, no, darling.
Who woke up that confounded baby?
Oh, hello, Uncle Milt.
Oh, be a good little girl.
Look, George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days in peace and quiet.
She'll fall asleep in a minute.
Uncle Milt, did I hear the baby?
She's all right, Helen.
Who are all these people?
Why, they're
Never mind, it
people-
doesn't matter. Uncle Milt, Roy just broke the news. He quit his job.
What?
And I don't blame him. It wasn't good enough for a family man with responsibility.
But, Helen...
After all, when a man has a wife and 2 children...
2 children?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Annabelle's going to have a brother. Or a sister. Or maybe both. Twins run in the family, you know.
Helen, for heaven's
Now,
sake...
don't
you
wake Annabelle again. I've got to go back. I'm moving the bed to where you had the chest of drawers, and I'll move the chest of drawers next to the window. If I could only move the window.
George, did you hear her? You've got to do something. I'm an old man. All I want...
I know, Uncle Milt, I know, but everything's going to be fine now.
But Roy quit his job.
I'm going to get him another.
Just find them a place to live. That's all I
Don't
ask.
you see, Uncle Milt? I'll find Roy a job out of town.
Out of town?
Certainly. He'll move out there, and then he'll send for his family.
Are you sure?
Why, of course. He won't want his wife to be alone at a time like this. Now, don't you worry, Uncle Milt. Everything's going to be all straightened out. Just let George do it.
George thinks his latest brainstorm is going to solve Uncle Milt's problem. Little does he know what's in store for him. Now, Claire is just ending a telephone conversation with the airport.
No, make that a one-way ticket to Seattle. That's right. Thank you. It's taken care of, Mr. Lincoln.
Good.
Oh, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, Caleb, I'm busy. I haven't time to hear about a new receipt.
Oh, no, Mr. Lincoln. This time I've come for some professional advice.
Yeah, well, some other day, Caleb. I'm up to my neck.
Whatever you say, Mr. Lincoln, but it's mighty important.
Good morning. Let George do it.
Helen, why doesn't he do it?
Oh, just a minute, Uncle Milt.
Oh. Hello, Uncle Milt.
Listen, George, now that Roy's home all day, he grabs my newspaper before I get up, and by the time I
Never mind that.
But the front page and the funnies and the ads are all mixed up. It takes me a half an hour to put it together again. Now, look, George, I'm an old man. All I want is to spend the rest of my days...
In peace and quiet. You will, Uncle Milt. Tell Roy to pack his things. I got him a job in Seattle. Sonny will have his ticket, and he'll meet him at the airport in an hour.
Well, that gets rid of one of them, but what
Roy's to spend the whole day looking for a place to live. Then Helen and the baby can leave tonight.
George, if you pull it off this time,
It's
I'll
as good as done, Uncle Milt. See you this evening. Has Helen heard from Roy?
She's talking to him long distance now.
Oh, fine. I've got a ticket. I'll drive her to the airport
Take
myself.
her right away, will you, George? Talk all the time and moves the furniture just like her mother, my sister Sadie. Helen doesn't talk quite as much as her mother, but almost.
I'll have her out of your house in a half hour.
Good boy, George.
Oh, about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
My fee.
Oh, your fee. Yes, of course.
Yes, if you'll just make out a check to, Oh, wait a minute. It just so happens I have a check right here with me. And it happens to be all made out, too. Just sign it, Uncle Milt.
Uncle Milt, I just talked to Roy long distance. Oh, who's this?
Helen, this is...
Never mind, it doesn't matter. Roy says there's no place to live in Seattle.
What?
He's sharing one bed with 4 fellows from the office. They take shifts.
Well, what about you? You can't stay here alone, not at a time like this. I mean, when a woman's going to have a... Well, after all...
Oh, don't worry. I won't be alone. It's all right, Uncle Milt. You don't have to upset yourself. I phoned Mother.
You mean?
Isn't it wonderful, Uncle Milt? Mother's coming here to live with us.
Oh. Mr. Lincoln, you really should go out and have some breakfast.
Oh, I haven't time. Come on now, Claire. Who else do I know? I'm going to phone every friend I've got. Somebody must know about a place for Uncle Milt's family.
Oh, that's the phone in my office. I'll take care of it.
Mr. Lincoln?
Any luck, Sonny?
I went to every real estate agent.
Yeah?
Would they be interested in renting a swimming pool?
Oh, Sonny.
I even went out to the cemeteries. No room there either.
All right, get out of here. Keep looking.
Yes.
Oh, say, Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, what do you want, Caleb?
Have you got time to talk to me now?
No, I'm still busy.
But I need your help, Mr. Lincoln.
Just as soon as I have a minute.
Now, don't you forget.
Mr. Lincoln, it's Uncle Milt on the telephone. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, all right, I'll take it here. Hello, Uncle Milt.
George, I'm an old man. All I want...
Yes, Uncle Milt, I know.
Sadie came this morning.
Helen's mother?
They're moving the furniture now, and talk George, that woman never stops to take a breath. She just lets in air between words.
Well, now, don't give up, Uncle Milt. I'll find something yet.
Oh, it wouldn't be so bad if it was my other sister. Myrtle's tight with her money, but she doesn't say much.
Well, don't you... Who's Myrtle?
I told you, my other sister.
Does she live in town?
Yeah, has a great big house, lives here all alone.
Uncle Milt, that's terrific. Let them all move in with her.
Oh, you don't know Myrtle. She's very careful with her money.
What's her address?
1300 Sycamore.
Okay, Uncle Milt, leave it to me. I'll handle Myrtle.
He's sick, you say?
Oh, yes. Very sick, Miss Duncan. Isn't that right, Claire?
Oh, yes, Miss Duncan. If something isn't done soon, your brother will have a nervous breakdown.
Milton always was delicate.
Yes. And it's because his house is small and there are so many people living with him. And, well, he's an old man. All he wants is to spend the rest of his days.
You can forget about my brother, Mr. Lincoln. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, then you mean
Goodbye, Mr. Lincoln.
But will you...
Mr. Lincoln, I assure you it's taken care of.
Myrtle's going to let him move in with her?
That's what I said.
I don't see how you did it, George. It's not like Myrtle.
Oh, well, when it comes to women, I have a way. Why, charm, you know.
Well, I have to hand it to you, Jordan.
Now about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
My fee.
Oh, your fee, of course.
It just so happens that I have a check right with me, and it happens to be made out, too. If you'll just sign it, Uncle Milt.
Yeah, my pen's in the desk. Wait a minute. Dear me, where's the desk? They moved it this morning.
Oh, it's under that window.
Why? Well, look.
Huh?
What's that pulling up in front of the house?
A moving van.
Moving van?
Well, see, what'd I tell you? Didn't I say I'd handle Myrtle? She sent a moving van for Helen's things.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Well, then what's Myrtle doing out there?
Oh, well, she must have come for the folks.
Oh, come on, we let her in. That's very thoughtful of her, bringing a van and moving them right out.
Well, that's how George Lincoln operates.
Young man, be careful of that dresser. It's an antique. Hello, Milton. You look peaked.
Myrtle, what's all this here?
My furniture. I sold my house, Milton.
You
made $8,000.
But Myrtle...
This young man gave me the idea.
I did?
I've been wanting to make a profit, but I didn't know where I'd live. Then when he told me how sick you are, Milton, I felt it my duty to come here and nurse you.
But, Myrtle, where will you sleep?
I'll take your room. You can use the sleeping porch. The fresh air will do you good.
Sleeping porch? With Annabelle? George?
It's all right, Uncle Milt. I'll move my things out right now.
Good morning. Let George do it.
Let me speak to Mr. Dewitt.
Oh, Uncle Milt.
Oh. Hello.
George, do you know where I slept last night?
On the sleeping porch with Annabelle.
No. My sister Sadie took the porch. There isn't room with Helen because she has the guest room all fixed up with furniture for the new baby.
Where did you sleep?
On a cot in the garage.
Oh, good heavens.
George, I'm an old man.
I know. I'm working on it, Uncle Milt.
For heaven's sake, George, hurry up. I'm an old man.
Oh, Claire, I'm about ready to call it quits.
Well, maybe Sonny will find something today.
I slept here again last night. Pulled a chair over to the couch for my feet. Claire, you're looking at a very discouraged man.
Oh, now, Mr. Lincoln, don't say that. Does your head hurt?
Yeah, terribly.
Here, let me rub it for you. Feel better?
Oh, don't stop.
I won't.
You know, Claire, you're a very sympathetic person.
Well, right now you're a figure to arouse sympathy.
And at the same time, you're very beautiful.
Why, thank you.
Claire,
Yes?
how about your apartment?
So that's it. You can rub your own head.
Claire.
You're not going to soft soap me out of my apartment.
Well, you can't blame me for trying, can you?
Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, Caleb, I told you I have troubles enough of my own.
But, Mr. Lincoln, I just hate to go to somebody else for advice.
Oh, all right. What do you want?
Well, I hate to put you out in it. You see, I spend so much time in the room downstairs anyway that I was wondering, do you think you can help me rent my house in the country?
House? Rent?
I just moved my things right into the room downstairs. The stove's so much better there.
Caleb, I love you.
Mr. Lincoln.
I love you dearly. Give me the keys to the house. Claire, get Uncle Mill on the telephone. Tell him we'll pick him up in 5 minutes. Tell him we found a house for his whole darn family.
Do you think there might be room for Myrtle in it, too?
Of course. Plenty of room.
We didn't have time to talk to Caleb, Uncle Milt. We just grabbed the keys and ran.
And I was wondering if we could put up Mrs. Trumpet with him. You know, my housekeeper.
Well, why do you want to do that?
Well, now that Roy's gone, Mrs. Trumpet's husband always grabs my paper in the morning. I don't mind cooking for myself. I just want to live alone the rest of my days.
We'll move them all out here, Uncle Milt. Every last one of them, bag and baggage. After all, the country, open spaces, plenty of room.
2234. Must be right on this corner.
Huh? Yep, there it is.
Is this it?
Is this all there is to it?
Oh, no. It's a narrow lot, that's all. Must go way back.
Well, it doesn't look very big.
In fact, it looks very small.
Now, don't you know you can never tell by the front of a house? Probably very compact. Come on.
How many rooms do you suppose it has?
Oh, we'll see in a minute.
Remember, there's Helen and Annabelle and Myrtle and Sadie and Mrs. Trumpet and her husband and her daughter, not to mention the new baby when it comes, and that may turn out to be twins.
Uh-huh. I'll walk right in, Uncle Milt. After you, Claire.
Oh.
Well, suppose the living room is small. What of it?
But, Mr. Lincoln, where are the other rooms?
Well, you see doors, don't you? We'll start opening them. Oh, this must lead to one of the beds. Oh!
Look out!
In a door bed.
Oh, I guess this is the bedroom.
When that's pulled down, there isn't even room for a cot in here.
Well, now don't get discouraged. Here's another door. Oh!
It's a Pullman kitchen.
What do you know?
Of course. I remember now. Caleb was complaining about his two-burner stove. See, the bottom is an icebox.
Yes. Well, I told you it was a compact place.
And you were so right.
If they take the Pullman kitchen out, they might have room for the baby's bed in here.
That's right. Keep plugging.
Say, Mr. Lincoln, is there
I don't see it.
Outside. In back of the house. Small, but compact.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Milt, I guess I owe you an apology.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. This is the first time I've ever failed a client. I've let you down, Uncle Milt. I just can't solve your problem, that's all.
What's all that foolishness about? Nothing of the sort.
But, Uncle Milt, there isn't room for all of them here.
Who's talking about them? Let them stay where they are. I'll move in here.
Uncle Milt!
Why, it's ideal. Only room for one person. Nobody else can possibly get in. Peace and quiet for the rest of my days.
Well, sure, of course. What'd I tell you, Uncle Milt? Nothing's impossible for George Lincoln. If it takes a miracle, why, then I produce a miracle.
Don't let your head swell up too much, Mr. Lincoln. Remember, this is a small room.
Now, about my check, Uncle Milt.
Check?
Uh-huh, my fee.
Oh, yeah, of course, your fee. Give me that check now. I'll sign it.
One other thing, Uncle Milt.
Huh?
Do you think you could see your way clear to giving me a little bonus?
What do you want, George?
Oh, nothing much. Just a 2-year lease on that cot in your garage.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's way over your head and you need discreet, confidential help, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Valentine, as a newspaperman and dramatic critic, I've seldom been wrong. When I have been, the public has preferred my polished, civilized verdict on a play to the clumsy mouthings of my colleagues. But be that as it may, I've discovered a man of the theater who's carrying on a fabulous masquerade and must be exposed. I need facts, and you can get them for me. I
suggest you get in touch with me at my office so we can arrange an appointment. Signed, Jonathan Thorpe.
Jonathan Thorpe, huh?
Yeah.
Just a minute, Brooksy. Where's this morning's paper?
Where it always is after you read the sports page. In the wastebasket.
Huh? Well, here's the great man's column. Today's Theater by Jonathan Thorpe.
Oh, the last time he had a kind word for a play or an actor, he used the rest of the column to apologize.
Yeah, well, burn the incense, Angel. I'm about to read some of Thorpe's deathless prose. I quote. Since its opening 2 weeks ago, I have been repeatedly warning the unsuspecting public against that dramatic abomination now holding forth at the Majestic Theater. A Wind from the Prairie by Luke Eberhardt could be more aptly titled A Breeze from the Stockyard.
Them's harsh words, partner.
What this play lacks in dramatic construction, it makes up for in sheer illiteracy. Out of sweet charity's sake, I say nothing about the inane high school performance of Mark Guilford, the alleged leading man. In more than 20 years, I have seen some pretty bad plays.
Oh, all right. I get the general idea.
You know, Brooksy, it might be very interesting to meet this poor man's George Bernard Shaw, so how about making that appointment?
I'll ring Mr. Thorpe and tell him you're here, Mr. Valentine.
Now, that's okay. We're expected.
Oh, but he likes to be warned. He never can tell whether to expect an actor he's roasted in his column or just a blind man he tripped on the street. I'm his first line of defense.
Oh, the perfect receptionist.
I see you're a member of the Down with Thorpe Society. What have you got against Jonathan?
Oh, nothing. He just won't stop breathing. Right down the hall here on the main floor, the last office.
Come on, Brooksy.
Okay.
Mr. Thorpe, there's a Mr. Valentine on his way to see you.
Oh, I bet he's just a little runt with a Napoleon complex.
Please, Angel, please. You're talking about our client.
Valentine, come in.
This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
It's a pleasure. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you.
Well, Valentine, I suppose you're just corroded with curiosity about this character I mentioned in my letter.
Well, I'd like to know more about him, if that's what you mean.
I am not a malicious man. I live for the theater. I regard it as a sacred temple. It's bad enough to see it desecrated by mediocre talents. I won't have a criminal take refuge in it.
What has this monster done, Mr. Thorpe?
Several years ago, he was the key figure in a rather daring robbery. A robbery which, by the way, has never been solved.
Yeah, go on.
This worthy young man donned a bank messenger's uniform, hypnotized a dim-witted lady cashier with his charm, and walked out with $10,000.
Well, tell me, how did you get this information, Thorpe?
I came up from the ranks as a reporter, Valentine. I have a great many, shall we say, unorthodox contacts.
Well, let's have the name of your man.
Mark Guilford.
What?
You mean the star of Luke Eberhardt's play? The one you've been panning for the last 2 weeks?
That wasn't the reason that I panned it, Valentine. But that is the man. When he decided to take this fling at crime, he was just another unemployed actor.
Mark Guilford, oh, that's hard to believe.
Oh, Miss Brooks, you're just like my wife, Evelyn.
Hmm?
Here, look at a picture. Very young and beautiful, but equally naive. You see, things like this do happen. Excuse me. Yes, Peggy? Who? Oh, tell him up.
I want to talk to you, Thorpe.
Never mind, Peggy. The wind from the prairie just blew in. What can I do for you, Eberhardt? I don't remember you're making an appointment.
Why don't you lay off me, Thorpe? You got something else to write about besides my play. What do you got against me?
Nothing personal, my dear fellow, except that I find your brainchild particularly offensive. Now, please, I have business with Mr. Valentine here.
Oh, don't mind us.
The other critics didn't think it was so bad. You're deliberately murdering it.
If I am, it's a mercy killing.
I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm warning you. Lay off. If you don't...
Bravo! You should be playing Mark Guilford's part. It would be an improvement. Good day, Mr. Eberhardt.
Why, you... Oh.
His first play. One is tempted to be kind, but that would only encourage him to write another one. Now, where were we, Valentine?
Tell me, Mr. Thorpe, this business about Mark Guilford. Why don't you go to the police with it?
Maybe that's so simple you didn't think of it.
I'm a newspaper man, Miss Brooks. When I'm sure of the story, all the facts, I'll write it up. Then the police can take it from there. Now, Valentine?
Yeah?
This list. Unsavory individuals, to be sure, but they'll give you the information you'll need about Guilford. And, this check. It'll do as a retainer, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks. Now, how about a couple of passes for the Majestic tonight?
I wasn't wrong when I called you in, Valentine. You're a brave man.
I just want to see if A Wind from the Prairie could possibly be as bad as you say it is. Besides, I'd like very much to get a load of Mark Guilford in action.
I know it's lonely here, Alice, but we belong in this house. You and I are complete, and our love will be as timeless as those mountains, and always as clean and fresh as a wind from the prairie.
George, you haven't even been listening.
What's that, Angel?
That girl in the front row, you haven't taken your eyes off her.
Oh, wait a minute. Let her go up the aisle ahead of us.
Okay. Hey, George, I recognize her now.
Yeah.
The picture Thorpe showed us. His wife.
Uh-huh. Now let's stay right behind her.
Right.
For Mrs. Thorpe, there was only one person on that stage tonight, Mark Guilford.
Well, I thought he was quite good. And it really wasn't a bad play. I can't blame Eberhard for wanting to see Thorpe roasted on both sides.
Well, Jonathan's campaign worked all right. The house was half empty.
Taxi!
Where'd you park the car, George?
Oh, wait a minute, Brooksy.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Mrs. Thorpe is heading down the alley, straight for the stage door.
And Mark Guilford.
Oh, Angel, I think I want out of this deal.
Why?
It's the old triangle. But with Jonathan Thorpe in one corner, it promises to be nastier than usual.
All this talk about the theater, a sacred temple.
Oh, no, I'm not digging into anybody's past for Thorpe and whatever game he's playing. And Brooksy, I'm going to tell him tomorrow that it's strictly out of my line.
Oh, it's you again. I'll ring Mr. Thorpe.
It's okay, Peggy. I found a message at my apartment last night. His Highness wants to see me at 11 o'clock, and I sure want to see him.
Is he free, Peggy?
If he left a message for you, he knows you'll be here. He usually gets what he wants. From everybody. You know, I ought to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Look out, you might talk yourself into that yet.
Wait a minute. I don't have you down on Thorpe's list of appointments.
Forget it, beautiful. We'll skip protocol this morning. Now, look, Thorpe, I don't know why you wanted to see me, but I'm here to call it quits. You... Oh, now, listen, you're not that busy. You can at least turn around when I...
What's the matter with him, George?
Hey, just a minute, Brooksy. Oh, if he could turn around with that knife stuck in his chest, it'd be the neatest trick of the week.
The letter opener.
Yeah.
Golly, and he just seemed to sit there as though...
Hey, Peggy, get me Lieutenant Riley at police headquarters, quick. You okay, Brooksy?
Oh, fine. Well, wait till Riley hears about this.
Yeah, I know. He'll probably... Oh, Lieutenant, this is Valentine. I want...
You've been asking for this, Jonathan. Turn around.
Mrs. Thorpe, put that gun down. Oh, George.
Hang on, Riley. Stay on the line.
I killed him.
You certainly did your best.
But he didn't suffer as much as he made other people suffer. I don't care. I don't care what happens now.
Brooksy, take her over to that couch.
Yeah, George.
No matter what they do to me, couldn't be worse than what I've been through.
All right now, Mrs. Thorpe.
Okay, Riley, you can stop your yelling. Yes, those were shots you heard. Jonathan Thorpe, the dramatic critic, Fine Arts Building. Better get over here right away. Now, look, try to get hold of yourself, Mrs. Thorpe.
What? Who are you? What are you doing here?
The name's Valentine. Your late husband hired me to investigate Mark Guilford.
I know all about that. He made sure I did. He taunted me with it. That's why I killed him.
But, Mrs. Thorpe, I think you ought to know that...
Brooksy, let it go on.
I wasn't going to let him wreck Mark's life. I asked him for a divorce, but he couldn't stand the thought of my finding any happiness. Oh, it was all right for him to humiliate me whenever his ego needed some woman to fawn over him. Even that girl Peggy outside was one of them. I suppose I should feel horrified at what I've done. But I don't.
George, you've got to tell her.
Tell me what?
You didn't kill your husband, Mrs. Thorpe.
What are you saying?
Just that. Somebody beat you to it.
Valentine, you never come up with a nice, simple murder. Oh, no. The guy's got to be killed twice, just to make things twice as complicated for me. Oh, why do you do this to me?
You flatter me, Lieutenant. I didn't arrange all this just to keep you from getting bored.
What about Mrs. Thorpe?
I still feel as though I killed Jonathan. I meant to. I had murder in my heart.
Well, you'll have to work that out with your own conscience, Mrs. Thorpe. The simple legal fact is that he was already dead when you shot him.
Well, then there can't be any charges against Mrs. Thorpe.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Valentine.
Now, if I promise, honor bright, not to complicate things, how about me playing along?
Well, okay, but just stay out of my way.
Oh, that'll be easy, Lieutenant. I'm pretty sure what I have in mind would be much too weird for your tastes.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about your vacation inventory. When there's a family vacation coming up, usually it's the lady of the house who keeps a checklist of things to get ready.
But there's a man in your neighborhood who keeps a checklist for your vacation, too. You'll find him at an independent Chevron gas station and at a standard station. His checklist is designed to get your car in shape for the toughest trip. So before you start out, better ask him to inspect your car's battery, headlights, tires, spark plugs, and oil. He'll see that everything's in order, that your car's ready to take on all the carefree vacation miles you want to cover. And by the way, while you're at his service station, ask about Polaroid sunglasses. They'll spare you a lot of eye strain in glaring sunlight. Out on the highways and byways, keep your vacation carefree by stopping in at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, if you were in George's shoes, here's the situation in which you'd find yourself. A caustic, well-hated dramatic critic hires you to clear up an unsolved crime. But before you can even get started, you find said critic with a letter opener in his chest. And then before you can even say, well, what do you know, the critic's wife rushes in and pumps her already dead spouse full of lead. At headquarters, George and Lieutenant Riley are trying to bring a little order out of chaos.
All right now, Peggy. Take a good look at Mr. Guilford.
Look, Riley, you don't have to drag this out.
You'd better let the lieutenant do this his own way, Guilford. It'll save a lot of time.
Well, I'm looking, Lieutenant.
All right. When was the last time you saw him?
10 o'clock this morning. He breezed past my desk and headed straight for Thorpe's office. And words began to fly. Not being a lady, I'd be glad to go into detail.
I've already told you, Thorpe and I had a quarrel. He knew the trouble I was mixed up in 3 years ago and was holding it over Evelyn so she wouldn't divorce him. I told him to go to the police with it. Get it over with.
And what did Thorpe have to say?
What did he ever have to say? He just sat there and made with epigrams.
You're on the spot, Guilford. You were in love with his wife and he was digging into your past. That's an awful lot of motive.
Oh, Peggy.
Yes, Mr. Valentine?
After Mr. Guilford left, are you sure Thorpe had no other visitors till I showed up with Miss Brooks at 11?
Yeah, I ought to be sure. All I have to do at that desk is to watch people go in and out.
We had a fight. Lord knows I felt like killing him, but I didn't.
The coroner's report says Thorpe was stabbed to death sometime between 10 and 11.
I didn't kill him.
If you ask my opinion, Lieutenant, Mr. Guilford did the world a favor.
Young lady, we're dealing with murder.
Just the same, exterminators are paid for getting rid of things like Thorpe. That's a personal character reference, Lieutenant. You know, I ought to keep my mouth shut.
You know, that's a good idea. Oh, Mrs. Thorpe, will you come in now, please?
Mark. Oh, Mark.
Oh, easy, darling,
Let's
easy.
get away from here anyway.
Mrs. Thorpe, Peggy tells us that only one person saw your husband this morning. That is before I showed up.
Then why have you been questioning Mark in here all this time? Well, why? He wasn't there. Tell them, Mark, tell them.
No, Evelyn,
But what
you
about Luke Eberhardt? Jonathan had an appointment with him at 10:30. He mentioned it at breakfast.
He never kept it.
I still don't know what that has to do with Mark.
I was there, darling.
What? Well, you promised you wouldn't.
Sorry, Mrs. Thorpe, but there's no question about his being there.
Evelyn, you've got to believe me. I didn't kill him. I had to talk to him about us once and for all, but
Guilford, I'm booking you on suspicion of murder. Come on with me. And if you have any more talking to do, you'd better wait till you see your lawyer.
Wait, you can't lock him up. I'll raise bail for him.
This is a murder charge, Mrs. Thorpe. Oh, that'll be all for now, Peggy. You can go. And thanks.
And to think he once said he might make me the second Mrs. Thorpe. Boy, was I lucky. When will I ever learn to keep my mouth shut?
Oh, I can't believe it. I won't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Mark couldn't have done anything like that.
Well, unfortunately, Mrs. Thorpe, the faith that moves mountains doesn't move the police. They're sticklers for evidence.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah?
You were willing to work for Jonathan.
Well, as a matter of fact...
All he wanted to do was hurt people. Won't you help me now? Prove that Mark is innocent.
You mean you're putting me on the payroll, Mrs. Thorpe?
Yes. Oh, please.
Okay. Okay, we'll call your husband's retainer check the down payment. Now, you understand, of course, I may only come up with the kind of evidence that'll build the case for the police.
Oh, you won't. I'll take that chance. Mark is innocent.
All right, Mrs. Thorpe, all right. I'll do my best. And I think I'll start by having a chat with Luke Eberhardt, the man who didn't keep his appointment.
I thought you'd be dropping around, Valentine.
Hi, Eberhardt. This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
She was rather charmed with the way you blew your top at Thorpe's office yesterday.
You know, if I wanted to read things into it, I might even say you were threatening, Mr. Thorpe.
I should have pushed that guy's face to the back of his head. Now, get out of here, both of you.
Oh, now, look, friend. Put a lid on that temper of yours. Here, have a cigarette.
I roll my own.
Sure, George, like they do on the rolling prairies. But I don't understand how with all that wind you can...
Does she stooge for you like this all the time? Anyway, the routine leaves me cold. Go on, get out, Valentine.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't crowd me, prairie boy. I'm here on business. Now, what about that appointment you had with Thorpe this morning at 10:30?
Who made you a cop?
Show him your Dick Tracy badge, darling.
Come on, answer the question, or you will be telling it to the cops.
I don't know anything about an appointment. Get going.
Thorpe was a prissy, methodical man. He kept an appointment book, and he also gave a list of expected visitors to Peggy, the receptionist. You were on that list, Eberhardt.
Okay. I didn't keep the appointment. I was afraid I'd lose my temper and kill him.
Can you prove you weren't there?
Can anybody prove I was? Look, I read the papers. They got Guilford, and they don't want me. Now, out you go.
Wait a minute. You're going to straight arm me once too often.
Look out, George.
Not do more than that. And stay out.
Well, I'd say Shakespeare Jr. has a tough guy complex.
Yeah, well, next time, Brooksy, remind me it needs psychiatric treatment. Yeah, something therapeutic, like a haymaker.
Oh. Well, now where?
Thorpe's office. There must be something there we've overlooked. Anyway, that's the way I've got to play it. Wow, Mrs. Thorpe. I see you're doing a little private snooping.
I was just going through Jonathan's correspondence. So many people hated him enough to kill him, I thought I might find a letter or a note that would help us. Thought of Mark in jail.
Tell me, Mrs. Thorpe, how did you get into your husband's office? They've got a police sergeant stationed outside at Peggy's desk.
I know. I came in by the fire exit on the second floor and down the stairs on the rear.
Well, you don't say. You know, it might be a good idea for you to stay on the sidelines and let me take care of this. Now, Brooksy, let's be just as methodical about this as the late Jonathan Thorpe would be. First,
Mr. Valentine.
Well?
In this ashtray.
Well, cigarette butts. 5 ordinary cigarette butts. So what?
This one. It isn't like the ones Jonathan has specially made for him.
I roll my own. Remember, George?
Hey, Eberhardt. When he was here yesterday, he wasn't smoking. So he must have been here this morning. I'll take this, Mrs. Thorpe.
He could have known about that fire exit on the second floor, and that's why Peggy didn't see him.
Brooksy, take Mrs. Thorpe over to Lieutenant Riley's.
Right.
Looks like I may have to use that psychiatric treatment on Eberhardt sooner than I thought. So come on, Mr. Eberhardt. You and I are going visiting.
What are you talking about?
We're going to have a little coffee clutch down at headquarters. And you may turn out to be the guest of honor.
See, I'm going to have to throw you out again.
Oh, brother, if you do, I'll bounce right back in your face.
Let's see how you bounce.
You're wide open, sucker. Oh. Chin up. Oh. Now, you were lying through your teeth before, Eberhardt. You were in Thorpe's office this morning. We found a butt of one of your hand-rolled cigarettes.
Oh, you're out of your mind.
That's right, that's right. Come on now, get up and be sociable. Now, you made a natural mistake. Most times people pinch out a cigarette and don't even realize they're doing it.
You're not pinning anything on me.
Hey, what do I have to do to soften you up, brother? Now, come on.
Okay. Yes, Lieutenant Riley. I was there, just like Valentine says.
Then why did you lie about it when we first questioned you?
Well, I was playing it safe. A lot of people knew how I felt about Thorpe, the way he was needling my play.
Yeah, you were pretty specific about what you'd like to do to Thorpe when I was there yesterday.
Lieutenant, why don't you ask him why he used the fire stairs in the first place?
Oh, Miss Brooks, what would I do without you? And why don't you give me a chance to find out?
Touchy.
Yeah. Well, what about that, Eberhard, huh?
Well, Thorpe really went to town on me in this morning's newspaper. I didn't want that receptionist to come barging in, not before I was through taking him apart.
With the help of a letter opener?
No, he was alive when I left him. In fact, I didn't even touch him.
Why the change of heart?
I suppose he begged your pardon, pretty please, huh?
He said he was going to stop writing about my play. Didn't fit into his plans anymore, whatever he meant by that.
I think we know what he meant by that, Lieutenant. All Thorpe was ever interested in was giving Mark Guilford the works. With me on the job, he thought that was in the bag.
Eberhard, you know what your story's done for you, don't you?
What? How do you mean?
If Thorpe was alive when you left, that lets Mark Guilford out. Peggy saw him leave the building at 10:15.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now you're the last known person to be in Thorpe's office before Valentine got there, and just a few minutes before that at that.
I don't care how it sounds. I told you the truth.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to hold you.
Oh, do what you want, but it won't get you anywhere.
Would it be all right if I went outside and told Mrs. Thorpe you're releasing Mark Guilford?
Hold it, Brooksy. Lieutenant.
Yes?
How about keeping the status quo for about a half hour, huh?
Well, forgive my curiosity, but why?
And would you mind getting Peggy, the receptionist, over here?
I still say why.
And would you call the boys in the photo lab and ask them to extend me the courtesy of the profession?
I won't ask why.
One of these days, I'm going to say no to you, even if I have to eat crow for it.
Thanks, Lieutenant. The truth is, when I told you I had something in mind that was on the weird side, well, that was understatement.
This is all very cozy, Lieutenant, but what do you want with me? I told you all I knew.
Oh, this is Mr. Valentine's party, Peggy. Let him go on.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Why can't Mark leave this place now that you know he didn't kill Jonathan?
Well, for one thing, Mrs. Thorpe, there's still the little matter of that robbery.
Oh, for heaven's sake, George, get to the point.
All right. Here, Lieutenant. Take a look at this cigarette stub.
Yeah?
It's hand-rolled.
Sure. That's what put the finger on Eberhard. What of it?
Just this, Lieutenant. When you open it, you see a slight smear of lipstick on the inside of the cigarette paper. This was rolled by a woman.
A woman?
You know, Mrs. Thorpe, a police chemist can always analyze this lipstick and prove it's yours.
Yes, but...
It won't do any good to lie, Mrs. Thorpe. So let's have it.
Looks like everybody gets to play in this game.
No, I'm not going to lie. I did plant that cigarette in Jonathan's ashtray. I knew about Eberhard and his cigarette.
And it didn't matter at all to you that you might be framing an innocent man?
But is he innocent? I knew he kept that appointment. I had to find a way to make him admit it, and I did.
Yes, you certainly did.
Can't you see I had to do it, Lieutenant? When everything looked so black for Mark, I put that cigarette in the ashtray and pointed it out to Mr. Valentine. I had to fight for our happiness. I had to.
Okay. Take it easy, Mrs. Thorpe. All right, Valentine, so she framed the evidence. But it still leaves Eberhard just where he was.
This is just like a movie, Mr. Valentine, but where do I fit in?
Oh, you play a very important part, Peggy.
Oh?
If Mr. Thorpe was so scrupulous about giving you a list of the visitors he expected, now why do you suppose my appointment for 11 o'clock wasn't there?
How would I know?
It was just a message left at your apartment, George. Somebody else could have made the appointment.
Ah, you're so right, Brooksy.
Come on, get to the point, will you, Valentine?
Here is the picture police photographers took of Thorpe's desk as soon as they arrived on scene. There are 5 cigarette stubs in the ashtray, see?
Yeah, that's right.
5 stubs, huh?
Mrs. Thorpe, you couldn't have planted another one at the time you said you did. That would have made it 6, and there were never more than 5. In fact, here it is right in the picture.
Gee, that's right, George.
It happened just the way I told you.
Oh, no. You left it when you stabbed your husband after Eberhard left.
No!
It was the added touch to make sure Eberhard was connected with the crime. Yes, and you made that appointment for me. You needed a witness to say that you shot Thorpe after he was already dead, almost automatically eliminating you as a suspect.
Now, wait, Valentine.
The second time doesn't count, Mrs. Thorpe, but the first time calls for the works.
Golly, George. Jonathan Thorpe must be turning over in his grave.
Well, if he is, Angel, it's with an appropriate epigram.
Here in the paper, after the panny he gave a win from the prairie, all the publicity is making it a box office smash.
Ah, the little ironies of life. This case was full of them.
Huh? What do you mean, darling?
Well, Mrs. Thorpe, with all her well-laid plans, never dreamt Mark Guilford would blunder in that morning and make himself the #1 suspect.
Mm-hmm. And the cigarette she planted. Instead of clearing Mark, just placed the guilt on her.
One final bit of irony. The biggest slip she made was the most obvious, but one we overlooked at the time.
Oh, what was that?
Well, look, Angel, when you come in and send 3 bullets in the general direction of a man's back, you're bound to wonder whether he's still alive.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, Evelyn Thorpe didn't. Now, she went right into hysterics. You see, Brooksy, she already knew he was dead.
Some folks claim that one motor oil is just like another until a mechanic tells them they need a new set of piston rings. But folks who use RPM motor oil find piston ring troubles are few and far between. This premium quality motor oil is compounded to keep a cooling lubricant on upper cylinder walls at all times. Whether your car is standing cold for hours at a time or running hot, RPM clings to vertical engine parts left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary oils. And because RPM is always on the job, your chances of engine trouble caused by rust are reduced to about zero. That's mighty important when you remember that hidden rust causes as much as 80% of engine wear in the average car. No wonder RPM motor oil is the choice of Western motorists 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. For trouble-free operation and longer car life, get RPM tomorrow at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
I am cornered, and this is a desperate plea. Could you be at my apartment tomorrow morning? It's signed Joyce Dunning.
Husband, wife, best friend. The time-worn triangle, Brooksy.
Yeah, but something new's been added, darling. The third member of the triangle doesn't usually get such consideration from the rival female in the case.
Yeah, but Brooksy, I wonder if Miss Dunning's reference to death could be a refined way of hinting at murder.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Ramsey Hill as Jonathan Thorpe, Virginia Gregg as Evelyn Thorpe, Betty Moran as Peggy, Peter Leeds as Mark Guilford, and Jeff Chandler as Eberhard. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil invite you to Let George Do It. The Adventures of George Valentine, brought to you on behalf of Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Tonight's adventure begins as George, feeling very safe after making a special trip downtown to pay the premium on his accident policy, walks briskly down an isolated street to where he has parked his car. Suddenly, from the open stairway of a building, a cascade of small round pellets bounces to the pavement, followed closely by a young woman in great haste. There is a collision, and George hits the sidewalk with the force of a blockbuster.
Are you hurt?
Oh, you don't have an extra sacroiliac on you.
Can you get up?
I think so.
Well, then, do you mind?
Do I mind what?
Getting up off the pavement.
Well, if I'm in your way, couldn't I just slide over?
You're lying on my pearls.
Pearls? Oh, good. I thought those lumps were misplaced vertebrae. No. Hey,
Oh, thank you. Now, let me see. That makes 32, 33, 4.
Yeah, here's a few in the gutter.
Oh, good. Yes, 35, 36, 37.
Hey, have you seen any teeth down there? They're
Oh,
mine.
I'm sorry you fell down. 38, 39.
Oh, here's one of my trouser cuffs.
Thanks, 40. I see you, you little rascal. 41. 41. 41.
Lots of 41s, aren't there?
I've lost one. Number 42. I've lost one. Oh, good Lord, what'll I do now? They'll kill me for this.
Oh, come now, lady.
Where is it? Where is it? There were 42 of them. What have you done with it?
Well, I'm afraid I've kicked it down that sewer drain.
What? You kicked my pearl down the... Where? I don't see it.
All over there, see? Here, through the grating. Oh, well, you lucky. Landed right in that Sunday cup.
Oh, I see it. Oh, yes, there it is. Oh, thank heaven. But how did we get it out of there?
Well, it's a very delicate engineering problem. I need a long stick and that chewing gum if you're through with it.
Here.
Thanks. Now, let's see. That's lucky. Here's a stick. That might do it.
Can you reach it?
No, not long enough. You know, that's quite a drop down there.
Oh, good Lord, if anything happens to that pearl.
Well, I hate to do this, but...
Are you going down there?
Here, hold my coat, will you, lady?
All right.
There's a ladder in here.
Don't fall down and hurt the pearl.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'll be careful. Got it.
Give it to me, quickly.
All right. Catch.
Oh.
Nice one.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing
Thanks
with that
a lot,
ladder?
Harrison. You've been very helpful.
Hey, what is this? Put that ladder back.
The least we can do is leave things like we find them.
Hey, come back here. You, what's the matter with you?
Don't worry, lover. A heavy rain ought to float you right up to the top. Sorry, I just can't stand saying goodbye or answering questions.
Well, I'll be... Hey! Help!
Yes? Something for you, sir?
Yeah. This looks like the right place. Are you Mr. Zaghetti?
To be precise, Bela Zaghetti. I am he.
Oh, Mr. Zaghetti, I can see by the layout here you're a jeweler. Now, I wonder if...
To be precise, I am not a jeweler. I manufacture artificial gems. To put it this way, I do my small part to brighten the lives of those who otherwise are not very bright. Is this exact?
Yeah, probably. Well, what I want to know is, have you recently brightened the life of a young lady with a string of artificial pearls?
To be precise, a blonde, Miss Dale Quidden.
Yeah, that's right. I saw her coming out of this building, and I thought that...
A beautiful job. Smooth and pink and utterly perfect.
Yes, she was.
To correct myself, I refer to the string of matched imitation pearls. Pink ones. 42 on a rope.
She was pretty particular about the specifications.
Oh, yes. They were a duplication of... But if I may ask you a question?
Sure, of course.
To put the question in this way, why do you ask this question?
Well, I admired her set. I was interested in buying it, but she wouldn't sell. I wondered if you could arrange for me to have a duplicate set.
Oh, it would take many months.
How much would it cost?
To be precise, $300.
Well, that's a little too precise. She told me you made hers for $200.
But no, it was the same. The price is not different.
Oh, well, maybe I misunderstood. But I'd like to check. Not that I distrust
But no,
you.
there is no doubt. I am an honorable man. Please, verify this.
Yeah, I'll do that, if you'd like to give me her address.
But, of course, I have a record of my sales. You will find out.
That's all I want, Mr. Zaghetti. I just want to find out.
George, anybody who'd go down into a sewer pipe after a blonde deserves everything...
Oh, now listen, Brooksy, I didn't follow her into the sewer. I was doing my good deed for the day, and she ran off with my coat and wallet.
What were you looking for, a merit badge?
Oh, now, Brooksy, listen.
Well, it's a nice way to meet a girl, I must say. Sprawled senseless in the gutter. And all she has to do is blink those big brown eyes and...
Blue eyes.
Blue eyes. And you go scurrying down the drain pipe like a...
Rat.
Rat. Thank you. And then because you're caught in your own trap...
Well, that'll teach me to keep my trap shut.
You come cringing back to me like a...
Good puppy.
Puppy. And you expect me to feel sorry for you. So she jilted you. Good for her. What were you trying to prove anyway?
Well, I guess I was just trying to prove I was willing to start at the bottom and work up. Brooksy.
What?
You're not mad.
Oh, George, of course not. But I hate to see a woman make a fool out of a man like you. Another woman, that is.
Well, don't you worry. I'm going to prove to her I'm nobody's fool.
I know you're not, darling. Yet.
Huh?
But I'm working on it.
Hey, wait a minute. Here we are.
Yeah, you're right. There's the number. 7700.
Uh-oh, he's right.
Sure you want me to come along?
Unless you're afraid of the competition.
What? Oh, aren't you smug? Lead on, McDuff. Yeah, here's her name on the box. Miss Dale Quillen. I'd like to give her a piece of my mind.
Now, Brooksy, let me do the talking.
Yeah?
Miss Dale Quillen?
You're kidding?
I mean, she means, is Dale Quillen at home?
You're kidding?
Is he kidding?
Well, someone is. Hey, did you get a look at that house?
What, through that solid wall of muscle?
The place is a wreck. Furniture turned over, paper scattered on the floor.
Poor housekeeper as well as a crook. What are you going to do?
What is this, a gag?
We've decided to wait.
What are you, a mad character or something? Blow.
Oh, come off it now, handsome. Anybody can see you've got a heart as big as all outdoors.
Yeah? Then stay outdoors. Hey, character, get your foot out of the door, I'll chop it off.
You know, you could be a lot of company for us while we're waiting. Yes, sir. A lot of company.
Yeah? Give me your address and I'll drop you a postcard. If you want it any clearer, I'll step outside.
Come on, I dare you.
Take it easy, Claire.
I warned you, joker.
Let him go, Nubbin. You're too quick with the fist. We're all friends now.
Yeah, that's a great little equalizer you got there.
It is small but persuasive. Bring him in, Nubbin. I think we have interest in common.
Come on, you.
In one piece, Nubbin. Perhaps you can take him apart later.
Inside, kidder.
Easy.
Yes, Nubbin is just a big, playful child. He loves to take things apart, but he has never quite learned how to put them together again. Now, shall we talk?
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, let's go from assault and battery to just plain battery. For thousands of Western motorists, October means a lot of weekend driving, like football games and hunting trips. But for the battery in your car, October means extra work and power drainage because of the colder weather and lots of stop-and-go driving. So let me give you a two-way economy tip. First, depend on the men at your standard station or independent Chevron gas station for periodic battery checkups. They have all the equipment and know-how for keeping up your battery's maximum power and for giving it longer life. Second, when you fill up your tank, ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline. Tailor-made for each different climate and altitude zone, high-octane Chevron Supreme assures instant starts, eliminates grinding on the starter, and drain on the battery. So for definite battery economy in colder weather, just remember regular battery checkups at any Chevron gas station or standard station and Chevron Supreme gasoline. And now back to the second part of 42 on a Rope, tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, it seems that George's curiosity following his strange encounter with a mysterious girl and a broken string of pearls has landed him in a tight spot. For minutes now, Baptiste and Nubbin have been questioning George and Claire until...
I've told you everything I know. This girl, this Dale Quillen, made me look silly, so I came here for an explanation. Now I feel even sillier.
You have come here looking for something. So have we. Naturally, we are all sincere people. Perhaps we can help one another, Monsieur...
Valentine. George Valentine. And it depends on what we're looking for.
Naturally. Pink pearls, no? 42 on a rope, is it not?
We're looking for Dale Quillen, remember?
Naturally. Because when we find Miss Quillen, Baptiste Lavon also finds his pearls, n'est-ce pas?
I wouldn't know. Who's Baptiste Lavon?
Oh, my apology. It is I.
Oh, I see. Well, what makes a string of phony oyster fruit so important anyway?
Phony? I do not know this phony.
Ringers, fakes, dupes.
Artificial, counterfeit, paste.
Ah, the replicas. You refer to this fraudulent string, huh?
Huh? Yeah, that's it. Where'd you get them?
They were left by Miss Quillen at the check room of the Union Station. She sent me the claim check. At the same time, no doubt, boarding a train for some distant city.
Why would she do that?
Because they are worthless. Good imitations, no more. Value perhaps $300. As you say, phony.
You're trying to say she pulled a switch on you? Ran off with the real pearls, your pearls, and left you the ringers?
That is correct. As always, Baptiste Lavon was sincere. I trusted her with 42 exquisite gems. Gems collected by no other than Louis XIV to give to his Antoinette.
Tell me, Lavon, where did you get hold of Marie Antoinette's choker?
Spoils of war, Monsieur Valentine. As an officer of the Vichy government in France,
My job was to appraise and catalog war prizes for the victorious Nazis. Naturally, the sincerity and integrity of Baptiste Lavon were above approach.
Naturally. So you held out the match picks.
Naturally. Oh, when the fortunes of war were reversed, Baptiste Lavon reversed too. Miss Quillen came to Paris with an entertainment unit, and we became friends.
And she smuggled them into the States for you.
That is correct.
That'll teach you not to be so sincere.
Are you kidding?
Well, hello.
Now, you are friends of Miss Quillen. You see my predicament. I must know where she is. You will tell me?
I've told you, I don't even know the girl.
Your mode of entry contradicts you. You are her confederate. We are not quite fools here.
Yeah, we ain't no dopes, you know.
You do not help, Nubbin. Well, they're stubborn. Now you may take the man apart. The girl adores him. She will weaken first. You may proceed.
Yeah. I'll loosen him up first with my belt. Then I'll get technical.
No, don't. He doesn't know anything.
Let go of my arm, lady.
Stop it. Let him alone, you fool. Can't you see he doesn't know anything?
You won't let go, Baptiste?
I would advise you to do as Nubbin said.
Claire, better sit this one out, honey.
I won't let them.
Who's that?
I don't know. It seems to be a messenger of some sort with a package.
Package?
I will not insult your intelligence by warning you to keep quiet. Answer it, Nubbin.
Yeah.
I've got a package here addressed to Handsome. Handsome, that's all the name it's got.
That's me. I'm handsome.
You? Are you sure?
You kidding? Give me the package.
Well, can you identify yourself?
Sure. Take a good look at me. Now, wouldn't you say I was handsome?
Yes, sir. You got pretty eyes, too.
Okay, give me the package and dust.
Handsome, is it? This is surely not Nubbin, nor is it Baptiste Lavon. Handsome, then, is Monsieur Valentine.
Oh, no, not me. No, it's...
Oh, yes, Monsieur Valentine. I will open the package for you. Sacre bleu. They're not here.
It's nothing but a map.
Yes, but a large map of the city, with 4 small crosses marked on it, and these words, X marks the spot. But there are 4 X's.
Yeah, one at High and 23rd.
And one at Elm and Valley.
And 14th and Underhill.
And Cast and Granite. 4 spots marked with X. What does this mean, Monsieur Valentine?
Well, how should I know?
Oh, go ahead, Handsome. Tell them. They'll find out anyway.
What? What do you... Oh, yeah, okay. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? She planted the 42 real pearls in different places. So even if you found one hideout, she'd still have 3/4 of them hidden away at other places.
Excellent. You know these hiding places?
Naturally.
Excellent. We will all go hunting. Nubbin, the young lady, you and I, and the gun. Please do not forget the gun.
Well, here's the first stop, Costa and Granite.
Where am I going to park?
Pull up to the curb, Nubbin. Let us out. Then drive around the block and pick us up here.
Okay.
Now, where is it? Quickly. I cannot control myself.
Well, you see that big office building there?
Yes, yes.
You see that window up there with the jeweler's sign?
Where? I don't see it.
Higher. Look higher.
No. Where is it?
No, it's higher yet. That's higher. No. Oh! Come on, Brooksy, run for it. Into that theater.
Oh, George, we haven't been to a movie in ages. Oh, it's a cartoon. Good, I could stand a laugh.
We didn't come in here for laughs, Brooksy.
Do you think Levon saw where we went?
I don't know. It's pretty dark in here. Can you see?
Oh, a little. It's crowded.
Maybe we better take singles.
You leave me alone and I'll scream the place down.
Okay. Hey, that looks like 2 in the middle there.
Good.
Excuse us, will you? Pardon me. I beg your pardon.
Oh, this is fine. We can hold hands. Oh, George, are you all right?
I think so.
Oh, did you see that? That was very funny. The mouse was run over by a steamroller.
I know just how he felt.
What's it all about, George? What did those 4 X's on the map really mean?
I don't know, but I'm working on it.
You think we're safe in here?
Well, there are 4 exits and we're right in the middle. Wait a minute. Shh. Quiet, I got it, Claire. That's it. The 4 X's and us in the middle.
Shh, quiet.
What, you two?
No, look, George. There's Levon coming down the aisle.
Yeah, Nubbin's coming down the other aisle.
I don't think they've seen us.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, George. Oh, gosh, now I'll never know how the mouse got out of the cement mixer. Is anybody following us now, George?
No, I think we've shaken him. Driver?
Yes, sir?
Got a map of the city?
Yeah, here you are.
Good, thanks. Say, pull over to the curb a minute, will you?
Sure.
What is it, George?
I only hope Levon doesn't figure it out as fast as I did. Hey, you got a pencil, Brooksy?
Yeah, an eyebrow pencil.
Good. Thanks. Hey, now look. You remember the 4 intersections where the X's were?
Yes.
Now I fold the paper here.
Yeah.
And draw a straight line from this X to this X. Fold it again and draw another from here to here.
And you get a big X.
Yeah, Brooksy. X marks the spot, intersecting at DeLong and King Avenue. And that's where we'll find Miss Dale Quillen.
Oh, it's you. You made it.
Hello. Then you did mean me.
Of course, who else?
I don't believe we've met before. I'm Claire Brooks, George's fiancée.
Secretary.
Oh, practically the same thing.
Looking at you, I guess it would be.
How'd you know I was in your house? And how'd you know I'd get your message?
I knew Baptiste and Nubbin were inside. I was watching from the vacant house across the street. I saw them take you in and knew they'd make it tough for you.
What made you think I'd catch that X marks the spot routine?
Well, you'd gotten that far with a lot less to go on. Also, I found your business card in your wallet. You're George Valentine, aren't you?
Well, perhaps I should introduce you two.
I figured you'd know the score because you're a professional troubleshooter. And brother, have I got trouble.
Well, if I can be of any
Now,
help.
wait a minute. Remember the sewer, George.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry about that. I was panicky. It won't happen again.
Darn white of you.
Come on, let's get away from here. First of all, suppose you tell us what you did with Marie Antoinette's necklace.
After you.
I haven't got it. I don't know where it is.
Oh, well, that helps a lot. Take off, driver, anywhere but here. Now, wait a minute. Let me get this. All we know is that you smuggled the pearls into the States. Now you tell us you don't know where they are. Take it from there.
I know I had them. Levon concealed the pearls in a bottle of wine. I saw him do it. They were stuck to the bottom of the bottle with wax so they wouldn't rattle. Then he filled the bottle and sealed the top. I paid customs duty on the wine and got them through.
Very smooth.
Go on.
Well, when I got here, the seal was still unbroken. But, well, you won't believe this, but when I opened the bottle, the pearls were gone. Somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, somebody had made a switch.
You're telling me the pearls were hijacked from you?
It's true, I swear it. But do you think Levon would believe that? He'd say I double-crossed him.
Men are so skeptical.
Do you believe me?
Well...
Say you do. Say you'll help me.
All right, I do, and I'll help you.
Oh, swell. Now, all we've got to do is find the person who stole the pearls from the girl who smuggled them in for the boy who stole them in the first place.
It's okay, Dale. This is my office. You'll be safe here.
Yes, I'll see to that.
Come on in, Claire, and shut the door.
Better lock it.
Should I swallow the key?
Why did we have to stop at the library? Why did you have to take out a book at a time like this?
Well, I'll tell you, and listen carefully. Levon's desperate. We've got to have some answers ready for him before he catches up with us.
Oh, I have a feeling he's close by. You don't know him like I do. He's closing in on me. I know he is.
Look, Dale, look. Keep calm. He's not in the filing cabinet or under the desk. Hey, Brooksy, open the closet door and show Dale he's not in there pointing a gun at her head.
Okay. I have a surprise for you. He is.
Huh?
Keep your hands away from that desk, Monsieur Valentine. Back up, please, both of you. Miss Quillen, remain where you are.
Oh, no. No, I knew it. I knew it.
Face the wall, both of you. Your hands high. Higher. Nubbin?
Yeah, Baptiste?
Keep them covered. If either one makes a move to interfere, squeeze the trigger twice.
I'll do that thing. And that's no gag, Joker.
And now, We come to you, Sherry, at long last, eh?
Baptiste, listen. You've got to listen. You've got to give me a break.
You made a fool of Baptiste Lavon once. For that alone, I hate you. Should you do it twice, I would hate myself. No, Sherry. Your luck has run out.
I didn't double-cross you, Baptiste. I swear I didn't.
No? What do you call these? Pearls? You rotten little cheat.
No, listen. I had them made, but give me a chance. I can explain.
No, Sherry, they're phonies. Phony like yourself.
Baptiste, the pearls, they were gone when I opened the bottle. Somebody took them. You've got to believe me.
You carry the light to the end, eh, Sherry? Your last chance, my darling. Where are the pearls?
I don't know.
Don't move. Stay just as you are. I want to remember you like this forever. Bonsoir, Sherry.
Lavon.
Quiet, Joker.
I know where the pearls
I
are.
said quiet.
Wait. What was that, Monsieur Valentine?
Call off your dog, Lavon. I'm ready to talk.
Don't listen, Baptiste. He's a kidder.
You can talk, Monsieur Valentine, from where you are.
All right. Your story about Marie Antoinette's necklace got me interested in famous jewels. I've been to the library and picked up a book. That's it on my desk there, the red one. Now go on, open it. To the page I have marked.
If this
Wait,
is a
now,
gag...
Ben. The book, yes. Jewels of History.
Go on, read it. Read what it says.
I am reading.
What is it, George?
It's Dale's life insurance, Claire.
Uh-huh. I have read it.
Well?
Well, I guess you win, Valentine.
Can we put our hands down now, Lavon?
Of course. Let them alone, Navin. You have very nearly made a tragic mistake. I thank you, Monsieur Valentine. Baptiste Lavon thanks you.
I don't get this, Baptiste.
Come, Nabin. We've worn out our welcome. Monsieur Valentine, we will trouble you no more. You will never see us again. Bonsoir, chérie. Now I will remember you always as you were in Paris.
It was a miracle, that's all it was, just a miracle. What did you do to him, George? What was in that book?
Read it, Claire, out loud.
Oh, yes. Cleopatra's Pearl. Cleopatra, to impress Mark Antony, once dissolved a pearl in vinegar and drank it to his health. Dissolved?
Now, wait a minute, listen. Go ahead, Claire.
Pearls which consist of carbonate of lime are extremely soluble in weak acids. They will dissolve in vinegar containing 6% or more of acetic acid, or in wine which is turned sour.
It was the wine that did it, the wine in the bottle.
According to the U.S. Bureau of Chemistry and Soils, pearls consist of 91 7/10%.
Never mind the rest, Claire. That's enough. Well, how do you feel now, Dale?
Completely dazed.
Lavon didn't have an argument in the world. He knew he planted the pearls in that wine bottle himself. He had nobody to blame but himself.
I can't believe it. You saved my life, and Oh, George.
Now what?
Now I have to go to jail.
Well, it's going to be kind of hard to hold you there.
Why?
Well, technically, since there weren't any pearls in the bottle when you brought it through the customs station, you actually didn't smuggle anything in, even though you meant to. Lavon filched the pearls from the Nazis, but I doubt if any of them will turn up to claim them. No, it was all a wild goose chase for something that simply didn't exist.
Well, I'm going to confess my part of it and take what's coming to me. First, George,
Yeah?
may I kiss you? He saved my life, Miss Brooks. May I? Where I'm going, it'll be a long time between kisses.
Well, things aren't much better around here, but... Oh, all right, go ahead. Honestly, I think I must be going loony.
Goodbye, George.
Dale. Just a minute.
Yes?
Be a nice girl and hand it over.
What?
Oh, come on, Dale. You certainly haven't forgotten why I got into this in the first place. And if you think I'm going to let you walk out of that door with my wallet, you're loony.
If your family car is the kind that does all-around duty, like taking mother shopping, dropping the children off at school, picking up father after work, you can't choose your tires too carefully. That's why I'd like to talk to you tonight about Atlas Grip-Safe tires. The Atlas tire has a specially designed tread that actually grips the road and brings you to a sure, safe stop whenever you apply the brake. Tomorrow, ask at your independent Chevron gas station or standard station about the built-in safety features of Atlas tires. Then try them on your car for extra protection and extra riding comfort. Best of all, when you buy an Atlas passenger car tire, you get a written 1-year guarantee against the cuts, bruises, and blowouts that threaten the life of ordinary tires. While you're talking tire safety and comfort at the standard station or independent Chevron gas station, ask for those two other motor car friends, Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. Next week, when you tune our way for The Joke Was on the Killer, another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear George saying,
Some joke, I'd say. Brooksy, see what's happened to Mrs. Ralston, will you?
Well, sure, George. Glenn, he made me go through with this farce and shoot those blanks.
Well, he's not going to do anything like that to you again, Agnes.
Wait a minute. Listen, everybody. This man is dead.
We've had enough of this vicious nonsense. You're part of this, too. This act, Valentine. Now I know it. And you, get up.
Oh, leave him alone. Come and help me with Mrs. Ralston, George.
Now stop this, all of you. What do I have to do to make myself clear? This started out as a joke, but it's no longer funny. This man is completely, hopelessly dead.
Clinic care, hospital care, a visiting nurse in your home. They are made possible by funds from Community Chest. Thousands of persons, old and young, benefit each year from health services of Community Chest. So give generously this October for your community's health and welfare. Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West invite you to be with us again next week for The Joke Was on the Killer, another adventure of George Valentine, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by Doug Hayes and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were George Sorrell, Jim Nusser, Betty Moran, Jack Crucian, Victor Rodman, and Dick Ryan. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
KHJ Los Angeles. Memo from stationers. Here are ballpoint pens for every purse or pocket.
Your neighborhood Chevron gas station invites you to
Let George Do It.
Brought to you by the makers of climate-tailored Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George do it. That's the slogan George Valentine hung in his office when he got out of the Army with an idea and not much money to back it up. When a client shows up with a problem, George is happy. When no client appears, George is still happy. The worry department is handled by his secretary, Claire, and her brother, Sonny. Right now, George is sitting in his office when suddenly he hears a commotion outside.
Claire. Hey, Claire, come in here.
What's the matter, Mr. Valentine? Oh, what's all that noise about?
Well, there's a crowd outside our office building.
Really? Oh, I wonder what's
I
wrong.
don't know. Must be some celebrity. Yeah, there. They're getting autographs.
Golly, look at the mob. Well, it must be someone very famous. Maybe it's the president.
Or Donald Duck.
I'm going downstairs to see.
No, Claire, you stay here. That mob will tear you to pieces.
I got it. I got his autograph.
Sonny.
Sonny, look at your shirt. It's in shreds.
Oh, what's a little thing like a shirt? I got his autograph. Look, see? Jimmy Jones.
Jimmy Jones?
Jimmy Jones?
Jeepers, don't you even know who he is?
Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Let me guess.
I know. He's a fullback for Notre Dame.
A player named Jones on the Notre Dame squad?
Oh, now I know, of course. Jimmy Jones, he's an actor. He plays in cowboy pictures.
He's not just an actor. He's a hero. Mr. Valentine, you know Thunderbolt, don't you?
I don't think I've ever had the pleasure.
Oh, Thunderbolt's as famous as Jimmy Jones. It's his horse.
Did you get his autograph, too?
Well, the crowd's practically gone.
Yeah, now maybe we can get a little work done in this office. That is, if you feel up to it, Sonny.
I beg your pardon, but I'm looking for George Valentine.
Well, you found him. Come right on in.
Thanks. You're Mr. Valentine?
That's right.
Say, haven't we met before? Your face looks awfully familiar.
You know, I was just going to say the same thing to you. Your face looks awfully familiar, too.
Mr. Valentine, it's Jimmy Jones. You've seen him in the movies.
Oh, well, sure, of course. Sonny, is this your hero? Sonny.
Sonny.
He's petrified.
Jimmy Jones. Standing right in front of me.
He's one of your many fans, Mr. Jones.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Sonny. May I shake your hand?
My hand?
This is your hand, Sonny. Come on, put it out.
Glad to know you, Sonny.
I'll never wash it again.
And this is Sonny's sister, my secretary, Claire Brooks.
How are you, Miss Brooks?
Don't shake her hand. Look what it did to Sonny.
Oh. Mr. Valentine, I've heard about you, and I'm hoping that maybe you can help me.
Well, I've never failed anyone yet. Sit down, Mr. Jones.
I wish you'd call me Jimmy.
Okay, Jimmy.
I hope Claire and Sonny won't mind, but this matter's a little confidential. It's nothing I'm ashamed of, understand, but I've got to keep it quiet for business reasons.
Well, you can trust us, Jimmy.
Oh, you've nothing to worry about on that score, Mr. Jones. We won't say a word.
I'd die first.
Hey, you see, die first. Now go right ahead.
Well, the trouble is the kids like me. Maybe they like me because I like them. I'm crazy about kids, George, and I'd never want to disappoint them. I just can't let them down.
Well, of course not. Why would you let them down?
Maybe you've heard. I was raised in an orphanage, the Brookdale Orphanage. And every year, Thunderbolt and I put on a benefit performance for them. Naturally, they expect me to be there this year, too.
Naturally.
And they'll expect to see me riding my horse, Thunderbolt.
Naturally.
George, Claire, Sonny, you mustn't breathe a word of this to anyone. You disappoint kids all over the world.
Cross my heart.
We promise.
Well, go ahead, Jimmy. What's the matter?
Well, I'm afraid of horses.
You're what?
Oh, you can't be.
Suffering cat.
You see, we were shooting a picture and something frightened Thunderbolt. He shied and stumbled.
He threw you?
That's right, and then he stepped on me.
Oh, how awful.
Oh, it was an accident. Thunderbolt didn't mean to hurt me, but I was laid up for a long time. After that, I just couldn't get up enough nerve to ride him. Or for that matter, to ride any horse.
Yeah, but Jimmy...
I know it sounds silly, George. I keep telling myself that, but it doesn't do any good.
Oh, sure, I understand. Well, what about your career?
Well, since the accident, they have a double who does the riding for me.
Oh, I see. If this came out, you'd be through in pictures.
Oh, that's not important. Think of the kids. Why, if they found out, they wouldn't believe in anything anymore.
Well, that settles it, Jimmy. You can't make a personal appearance at the Brookdale Orphanage this year. You can't take the chance.
But, George, those kids are looking forward to it.
Your trouble is that you're too sentimental about kids. Now, you have nothing more to worry about, Jimmy. I'm in complete charge.
I was hoping you'd say that.
I'll tell them you had a nervous breakdown or something. You can send Thunderbolt with one of his trainers.
Oh, but they want to see me ride him. The kids will never forgive me.
Now, you leave that to me, will you, Jimmy? I'll take care of them. I know just how to handle kids.
Mrs. Martin is the superintendent of the orphanage. She's in the play yard with the children now, but I'll get her for you, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, thanks, miss. Just tell her it's about Jimmy Jones. I'm sort of taking charge of things for her.
Oh, you know Jimmy Jones.
Yes, of course.
Oh, I'd love to have his autograph. Oh, are you anybody?
No, nobody much. Would you tell Mrs. Martin we're here?
Oh, yes, of course. Just make yourselves right at home. I'll only be a minute.
Mr. Valentine, what are you going to tell Mrs. Martin?
Just that Jimmy's been working too hard, and that he can't appear here, that's all. There's nothing to it.
Oh, those poor kids.
Oh, now, Claire, you're making too much of this. You're as bad as Jimmy. It's ridiculous worrying about a bunch of kids. He's got to protect his career.
But he means so much to them.
Now, listen, Claire, he can't appear at the benefit. Do you understand? Anyway, the kids are more interested in seeing his horse.
That's not true.
Well, Jimmy can send over some ice cream and cake. That'll get them. Just fill up their stomachs, and they'll be happy.
Mr. Valentine, how can you be so hard-boiled?
I just face facts, that's all.
Oh, I'm going to wait outside.
Claire.
I prefer fresh air.
Women.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
What's your name? Where do you live?
Well,
How old are you?
Well, hey, now hold everything. Why the third degree, honey?
What's a third degree?
Do you always talk in questions?
What did you say?
Now, wait a minute. Look, we're not getting anywhere this way. My name is George. Never mind the rest. Now, come on. Tell me something about yourself.
I've got a pet mouse.
Oh, yeah?
A white one with a long tail.
Really? What's his name?
George.
George. What a coincidence.
I just named him George.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you, honey. That's quite a compliment.
Do you know any games?
Games? Well, now, let's see. I used to play some games with my nieces.
What are nieces?
What are nieces? Well, nieces are, they're people. I mean, I'm their uncle, see? So that makes them my nieces. You get it?
I don't have any uncle.
Oh, well, that's tough, honey.
But I have a brother.
Well, wonderful. I always say there's nothing like a brother. Why, that's a million times better than an uncle.
Jimmy Jones is my brother.
Jimmy Jones?
He told all us kids he'd be our big brother.
Oh.
So now we each have a family, don't we?
Oh, yeah, sure. Look, honey, how would you like another brother? Could you use two? Someone like, like me.
Oh, no.
You wouldn't like me for a brother?
No. I'm going to marry you.
Oh. Well, that's settled.
You want me to teach you a game?
A game? Yeah, I'd love it.
We could play horsey.
Well, that sounds exciting. What do I do?
You get down on the floor on your hands and knees.
Do I have to?
Oh, don't you want to play with me?
Okay, honey, you would. Now what?
Now I get on your back. There. Giddy up, horsey!
All right, here we go. Hang on now. Hang on, honey.
Hard-boiled Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Claire, we're playing horsey.
You make a beautiful horse.
Oh, thank you. Claire, this is the girl I'm going to marry.
Oh, congratulations.
Mr. Valentine, Mrs. Martin will see you now. She's in her office if you'll just follow me.
Okay, thanks. Bye, honey.
Goodbye, George.
See you in about 16 years.
Don't forget now.
Don't forget now. Cute.
Her office is on the other side of the play yard. This way, please.
Oh, miss, wait a minute. Look,
Yes?
I won't bother Mrs. Martin. You give her a message for me, will you?
All right.
Just tell her that I personally guarantee that Jimmy Jones will be here for the benefit. And furthermore, he'll be on his horse, too.
Mr. Valentine, I have Mr. Jones on the phone for you now.
Oh, thanks, Claire. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, George. What's on your mind?
Now, listen, Jimmy, you can't let those kids down. Why, they believe in you. Why, they think you're their big brother.
Sounds as though you've been out to the orphanage, George.
Well, now, look, you know me, Jimmy. I'm not sentimental or anything like that, but, I can't have her disappointed. She named her mouse after me.
Her what?
Yeah. It's the first time I've ever had a mouse named after me.
George, what are you talking about?
Just this. You've got to ride Thunderbolt at the benefit.
But, George, I told you since the accident, every time I see a horse, I shake. What'll that do to the kids?
Oh, gosh. You're right, Jimmy. No, we can't let them see you that way. Hey, wait a minute. In the movies, you use a double, don't you? What about him?
Oh, I thought of him, but it won't work. He's built like me, but he doesn't look like me. The kids will get wise.
Well, then all we have to do is to find a double that looks like you. It's a cinch, Jimmy. Leave it to me. Oh, what an office force. What's the matter with you two? All you have to do is to find a man who looks like Jimmy Jones.
Well, what was wrong with Red Prescott?
His nose turns up and his hair is red.
Well, then what about Stanley Burns? Why, he was born on a horse.
Yeah, I could see that all right. One leg's bends south and the other bends north.
What about Mr. Manning? There's a similarity, even if his face is a little long.
I told you to find someone who looks like Jimmy, not his horse.
Oh, well, it's no use, Mr. Valentine. I give up.
But it's just a simple little job. Find a man about 6 feet tall with dark wavy hair and blue eyes, a nose that's reasonably straight, not too much chin.
Mr. Valentine,
What's the matter?
don't you realize who you're describing?
Sure, Jimmy Jones.
Someone else, too.
Huh?
You.
Me?
Hey, that's right. Mr. Valentine, you do look like him. I noticed it the first time I met you.
Why, you could be brothers.
Why, that's terrific. Claire, get Jimmy on the telephone right away. Tell him I found his double.
You really think you found the right person, George?
I know I found the right person.
But is it someone we can trust?
Trust? Why, this man is the soul of honor. And what's more, he's got plenty of courage. And a heart of gold. Pure gold.
Say, sounds tremendous.
Well, I I don't like to brag, Jimmy, but if you were to pin me down, I'd say he is tremendous.
Who is it?
Me.
You?
Sure. Remember how familiar we look to each other? I look like you.
Oh, that's where I saw you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's wonderful, George. You don't know how relieved I am.
Well, I told you I'd come through with flying colors, Jimmy. Now be at my office tomorrow morning.
Okay, thanks a million, George.
So long, Jimmy. Well, it's all set. See, there ought to be a good fee in this for me.
Oh, I'm sure there will be, Mr. Valentine.
Jeepers, Mr. Valentine, I can hardly wait for the benefit. I can just see you dashing into the arena on Thunderbolt.
Yeah, it'll be a big moment, all right. The kids will be clapping and yelling their heads off, and I'll come dashing into the arena riding on Great Caesar's ghost.
Mr. Valentine, what is it?
What's the matter?
I just remembered.
What's wrong?
I've never been on a horse in my life.
Well, it'll take George a minute or so to figure out what to do in this situation. Meanwhile, I wonder how many of you folks can be sure your cars are ready for winter. In many parts of the West, wherever winter means cold or rain, there'll be an epidemic of car troubles this year. Most folks are driving the same old cars, you see, and they're bound to be a little less reliable simply because they're another year older. So here's a good tip. Drop in at your favorite Chevron gas station and let the Chevron dealer check over your car. He's an expert, and because he's in business for himself, making you a regular customer means a lot to him. So you can bet he'll give your car the best of care. You probably need winter-grade RPM motor oil, or new windshield wiper blades. The battery may need recharging, or your tires could stand a retread job. Whatever it is, find out now before the weather gets really bad. Stop in at your neighborhood Chevron gas station this weekend. Well, George had to find a double for Jimmy Jones, someone who looked like Jimmy and could ride Thunderbolt. It finally dawned on all of them that George himself resembles Jimmy, but then he suddenly remembered that he's never been on a horse in his life. Now it's a few minutes later.
Oh, that's fine, Mr. Valentine. That's great. You offer to take his place and you've never even been on a horse.
Well, there's nothing to it, Mr. Valentine. I'll teach you how to ride.
Sonny, you've seen Thunderbolt, haven't you?
Sure, lots of times.
Is he very active?
Oh, yeah, he's a very spirited animal.
Oh, a spirited animal, that's what I thought.
You're not getting cold feet.
Oh, no, of course not. But those kids will expect to see someone who can at least stay on the top side of the horse.
You've got nothing to worry about, Mr. Valentine. I'll teach you how to ride.
Sonny's really very good. Our grandfather raised horses in the country.
My grandfather raised Cain in the city.
Come on, Mr. Valentine. We better get started right away.
Oh, now look, Sonny, I want to start nice and easy, understand?
Oh, sure. Just leave it to me. I'll have you riding like an old cowhand. Come on.
Okay. Claire,
Yes, Mr. Valentine.
goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Valentine. Shall I meet you somewhere for dinner?
Yeah, make it Joe's Hamburger Hut. That's the one place in town we can eat standing up.
Yes, sir. Something in toys for the young man?
Oh, no. Not for me. For him.
For him? A toy for the gentleman?
Yeah, he wants a...
Sonny, not so loud. People are listening.
Oh, I'll whisper it. Mr. Valentine wants a...
He does?
Yeah, I just want him to get the feel of it.
Oh, I see. Well, very well. Second aisle to the left. Tricycles, scooters, kiddie cars, and hobby horses.
Hey, we're okay on that hobby horse, Mr. Valentine. Now for your second lesson.
Oh, but do you think I'm ready to ride this horse, Sonny?
Oh, sure.
Okay, then. Boost me up.
Okay, there you go.
Thanks.
Now, put your feet in the stirrups, Mr. Valentine.
Like this?
Yeah, that's right. Press your knees in.
Like this?
Yeah, that's good. Now, hold on to the reins with your left hand.
That's right.
Oh, you look fine, Mr. Valentine. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's good. That's swell. Hang on, Mr. Valentine. Don't fall off.
Oh, Sonny, I'm getting dizzy. Sonny, I can't see anything. Sonny, help. Stop this merry-go-round.
Oh, he's a beautiful animal, isn't he, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, Cute. Very cute.
His name's Tornado.
Oh, you... How do you do, Tornado?
Mr. Valentine, come on down out of the haymow. He won't hurt you.
Well, Sonny, I don't think he likes me.
Oh, now, don't be silly, Mr. Valentine. Come on. Get up on him.
But do you think I'm ready for a real live horse?
The only way we can find out is to try. Come on.
Say, he's up awfully high, isn't he?
He's no higher than most horses.
Well, couldn't I try one of the smaller models first? Like that one over there?
Mr. Valentine, that's a Shetland pony. You don't want to ride him.
Why not? He has a very kind face.
Come on now. Get up on Tornado.
All right. Nice Tornado. Stand still, boy. I said, stand still. Sonny, tell him to stand still.
It's okay. Just jump up on him.
Well, maybe he won't like it.
He's used to it. Go ahead, Mr. Valentine. Put one foot in the stirrup and swing the other one over.
All right. Here I go.
Mr. Valentine, wait.
I think I'll make it.
But, Mr. Valentine...
It's all right, Sonny. Sonny, what's happened to this horse? Where's his head?
Get down, Mr. Valentine. You put the wrong foot in the stirrup.
Oh, is that it? I thought there was something wrong.
Now, try it again. Remember, your left foot in the stirrup, your right foot swings over.
Oh, it's no use, Sonny. You can't teach an old horse new tricks.
He's not old.
No, but I am. Come on, now, let's get back to the office.
But, Mr. Valentine, what about the benefit? How will you be able to take Mr. Jones's place and ride Thunderbolt?
Well, it's no use, Sonny. I can't do it.
Jeepers, I wish I could ride Thunderbolt.
Well, so do I. I'd like nothing better than to have... Sonny, why not?
Huh?
Of course. There's our answer. You'll ride Thunderbolt.
But, George, I don't get it. You do look like me, so why can't you take my place?
Why don't you tell him, Mr. Valentine?
Now, Claire, I'll handle this in my own way.
Jeepers, Mr. Jones, please let me ride Thunderbolt. I can handle him honest. Just ask my sister.
Will you keep quiet, Sonny? You see, Jimmy, I'm afraid that someone might catch on that I'm not you.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, I suppose there'll be reporters there.
Yeah, I imagine so.
And what if they find out? It'd ruin everything.
Please, Mr. Jones. I know Thunderbolt and I'll get along okay.
Yes, Sonny's very good with horses.
He's been riding since he was a baby.
But how can we work it? Sonny certainly doesn't look like me.
Well, Jimmy, I got this all figured out. Now, look, it's simple. You walk out and talk to the kids. You know, make a speech.
Yeah?
Then I imagine they'll begin yelling for Thunderbolt.
Oh, you can count on that.
Well, fine. Now then, when that happens, you say you brought Thunderbolt along, all right, but that you'd like to feel like a kid again and sit in the audience with them.
Go on, then what happens?
Well, then you say, how about one of you kids riding Thunderbolt? Who'd like to try it?
Uh-huh.
Now then, Sonny is sitting right in the front row. You can't miss him. And when you say, who'd like to ride Thunderbolt, Sonny jumps up and yells, let me, mister, let me.
Let me, mister, let me.
Yeah, that's the idea. And, Jimmy, no matter how many kids yell, you choose Sonny. Understand?
Oh, of course. I wouldn't dare take a chance on someone who didn't know horses.
Now, how does it sound, Jimmy?
It sounds okay, George, but you sure nothing will go wrong?
Listen to him. Now, Jimmy, I tell you, it can't miss. Why, what could possibly go wrong?
Did you ever see so many children in all your life, Mr. Valentine?
It looks as if all the kids in town are here. All except Sonny.
Now, stop worrying about Sonny. He'll show up.
But he should be here now. What's happened to him?
Well, I know he went to a movie early this afternoon. Then I think he planned to buy some riding boots.
Riding boots. I can't save this place for him much longer. Why can't he be on time?
Oh, just be patient, Mr. Valentine.
But they're getting ready to start the show. Oh, where is that boy?
Well, it's not like Sonny to be late.
Well, it's your fault, Claire. You should have brought him over with you.
That's right. Blame me for it. I always get... Oh, Mr. Valentine, they're going to begin. Here comes Jimmy Jones now.
Howdy, kids.
Oh, where's that Sonny?
Well, I can't imagine what's keeping him.
Now, hold it, kids. Hold it. First, I want to tell you how much it means to me to be here again. You know, every year I look forward to my visit to the Brookdale Orphanage because it's just like coming home again for me.
Where is he? Where's that Sonny?
Oh, what if he doesn't show up?
But I didn't come here to make a speech. I just wanted to say hello to all my friends, to all my little brothers and sisters.
Mr. Valentine, you'll have to ride Thunderbolt.
Oh, that's impossible. I don't even know on which side to get on.
Now, is there anything I can do for you, kid?
Mr. Valentine.
Claire, think of something.
You can't let one of them ride him. It would be dangerous.
Well, it would be dangerous for me, too.
Now, take it easy, kids. Take it easy. Take it easy. That's it. Thunderbolt is here, all right, but look, I'm sort of tired of riding. I want to sit down there with the rest of you, with my friends.
Here it comes.
How about one of you riding Thunderbolt?
Mr. Valentine.
Who'd like to ride it?
Mr. Valentine.
Come on, who wants to ride Thunderbolt?
Mister, here's someone who wants to ride Thunderbolt. Go on, George, go on.
Claire, stop pushing me.
You've got to go now, George. There's no other way out.
Oh, now, Claire.
Come on, you've got to do it.
What a spot you put me in.
George.
Hello, Jimmy. How do you feel?
What's happened to Son?
He just didn't show up.
But, George, what are we going to do? The kids are waiting. Somebody's got to ride Thunderbolt.
George will ride.
Now, Claire.
I guess you'll have to, George.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'd like to. Really, I would. But I just can't.
Now, George.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What's the matter with you, George?
Nothing. Except that I've never been on a horse in my life.
Oh, you've never been on a horse in your life?
That's right.
Oh, this is a fine time to tell me. What about all these kids? They're waiting.
Listen, Jimmy, I'd never be able to get up on
But, George,
and
you
if I
said
did get up on him, I'd never be able to stay there.
But you said
and if
that
I did stay there, I'd die of fright.
Oh, I ought to wring your neck.
Now, that won't help any.
But what am I going to do?
Well, tell him you just noticed that Thunderbolt is indisposed. Yeah, tell him he has a headache.
Who ever heard of a horse with a headache?
Well, he's a very unusual animal.
These kids believe in me. Why, they've been looking forward to this day for months.
Then why don't you ride Thunderbolt?
Me?
Yes, you.
All right, I will.
Mr. Jones, you can't.
I can't let these kids down. I'll ride him if it kills me.
Mr. Valentine, stop him. Oh, Mr. Valentine, he's getting up on Thunderbolt. Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I can't look.
George, where are you?
Out in the play yard. On the teeter-totter.
Oh. Why didn't you stay in the arena?
Well, I just couldn't take it.
But, George, it was all right. Jimmy was magnificent.
What happened?
He rode Thunderbolt just as though nothing had ever gone wrong. The kids went wild.
Yeah, I heard them screaming, but I thought the worst.
Jimmy's looking for you. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Come on, let's get out of here.
But he's anxious to see you.
Anxious to break my neck.
Oh, now, George.
Well, what else would he want to see me for? I was certainly a lot of help to him. Just when he needed me, I failed him.
Now, George.
I suppose you think I'm a coward.
Oh, of course not.
Oh, it's all right. Go ahead. Don't hold back. Tell me what you think.
Well, I think...
Please don't say it, Claire. I don't want to hear it.
This has been a very happy day for me, George. It's a pleasant change to see you this way.
What way? I don't get it.
Well, you're usually so sure of yourself. But now you're just like a little boy.
You mean you'd like to take me in your arms?
Well,
if you have any kind of an urge, Claire, don't suppress it. It isn't good for you.
Oh, George, you're wonderful.
Oh, say that again.
Oh, George, you're wonderful.
Say that again.
Oh, George, you're wonderful.
Say that again. Jimmy!
You talk about acting. Why, your acting makes mine look silly.
Acting? Who's acting?
Why, do you know you really had me convinced that you were afraid to ride Thunderbolt? And that's just what you wanted me to think, wasn't it, George?
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted you to think, all right.
Sure, you had to trick me into riding Thunderbolt.
Trick you?
You knew that once I got on him, I'd get my confidence back and I'd be cured.
Oh, yes, of course. That's what I had in mind, all right.
George!
Well, it was wonderful psychology, George. I don't know how I can thank you.
Oh, well, that's all right, Jimmy. Forget it. Glad to help you out.
George, are you trying to make me believe it was all an act?
Well, of course. What else? Why, I'm crazy about horses. There's nothing I like better than to ride on a really spirited merry-go-round.
I know that, George.
But I couldn't let on, even to you, Claire. I was afraid you might give it away.
Oh, I see.
Sure, I had to make the act look good, didn't I, Jimmy?
Why, of course.
Why, of course.
Will you excuse me now? Mrs. Martin wants to say
Oh, sure, Jimmy. Go right ahead.
But stick around. I have something to show you.
So it was all an act, huh?
Naturally.
Then you really like horses.
Like them? Why, I love them. There's nothing I like better than a brisk canter down the bridle path.
And to think that I bothered to feel sorry for you.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, when does it start? When do I ride Thunderbolt?
Sonny, what happened to you?
Where have you been?
Well, I went to see Jimmy Jones and Thunderbolt in their new picture.
But, Sonny, that was this morning.
Yeah, I know, but it was so good I stayed to see it 4 times.
Oh, Sonny.
Never mind, Sonny. We didn't need you. We got along okay, didn't we, Claire? Say, I'll bet I'll be able to get a good fee out of this. How much do you think I can stick him for?
You ought to be ashamed to take anything.
Oh, listen to her.
George. Oh, I'm glad you didn't leave. Come with me. I got a little present for you.
A present?
I was afraid you wouldn't accept any money from me, George. That would be just like him, wouldn't it, Claire?
How well you know him.
So I decided to give you something else.
Give me something else?
A little present. I think you'll like him, George. Like him, he's a full brother to Thunderbolt.
A horse?
Of course, he's a little wild yet, but think of the fun you'll have breaking him in.
George will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, neighborliness, it always seems to me, is as American as hot dogs at a ball game. Most of us can spot it right away, and appreciate it, too. It's one reason, I think, why many motorists like to drive into Chevron gas stations. They're all locally run, you know. And since they're home folks, Chevron dealers are mighty accommodating. Every time you stop at a cream, green, and burgundy station, you know you're trading with a chap who's in business for himself, anxious to please you because his success depends upon it. And there's another point worth remembering. Every Chevron gas station carries RPM compounded motor oil and climate-tailored Chevron Supreme gasoline. They all honor Chevron credit cards, too. So just about everything a motorist looks for, he'll find at those neighborly Chevron gas stations. Try them when you're out for a drive this weekend. Well, next week, George finds himself in the middle of a lot of excitement. You'll probably hear him say something like this.
Mr. Valentine, Yes? how are you feeling? Oh, fine, great. Never felt better. Yeah? Well, enjoy your health while you got it. It won't last.
That so?
Get out of town, Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Valentine, what was that all about? What was it?
The same fellow who's been phoning me right along. He's still worried about my health.
Chevron gas stations all through the West invite you to be with us again next week for another chapter of Let George Do It, brought to you by the makers of Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Compounded Motor Oil. Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George, with Francis Robinson as Claire and Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, is written by Pauline Hopkins, produced and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Harry Bartell as Jimmy Jones, Nina Clouden as the girl, Ann Whitfield as the child, and Stanley Waxman as the floor walker. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dent. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to
Let George Do It.
This is the Mutual Downley Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death in Fancy Dress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you a wet blanket and you're trying to stagger out from under, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
My dear Mr. Valentine, because of a hobby that's dear to my heart and certainly innocent enough, I've received several threats on my life of late. I'm aware that this can't be of world-shaking importance, but it is a confounded nuisance to me. If you decide to take pity on me and come to my rescue, please drop in at my apartment, the Hampshire Towers.
Apartment at the Hampshire Towers tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Would you verify this appointment by phone? Signed, Lloyd Bascom.
Oh, dear old Bascom, whoever he is. Several threats on his life, and he loses composure completely.
Well, at least he did admit it was a confounded nuisance.
I suppose if some scoundrel sprayed him with a shotgun, our friend would say it was a blasted annoyance.
Yeah, well, what intrigues me is this gentleman's hobby. What does he collect, atomic secrets?
Hey, you know, Brooksy, I've always wanted to find an exciting pastime for my spare moments. Go on, Angel, verify the man's appointment.
Well, here we are. My trophy room, you might call it.
Mr. Bascom, all I see is a lot of junk.
Yes. Now, take this particular piece of junk. A broken wine glass. The one with which Lucy Graham plunged her coming-out party into a furor. She practically gouged Tony Warren's eye out with it while she was deep in her cups.
Uh-huh.
I bought it from the caterers. As you see, I have it all neatly tagged. The occasion, the date, etc.
And this 1945 license plate, Mr. Bascom?
Oh, yes. The very proper and respected Mrs. Arlington Mackenzie was dragged into court on a hit-and-run charge. That's the plate off her Duesenberg. I bribed her chauffeur to get it. Oh, it was a beautiful scandal.
Ah, well, I can see where this sort of thing wouldn't make you the most popular boy in your set, Bascom.
I could not help being born with a silver spoon. But there's nothing to prevent me from reminding my friends of their more scandalous escapades. Now, look here. This lovely lock of red hair. A very lurid story goes with this.
If you like, you gentlemen can retire to the smoking car.
No, this little affair was quite well publicized. Celeste Dupre, the nightclub singer who was accused of the murder of Malcolm Gardner, the broker. She was acquitted. Dear me, I wonder whatever happened to the dear girl. Now, over here...
Yeah, well, we get the general idea, Bascom. This is your private wax museum of dead scandals you like to keep alive.
Oh, well put, Valentine. I must remember that phrase when I show off my collection at my next party.
You mean you deliberately keep bringing up all this?
Oh, pardon me. I'll see who's at the door.
Huh. Man after my own heart.
Yeah. If you're not careful, Angel, he'll cut it out and put it in his collection.
What surprises me is that Mr. Bascom's been allowed to go on breathing this long.
What's the matter with you, Reynolds? I didn't come here to talk. What is the matter? Have you lost your mind?
George.
Yes, maybe I have. Stop it, Reynolds, you fool! Valentine! Kill you!
Come on, boys, break it up. You heard me, friends. Get off of him.
Get out of my way.
Now, listen, Buster. Don't make me hang you up to dry. I'm a peace-loving man.
What else have you got here that belongs to my wife, Bascom?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You see, I found those letters you left under the Christmas tree.
Very well, you found them. I'm as good as my word. I promised Donna I'd let her have them back as a present. But too bad you had to find them. The package wasn't addressed to you, Reynolds.
Never mind that. I burned them without telling her I saw them.
That's too bad. Donna must be very distressed at my breach of faith. Now, Reynolds, if you don't mind, I do have company.
Oh, don't mind us.
I don't know how much Donna paid you for them. Lord knows she's the one with the money. I don't care. But if you have anything else of hers that you can hold over her, I swear I'll break your filthy neck. Just remember that.
Oh, dear. See what I mean, Valentine?
No. Suppose you draw me a diagram.
You've already earned part of your fee when you hauled Reynolds off me.
That was on the house, Bascom.
What do you mean?
I think he means it's no go. If you want protection, you better call out the National Guard.
To put it another way, I don't like your idea of fun. I don't like your museum, and I particularly don't like you.
Now, wait a minute, Valentine.
Let's get going, Brooksy. I don't want to be late for my paper route. Hey, hold it a minute, Angel.
What is it, George?
Anything wrong, Reynolds?
What? Oh, I was just sitting here trying to calm down. I had a few drinks before and...
Yeah, you're looking pretty bad shape. Hey, let me have the wheel. I'll take you home. Hop in the back, Brooksy.
Really, Mr. Reynolds, you didn't have to bother inviting us in.
The least I can do is offer you and Mr. Valentine a drink.
Say, look, Reynolds, don't worry about that little scene up at Bascom's going any farther than us.
Thank you. I'm not in the habit of washing my dirty linen in public. Just make yourself comfortable there in the drawing room. I'll call Donna.
Yeah, thanks.
George, I don't know about you, but
I know. I'm not too comfortable either. We'll just waltz through the formalities and blow.
Darling, over there, Look.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, Valentine, Donna said
Hey, wait a minute, Reynolds. Could we go across to that room for a minute?
Why? What's the matter with you two, anyway? Why are you standing there like that?
I just think it's better that you don't come in here right now.
What are you talking about? What happened?
Please, Mr. Reynolds.
Get out of my way. Let me in here. Donna. Donna.
Take it easy, Reynolds. Don't.
But she's dead. Dead?
Here, you better sit down.
Oh. Bascom drove her to this. Might just as well have pulled the trigger himself. I felt like killing you before, now I will.
You can't do that.
Let go of me, you... How can you look at her lying there and say that? Let go of me!
Somehow Bascom will get what's coming to him.
Not Bascom. He never does anything he has to pay for.
The law can't punish him. That's why I've got to do this myself.
Sorry, Reynolds. I got to hold you right here till you pull yourself together. Brooksy, call Lieutenant Riley.
All right, Valentine, here it is.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Between the medical examiner's report and my amateur sleuthing, it's just what you thought it was when you walked into that room across the hall. Suicide, pure and simple.
I wasn't questioning that.
What? Then what were you questioning? Why did you drag me into the case? Just for old lang syne?
Oh, well, it just seemed a good idea at the time.
It isn't easy, Lieutenant, to know that a man has driven a woman to suicide and not try to do something about him.
Okay, Valentine. I know your heart's in the right place, but look, chum boy, why don't you grow up? There's a lot of slimy characters in this world.
But, Lieutenant Riley, we know Bascom was blackmailing Mrs. Reynolds.
Oh, do we? All I know is she wrote him some silly letters and he was gallant enough to return them to her as a Christmas present. If anything, that makes him out just Ginger Peach.
You know, I'd give a lot to get something on that guy.
Go to it, chum boy. Go to it. But remember, keep it legal. Now I gotta mosey along. Oh, Reynolds.
Leaving, Lieutenant.
Yes, there's nothing more for me to do. I'm sorry about everything. Well, so long, Valentine, and good luck.
So long.
I suppose I should thank you for holding that before, Valentine. I don't know what I would have done.
Skip it. But there's something else, Reynolds.
Yes?
Nobody can go racketeering with other people's lives without making at least one bad slip somewhere along the line. It seems there are others who feel like you do and would like to see Bascom dead. I want to find out why.
What's that?
I want you to hire me to look into our friends, past and present. See if I can find that one little slip. Is it a deal?
I suppose so, sure.
Okay, you got yourself $1 a year, man.
It may take you years.
That's okay, Reynolds. This is going to be a labor of love.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word from a wise motorist. Can you imagine driving around the world not once, but 4 times without an engine repair? Well, in actual mileage, one man has driven even farther than that on compounded RPM motor oil and without an engine repair. His name is George M. Hollingsworth, an insurance agent in Bakersfield, California. Here's what Mr. Hollingsworth said. Quote, "One of my cars has gone 123,000 miles on RPM without engine repairs," unquote. And lots of Western motorists have told us they've driven 7 and 8 years on RPM without engine repairs. Thousands of others have learned that RPM pays its own way many times over. For RPM is compounded to stop carbon trouble, to guard engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils, and to keep the whole engine system cleaner. Try RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at any standard station or any independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, "We'll take better care of your car." And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Your would-be client turns out to be, among other things, a blackmailer responsible for the suicide of one Donna Reynolds. So in a complete reversal, you find yourself pitted against the gentleman, determined to find just one slip-up somewhere in his checkered career. If you're like George Valentine, you're as patient as a terrier watching a gopher hole. But you get nowhere, except to Lieutenant Riley's office down at headquarters, where you've been rudely summoned.
I think you know this gentleman, Valentine.
I wouldn't admit it to anybody but you, Lieutenant. Hiya, Bascom.
How are you enjoying your incursion into my life?
I've had pleasanter assignments. What do you want with me, Riley?
Well, as you know, we're a close little family down here at headquarters.
You better give me the next line. I forgot my cue.
Sergeant Olson downstairs told me that this gentleman would like to swear out a warrant against you.
Oh.
So I thought we'd better talk it over first. Now, Mr. Bascom...
You're doing very well, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
Yes. Complaint number 1, illegal entry. Valentine, have you been prowling around in Mr. Bascom's apartment?
Well, I never.
Yeah,
An apartment? Why, I thought it was a museum. Such fascinating exhibits, broken wine glasses, old license plates. I thought it was open to the public. So, as I remember, I did drop in.
Yes. Complaint number 2. Questioning Mr. Bascom's friends and causing him unwarranted embarrassment.
Oh, now, that's not fair, Lieutenant. Sure, I talked to a lot of people who knew this, gentleman, but not one of them would admit to being his friend.
Come now, Valentine. Let's not have a battle of wits. You're so unequipped.
Touche, Mr. Bascom, touche.
Cliché, Mr. Valentine, cliché.
What the devil's going on here?
In 2 words of 2 syllables, Lieutenant. If he doesn't stop bothering me, I shall expect that warrant to be served. I think that will be all. Good day.
Lieutenant, did you get that? Can you tie that monkey? Now, look here, Valentine. We've broken bread together. Mrs. Riley likes you, well, like a son.
Yeah, and I think of her every time I hear an Irish tenor.
I told you to keep it legal when it comes to Bascom. He and the commissioner have mutual friends.
I gotta find a lead. There's gotta be one.
Well, why do you keep saying that? Just because of some letters between him and the late Mrs. Reynolds, this drawing room character suddenly becomes Jack the Ripper. What have you found anyway?
Oh, nothing much, Lieutenant, nothing much. We checked most of the people on those tags in his collection. They all hate his guts but won't say anything.
Okay, but remember, pal, I warned you.
Hello, Lieutenant. May I come in?
Oh, Brooks.
Sure.
You told me to meet you downstairs.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm just an old chatterbox. What'd you find out, Angel?
Well, the last anybody heard of Celeste Dupre was 2 years ago. She was working in Jake Swansea's cocktail bar out on Fulton Boulevard.
Celeste Dupre, how's she mixed up in this?
One of her beautiful Titian locks is in Bascom's collection of mementos. Remember, she was accused of murder once?
I was going to stop by at Swansea's new club. I thought I'd better talk to you first, darling.
Good girl, Brooksy, good girl. We'll go over and have a talk with Jake right now.
Swansea says for you to wait at the bar. He'll be right down.
Okay, thanks. Come on, Brooksy, let's go. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter, George?
Wouldn't that be Reynolds talking to himself at that corner table?
Oh, yeah. Looks like he's drowning his sorrows. Coming up for the last time.
Yeah, better see if I can get him out of here. Hello, Reynolds.
Huh?
Don't you think you ought to go home?
Oh, Valentine.
Would you like us to call your cab, Mr. Reynolds?
What I'm doing, I can do better right here. Thank you, Miss Brooks.
You know, getting crocked isn't going to help anything, Reynolds.
Tell me something, Valentine. Did you get anything on Bascom? Skeleton up in the attic? Trunk full of counterfeit $1,000 bills? When do I come to his trial?
Okay, Reynolds, you win. But take it easy, will you?
Hey, is Swansea waving over here at me or you?
Oh, I think that's our cue, Mr. Reynolds.
Look, Valentine, if Reynolds is a friend of yours, maybe you can get him home. He's been here like that every day.
Oh, he'll snap out of it. Look, Swansea, maybe you can help me.
Sure, sit down. Can I get you anything, Miss Brooks?
No, thanks.
What can you tell me about Celeste Dupre?
Well, Swansea?
Cigarette?
You didn't answer my question.
When did you leave that kid alone? Didn't she have enough trouble back there being accused of murder and everything?
Didn't she work for you once?
Yeah. After it happened, I was the only one to give her a job. Well, if you want anything, it's on the house.
Sit down, Swansea. Now, I asked you, what happened to Celeste Dupre? Where do I find her?
Can't you see I don't feel like talking?
You know I'm going to find her sooner or later anyway, and when I do, I may come back. I want to know why you didn't tell me.
Okay. But don't build any fires under. Make that a personal favor to me.
I don't like to see anybody hurt, Swansea.
Red lives at the Shelby Arms. Only now her name is Seal Dawson.
Police?
Not exactly, Celeste, or do you prefer Seal?
Does it matter?
Oh, my name's Valentine. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Just whom do you represent?
In this case, Valentine, as much as anybody else.
I can't keep you from asking questions.
Why did you give Lloyd Bascom a lock of your hair?
What did you...
And when did he give you for it? He usually pays for mementos like that.
Why don't you leave me alone?
I hate to come at you from left field like that, but sometimes it gets results.
Oh, during my trial, Bascom asked me for a lock of my hair. I didn't see any harm in giving it to him.
The one I saw looked like a recent acquisition. But we'll let that rest. No, it's not too bad.
What do you mean?
Well, you've done pretty well for yourself, Celeste. This teepee you live in must run you quite a nut. What do you do for a living?
I model clothes.
The wampum a model gets wouldn't rent a doghouse in this neighborhood. Now, suppose we get out of there.
Excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yes, that's right. I didn't expect you to call.
Oh, you should.
Take your hand off the phone.
Say what I tell you, Celeste, and I'm not fooling. Valentine just left. Go on.
Valentine just left. What's that?
Tell him you want to see him. Get right over here because it's important.
No, nothing's wrong. But I wish you'd come over. Yes, very important. Goodbye. I believe you would have hit me if I didn't play parrot for you.
Could be, Red, could be. I'm not on my best behavior these days.
You don't know who that was. Could have been my cousin from 29 Palms.
Whoever it was, Celeste, I'll be waiting downstairs in front of the house to greet him. You didn't waste a minute getting here, did you, Bascom?
Valentine,
Don't look so grief-stricken. Celeste didn't cross you. She had to say what I told her.
Oh, dear, you're turning into quite a problem.
Yeah, well, let's go up and join Celeste. We have a lot to talk about, you and I, including why you called her to see if I was here. You first, Bascom.
Yes, I could stand a drink of that.
As I recall, when we first met, you were wondering what became of Celeste Dupre.
Oh, that.
Well, there you are, Bascom.
Hey, Reynolds.
I was waiting for you. I'm going to kill you. No, hey.
Don't drop it, Reynolds.
Stop that. Let go of me. He's getting away. I followed him here. Come on. You let go.
One of those bullets nearly had my name on it.
You're hurt? I didn't expect you.
Come on, it's just a scratch. Now, let's get out of here. Cops will be flocking around here any minute.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later. Hey, will you take it easy, Brooksy? All the pieces of the puzzle are there, but it's still a puzzle.
All right, but hold your arms still.
Bascom is in the middle of something big. It may be genteel, but it's against the law. Now, what could it be? Do you think that... Ouch! Hey, look, Angel, stop fussing, will you? It's only a scratch.
Well, it could have been more than that. Darling, why don't you let this thing ride? Somebody's going to make a little hole in you yet. Anyway, Reynolds isn't going to rest till he gets Bascom, and there's nothing you can do about it. Think of him, hiding there in the lobby, waiting. If only...
Sure, that's it. Just like that. Wham, zowie.
Are you off on another tizzy? What is it now?
Go on, Brooksy, beat it. Take a walk for yourself. Buy yourself some saltwater taffy.
Will you get off the banter wagon and tell me what this is all about?
If you want to find out, meet me at Lieutenant Riley's in about an hour. Now, go on.
All right. But I don't like taffy. Do you mind if I make it cough drops for this cold?
Cough drops. Oh, Brooksy, baby, you put your finger right on it. Ooh, you doll. Hey, operator. Let me have the phone number of Jake Swansea's Club 18.
Look, Valentine, you could have come over to the club if you wanted to see me.
Oh, no, Swansea. You wouldn't want anything like this to happen in your club.
Hey, what is that for? What's the play?
I gotta get you in the mood to talk about the tie-up between you and Celeste and Bascom.
They say around town you're a little buzz-headed. And I never believed it before.
Come on, out of your talk, or do we have ourselves a game of ping pong first?
I don't mind playing if you want to point me at Jake. You keep him up there.
I know. What about it, Swansea? What about it?
Smart guy, huh?
I'll put my knee right through you if you don't open up.
All right.
Okay. Just lay there. Catch your breath.
What do you want to ask me?
First, I'm going to tell you.
Yeah? What?
You're not just mixed up in blackmail, Muster. There's murder involved.
Go on.
You know about it, and you profit by it. That's being an accessory after the fact. They lock you away for that.
Yeah. I see what you mean, Valentine.
Okay, now you're being bright. If you play it smart, maybe they'll go easy on you.
You win. I guess this calls for a drink.
Yeah, Swansea. And a little trip down to headquarters.
Okay, Swansea, okay. You've been very eloquent.
Just wanted to be helpful, Lieutenant.
Oh, yes, I know. Well, now you can join Miss Dupre in the other office. Oh, Sergeant, send Bascom in here.
I'm right here, Lieutenant.
Well, sit down.
Thank you. Oh, Valentine, you look a mess. Fighting again?
Yeah. But it was worth it just for this one little occasion. Bascom, you met Celeste during a trial.
What of it?
You were looking for mementos for your collection. You didn't get one until some time after. Well, you and she got to know each other rather well.
Don't expect any comments from me. You're spinning this fairy tale.
All right, then, Bascom, shut up.
So sorry.
In fact, you and Celeste became so chummy that somehow she found herself in a perfect spot. You had arranged all the unpleasant details, Bascom, and she could sit back and blackmail you groggy. And Swansea was just the boy to see that you paid off.
Come on, son, come on. Get to the point for the man. The murder.
The murder? Oh, you know all about that, Bascom, don't you? After all, you worked it out. Deliberately fancy, but very neat. Classic picture of suicide, motive and all. Yet it was murder.
Lieutenant, I'm beginning to resent the unrestrained use of that word in connection with me.
Yeah? Well, I'll just take my chances on your being angry with me, too, Mr. Bascom. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
On what evidence?
With what Miss Dupre and Swansea will have to say, I'll risk being wrong.
Mr. Reynolds just arrived, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah? Well, I suppose he ought to know what's been going on, so have him come in.
I should like to call my attorney, Lieutenant.
There'll be plenty of time for that.
Come on in, Reynolds. You missed the fireworks.
Why, what's happened?
Well, this should give you some satisfaction. We're holding Bascom for the murder of your wife.
What's that? Did you say murder?
Yes. Oh, Sergeant, take this guy away now. Huh?
All right, come on now, this way.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold it, Sergeant. I don't want you to make 2 trips.
What's this, Valentine?
Don't rush me, Lieutenant. Tonight, when you were pouring shots at Bascom, you were really trying to kill me, Reynolds.
What are you saying? Why would I do that?
You didn't follow him to Celeste's place as you said. You couldn't have. You were already inside the lobby. Miss Brooks reminded me of that. Then everything fell into place.
I still want to know what reason I'd have for doing anything like that.
What about it, Valentine?
A man will do anything to get away with murder, Lieutenant. It was Reynolds who killed his wife. Ouch. Oh, will you stop it, Brooks?
Oh, be still. You're just a big baby. This is nothing but a little iodine.
Oh, little iodine. Lieutenant, do something. She's tortured.
Oh, you'll live, chum boy.
Fine thing. I fix your arm and you have to go and get into a fight.
Yeah.
I guess people never will learn. I mean about murder. If they want to kill, why don't they just bash somebody over the head without being fancy?
What a fine way for a lieutenant to talk.
Oh, they'll get caught, sure. But think of all the trouble they'd save.
Oh, but don't forget the creative touch, Lieutenant. Means a lot to a man like Bascom. Think of the setup. Months back, he introduces his charming pal Reynolds to the wealthy Donna. She marries Reynolds, all according to the plan. Ouch!
Oh, quiet, Junior.
Then it's all a build-up to our entrance, Angel. We were there to witness the clash between the aggrieved husband and the supposed blackmailer.
And all the time the poor woman was lying home dead.
No threats on Bascom's life, no letters for Reynolds to burn, no blackmail, no nothing. Just a plain, unsimple murder.
Reynolds gets the money from the estate, divides it with Bascom, then Swansea and the girl get their cut from him.
That's it, Lieutenant. Don't tell me you're through, Brooksy.
Yes, Sissy. I can see that when little George falls off his scooter, I'll have to render first aid.
What's that? Little George?
And when his baby sister tumbles out of her high chair, I'll have to... Oh, George Valentine, sometimes you get me so mad I could...
Oh, Brooksy.
Oh, what?
That's no way to talk to the father of 2 children.
With 1949 just 4 days away, probably you've got your list of New Year's resolutions well started. But how about putting this resolution near the top of your list? Why not promise yourself to get the most out of your car? To do this, make sure you ask for Chevron Supreme gasoline, the premium quality gasoline that you can get at all standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. The reason Chevron Supreme allows your car to do its very best is that it's fortified with high-octane blending agents. These blending agents give your car smoother acceleration on the straightaway, smoother power, and extra power on the steepest hills. Also, Chevron Supreme's climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Tailored to give you fast starts and speedy pickup in stop-and-go traffic. So, for best motoring in 1949, why not make a resolution right now to give your car peak performance by getting Chevron Supreme gasoline at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next Monday night, a new case for George, Murder and One to Go. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jay Novello as Lloyd Bascom, Louis Van Ruten as Reynolds, Gloria Blondell as Celeste, and Ken Christie as Swansea. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week for Murder and One to Go on Let George Do It. Remember, next week, those listeners who are now in standard time states will hear this broadcast 1 hour later. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Death wears a gay sport jacket. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded into a corner and can't fight your way out, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the last month, violent death has struck 4 people in the Warrington Square section. Death in a gay sport jacket. I think I know who the killer is, but I can't be sure, and I'll never have a moment's peace until he's caught. The police don't seem to believe there's any connection between these 4 murders. That's why I'm hiring you. Enclosed find the key.
Find the key to locker 306 in the East Hempstead Railroad Station. The money you find there should pay your fee and expenses. It's yours whether you accept the case or not. I leave that up to your conscience.
Mm-hmm. I gather, Brooksy, there's no signature.
No, it's a generous amount of white space on the bottom, George. And the letter's typewritten.
Our correspondent seems to revel in mystery.
Well, here's something more specific. You might call it a postscript.
Yeah?
List of Warrington Square victims.
Uh-huh. Well, whoever wrote this, he or she, didn't have to go to that trouble. Jack Pringle on the Morning Bulletin has been repeating that list in bold type every day.
September 12th, Joe Barcelona, butcher. September 17th, Mrs. Adelaide Walsh, housewife. September 29th, James O'Hara, truck driver. October 18th, Nancy Cabot, fashion designer.
4?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know about Nancy Cabot, whoever she is. Hey, you know, Angel, this should be a pleasure.
Multiple murder?
No. A client who's willing to pay off without even identifying himself.
Well, that is if there is any money in locker 306.
Well, Brooksy, there doesn't have to be any mystery about that.
Pacific Limited, leaving on track 14 in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
see it is real money, Brooksy. This stuff in here isn't watercress.
No. I can recognize the pictures of some of our nicest presidents.
How about that? There's $300 here.
But how are you going to earn that lucre, George? Or don't you have a conscience?
I don't know about a conscience, Angel, but I keep thinking about Nancy Cabot. Why is her name on that list? If anything has happened to her, why haven't we read about it in the papers?
Valentine, believe it or not, when a crime is committed, the police somehow manage to hear about it. I told you there's been no report about a Nancy Cabot.
Okay, Lieutenant, okay. What do you make of this letter?
Oh, we've been getting our share of love notes like that, too. Everybody has an idea who the man in the plaid sport jacket is. Why don't you check up on the delivery boy in our neighborhood? He likes plaid shirts. My neighbor has an uncle who isn't right in the head, and so on and so forth.
Well, it's not impossible that there is a character like that floating around.
It's only possible when you have a mind like Jack Pringle's. Why, even I own a plaid sport jacket.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Oh, you're cute, Valentine.
Well, after all, Lieutenant, people
Look,
did
Miss
see...
Brooks, here's all I have to say, then I want to forget it. Joe Barcelona, butcher, has a brawl and ends up with a knife in his back. An old woman out walking her cat tells Pringle that she saw a guy in a plaid coat leaving the scene.
Could be.
Okay, so we're working on the case.
And how about Mrs. Walsh?
Oh, that was no murder. The woman was up on the roof and decided to end it all. But Pringle digs up a neighborhood character by the name of Mallory, who swears he saw the same fashion plate slinking away from the building. So right away, she was pushed off the roof. And that leaves James O'Hara.
Yeah, I know. This time, Pringle came up with a ham actor named Emmett Carey who said the victim was shoved under a truck by the same plaid-coated individual.
The medical examiner says O'Hara was plastered and didn't know where he was going. Now, can you blame me if I don't see eye to eye with Pringle? What does he care if he starts a minor crime wave as long as it builds circulation for his lousy
Lieutenant, don't mind me.
Pringle, how did you get in here?
I just walked in. You get steamed up like that, how do you expect to hear doors open? I don't know how you can stand it in here, Valentine, without your ears stopped.
Get out of here,
Now, hold on, Lieutenant. I'm just doing my job, which is to repeat the same question I asked yesterday. What's being done to track down this sadistic monster in a gay sport coat?
Now, look here, you...
What's your interest in this case, Valentine?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm always interested in the thief.
Oh? Who are you working for?
Well, even if I knew myself, friend, I wouldn't tell you.
Oh, no offense. I just get paid to find out things.
Now you found out it's none of your business.
You know, sweetheart, one of these days I'm going to have me a girl Friday just like you. You'd be surprised how women go for me.
Women take to arsenic, too. But that's no recommendation for poison.
Very good, Miss Brooks.
Maybe I'm touchy, but it looks as though I'm not wanted.
Oh, don't leave on our account, Pringle. We're just going. In case you want to know where, Miss Brooks has to see a lady about a cat.
Young lady, it's very sweet of you to sign my petition.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Winthrop.
The city needs a home for stray cats. I've been waging this campaign for 20 years.
Oh, to get back to Joe Barcelona, Mrs. Winthrop, how can you be so sure about the man in the sport coat? Wasn't it pretty dark that night?
Oh, yes. But sometimes I do think I have the eyes of a cat, my dear. Do you believe in reincarnation? Do you think I might have some feline blood in me?
Oh, I wouldn't know. Just what did you tell Mr. Pringle?
Oh, he asked me so many questions, Miss Brooks. I'm certainly glad I was able to supply him the answers. Why, if there's a killer around, he may even decide he doesn't like cats. There are some people like that, you know.
Well, thanks very much.
Did you read what Mr. Pringle wrote about me in the paper? He called me the cat woman. Wasn't that sweet of him?
Well,
Lieutenant Riley couldn't have said I swore I saw anybody.
You mean you're going back on your story, Mr. Mallory?
By no means. I'm just not a swearing man. Here, have one of my cards.
What do you mean? What's it? If you ever feel like cussing, it's the devil in you fussing.
I give out hundreds of those every day.
That's swell.
Swearing destroys a person's moral fiber. It's worse than drinking. And talking about drinking, could you spare a little change for a cup of coffee and...
I don't know what the ant is, but this ought to cover it.
and I'll be switched. You see how you can express your emotions without resorting to profanity.
Yeah, I'll make a mental note of that. Now, Mr. Mallory, how can you be so sure that the man you saw scuttling out of Mrs. Walsh's building after she fell to the street is one and the same as in the Barcelona case? After all, a lot of men wear plaid sport jackets.
No, by jinkety. When Mr. Pringle was asking me all those questions, I realized that the coat was the exact same color, and blue and green plaid.
I see. Okay, if that's your story, I guess I'm stuck with it. Bye, jinkety.
No, Mr. Carey, I'm not a newspaper reporter.
Oh, very unfortunate, Miss Brooks. I thought you might have some occasion to talk to Mr. Pringle and remind him that when he uses my name in his stories, it's spelled with 2 M's and 2 T's. Emmett Carey.
Well, I'm just checking on that man you saw push Mr. O'Hara in front of the truck.
Oh, I never said I actually saw this fiend do it. What I did say was that my powers of observation, developed after long years in the theater, made me spot the culprit before he could beat a hasty retreat and so lose himself in the crowd.
Oh?
The garment he was wearing matched exactly the coat described by Mr. Pringle in his newspaper pieces.
Then there's no room for doubt.
None whatsoever. Oh, it was gratifying to see my name in the papers again.
I can imagine.
And you shall see it again and again, my dear, when I found just the right vehicle for my talent.
Yes, I'm sure of that. Now, I really must...
You will remember to tell Mr. Pringle that there are 2 M's and 2 T's, now won't you?
You don't know the time I had finding you, Miss Cabot.
But I see you did.
Is there any reason why you aren't listed in the telephone directory?
Yes. Privacy, Mr. Valentine. I'm curious, how did you manage to locate me?
Oh, I did a little checking. I happen to know you're a fashion designer.
You seem to know a great deal about me.
Including the fact that you're on somebody's death list.
Oh, come now. Isn't that a bit too melodramatic?
I got a letter from somebody who didn't sign his name. Call that melodramatic, too. But it had you listed as the 4th victim of this prowler in a plaid jacket. I'm glad to see that it was a mistake.
Can there be any doubt that I'm very much alive?
Well, even saying this was a cracked note, you ought to be a little more concerned. Why your name, Miss Cabot? And you do live in the same neighborhood where our friend is operating.
Sorry. Right now I'm more interested in watering these flowers. Mr. Valentine, have you ever tried growing things in a window box? It's really a challenge.
Is that all you have to say?
Yes. Unless you're an authority on ivy geranium. You see, I find it difficult to be hysterical about this apparition who's supposed to be haunting Warrington Square.
Yeah, you and the police both.
So far, you haven't produced anything spectacular to make me feel otherwise.
No, I guess not.
Look, I do appreciate what you're trying to be helpful, Mr. Valentine. I'd like to be helpful, too.
Well?
Talk to Jack Pringle.
What about?
Doesn't it seem odd to you that he's the one who always comes up with a witness and a detailed description of the madman?
Yeah, I've mulled that over. It's possible a reporter might overwork his imagination to get a good story.
Or he might have other reasons. Of course, I wouldn't know. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Valentine, it's getting late. I really must get dressed for dinner. I'd like to ask you to stay, but he happens to be something very special. My future husband, I hope.
All right, good luck, Nancy. But just to make sure, you'd better find out if he owns a gay sport jacket.
out there, George? What does she have to say?
Nothing particularly new, Angel, except a discourse on growing geraniums in a window box. Come on, let's go.
Well, aside from meeting a gallery of queer characters, we've gotten nowhere fast. George! Oh, that window box just missed us.
Back up against the wall, Brooksy. The lady has more than one of those up there.
I'd feel better back in the lobby.
I know I'm not going to feel better until I have another talk with Nancy Cabot. Better get Riley on the phone, Angel.
Oh, who could have gotten in here and choked her? You only left her a few minutes ago.
I can think of 3 answers. Somebody who was waiting for me to leave, somebody Nancy knew well, and somebody who had good reason to let fall with that window box.
Well, now all we need is a witness to say he saw a man in a gay sport jacket.
Well, get busy, Brooksy. Don't impede justice. Call the lieutenant.
What are you doing with that typewriter, George?
Dear Mr. Valentine, in the last month...
Oh, I get it. Was it Miss Cabot who wrote us that letter?
On her own little typewriter, Brooksy. She was just a day early in writing her obituary.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about an important driving precaution. If you're planning a motoring trip, here's something you should do to make it a safe trip. Stop in at a standard station or independent Chevron gas station before you start out and have your tires inspected. If you find they're worn smooth, have risky cuts or bruises, don't take a chance. Play safe and get a new set of grip-safe Atlas tires. The wider, skid-resisting Atlas tread gives you greater driving protection. There's more rubber to grip the road to give you quick, safe stops and absorb road shocks. With each new Atlas passenger tire, you get a full year's written warranty against damage to the tire from road hazards. No wonder Atlas is the tire known nationally for its safety, long life, and economy. Another tip, when you're on the open road, keep safe by keeping the right amount of air in each tire. And that's a job for the folks at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. You get an unsigned letter and a list of 4 people who've met with violent death. In exchange for good legal tender found in a railroad station locker, you're supposed to come up with the murderer. If you're anything like George Valentine, the deal doesn't faze you. But then you find one of the victims still alive. However, she doesn't disappoint you. You find the lady nicely throttled in her apartment, which is where you are now with Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley.
Valentine, if Nancy Cabot was afraid for her life, why didn't she sign her name to that letter instead of all this rigmarole?
Well, don't you see, Lieutenant? She knew that if I took that job, I'd eventually get around to that 4th name on the list. Then she'd find out how I was doing without tipping her hand.
Well, that's an answer, George, but it doesn't make it any simpler.
Yeah. Nice having you on my side for a change, Miss Brooks.
She was plain scared that this guy in the plaid coat would find out that she got in touch with me. There's nothing complicated about that.
Huh?
Another thing. All the time I was talking to her, I had the feeling she was trying to tell me something. But what?
Despite myself, I'm beginning to believe Pringle's story about the ghost of Warrington Square.
Oh, not you, Lieutenant.
Well, can you blame me? Valentine leaves the gal's apartment. She's choked to death. A flower box comes down on your head, and then the killer disappears into thin air.
If another neighborhood character says he saw a man in a gay sport coat coming out of the house, he'll have to explain why we didn't see him.
Now, wait a minute, Pringle. You can't go in there.
Never mind, Hennessy. Let him come in.
Where's she, Riley? I've got to see her.
She's in the next room. But you have no objection if the medical examiner looks at her first?
Get out of my way.
Wait a minute. What's the matter with you? You crazy?
Don't try to stop me.
Hey, wait a minute, Lieutenant. You know the girl, don't you, Pringle?
No, we're going to be married.
Huh?
What's that?
You must have been the someone very special she was going to meet tonight.
How do you know, Valentine? What were you doing here?
Miss Cabot hired me to find this dapper murderer you've been writing about.
Shouldn't have done that. She knew what it meant to me to prove I was right. She should have stayed out of it.
Well, it's a tough break, Pringle, but don't blame yourself.
You're right, I shouldn't. I should blame you.
Now, wait a minute.
If you'd done something, he never would have had a chance to kill Nancy.
What makes you so sure it was our friend?
Don't be naive, Valentine. This man is mad. This was his way of getting back at me.
Oh, that's incredible.
That's putting it mildly. But from here on in, Pringle, I'll accept your theory as fact and work accordingly.
Oh, wait a minute. I know you're desperate, Lieutenant, but don't be rash.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, as soon as I find out, I'll let you know.
Say, George, there's a man in the outer office. He gave me this for you.
What? Do your bit for all humanity. Join the fight against profanity. Oh. Don't you remember, Angel? I told you about Mr. Mallory. Bring him in.
Oh, the characters in this case. This way, Mr. Mallory.
Oh, yes, thank you, ma'am.
What brings you here?
I saw the picture of that girl who was murdered.
You mean Miss Cabot?
Yes.
Here, Mr. Mallory, sit down. Make yourself at home.
Come on, what about the lady?
Well, perhaps first we could talk about a little contribution to my anti-cussing campaign.
Oh, the amount will depend on the information, and so you'd better start talking.
Well, it said in the papers that Mr. Pringle and Miss Cabot were so in love with each other and were going to get married.
Love, marriage. That's the usual combination, isn't it?
Well, a couple of days ago they were together, and they passed me on the street. They were having a terrible fight.
Oh?
Yes, and you should have heard the words Mr. Pringle used. I was tempted to give him one of my cards.
Do you remember what they were quarreling about?
And she made it plain she was going to marry someone else.
Hey, that would change the picture a little, George.
Yeah, if it wasn't just a lover's quarrel.
Now, Mr. Valentine, about the...
Oh, yeah. Here you are.
You busy, Valentine?
No, come in, Lieutenant.
Well, I thought we'd compare notes again, because this case is the darndest...
Hey, Lieutenant, what you say?
Huh?
Here, take one of my cards.
Oh, you with those cards.
Well, thank you very much.
I drive you crazy.
You look tired, Lieutenant.
Tired? Oh, I'm walking around dead.
Well, here, relax. Take it easy.
Look, Valentine, now look, we've had our differences, but I'm at a point now where I'll take suggestions from anybody.
You know, that's a very reasonable attitude.
Never mind that. Say, do you know anything I don't know? What did you mean in the Cabot apartment about me not being too rash or something like that?
Oh, George was just thinking of your blood pressure, Lieutenant.
Nah, don't give me that. Come on, now loosen up, Valentine. Come on.
Okay, maybe I can tell you something that'll make you feel a lot better.
What's that?
You don't have to worry about any more murders in Warrington Square. There won't be any.
What makes you say that? How do you know?
Well, for one thing...
Ah, for the love.
Okay, Angel, I'll take it. Hello? Who? Oh, yeah, I know all about you. What's that? Oh, that's fine, but just keep that to yourself till we have a chance to talk it over. Yeah, I'll be right there.
Now, look, what were you going to say? What makes you so sure there's not going to be another murder?
I'm afraid that'll have to wait now, Lieutenant. My optimism has suddenly waned.
Carrie's rooming house is just on the next block, George.
Hey, Brooksy, just how did this Emmett Carey impress you? You spoke to him.
Oh, just an actor who probably sleeps with his scrapbook under the pillow. Seemed honest enough.
Yeah. Sounded like a screwball over the phone. Anyway, something must have happened to change his mind about seeing the man in the plaid coat.
Well, if he told Pringle that, I can imagine how the demon reporter feels. Oh, golly, this is all we need.
Who is this?
The Catwoman. If she starts talking, we'll never get out of here.
Oh, one of my cats is missing, Miss Brooks. Have you seen her? You couldn't help recognizing her. Her name is Bella.
Oh, there hasn't been a cat in sight, Mrs. Winthrop. Now, we really must...
I can't understand it. Bella was such a well-adjusted cat. Have you seen her, young man?
No, ma'am.
Oh, well, she'll come back.
Brooksy, don't you...
My petition. Would you care to sign it, young man? To found a home for stray cats.
Better sign it, George.
Okay.
Do you suppose, Miss Brooks, that man in the plaid coat could have lured Bella away? I've been thinking about that.
Oh, George!
We'll tell you later, Mother. Come on, let me in here.
Oh, I came out of the house and I nearly stumbled over it.
George, it's Emmett Carey.
Hey, look, miss. Did you notice anyone else in the street when you came out?
Oh, a man was just running around the corner.
That's the man in the plaid coat.
Brooksy, stay here till the police come. I'll be right back. Hey, look, friend. A man came running into this block a few minutes ago. He had to pass here. Did you see him? You must have seen him. Oh.
No, I wouldn't be able to see him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody around here knows poor old Joe can't see. You're looking for this fellow in a plaid coat, aren't you? He just passed here.
Yeah. But how would you know that if you're blind?
He stopped right in front of me here.
You mean he told you who he was?
Oh, he said everybody was looking for him, but they'd never find him. He said he wasn't through killing yet. He didn't care who I told that to. You know, he must be crazy.
You're not kidding, Pop. Well, that's that.
You're not going to stop looking for him, are you?
He has a way of evaporating right in front of your eyes.
Oh, you should keep after him. He ran down the street and went into that alley. You know, a fella like that shouldn't be around loose.
Okay, this is for your trouble.
Oh, God bless you.
Don't mention it. Whether you know it or not, you may turn out to be the one to clean up this whole mess.
And in this, the latest of the Warrington Square murders, the police have a blind man as the principal witness. Now maybe a blind man shall lead the police, etc., etc. Well, that's a beautiful story you wrote, Pringle.
What did you want me to do, Lieutenant? Shower you with compliments?
Don't you feel out of things not being the one to find the witness this time?
Not at all, sweetheart. Seems I'm right in the middle of things. Tell me, Riley, why did you ask me down here anyway? Thought I wasn't welcome in your office.
If you want to know, it wasn't my idea at all.
All right, I'll guess who. Valentine? Where is he?
Oh, he's here. Okay, Valentine.
Yeah, over here, Joe. Take this chair. Be careful now.
That's all right, Mr. Valentine. You don't have to worry about poor old Joe. I can get around.
So you finally decided to let the working press talk to your precious witness, huh, Lieutenant?
That's right. I thought you'd like an interview.
Yeah, I've got a few questions for him.
Well, keep them under your hat, because Valentine here is going to ask the questions.
Correction, please, Lieutenant. Just one question. Joe, you said the man in the plaid sport coat stopped and talked to you.
That's right.
Well, here's the question. Do you know who he is?
Yes. It's that fellow over there.
Is he pointing at me?
That's right. This was one time the power of suggestion couldn't work on a witness. You couldn't plant any ideas in Joe's mind as you did with the other three witnesses.
You must be hopped up, Valentine.
You had to act out the myth you created because you thought he was blind. He's just a bad boy, Pringle. He doesn't like to work. There's nothing wrong with Joe's eyes.
Seems strange to be reading anything about the Warrington Square murders without Jack Pringle's byline on it.
Yeah, well, it'd have to carry a city jail dateline, Brooksy. The editor probably didn't think that would look dignified.
Well, I hope you're pleased to see yourself in print, darling. Valentine suspected the blind man was a phony when the latter pointed out with such accuracy the path the fleeing killer took.
Yeah, only one thing wrong with that story. They don't mention my name enough.
Furthermore,
That's better.
Valentine reasoned that Pringle could have instilled in the three earlier witnesses the conviction that they'd seen a man in the plaid coat when actually no such man existed.
Yeah, but Brooksy, they forgot to add that Pringle was lucky to find three people who were so susceptible to suggestion.
A Catwoman, a man with a crusade, a ham actor.
Mm-hmm. Pringle tried not to overlook a thing. He knew it would look too suspicious if the trail stopped abruptly after he killed Nancy Cabot. So he went on with Kerry to keep alive the myth of the killer in the gay sport jacket. Oh, Angel. I think I'll take Lieutenant Riley's suggestion and give that $300 to the police welfare fund.
Oh, that's fine. But shouldn't we keep some of it for all the time and work?
Oh, I forgot to mention this. I sold an exclusive first-person story to the Morning Bulletin for $500.
Why does the lady of the house defrost the refrigerator periodically? Because she knows that too much ice will prevent proper cooling. If she's wise and thrifty about the family car, too, she knows it's all important to get oil drains at regular intervals. That's because any oil used too long collects too much carbon and other engine killers. So if you've driven quite a spell without having the crankcase oil drained and replaced with fresh oil, take a tip. You'll get longer engine life by getting an oil drain at a standard station or an independent Chevron gas station tomorrow. For that's where they have RPM motor oil. RPM, you know, is compounded to keep your whole engine system cleaner. And that it certainly does when you get oil drains at regular intervals. Speedy oil drain service with premium quality RPM for your fresh oil is another reason all these stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, a new and intriguing letter will come to George's desk saying,
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hounding a man who killed his own wife. Next week he's going to collect $200,000 because I failed. I need help and I don't mind admitting it. So how about giving me a ring? Signed, Samuels.
Don't miss George Valentine's latest case, The 7 Dead Years, next Monday night. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Georgia Ellis as Nancy, Tony Barrett as Pringle, Peggy Weber as Mrs. Winthrop, Howard McNear as Mallory, Larry Dobkin as Carrie, and Dick Ryan as Joe. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter, your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California invites you to
Let George Do It.
What's the quickest starting, smoothest running gasoline on the road today? Chevron Supreme. Faster pickup, too. Take a tip, friends, and fill up with Chevron Supreme at your nearest Chevron gas station, garage, or Standard station. Start down the highway or in traffic, and you'll be thankful for a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. George Valentine has been out of uniform only a few weeks. Blessed with an abundance of energy, an adventuresome spirit, and not too much money, he has sunk his last dime in office rent, a few pieces of furniture, and an ad in the classified section of the daily paper. An ad which reads, "Do you have a crime that needs solving? Do you have a dog that needs walking? Do you have a wife that needs spanking? Let George do it." Now, 3 days have passed, and George, sitting on his swivel chair with his feet up on the desk, is still anxiously waiting for a client. Suddenly, the door bursts open.
Mr. Valentine?
Yes?
Mr. George Valentine?
Yes, come right in. Have a seat. Oh, here, take this one. It's softer.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. Have a cigar?
Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're too young. Wait a minute. Here, have a chocolate bar with almonds.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, what can I do for you?
Well, I came to work for you.
Work? Oh, I thought you were a client.
Oh, no, sir. Well, that's all right. I'll get it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Good morning. Let George do it.
How do you like that?
Well, I can make an appointment for you. I'm Mr. Valentine's confidential assistant.
That's nice to know.
Well, if you're that close, then come right up, Mr. Winters. Goodbye, sir.
Now, look here, Bottom Button.
I'm Sonny Brooks. You can call me Sonny.
Well, now, look here, Sonny. Who hired you?
Well, I come with the office. You see, Caleb, the elevator man, is my friend. He knew I was looking for a job, so he said, Sonny, whoever gets that office gets you, too.
Yeah, well, you're too young, Sonny. Things may get a little rough around here.
Oh, that's okay, sir. I'm a very rugged character. Now then, Mr. Winters will be here soon.
Winters? The mystery writer?
Yes, sir. Jonathan Winters. He just phoned.
Oh.
We can discuss my salary later. I'll go on the payroll as of today.
Whether I like it or not, huh?
Well, I have a feeling you're going to become very fond of me, sir. I grow on people.
Yeah, like a wart. Okay, Sonny, call an employment agency and get me a secretary.
Well, that won't be necessary, sir.
Why? Don't tell me you type also.
No, but my sister does.
Your sister?
Claire. She'll be here soon to start to work.
Say, does your whole family go with this office?
Well, I don't have much of a family. There's just Claire and me.
Oh. Oh, that's tough, kid. But you're lucky. I haven't even got a sister. Tell you what, maybe we can sort of look after each other. How about it, huh?
Oh, that'll be swell, Mr. Valentine. I'll be glad to take care of you, sir.
You're okay, Sonny.
Well, you like Claire, too. She's prettier than I am.
Oh, perfect. It doesn't matter if she can type or take dictation, just so she's prettier than you are.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yes, Mr. Winters. Come right in.
Mr. Valentine, I'm here because...
Oh, it doesn't matter what the job is, Mr. Winters. I'm your man. Just throw your problem in my lap and I'll come up with the right answer.
Mr. Valentine, I'm about to be murdered.
Now, don't take it too seriously. A lot of people... Murdered?
Murdered?
You're joking, I hope.
I'm not joking.
Oh, well, that's a little out of my line, Mr. Winters. I mean, that is... Well,
Mr. Valentine, I have been murdered.
Suffering cats.
Oh, well, don't stand there, Sonny. Do something. Call somebody. The police, the fire department. Yeah, I'll get a doctor. And Sonny.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Don't get excited. Look at me. I'm perfectly cool.
Going up, miss?
Is Mr. Valentine's office in this building?
Fifth floor. Step in.
Oh, thank you.
You're Claire, ain't you?
Why, how did
Oh,
you know?
family resemblance. You look like Sonny. Nice boy, Sonny.
I think so. Of course, I'm prejudiced. You know what sisters are like.
Yes, I'm the same way about Georgie.
Georgie? You don't mean Mr. Valentine?
Of course I do. Known him for years. Used to work for his father. Georgie and me got to be good friends on account of his curls.
Curls?
He must have been all of 4 years. Had the prettiest long curls you ever did see.
Really?
Yes, I talked his ma into having them cut off. Georgie and me have been close friends ever since.
I can understand that.
Hey, you gonna go to work for him?
Well, I'm going to apply for the job.
Well, you keep an eye on him, hear me?
Well,
You know that boy never thinks to eat unless someone reminds him. Oh, this is the 5th floor.
Oh.
And don't let his talk fool you. He tries to act hard-boiled, but I know Georgie. Underneath it all, he's still a little boy with them pretty long curls. The first door to your left. Oh, there he is now.
Caleb, get a doctor up here right away.
Eye, ear, nose, or stomach?
I don't care. Just get a doctor.
I'll get Dr. Mack. He took very good care of you that time you had that cold, remember?
Mr. Valentine.
Well?
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing trifling. Now, run along, sweetheart. And if you're a client, come back tomorrow, will you?
I'm Claire Brooks, Sonny's sister.
Yeah, we'll come back tomorrow.
Mr. Valentine.
Well?
You're going to interview me for the job whether you like it or not. I spent 10 cents on bus fare to come here.
Look, here's a dime. Now be a good girl and beat it.
I certainly will. I wouldn't work for you if you offered me $1,000 a week to sit behind a desk and do nothing but powder my nose.
You could stand a little powder at that.
Oh, you...
Wait a minute. You had any experience as a secretary?
Of course.
Can you mend socks?
Men's socks.
Iron shirts, sew buttons, cook breakfast over a can of Sterno?
Mr. Valentine, are you looking for a secretary or a wife?
Oh, a secretary. I'm still a bachelor. Knock on wood. Had one close call, though, but I got away from her. Lucky guy.
Lucky girl.
Say, you're all right. Okay, you're hired.
Thank you.
I'll give you back that dime.
What about salary?
Well, we'll discuss that after I collect for my first client.
How do I know you'll ever get a first client?
My first client? Oh, I've got one now. I don't know what I'm going to do with him, but I've got him. Come on in and see for yourself. That gentleman stretched out on the floor is my first... Sonny!
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Where is he? Where's the body? Where's Mr. Winters?
Suffering cats, Mr. Valentine. He's gone.
Makes sense, will you? Mr. Winters couldn't have just disappeared into thin air.
It's like I told you, Mr. Valentine. I went into the waiting room to phone the police, and the next thing I knew, you were out here yelling for me.
Look, this window is open.
What of it?
Well, don't you see? It leads to the fire escape.
Yeah, and this door leads to a closet, and that door leads to a... Well, never mind.
Will you be serious? Mr. Winters was shot.
Well?
Maybe his murderer followed him here to your office. Maybe he hid out on the fire escape listening. Then when you left the office, he dragged the body out.
I'll bet Sis is right.
Sure.
Oh, look, kids, we haven't got time to puzzle over it now.
I'm in a jam. The police will be here any minute.
The police?
Of course. Sonny phoned them. I'll look pretty silly trying to explain that the body disappeared. My first case, and I make a mess of it.
Oh, don't get discouraged, Mr. Valentine.
Well, to tell you the truth, Sonny, I don't know what to do next. I haven't even got a clue.
Still a little boy in curls.
Curls? Oh, Caleb's been talking to you, huh? He's a swell old gentleman, but don't take him too serious.
Why not?
Well, he thinks I know all the answers. And look at me.
Mr. Valentine, why don't you go out and find a clue?
Find one? Where?
Well, did Mr. Winters have a family?
Well, I don't. Hey, wait a minute. I've seen pictures of his wife in society papers.
Good.
Oh, Claire, you're wonderful. Hey, remind me to raise your salary.
What salary?
Well, when you get one, remind me to raise it. See you later.
Where are you going, Mr. Valentine?
To Mr. Winters' home. And when the police come, stall them.
But, Mr. Valentine, what'll I tell them?
Tell them nothing. You've got charm, haven't you? Well, use it.
Mr. Valentine, I've got to know. What do you think happened to my husband?
Now, just take it easy, Mrs. Winters.
Oh, I was afraid something would happen to him.
Why?
Well, he was so worried. I thought it was because his writing wasn't going too well. He hadn't been able to write anything in a long time.
Oh, your husband is the famous mystery writer, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I've read some of his stuff. The Case of the Body in the Bathtub, Murder Has the Hiccups.
And this is his study.
Oh. Say, quite a layout. What are all these papers?
His manuscript. He was working on The Lost Corpse.
The Lost Corpse? Cute title.
Oh, it wasn't coming easy. He knew it had to be good, or it'd mean the end of... Mr. Valentine, what are you looking for in that wastepaper basket?
Well, I don't know exactly. I just got a hunch.
I want the truth. Was he murdered?
Relax, Mrs. Winters, relax. The very best man in town is on the job.
Who?
Who? Well, me, of course. Is this The Lost Corpse?
Put that manuscript down. Don't look at it.
Why not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a superstition. Jonathan never wanted anyone to read what he was working on.
Oh. Then, of course, you haven't read this.
No, certainly not.
Did your husband have any domestic trouble?
Domestic trouble? Jonathan was devoted to me.
Was? Why the past tense?
Well, I don't know what I'm saying.
Mrs. Winters?
Yes, what is it?
There's a policeman downstairs. He wants to talk to you.
A policeman?
I'll be right down.
Yeah, well, look, Mrs. Winters, you haven't seen me, understand?
But why?
Your husband trusted me. Why don't you try it?
Well, all right, Mr. Valentine.
Look, any way I can get out of here without going down the stairs?
Yes, that door leads to my husband's private elevator. It'll take you to the back entrance.
Say, he thought of everything.
He liked to come and go without disturbing the rest of the household.
A clever man. Okay, Mrs. Winters, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You mean you'll have news for me?
Well, maybe it'll be news to you. And then again, Mrs. Winters, maybe it won't.
Mr. Valentine, what's the idea of dragging me out here in the middle of the night?
Keep your pretty little mouth shut, will you, Claire?
What is this place, anyway?
The back entrance to the Winters home.
Haven't they got a front entrance?
Sure, but we're not using it. We're here to steal something.
Steal? I'm supposed to be a secretary, not a second-story man.
Keep quiet.
Mr. Valentine, I quit.
Yeah, some other time. Now step into that elevator.
An elevator? Where will this thing take us?
Up to Mr. Winters' workroom.
It's pitch black in here. I don't feel safe.
I'm here.
That's what I mean.
Shh. Now keep quiet.
Oh!
What's the matter?
You don't have to hold my hand.
I'm not holding your hand.
Well, someone is.
Don't scream. I've got him covered. Put him up, you.
Get that gun out of my ribs.
Sonny!
Sonny, I told you to go home.
I have a feeling you're going to be very glad I'm along, Mr. Valentine. You might need me.
Yeah, like I need two heads.
You could use two.
Now, both of you stay right here. I know where the desk is.
Well, what do you want in there?
I've got to get the lost corpse.
Lost corpse?
You mean you think Mr. Winters' body's in there?
Yeah. No, the manuscript of his book. Now, keep quiet. Don't make a sound. Oh!
Mr. Valentine, what was that?
Just an old shin of mine.
Hey, I hear somebody coming up the stairs.
Okay, kids, we can beat it now. Everything's under control. I've got the lost corpse.
Is it a a good story, Mr. Valentine?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you going to let us read it?
Mrs. Winters wouldn't approve.
Oh, what's she like? Is she attractive?
Never mind Mrs. Winters. What about the lost corpse?
Well, it's a very unusual story about a man and his wife.
How original.
The wife would like to give him the gate, but she hasn't any money of her own.
Mm-hmm.
However, she stands to collect a lot if her husband ever kicks the bucket.
Is there a murder?
Natch. The husband is shot, but he manages to make his way to a private investigator's office.
Huh? Is that in the story?
Sure.
But that's what Mr. Winters did.
The husband tells the investigator he's about to be murdered.
Hey, that's what he told you.
Then he collapses. When the investigator steps out of his office, the wounded man disappears.
Just like Mr. Winters did.
Well, that's what actually happened.
It is? Well, what do you know about that?
Well, go on, Mr. Valentine. Then what?
Well, later the guy returns to his wife, and he says, "You thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet. You...
Yes, go on.
Well, that's all. That's as far as Mr. Winters got with his story.
No wonder Mrs. Winters didn't want you to read it. It's a story of their life.
It shows she's guilty. She killed her husband.
Georgie. Say, Georgie.
Oh, yeah, Caleb, what do you want?
Where's Mrs. Winters? Is she all right now?
Mrs. Winters? What are you talking about?
Well, I left her in your waiting room. She came to see you.
Oh, when was this?
A few minutes ago. She acted kind of funny, like maybe she was sick.
Come on. There's not a sign of her. Caleb, are you sure you left Mrs. Winters here in my waiting room?
Mr. Valentine, look, on the table.
A woman's purse.
With initials on it, M.W.
M.W. Marcia Winters.
Sure.
Do you think the same thing happened to her, Mr. Valentine? Someone followed her here and hid out on the fire escape?
No, I don't think so. She heard us talking. She knew we thought she was guilty.
Oh, of course.
All right, Caleb, thanks a lot.
Well, that's all right, Georgie. Call me if you need any help.
Say, how are you two at playing games?
Games at a time like this?
Look, Sonny, you be Sonny. I'll be George Valentine. And Claire, you be Mr. Winters.
What?
Now, Claire, step outside the office. Give us a few minutes, then come in and say you expect to be murdered.
Oh, I get it. You want to reenact the crime.
Haha, smart boy. Okay, Claire, get going.
First I'm a second story man, and now I'm an actress. I quit.
Oh, go on. Claire, be a good sport. Humor me.
I said I quit.
Yeah, well, we haven't got time now. You can quit tomorrow.
Oh, all right. But you can think of the silliest thing.
Now what'll we do, Mr. Valentine?
Huh? Just exactly what we did when Mr. Winters first stepped into this office. Okay, Claire, come on in.
I don't think she heard you.
All right, Claire, we're ready. What's the matter with her?
I'll get her. Claire, you can come in now.
Claire, where is she?
Suffering cats. What a mess. Now my sister's disappeared.
Well, now Claire has disappeared. We'd better give George a couple of minutes to think of some way out of this. Ever notice how it sometimes takes a couple of days to get accustomed to a change in climate? But not everyone knows that a change in climate or altitude can affect the way a gasoline performs in a car. You'll never have reason to notice it either if you drive on Chevron Supreme. That's because this great premium gasoline is tailored to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Wherever you go, you get a Chevron Supreme that gives you the same fast starts, the same flashing pickup and eager power. Why not give it a try? Just stop at any Chevron gas station, garage, or standard station.
You'll be thankful for a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. Faster starting, quicker pickup with Chevron Supreme gasoline.
Well, George doesn't seem to have gotten very far in his solution of this case. First, a murdered man disappeared from right under his nose. Then the murdered man's wife mysteriously departed, and now his secretary has vanished into thin air.
Are you just going to sit here in your office, Mr. Valentine? Aren't you going to do anything? She's my sister. She's the only sister I've got.
No, take it easy, Sonny. If I thought anything had happened to Claire, I'd be out searching every house in this town.
Well, then where is she?
Well, she couldn't take it, that's all, so she quit, walked out on us. I can't say I blame her.
That doesn't sound like Claire.
Georgie?
Yeah, Caleb?
You haven't had your dinner yet. Don't you think you better go out and get something to eat?
Oh, not now, Caleb.
You could leave by the fire escape.
The fire escape?
A police car just stopped in front.
Oh.
Suffering cats, the police.
Get yourself a nice juicy steak.
Yeah, that's just what I'll do. Come on, Sonny. Go down there and stall him, Caleb.
Oh, I intend to. Now, you take your time and digest your dinner. Did you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Let's go, Sonny. The fire escape. Oh, and Sonny.
Yeah, Mr. Valentine?
Better bring Mrs. Winter's purse along with you.
Excuse me, Mr. Valentine, but aren't you going to stop and get something to eat?
That's the trouble with women. As soon as the going gets a little tough, they walk out on you.
Didn't you promise Caleb you'd get yourself a steak? Boy, a big, beautiful steak.
But you're right, Sonny. She is.
She is, sir?
Much prettier than you.
Mr. Valentine, if we're not going to eat, we can't just drive around all night. We've got to find out who murdered Mr. Winters and what they did with his body, and where Mrs. Winters disappeared to and what happened to Claire. Isn't that right, sir?
And she's very intelligent. That is, for a woman.
Mr. Valentine.
Oh, okay, Sonny. Look at the address on that letter.
What letter, sir?
The one in Mrs. Winter's purse.
Was there a letter in here?
Well, didn't you notice it when Claire opened the purse?
No, sir. Oh, here it is. It's addressed to Mrs. Marcia Winters, 300 Pepper Tree Lane, Cedarhurst.
Uh-huh.
Hey, that's in the country.
Yeah, they must have a country home, too.
Cedarhurst. Yeah, that's out on Highway 6, right near you. Hey, we're on Highway 6. We're headed toward Cedarhurst now.
Brilliant deduction, Sonny. I'll increase your ration of bubble gum.
I filled her up, sir. Oil, water.
No, thanks.
Wash your windshield.
No, don't bother. I washed it once and I couldn't do a thing with it.
Don't get many customers around here at night. Pretty deserted road.
Yeah. I'll bet we're the first car you've seen this evening.
That's right. Oh, except for that cab.
Cab? With a woman in it?
Now, how'd you guess it?
Hey, I'll bet it was Mrs. Winters.
Hang on, Sonny. We're getting warm.
Is this it, Mr. Valentine?
Now, careful. Don't make any noise.
There's a light inside the cabin.
And a woman. See her moving around?
Oh, yeah. I can make out her shadow now.
All right, Sonny, you stay out here.
Mr. Valentine.
I'm sorry, Sonny, but there may be trouble. I can't let anything happen to you.
Oh, but I'm in this with you.
Look, don't you remember? I was going to look out for you.
Yeah, but you may need me. Jeepers, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Sonny, you win. But stick close to me, understand?
Yes, sir. Are we gonna just walk right in?
No, of course not. That's no fun. What would they do in a mystery show?
They'd climb in a window.
Then we'll climb in a window.
Mr. Valentine, she turned off the light. Shall I go in first?
No, you get in back of me. Let me handle this.
Yes, sir.
Take it easy, Sonny.
I'm okay.
Oh!
I've got her.
Let go!
No, you don't. Just stay right here.
You're hurting me.
Turn the light on, Sonny.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we bagged.
Claire!
Well, if it isn't second-story Clarissa.
You have to be so rough. I'll bet you cracked 2 ribs.
I'm sorry, I don't know my own strength.
Well, now that you see who I am, you don't have to keep on holding me.
No, but it's fun.
Claire, what are you doing here?
Well, she saw the address on the letter, so she decided to follow the clue.
Yeah, but why didn't she let us in on it?
She thought I was a dope, Sonny, so she took over.
You know all the answers, don't you?
Not quite. What happened when you got here?
Nothing. The place looked deserted. I crawled in the window, too.
No one here?
I couldn't see anyone.
Are you sure?
Of course, but, well, I've had the strangest feeling.
Yeah?
As though someone's been watching me.
Mm-hmm. Stay here with Sonny. I'll look around.
Suffering cat, sis, you sure had me scared.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sonny, but Mr. Valentine didn't seem to be making any effort to solve the case.
Don't kid yourself. He just keeps things to himself.
Well, everything seems to be in apple pie order.
Hey, listen.
Sonny, Claire, stand back there in the corner. I'll cover the door.
Be careful, Mr. Valentine.
Do I detect concern in your voice?
Well, I don't want to see you get shot right in front of me.
Then close your eyes. Good evening, Mrs. Winters.
Oh,
May I present my 2 assistants, Claire and Sonny Brooks?
how did you know I'd come here? What do you want?
Oh, just want to make talk.
Mr. Valentine, you've got to believe me. I'm not like the woman in his story. I loved Jonathan.
Uh-huh. And you're the girl who never reads his manuscripts until they're finished.
Well, Oh, go ahead. Turn me over to the police. I don't care what happens anymore.
That's as good as a confession, Mr. Valentine.
Well, I'm in no mood for confessions. Come on, we're going to play a little game.
Oh, not again.
Sonny, you keep an eye on Mrs. Winters. Now, don't let her leave.
Don't worry. I won't try to run away.
Okay, Claire, you're the wife in the lost corpse.
More acting? I quit.
Tomorrow. Now then, I'll be the husband of Mr. Winters' story. Here are some lines for you to read, Claire.
You came all prepared, didn't you?
Is this stuff that you wrote, Mr. Valentine?
Well, of course. I'm a man of many talents. Now then, we'll skip to the part where I walk in wounded and say, "You thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet." You think you can follow those lines?
I can read, if that's what you mean.
All set? Let's go. You thought you killed me, but I'm not dead yet.
No, I didn't shoot you. I swear I didn't.
But who'll believe you? The police? All the clues point to you.
Do you mean...
Yes, my dear. You wanted me out of the way. When you got your wish, I shot myself.
No.
I killed myself. But they'll think you're guilty. You'll pay for it.
I'll get a doctor.
Too late. Too late. Goodbye, my dear. Goodbye. Then I die.
What a performance.
I don't get it, Mr. Valentine.
You wrote this ending for his story, is that it?
Of course. What's a story without an ending?
I'll tell you what Mr. Valentine is getting at. He's trying to prove that my husband shot himself. Shot himself in such a way that it would look as though I murdered him. Why would Jonathan do such a thing? He knew that I loved him.
You don't have to put on an act for us, Mrs. Winters.
Why don't you turn her over to the police?
Now, just keep your shirt on, Sonny. And everybody stand where you are. Don't make a move. Understand?
What are you going to do?
You'll see.
Mr. Valentine, why are you opening that door?
Well, we're going to have some company.
Company? Then somebody is hiding in here.
Okay, you can come out now.
Who are you calling?
Hey, you mean the police are here?
The police? You've set a trap for me.
Come on out, Mr. Winters.
Mr. Winters?
Huh? How did you know I was hiding in there?
Jonathan.
Well, how'd you like my way of ending your story, Mr. Winters?
It was very clever, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, Jonathan, you're not hurt. You weren't shot.
I'm terribly sorry you were worried, darling.
Hey, I don't get this.
Mr. Winters couldn't find an ending for his story, The Lost Corpse.
But how did you know that?
Searched his wastepaper basket, found it full of rejected endings.
That's quite right. Finally, I decided to do just what the hero in my book did. So I went to Mr. Valentine. You see, I saw his ad in the paper. Said he could solve anything.
Then, when he tried to go home and explain to you, Mrs. Winters, he saw the police there. So he came out here to hide. Right, Mr. Winters?
Absolutely right.
I knew I'd find him here. Then when I searched this cabin, I saw him hiding in the closet.
Well, why didn't you say something?
Oh, I wanted to put on a show for him.
Oh, Jonathan.
Oh, forgive me, darling.
Well, come on, kids. They don't need an order.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. I've got the ending to my story, thanks to you. And with all that publicity in the papers, it's sure to have a big sale. So, name your fee.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mr. Winters. I haven't really thought about it. I say an even grand.
Huh? Oh, yes. I'll send you a check in the morning.
Oh, no hurry, no hurry. I just happen to have a pen and a blank check with me, though. As a matter of fact, here it is, all made out. Just needs your signature, Mr. Winters.
Oh, yeah, yes, of course, well, certainly.
Suffering cats, $1,000.
There you are.
Thanks. Well, let's go, kids. Good night, Mr. Winters, and if you ever get stuck again...
I'll remember. Good night.
Good night.
Whew, what a day. Now I feel like collapsing. Sonny, come here and put your arm around me.
Oh, sure, sis.
Go away, Sonny. Let George do it.
Tonight, I'd like to play a little game with you, too. A word game. It's very simple. I say a word, and you pop out with the first thing it brings to your mind. All set? Okay, I'll say oil. I'll bet most of you immediately thought of slippery. And that's right. Oil is supposed to be slippery, but sometimes it can be too slippery and slide right off spots it's supposed to protect. This can be awfully dangerous to cars, so we gave RPM motor oil a special non-skid ingredient that makes it cling to engine wear points. That's why it sticks to hot spots on upper cylinder walls that other oils often leave bare and exposed to wear. Other compounds in RPM gently remove carbon, prevent corrosion, and sludge. Try this all-around car saver. Ask for RPM motor oil at any standard station, Chevron gas station, or garage. And remember, fill up with Chevron Supreme, too.
You'll be thankful for a tank full of Chevron Supreme gasoline. Faster starting, quicker pickup with Chevron Supreme gasoline.
Next week at this time, George Valentine has a difficult problem thrust upon him. You'll probably hear him saying something like this.
You're Mrs. Wentworth?
The Mrs. Wentworth.
Oh, yes, first family.
Mr. Valentine, someone very close to me is in serious trouble.
Oh, I see, Mrs. Wentworth. What's she done?
Well, it's what she might do. You see, she picks up things.
Picks up? Oh, a kleptomaniac.
I want you to watch her closely. Follow her everywhere. Come to my house this evening and I'll explain. Good afternoon, Mr. Valentine.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Valentine.
Yeah, Claire?
Mr. Valentine, don't look now, but your fountain pen is gone.
Let George Do It, starring Robert Bailey as George Valentine, is written by Pauline Hopkins and directed by Owen Vinson. Others in the cast were Shirley Mitchell as Claire, Eddie Firestone Jr. as Sonny, Joe Kearns as Caleb, Georgia Backus as Mrs. Winters, Howard McNear as Mr. Winters, and Horace Murphy as the filling station attendant. The music was composed and conducted by Charles Dant. Your announcer, John Heaston. Be with us next week when Standard of California invites you to
Let George Do It.
California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's too hot for you to handle and you need confidential help, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, last night I told a stupid, needless lie. I didn't think it mattered to anyone but me. And yet because of it, an innocent man has been arrested today. Tell the truth, you say? And if I do, I lose my wife, lose my job, end up in jail. There's got to be a way out.
Will you see me at my office as soon as you get this letter? I'm editor of the News and Review magazine, and it's signed Arnold Loomis.
Mr. Loomis certainly must have told a whopper, Brooksy.
Oh, men will tell lies and women will shed tears. 'Twas ever thus.
Okay, Sarah Bernhardt.
I'm quoting Ma Perkins.
Well, if this gentleman can tell such fabulous fibs, Angel, this whole letter could be the result of an overactive imagination.
Yes, I know, dear. But since you have an overactive curiosity, shall we get started?
Well, Mr. Loomis?
Mr. Valentine, I like to gamble. It's the only thing that stood between my wife and me for years. I thought I had it licked.
Yeah?
Well, the day before yesterday, I left the office early and drew $1,000 from the bank. 10 crisp $100 bills, practically all of our savings.
To gamble with?
Oh, no, Miss Brooks. Martha and I were going on our second honeymoon. We planned it for a long time.
Oh.
But, well, you can guess what happened.
Oh, yeah, I know. The best intentions. What was it, a poker game or a bookie?
The racetrack.
I see. And the Bangtails made off with you $1,000.
Naturally, I'd have to explain it to Martha, and she'd never forgive me. She'd leave me. Then I had what I thought was a brilliant idea. I went to the police.
The police? Can they arrest horses for not coming in first?
Brooks.
I made up a story. I told them I was driving along Randall Boulevard. A man asked me for a lift, and when he got in, he stuck a gun in my ribs and took the money.
Oh, hey, playing games like that with the police doesn't come under the head of innocent merriment. Go on, Mr. Loomis.
Well, they questioned me. Well, I had to give them some sort of description of the man. I made it as vague as possible. 5'10", dark complexion, medium build, age mid-30s, a grayish suit, you know.
But your letter, Mr. Loomis. Don't tell me they found your mythical man.
Yes, I had to go down to headquarters yesterday morning to identify him.
Hold it, my friend. Hold it. Fun is fun. What do you mean you identified him?
I had no choice. The man confessed to holding me up. Huh? He identified me, yes. Not only that, they found 10 $100 bills in his pocket. I tell you, Mr. Valentine, it's...
Yeah, I know. Absurd, incredible, etc.
And was this man dark complexion, medium build, mid-30s, etc.?
Yes, everything fitted. Well, I couldn't tell the police. I just dreamt up the whole thing, and, of course, there's still Martha.
What do you want me to do, Loomis?
I've got a conscience, man. I can't let this Neil Denquist, or whatever his name is, take the blame for a crime that never happened. There must be some mistake. But what?
Was there any mention in the papers about your so-called holdup?
Yes, a small paragraph on the back pages.
What are you driving at, George?
Well, no man in his right mind takes a rap for something he didn't do.
What makes me feel even worse, the police gave me back my $1,000. I mean the $1,000 that I...
This Denquist guy isn't crazy. He must have some very interesting reasons for playing the fall guy.
I don't know what to think, Valentine, but you've got to find out what it's all about.
Okay, I'll string along with you and try to keep this from your wife. Can you prove you were out at the racetrack and lost all that money?
Why, no, I'm sure there was nobody there to recognize me.
Well, how about the tickets you bought on the horses?
No, I tore them all up.
Loomis, give Miss Brooks one of your pictures. Maybe one of the ticket sellers at the racetrack may remember you.
Yes, of course.
Meantime, I'll talk to Neil Denquist and see just why he's so anxious to frame himself.
You're the lawyer they assigned to me?
No, Denquist.
Reporter?
Yeah, that's right, a reporter. It's my job to find out what really happened.
You can get that from the desk, Sergeant.
Oh, I'd rather get it from you.
Well, I just didn't get the breaks. That's why I'm here in this cell. I tried to get rid of the gun in Fairview Park. Some woman saw me and told the cop. He picked me up and found the money in my pocket.
Very interesting.
They had my description from that man Loomis, and that's all there is to it.
This is your first offense, isn't it, Denquist?
Yeah, you know how it is. A guy gets strapped for money, he thinks he can pick it up the easy way. He gets caught. End of story.
Quite a story, too.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Crime doesn't pay. Honest toil is its own reward. You know, you think of the others.
Oh.
Maybe seeing you again, Denquist. In fact, I'm sure of it. Well, Brooksy, what'd you find out at the track?
Well, not a thing, George. Arnold Loomis didn't leave an impression with any of the ticket sellers.
I see. Well, I didn't get anything out of Denquist.
You mean he doesn't mind sitting in jail for something he didn't do?
Oh, no, he's very philosophical about the whole thing. Now, listen, Angel.
Yeah?
I didn't tell Denquist what Loomis told us, that he was never robbed.
Well, wouldn't that have helped to get to the bottom of all this?
Yeah, it might have. But I think there's a better way to go about it. And that brings us to you.
Me?
Yeah, you. There's a Mrs. Denquist, Francine Denquist. I looked it up. Now, here's the address.
So?
Well, if Francine cares anything about her husband, she doesn't like the idea of his languishing in jail. Now, if you talk to her, woman to woman, and tell her there was no robbery for Denquist to commit, we might get more out of her than we could possibly get out of him.
And how am I supposed to know about Loomis?
Well, tell her the truth. You're working with me. Say I'm sure Denquist is innocent, and I'm going to prove it. Okay, that's the story, Brooksy.
Right, George.
So fancy it up a little, Angel, and see what we get.
Miss Brooks, I don't know why this man Loomis told you what he did.
But doesn't it make you happy, Mrs. Denquist?
It might, if I could believe it. But I know what Neil has told me, and he's never lied to me.
Well, there might be the first time, although I can't imagine why.
He stole that money from me. We never more than scraped by with that job. He has. I told him again and again I was happy, but he kept saying I deserved better things.
Oh.
Neil told me he wants to take what's coming to him. Serve his sentence, get it over with. I want it that way, too. Then we can forget the whole thing and start all over again.
Isn't there anything I can say to convince
I
you
love
that...
Neil enough to stand by him and wait. Then we can build some kind of real happiness together.
But...
Enough has been said about what he did. The best thing you and Mr. Valentine can do is leave us alone.
Mrs. Denquist, why would Mr. Loomis make up such a weird story, insist your husband couldn't have robbed him?
Why would Neil take the blame for something he didn't do and part with $1,000 we haven't even got?
Well, I know, but...
There's nothing more to say, Miss Brooks.
Lieutenant Riley, I admit Mr. Loomis did a very foolish thing when he handed in that false report of a robbery, but can't you see...
Foolish thing? Oh, Valentine, you mustn't be harsh on your client.
Huh?
Just a little prank, that's all. We love to send out alarms.
Oh.
It's lucky for you and Loomis it wasn't a prank, and that we found the man who robbed him.
Well, frankly, I'm confused, George. Both Denquist and Mrs. Denquist are satisfied with the way things are.
Look, Lieutenant, I told you the only way I can make any sense out of it is
Let's not go into that again, please. Of all the crazy... Look, a man reads in the paper about a hold.
That's right.
The description of the culprit might fit him.
Yeah.
So he puts 10 $100 bills in his pocket, gets himself picked up, then confesses all. Now why? Why?
Because he might want an alibi for something much more serious that took place about the same time.
Ah, stop it, Valentine, stop it. I ought to have my head examined, but I'm having that information checked for you right now.
Well, maybe it's reaching, Lieutenant, but if George is right, it would explain why Loomis and Denquist are acting as they are.
And it's about the only thing that would.
All right, all right.
Here's the dope you asked for, Lieutenant.
I'll take it, Sergeant, thanks. Yes, sir. Now, Valentine, I hope you'll be satisfied. Loomis was held up on Tuesday night at 7 o'clock.
That's right.
Well, according to this report here, the only crimes of a violent nature that took place in our fair city were...
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
Of course. I should have remembered the Hafey case.
Yeah, what about it?
Young Mrs. Hafey was found murdered in her home on Norton Heights. The medical examiner says it happened around, here it is, 7 o'clock Tuesday night.
Come on, let's hear some more, Lieutenant.
Murderer still at large, Gloria Hafey, 27. Husband's name, John Hafey, broker. Victim previously married to... Here, Valentine. You can have the honor. You've earned it.
Holy Moses, get this, Brooksy. Victim previously married to Neil Denquist.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about that motor in your car. That finely polished and precision-built engine that gives your car all its go can't be neglected. In fact, it needs more attention when you're asleep than when you're driving. And the reason for that is internal engine rust, which goes to work when condensed moisture begins to creep over parts. Nearly any ordinary oil can fight off rust when your car is running and there's full circulation of the lubricant. But RPM motor oil is compounded to protect the engine when it's running hot and when it's standing cold. Unlike ordinary oils, RPM doesn't run away from its job when you cut the motor. A special adhering compound in RPM keeps a tough oil film on all engine parts, protects the interior of your engine from rust. And that's another reason why Western motorists choose RPM motor oil 2-to-1 over any other motor oil. Get RPM at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, just put yourself in George's place. Your client, Arnold Loomis, tells you he made a great big fib about being robbed. Why? So his wife wouldn't find out he lost $1,000 on the ponies. Then he tells you that a man, one Neil Denquist, has confessed to this crime that never was. You learn that a murder's been committed about the same time of the alleged holdup. So what else would you be talking about now to Lieutenant Riley?
Yeah, Lieutenant, this was an alibi for the books, all right. If the police insist Denquist was committing a felony on Randall Boulevard Tuesday at 7, he couldn't possibly be at Norton Heights committing murder.
Well, all I have to do now is sweat the truth out of Denquist.
Oh, Lieutenant, if you can, go easy with Loomis, will you? So his wife doesn't find out that he lied?
I'll do what I can. Oh, yes. You can tell your client that he owes Denquist $1,000.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
And I have an idea Denquist is going to need it for a lawyer to keep him out of the gas chamber.
Okay, Lieutenant. I'll pass that on to Loomis right now.
Oh, it's you, Valentine. Come in.
What is this?
Oh, what happened to you, Mr. Loomis?
That bandage. You look like the boy with the fife in the spirit of 76.
I feel older than that.
Oh, don't tell me your wife found out what you did with that money.
Oh, Martha's been out all evening, thank heaven.
Come on, let's get to the point, Loomis. Who went to work on your head?
I don't know.
What?
I was in the living room reading. I heard the front door open and took it for granted it was Martha.
Yeah?
Then, when I didn't hear anything for a few minutes, I went out into the hall to see. And the next thing I knew, I was getting up off the floor.
Anything missing?
No, that's the strange part of it. Not a thing. I went over the whole apartment. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Something else that defies all reason, eh, Loomis? It seems you're allergic to that sort of thing.
Well, George, don't you think you ought to tell Mr. Loomis about Denquist?
Huh? Oh, what about him? Did you prove that he couldn't have possibly held me up?
More or less. I'll be able to tell you more tomorrow. Now think hard, Loomis. Do you know of anybody who'd want to conk you on the head just for the sheer joy of it?
I know. No, not a soul, Valentine. I don't have an enemy in the world.
Ah. Well, maybe it was a dear friend. Anyway, I'll call you later.
When a guy gambles as heavily as Loomis did, there might be a lot of people who'd want to give him a good going over. And maybe one of them did tonight.
Sorry, Lieutenant, I can't throw it away like that.
I think George is right. Somehow it ties up with this whole case.
Case? Yeah, this thing is turning out to be a Chinese puzzle. My boys have been taking turns talking to Denquist, but he just sits there and sticks to his story.
Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it, Lieutenant, very little has been said about Gloria Hafey's present husband.
Well, you can rest easy about John Hafey. He was nuts about his wife. He's a respectable broker, and he has an alibi for Tuesday evening.
What kind of an alibi?
Well, he was in several hotel bars before going home to dinner. There are a lot of people to prove it, too.
Oh? Do you happen to have any pictures of the late Mrs. Hafey?
Well, just these. The one the boys took at the scene of the crime.
Must have been beautiful.
Yeah, and took care of herself. Looks like she'd just come back from the beauty parlor when she was killed. Hadn't even combed out her hair yet.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Lieutenant.
Miss Denquist here to see you, Lieutenant.
Good, good. I want to see her, too. Tell her to come in.
Yes, sir. Go right in, Miss Denquist.
Lieutenant Riley, you're trying to frame my husband for Gloria Hafey's murder, aren't you?
We're trying to get the truth out of her, Mrs. Denquist.
No, you aren't. Why did this woman here come to my house and try to make me say that Neil was lying about that holdup?
This woman here happens to be my assistant, Mrs. Denquist. My name is Valentine.
And I didn't try to make you say anything. We were just trying to prove your husband's innocence.
Yes, so the police could get him on a murder charge.
Just a minute. How did you know we connected your husband with the Hafey case at all?
Do you think I'm that stupid? I read about Gloria's murder in the papers. I knew you'd finally get around to Neil.
Oh, yeah.
You were bound to find out he hated her. When he was married to that Gloria, he had a good job. He was doing well. She bled him, spent every cent he made. When she divorced him, he had no spirit left, nothing.
You know you're only building the motive for murder, don't you?
You'd find out all those things anyway. But Neil is innocent. Lieutenant Riley, he was just where he said he was Tuesday night, and here's the proof.
Huh?
Money clip.
To Arnold from Martha.
Arnold Loomis. Martha's his wife's name.
Where did you get this, Mrs. Denquist?
Home, in Neil's bureau drawer. He took it when he stole that money.
Are you sure you didn't get this somewhere else? And after going to a great deal of trouble?
I don't know what you mean.
Valentine, I'm beginning to feel like a weather vane. This money clip seems to support Denquist's story and call your client a screwball or worse.
Yeah, well, I'm sticking with Loomis, Lieutenant. And it's going to take a lot to stop me from proving that Denquist is lying in his teeth.
Mr. Valentine?
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering when you'd get back. I'm John Hafey.
Oh, yeah, I've been thinking a lot about you. Come on, let's go in the office.
Yes.
Grab a chair, Mr. Hafey.
Oh, thank you.
This is my assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Brooks? May I get right to the point?
I wish you would.
I had a talk with Lieutenant Riley. I know you're working on the Denquist case.
Right.
I also know your sentiments, and they're mine exactly.
What do you mean?
Naturally, I know a great deal about Neil Denquist. I'm as sure as you are that he's lying about holding up that man on Tuesday night.
Yeah? What makes you so sure?
The things Gloria told me about him. He isn't a very stable character. He could never hold a decent job. It was a terrible struggle for Gloria while they were married.
Oh, really?
Finally, when she just couldn't stand it any longer,
Go on.
I won't say he threatened her, but he was very bitter.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. It was nice of you to go to all this trouble to tell me.
It's more than that, Valentine. If Denquist is lying about Tuesday, he killed Gloria. I want you to do everything in your power to see if you can break his alibi.
That's what I am doing, Mr. Hayden.
I mean, don't spare the cost, and keep at it, no matter how long it takes. I'd like you to consider me a client.
Well, I have no objection to being paid twice for the same job.
You keep in touch with me then.
You can count on that.
You can reach me in my office until 5 o'clock every day.
Talk about your split personality. Gloria, dinner, or saint?
You pays your money and you takes your choice. Hey, what a deal, Brooksy. A guy decided to lie to his wife, and now look at what he's got.
2 clients.
Hello? Yeah, Lieutenant. Hey, wait a minute, hold it. I want Brooksy to take this down. Hey, Angel.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Telegram, phone in from Hafey House, 3:30 p.m. Tuesday. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Neil, be at my house at 7. I'll expect you. I think you know better than to cross me. Signed, Gloria.
George!
Now, what does Denquist have to say about this, Lieutenant? Sticks to his story, huh? Yeah, okay. Call you later. Thanks.
Who dug up the telegram, George?
A girl at Western Union. She read about the case and remembered the wire.
That's real bad for Denquist.
Brooksy, where did you ever get your rare insight?
What?
I mean your uncanny gift of putting your finger on the one thing that lights up the whole situation, brings order out of chaos. Just like pressing a light switch in a dark room.
Oh, stuff like that. Oh, now look, what did I say? What are you talking about?
Before we go into that, Angel, let's see if I'm right.
George, this could be technically called illegal entry.
Now, what's illegal about dropping in at your client's house the back way through the garden? Hafey isn't home, no servants around, and I'm in a hurry. Now, wait a minute. Let's try these French doors over here.
Well, I wish you'd tell me what my psychic powers told you. You know, you can't tell a girl she's like a light switch in a dark room and then just clam up.
Hey, we're in luck. Come on in. Now, what do you suppose that light switch is?
That's me, remember? I'll just say something and behold, there shall be light.
Oh, great. Hey, here we are. Brooksy, I gotta find the name of the beauty parlor Mrs. Hafey was in the habit of using.
Oh, I see. You remember what I said when we were looking at that picture in Riley's office.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, it must be in an address book or on the telephone pad.
Yeah.
I can't wait till tomorrow, and it can be anywhere in the city.
Valentine, look out! Get down!
Are you all right, Brooksy?
I guess so.
Stay just where you are. I'll switch the lights back on and see if everything's all right.
Hafey?
Yeah, just a minute.
Hey, what goes, Hafey?
I guess it's okay. Whoever it was has disappeared.
What happened anyway?
I just came home, Miss Brooks. I saw you two standing here in the center of the room. I was about to say something, when I noticed someone standing in the door to the garden with a gun in her hand.
Her hand?
I think so. It was hardly more than a shadow, but it looked like a woman. The only thing I could think of was to turn off the light and shout.
Well, it's certainly a good thing you did.
Hey, come out here, Hafey. You were right. It was a woman.
Oh?
You can see the heel marks here in the ground.
Francine Denquist. She's the only one it could be.
It's fantastic that she should go this far to keep you from smashing her husband's alibi.
She's a desperate woman, Hafey, and she's in love. Well, it's lucky you came along. We owe you our lives.
Don't you think we ought to call Lieutenant Riley?
No, I've got a better idea.
What's that, George?
Hafey, I wonder if you drive Miss Brooks down to headquarters and wait there for me.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, and ask Lieutenant Riley to pick up Loomis and Mrs. Denquist.
What have you got in mind?
I just have to make one stop, then I'll join you. Mr. Hafey, I think I can clean this thing up for you tonight.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Tell Loomis and Hafey to keep their shirts on. I'll get around to them in a little while.
Yes, sir.
And as soon as Valentine arrives, get him right in here.
Right.
Mrs. Denquist, it's no use trying to keep anything from the lieutenant.
Miss Brooks is right. We'll check and find out where you were every minute this evening.
I did everything I could. I guess it's over now. It was a horrible thing to do, but I did try to kill Mr. Valentine.
Because he was bent on proving your husband's alibi was a phony?
Was it, Mrs. Denquist?
Yes. Yes. from beginning to end. Neil got Gloria's telegram at the store where he works. He didn't know what to think, but he knew what kind of a woman she was.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
He went out to Norton Heights. When he got there, she was already dead.
Well, why didn't he just call the police?
That sounds very simple, Miss Brooks. But if he were found there, he'd be the first one to be suspected. Luckily, no one saw Neil, so we came home, and the next morning, together, we thought of a wonderful, foolproof scheme.
The Loomis business.
We read about Mr. Loomis being held up. The description could fit Neil, and you know the rest. It's funny. One time in a million, a man would lie about being robbed. He would be the one we picked on. Had it been a real robbery, no one would have denied Neil the honor of being the criminal.
Well, we've got that straightened out. But the question of whether your husband killed Gloria Hafey is something for the DA's office and the jury to decide.
May I see Neil a minute? I know he needs me.
Yeah, sure. But I'm not forgetting the attempted murder charge against you and the little matter of assault and battery on Mr. Loomis to get that money clip. Sergeant! Yes, sir. Take Mrs. Denquist down and let her talk to her husband. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And tell Mr. Hafey to come in. He might as well know what happened. Yes, sir. Now, Miss Brooks.
I know. Where's George?
When he disappears like this, I tell you just... Oh, Mr. Hafey, come in.
Yes, Lieutenant.
I think we've scotched Mr. Denquist's alibi, but whether he's guilty or not remains to be seen.
I see. I guess I'm too tired at this point to have any reaction to that.
Oh, I'm sorry to be so long, Lieutenant.
Oh, what gives, George?
Well, I just had a very interesting conversation with Michelle, Mrs. Hafey's hairdresser.
Well, how nice.
Yeah, Michelle was doing her hair from 2 to 4 last Tuesday. You remember, Lieutenant. Brooksy remarked that Mrs. Hafey must have just come from the hairdresser.
Say, wait a minute. Did you say from 2 to 4?
That's right.
But that telegram was phoned in from the Hafey house at 3:30 and signed Gloria.
Which means she didn't send the telegram, Lieutenant.
What?
It was sent by someone else who belonged in that house. Someone who wanted Denquist to be found there with the body.
What, George?
What could that mean, Mr. Valentine? Who?
Well, this is a shabby way to repay someone who saved my life, but it was you, Hafey, who sent that telegram. You killed your wife. How many twists can one case take, Brooksy?
Well, I've stopped counting the ones this one had.
Mrs. Denquist, innocent as country butter, takes a pot shot at me. Hafey, guilty as sin, saves me because we happen to be working in the same direction.
Yeah, well, is he still sticking to his alibi?
No, that went over the side, Angel. He made a round of the bars, all right, but he had time between stops for a little homicide. Gloria was giving him the works, just as she did Neil Denquist, but on a much bigger scale.
Oh, hello, Mr. Loomis.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I'm in a hurry, but I want you to do yourself a favor.
Well, Mr. Loomis?
Now, put this money I owe you on fair weather in the 5th at Corona Park, and put it on the nose.
Oh, Mr. Loomis, I'm disappointed in you. I thought you'd reform.
But I have, Miss Brooks, thanks to you and Mr. Valentine. I only give tips now. I don't take them.
Like a rolling stone, a rolling wheel bearing gathers no moss, but in 5,000 miles it does roll through a heap of dust. Often the first sign that your car's front wheel bearings have been neglected and need prompt attention is uneven tire wear. And without a repacking job, dry bearings are in danger of being ground to pieces by the weight of your car. So to keep a large-size repair bill away from your door, get front wheel bearings serviced every 5,000 miles. For this important job, rely on the experts at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations. These men have the skill of long experience, and they use only RPM wheel bearing grease, the lubricant that's tailor-made to seal out grit, dust, and moisture, tailor-made to give your front wheels all the protection they need. And that kind of service is another reason why standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Couldn't wait till you got here, Valentine.
Oh, it's so good to see you, George. I was so afraid that gorilla saw me slip you that note.
What about Bigelow, Lieutenant?
Well, this is just how we found the place. Empty. I put out a general alarm for Bigelow.
Hey, what was in that note about Collins, Brooksy?
Well, it's too late now. Collins is dead.
Not just dead either, Valentine. Collins was murdered. And that means we're not looking for just a stack of paper. We're after a murderer.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Also heard in the cast were John Daner as Arnold Loomis, Bill Conrad as Neil Denquist, Georgia Ellis as Francine Denquist, and Herbert Butterfield as John Hafey. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The 7 Dead Years, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If you're crowded against a wall and you can't punch your way out alone, call on me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, for almost 7 years I've been hunting a man who killed his own wife. I can't prove that he did, and all of a sudden I can't afford to spend any more time floundering around. Next week he's going to collect $200,000 because I failed, and that's something that's keeping me awake nights. I've dealt with plenty of crooks in my life.
Plenty of crooks in my life and didn't need anybody's help. But this is different, and I don't mind admitting it. How about giving me a ring? It's signed Samuels.
Samuels?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm overwhelmed, Brooksy.
Why? Who's Samuels?
Oh, just about the shrewdest insurance investigator in the game. But I thought he was retired, off somewhere in the Florida Keys, fishing.
Well, according to this letter, all he's doing is staying awake nights.
Oh, 7 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, all of a sudden, time is running out for Samuels. Why did he put it just that way, Angel? Say, what do the words 7 years mean to you?
Oh, 7-year itch, 7 lean years. 7 years it might take a salmon to make 7 honeymoon trips up the Columbia River.
All right, without making funny, Brooksy. 7 years also means the legal period after which a man or woman is declared dead. It's poetically called the Enoch Arden Law.
Oh, well, then this Samuels is in a race against time.
Uh-huh. And if he is in such a hurry, it'd be a shame if we wasted time on this end, wouldn't it?
This man McLean killed his wife and got rid of the body. I know it.
Well, according to all this, Marion McLean just wrote a suicide note and disappeared.
And if the husband is walking around enjoying good fresh air, the police must have given him a clean bill of health.
That's okay for the police, but not for me.
Well, what makes you so hard to satisfy?
This McLean dame gets insured for $200,000, then conveniently vanishes from the face of the earth. Besides, whenever I meet up with a crook, my belly turns over twice, and this guy McLean has been giving me a nervous stomach for 7 years. 7 long years.
Well, as I get it, Mr. Samuels, you're retired. If the insurance company is willing to pay the $200,000, I don't see
It's
why...
a matter of pride, Miss Brooks. When I first turned in the report on the McLeans, I said it was a phony. It's the only case in my career I feel wasn't washed up right.
I think I know what's bothering you, Samuels.
Do you?
Yeah, the body. It was never found.
Yeah. The hardest thing in the world to do is to get rid of a body. And don't look so amazed, Miss Brooks. That's the truth.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Well, you can't burn it. Something's always left over. Buttons, bridge work, teeth, and you can't drown it. It comes up to the surface sometime or another, and you bury it, somebody finds it when they're digging post holes.
Well, Samuels, if you've been searching for the corpus delicti for 7 years, I don't know what I can do.
Take a look at this ad in the paper.
Wanted by sculptor. Male professional model. Must be exceptionally muscular and broad-shouldered. To pose for heroic figure in important civic memorial. Frank McLean.
Oh, is this the same McLean we've been talking about, Mr. Samuel?
Yeah, he has a house and studio a few miles out of town in Roxbury.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. I go out there...
I'll pay you for it out of my own pocket. It's worth it to me.
And while I'm not posing, I'm supposed to go up in the attic or dig out in the garden to find a corpse.
Well, it's not going to be anything as obvious as that. I've been at it 7 years trying to find out what he did with his wife. He knows my face as well as his own. I can't work on this deal anymore. That's why I want you.
Well, George, you do have the shoulders for it.
Okay, Samuels. I don't know how I'll look as Atlas holding up the world or as Spartan youth, but I'll give it a try.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you've posed for other well-known sculptors?
Oh, yes, of course. But back east, New York. I just got in town and saw your ad.
I see.
Oh, darling.
Yes, Nana.
Is that man still there? Are we going to work any more today?
My very favorite model, Valentine.
Oh?
No, Nana, we won't work any more today. Here, Valentine, you might be interested in seeing some of my work.
Sure, fine.
Now, here's something in bronze I did in 1936. I call it Age.
Well, all I see is a little girl, asleep.
She's a dead little girl, which makes her older than any of us.
Oh. Well, that's one way of looking at it.
You'll have plenty of time to see my other stuff, but here's what I'm working on.
Well, looks like quite a project, Mr. McLean.
It's going into the town square at Portchester to memorialize the 100th birthday of that little hamlet. Aside from artistic merits, it has to be able to withstand the passage of time and the critical comments of migratory birds.
Oh. Is this where I fit in?
Yes. You'll be the figure of man in capital letters. You're reaching upward for ultimate perfection. As you see, the figures of health, love, and spiritual attainment are already finished. The statue in the middle will be eternal life, which Nana is going to pose for.
Well, when do I start working?
Take off your coat and your shirt.
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
I have a very definite conception of this man's physique. After all, to the good people of Portchester, he's supposed to symbolize all mankind.
Well, that's quite a responsibility. How do I shape up?
Turn around.
Well, what have we got here?
All of mankind, lady.
Yes, and with hair on your chest.
This is Nana. As I said, Valentine, she's going to portray eternal life. In the meantime, she abuses the privilege of being the eternal feminine.
You love to make with words, darling, but you ought to know by now that you can't insult me. Certainly not till after we're married.
That will be all for today, Miss Kenyon. Same time tomorrow.
My, aren't we businesslike? Well, beware of him, Mr. Valentine. He's a creature of moods. Goodbye, darling. So long, Mr. Man.
Your fiancée is a very charming girl, Mr. McLean.
Her charm is only an added attraction, and she knows it. Now, you and I better get started, Valentine. Stretch your arm up toward the skylight over there.
Like this?
Yes, and hold the pose.
Say, how long do I have to stand like this?
You're not getting tired. I haven't even finished making my rough sketch.
Don't we get time out for a cigarette, McLean?
What kind of people have you been posing for anyway? We've just been working a short while.
Oh, sorry, but I can't hold up my arm like this anymore. Oh, it was beginning to weigh a ton.
Whom do you think you're fooling?
Huh?
How stupid do you think I am?
Well, that's a question that invites all kinds of answers.
I had to find out. You're not a professional model. If you were, you could have held your arm like that much longer without getting tired.
I guess I wasn't very good.
Samuel sent you here, didn't he? Well, you can tell that human bloodhound he's still wasting his time.
Okay, I'll deliver the message, friend. But I doubt if he's going to be convinced. Would you mind turning around while I put on my shirt?
You know, know, darling, McLean could be right about Samuel's having a blind spot, an obsession.
Yeah, but before I tell him what a flop I was as a model, I'd like to try something.
Such as?
Well, first of all, let's take it for granted that Samuels is right. It's next to impossible to get rid of a human body. Well, then, maybe there never was a body.
Oh, well, in other words, Mrs. McLean is very much alive somewhere.
Yeah, it could be, Angel. Waiting for 7 years to pass. So McLean can collect that dough and join us somewhere in Europe, let's say.
Oh, well, that's a pretty wild notion, George. Two people separating for 7 years like that?
Yeah, but a very profitable separation. They'll be getting roughly $30,000 a year for it.
Okay. Say we even buy that. What do you propose to try?
I'll take this hypothetical situation. You're my wife.
Oh, must it be hypothetical?
You love me very much.
Oh, check.
Love me enough to endure 7 years of hiding and separation so we'll have enough to live on for the rest of our lives.
All right, supposing.
Then you read in public print that I have intentions toward a gorgeous model by the name of Nana Kenyon. Now, what would you do?
I'd come halfway around the world and scratch your eyes out. And that wouldn't be hypothetical.
Especially with a payoff at hand, so McLean could disappear with all the moolah and the luscious Nana.
Well, how are you going to get this world-shaking piece of gossip into the paper?
Leo Minch in the Bulletin. His column is syndicated in 650 newspapers. Nana is pretty colorful.
Some pun.
Besides, Brooksy, Leo owes me a favor.
I'm a patient man, Valentine. I've waited for 7 years. I can stand it a few more days.
Good.
But how do you know this item in Minch's column is going to pay off?
I don't know.
But if Mrs. McLean is alive and has the usual feminine instincts, it'll work.
Valentine, I'm not too sold on this theory of yours. I still say McLean got rid of the body. But how, where, that's what I've got to find out. You'll be coming into that money next Tuesday.
Yeah. Let me have that picture and description of Mrs. McLean. I want to get it around where it'll do the most good. Now, let's see. 5'4", 125 pounds. Brown hair, scar on left cheek. Middle finger of left hand severed at first joint. Fair complexion, brown eyes.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, I gotta see you a minute.
Huh?
I think you owe me $50.
Oh, George, this is one of the cab drivers I spoke to at the airport. Mike, Kozlenko, wasn't it?
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenko.
Did you see Mrs. McLean?
Well, if it wasn't, she's got a twin. Scar on her cheek and all.
Oh, when'd she show up? Where'd you take her?
Well, she got off the plane early this morning. Come in on one of them DC-6s.
Well, you sure took your time getting here.
I had to haul a guy all the way out to the racetrack and wait for him. I tried calling you, but your line was busy.
Okay. Where'd you drop her off? What was the address?
Well, she didn't give me no address. I took her out to Roxbury.
That's where McLean lives.
I let her off on the corner of Sycamore and Dean. She looked boiling mad.
Come on, Brooksy. We gotta move fast if we're gonna keep Samuels from being right.
What do you mean, George?
Well, if this is Mrs. McLean, she's an uninvited guest. After all these years, I'd hate to have to go looking for her body.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about protection. Most motorists quite naturally believe that automobile engines wear out faster when they're running, but that's not true. Your car faces its biggest wear test when it's standing cold, for that's when rust caused by condensed moisture inside cylinders can start to work. And that's where RPM motor oil helps you avoid a repair bill. RPM special compounds keep a protective oil film on all engine parts all of the time. Whether your car is running hot or standing cold, RPM clings stubbornly to vital wear points, and consequently, rust never has a chance to get started in your car. No wonder it's the 2-to-1 choice of Western motorists. Next time you need oil, ask for rust-fighting RPM motor oil at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's something you knew all the time. After 7 years without the well-known corpus delicti, a person is declared legally dead. So you're not particularly surprised when an over-conscientious insurance investigator, now retired, hires you to find the body of one Marion McLean, missing just about that long. Then, surprise, she comes waltzing back into town, big as life. If you're like George Valentine, sensitive to rude shocks like this, you pay a visit to the studio of Frank McLean, sculptor and husband of said lady.
I know I'm going way out on a limb, McLean, but I was told your wife is here in Roxbury.
Oh? Who told you, Valentine? Another ghost? My wife is dead. Or hasn't Samuels told you?
Dead or alive, this was a frame-up from the beginning, McLean. I'm still going to prove it.
The ghost you mentioned happens to be a very earthy character. A cab driver with a nice earthy name like Kozlenko.
Yeah, one of the Boston Kozlenkos. He claims he picked up your wife at the airport early this morning and dropped her off here on the corner of Sycamore and Dean.
Your Kozlenko boy is wasting his time driving a cab. He should be holding seances. Come Tuesday, my wife will be dead exactly 7 years.
You keep track of time very carefully, don't you? What do? Check off the days on the calendar?
Oh, I may have an artistic temperament, but I'm practical enough to know what you can buy with $200,000. Any other questions, gentlemen?
The same one I've been asking all these years, McLean. Now, let's say Valentine is right and your wife showed this morning. What'd you do with her?
Poor Samuels. How does your mind work? Now you're saying I killed Marion today. How about your theory that the hardest thing in the world to dispose of is a human body?
I still say that.
Well, unlike you, Samuels, I'm a reasonable man. My life is an open book. Go on. Look around any way you like. I do want you to be happy.
Okay. You can stop being glib, McLean. You said we have your permission to look wherever we want.
That's right.
What's on your mind, Valentine?
Well, something that comes to you when you think about it hard enough. Like all simple things, you might walk right by it. It's so obvious.
Oh, don't look so startled, gentlemen. Mr. Valentine loves to be cryptic. He'll get to the point.
Oh, I can't wait.
Children know the principle very well. When you play hide and seek, the one place you're least likely to be discovered is where you just got through trying to hide.
What do you mean by that, Valentine?
Samuels, I understand you had the cellar dug up when Mrs. McLean first disappeared.
Yeah, and there was nothing there.
Well, there may be this time. You know, kid stuff.
Sorry you didn't find anything in the cellar, Valentine. You had such a fascinating theory.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of places around here to look, McLean.
Oh, to be sure. But do let me be the gracious host and mix you all a drink.
Well, a party.
I'm glad you dropped in, Nana. We're playing a little game. Body. Who's got the body?
Well, aren't we a little old for parlor games?
Samuels here doesn't think so.
Yeah, I'm a child at heart.
You know, Mr. Valentine, I almost didn't recognize you with your shirt on.
Yes, that mole on his left shoulder does something for him, doesn't it?
I see you noticed that, too, Miss Brooks.
Oh, we've gone to the beach together many times.
Here you are, everybody. Drink hearty.
Oh, thank you.
Here's to you, Samuels, and a happy retirement.
Thanks.
Well, I see you've done a lot of work on your masterpiece for the Portchester Town Square.
It's almost finished, Valentine. We're just missing the figure of the man.
I understand the figure in the middle. Eternal life is supposed to be you, Miss Kenyon.
My solitary contribution to American culture.
Oh, come on, Valentine. Let's get going.
If I were you, Miss Kenyon, I'd sue somebody for libel. That figure is nowhere near as glamorous as you really are.
Oh, thank you for the compliment. I'm sure you didn't mean every word of it. Goodness, Frank, you certainly poured this drink with a heavy hand. I could use a little more soda.
So could I. Wait, Nan, I'll join you.
I didn't think these were too bad, did you, Miss Brooks?
Oh, no, everything's just perfect.
Now, if we could only get Samuel to think that. No, that would be too much to ask.
Not for me, Nana.
All right, soulmate. If it isn't soda you want, what is it?
You've been around, Nana.
Yes, I've been around. I didn't think my travel scars were so prominent.
Well, let's be corny and say it's something stronger than both of us. Something we can't resist. The eternal feminine and the equally eternal masculine.
You handle words real nice, partner.
Oh, I'm real smart. I bet I could even remember an address, if I had to.
420 Montrose. If you ring the bell and there's no answer.
Yeah?
There just might be a key under the flower pot on the back porch.
Oh, maybe this was a wild goose chase, but it's not now.
Well, what are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, well, Mr. Valentine couldn't make it, Nana. He asked me to convey his deepest regrets. And there was that key under the flower pot.
Why, that...
Oh, what you were going to say.
What have you got there? Give me those tickets.
I was just admiring them. I've always dreamt of a holiday in South America.
I said, give them to me.
Tickets for Flight 114 next Wednesday. The day after Frank McLean collects the insurance on his wife. The tickets bought right here at the airport in Roxbury.
I'm not going to ask you again. Let me have those
tickets. It may
tickets.
not mean anything at all. But it's worth checking. Just who bought these tickets and why.
Sorry, but you're not leaving here.
No fair, Nana. You didn't say put them up.
I'm not finished with you yet.
That's better. I like to be warned. Now I can forget I'm a lady.
Will you...
You remember selling these tickets, don't you, mister? Seats 4 and 5, Flight 114, Wednesday?
Oh, yes, I remember it very well.
Oh, good. Would you be able to identify the man if you saw him again?
Man? But it wasn't a man, it was a woman.
Oh?
That's why I do remember it so distinctly.
Oh, you mean she had all the reasons why men would look at her twice?
I didn't think of it quite that way, miss. I meant the little scar on her cheek.
Scar? Wait a minute. Is this the woman you sold the tickets to? The one in this picture?
Why, yes, that's her.
Mrs. McLean bought those tickets.
If Mrs. McLean bought those airplane tickets, Brooksy, that means for sure she's back here in Roxbury.
And not just on the testimony of one of the Boston Kozlenkos.
Well, what do you make of it, Samuels?
If McLean and Nana got those tickets from her, you can bet your life she didn't just hand them over on a silver platter.
Not so her husband and his lady fair could go flying down to Rio.
Hey, look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
I think Nana must be a chasing spirit by now. Drop by her place again and let her out of that closet.
Oh, must I?
Yes, you must. And bring her out to McLean's. For one thing, she's got to answer some questions about those tickets.
Now, there's a cool cookie for you, that McLean. Imagine him using the same tickets his wife bought.
He probably figured that was one way no one would know his plans. Where he was going after he collected on the insurance.
Well, I'd better be going.
See you later, Brooksy. Hey, you know something, Samuels?
What's that?
If McLean wanted to get rid of his wife, he wouldn't necessarily plant her right there on the home ground.
He wouldn't risk taking her anywhere else. Like I always say, the hardest thing in the world to get rid of is...
Yeah, I know. But we were all over the place. I wouldn't know where else to go looking tonight.
Wait. There's one place we didn't look.
Huh?
On the back part of that property is an old well. All overgrown with shrubbery and stuff. That's why we passed it by.
Go on.
I looked there 7 years ago, and if your idea about hiding things where people look before is...
Okay. What's keeping us? Sure you got enough rope up there, Samuels?
Plenty.
This well looks deeper than we thought.
Be careful. Can you use your flash?
Better wait till I get farther down.
Yeah, that might...
Samuels! The rope! Samuels!
George!
We'll have him up here in a minute, Miss Brooks. Lucky he didn't bring the whole rope down with him when he fell.
Do you know if there's any water down there?
No, I don't.
Well, let me give you a hand.
Now, wait till I get a hold of that Ginzo who sneaked up behind and slugged me.
Who, McLean?
Who else? Wait. He's near the top, I think.
Oh, George. Oh, here, honey, I'll help you.
Come on now, fella. Up and over.
Oh, you okay, darling?
Oh, with reservations. I feel as though I've been dragged not too gently through a meat grinder.
Yeah, somebody walked up behind me in the dark and let me have it.
Yeah, I found Samuels lying here when I went out to look for you two.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's get inside and see McLean, hey, Valentine? Maybe it's time to do something about that well-groomed pan of his, like you said.
You took the words right out of my mouth, friend. I've just come to a very interesting conclusion.
I was wondering about that 1,000-watt look in your eye.
Yeah, Brooksy. To do some real profound thinking, there's nothing better than lying around on the bottom of a well. It's real nice and cozy, folks, to have everybody around like this. We might even toast marshmallows if I didn't have something more important on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
As a rule, I don't believe in petty tantrums on the part of grown men. But I owe somebody a fractured jaw.
Now, look here, Valentine. What Samuel said about me sneaking up behind
That's
him...
you, McLean. Step aside till the teacher gives you permission.
What brought this on, George?
I do believe he's going to hit somebody.
Yeah. You, Samuels.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Valentine? You gone nuts?
Yes, you, Samuel.
George!
Okay, Valentine, I'm coming at you and I'll ask questions later.
Fine. I was waiting for an excuse to do this again.
Careful.
All right, come on. Get up.
Nice work, Valentine. I've never seen my studio put to better use.
Shut up, you.
My, he's mad at everybody.
George, what is this about Samuel?
Yeah, what's the idea? What did I ever do to you?
You tried to kill me. Nobody slugged you except yourself to make it look good.
What do you mean,
Bad
George?
slip of logic, Samuels. You were McLean's personal nemesis. If he were getting really desperate, he'd want to get rid of you, not me. He'd make good and sure you were dead.
That's crazy. Why should I want to knock you off? I hired you.
How could Samuels possibly have anything to do with Mrs. McLean's disappearance?
Samuels, you know where that woman's body is, don't you? You knew it tonight when you suggested I go plumbing the depths of that abandoned well because you were too fat to do it yourself.
You're way off the beam, Valentine.
You were afraid I'd find out, too, sooner or later. And you weren't going to take any chance.
Now, look.
With me dead, you could blackmail the real murderer for a long time to come.
I see. I still remain the suspected murderer.
Don't be so glib, Bub. You're exactly that.
When will somebody get around to making sense here?
I'm getting used to being the suspected murderer, Nana. But still I say, where is the body? You know, you've got to produce that to prove there was a murder.
Samuels knows where it is, don't you? You caught on a little quicker than I did. That's because you've been living with this case for 7 years.
Well, I don't like being ghoulish. But do you really know where Mrs. McLean is, George?
Take a look at this impressive group of statuary.
My best effort yet.
Statues, George?
The one in the middle, particularly, Brooksy. Eternal life. You yourself said it didn't do its model, Nana, justice. And no wonder. There's only one thing Mrs. McLean has in common with Nana. They're both women of about the same size.
There's no telling where that weird imagination of yours will lead you, Valentine.
You don't need imagination, McLean. Just the plain observation that Samuels had, too. You were in such a hurry to make a plastic cast with your wife's body in it that you forgot one little defect that might have been overlooked after 7 years.
What's that?
I mean specifically the middle finger of your wife's hand. It's severed at the first joint, and the plastic cast preserved it that way.
No. I couldn't have forgotten that. I couldn't.
Yes. Ironic as it is, McLean, there's death inside the statue of eternal life.
When you shop for meat, you're confident of getting good quality because you know you're protected by health department regulations. But how can you be sure of quality when you're buying a battery for your car? The National Society of Automotive Engineers established protection for you when it established 3 rigid battery tests. Atlas batteries excel in all 3 of these tests required by the Society. Next time you look at an Atlas battery, notice the certified capacities embossed on the back panel and the number of plates. So for a sure starting battery with greater capacity through a longer service period, make sure it's an Atlas battery. You can get one at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station. Certified Atlas batteries and expert battery service are 2 reasons why independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem, expressed in a letter that has just come to his desk.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm a freshman at Western State University. I'm majoring in botany. And I've suddenly found that flowers can smell of murder. Please give me a chance to tell you the whole story. I live in Quonset Hut number 8, University Road. Signed, Louise Doraine.
Next Monday night, a new case for George Valentine. The Flowers That Smelled of Murder. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Louis Van Ruten as Samuels, Jay Novello as McLean, Louise Arthur as Nana, Don Diamond as the cabbie, and Bob Bruce as the clerk. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Stand in for Murder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If life is throwing you a sneak punch and you don't know how to dodge, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Valentine, I bet you never heard this one before. I've got to commit a crime to keep from being a criminal. No use kidding anybody. What I've got to do involves murder, and I'm the fall guy, the clay pigeon. All the way here on the train, I try to figure out of the frame. But there's no way unless I can get some help. You can't get in touch with me, so I'll be dropping in on you. The name's Bill Moran. It doesn't matter what I did in the past, Valentine.
Well, it's fairly important to me, Moran, if I'm going to take this case.
Okay. I can tell you this much. I happen to be innocent, but the evidence stacks up against me.
That's an old and familiar refrain, isn't it?
Yeah, but it happens to be true, lady. They just have to see the police on me, and I'll be eating my meals off a tin plate.
Who are they, in quotes?
Oh, some boys back east. You could call them gamblers, except they never bet on anything but a sure thing.
I see. In other words, they're blackmailing you into this job you've got to do.
It's the only way they'll let me get out of the racket. Make them forget what they have on me.
Okay, suppose I take this thing. Just suppose, that is. What is it you've got to do?
That's just it. I don't know, Valentine.
But you said something in your letter about murder.
And I'm not even guessing, lady. They wouldn't be sending me all the way across the country for anything else.
Well, you must have gotten some instructions.
Sure I did. Show up in Suite 817 at the Hawthorne tonight. The door will be open. I'm supposed to go inside and sit down until somebody shows up. That's all I know.
Sounds like a new parlor game.
I'm one of those conservative gamblers who saved some of his money. So whatever it's worth for you to take my place, just name it. You can do it because nobody in this town knows me.
Oh, he can do it all right, Mr. Moran. But don't you think that anyone who's stand-in for a dead duck should have his head examined?
I didn't say this was going to be a picnic, lady. Well, Valentine?
Well, that's a nice scenario you got there, Moran. You want to get out of the racket, settle down, go straight. You haven't bought a chicken farm, too, have you?
Okay, forget it, Valentine. I didn't expect you to believe me.
I didn't say I didn't believe you. It's just hard to believe.
Oh, here. Perhaps you can believe this picture.
Yeah. She's very attractive.
And she doesn't look like she's out of the chorus at the Copacabana.
She works in a real estate office, $35 a week. And she lives with her mother in Brooklyn. And to make it real corny, her name is Mary.
Well, maybe I'm a sucker, fella, but I think you sold me.
Well, you may be buying more than you can handle this time, darling. Why don't you think it over?
I have, Brooksy. If Moran is telling the truth, he deserves a break from somebody.
Thanks, Valentine.
Let me have your wallet and any other means of identification.
Okay.
Where are you located in town?
Well, I was supposed to get in this morning, but I made it a day earlier, so I'd be sure I'd have nobody on my tail. I'm holed up in a cheap rooming house on Montgomery Street.
Okay, now here's what you do. Here's a key to my place. Write down the address, Angel.
Okay.
Don't even go back to that rooming house, Moran.
Yeah, but all my
You can
things
use
are
my
over.
things. Anyway, you're not going anywhere. Just sit there and play solitaire till you hear from me.
Here you are, Mr. Moran.
Sam at the switchboard will see that no one disturbs you. He'll also know if you go out.
Don't worry, I'll stay put.
All right, get going, Moran. You'll hear from me sometime tonight. I hope.
Take care of yourself, Valentine.
Oh, this is fine. What am I supposed to do? Knit one, purl two, and worry myself sick until this is over? George,
Why,
this is...
Brooksy, I have a very important job for you. You've got to follow somebody.
What?
Yeah, me.
Oh.
For one thing, I want you to be outside the Hawthorne tonight when I go up to meet somebody I don't know and who fortunately doesn't know me.
Anything you say, Mr. Moran, you crazy lunk.
Well, the door opened without a time bomb going on. So it begins. Hey, what's wrong? Let me help you.
The knife.
I'll get that thing out of you and call a doctor. Hold on now.
Too late.
Mr. Clayton, I found those escrow papers in the file, and according to...
Hey, will you stop screaming? It's not going to wake him up. He's dead.
Don't come near me. You've got no reason to kill me, too.
What are you talking about?
Look, if you leave me alone, I'll just tell the police I found him that way. Tell them I didn't see who did it.
What do you mean you... Oh, I guess this does look bad. Knife in hand, body on the floor. Who are you anyway, sister? Come on, talk.
Mr. Clayton's secretary. We were working late. He wanted to get off on a vacation in a few days, and... Oh,
Now what? Why the delayed take?
you must be Moran.
Oh, I get it. This frame is beginning to look so perfect you could put a picture in it.
You wrote him all those threatening letters.
And I suppose they're all nicely tucked away for the cops to find.
Stay away from me. Help, somebody!
Go ahead, baby. Blow your top. Sorry I can't stick around for the double cross. The man I'm supposed to have killed, Brooksy, is Charles Clayton, vice president of the Colonial Savings Bank.
Oh, do you still want to go on with this little masquerade?
I'm going to call Lieutenant Riley.
Fine.
But you stay right here and keep your eye on the entrance to that hotel.
Well, what'll I do? Count the times the revolving door goes round?
No, you're going to wait till the cops get through with that secretary, then stick with her. See where she goes, everything she does.
Well, unless she's wearing a typewriter cover for a hat, how will I know
You
her?
can't miss her, Angel. She's got red, coppery hair down to her shoulders, the Hollywood version of the perfect secretary. In other words, you wouldn't be expecting her to take shorthand.
Okay, I'll keep in touch with you through the switchboard at your place.
Good girl. And there's my cue to get going.
Valentine, it costs the taxpayers a lot of money to train police officers.
Look, Lieutenant...
If you're going to take law enforcement all in your own little hands, they'll just have to sit around and get rusty. Now, you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you?
Oh, it wasn't a question of enforcing the law, Lieutenant. I was just trying to protect my client.
Well, we might have been able to help you in our awkward, unprofessional way. Why didn't you come to us first when this Moran guy waltzed in on you?
Because nothing happened first.
Yeah. The only thing to do with you is to give you desk space here at headquarters. At least that way we could keep an eye on you. Now, look, you.
Yes, Lieutenant?
We made a quick check, see? The gal you saw up at the Hawthorne was Clayton's secretary, all right, and the guy was trying to get things cleaned up so he could get off on a vacation. Those are facts, and nothing's wrong with them.
Yeah, well, here's another fact. I was kissed off and left to freeze against the cushion. Why? This isn't penny ante stuff, Lieutenant.
You're only guessing when you suspect the secretary, and you know it.
Oh, come on, Lieutenant. This thing is too pat. I walk in at the appointed time. There's a guy gasping on his last with a knife in him. And right then, Theo, baby, wanders in from the next room. So we have a batch of my fingerprints, a witness. And I understand some letters in the file supposedly written by Moran.
Yeah. You know, if it was anybody else but you, I'd slam you in the can so fast it would take your breath away.
Look, Lieutenant, let me have until tomorrow, just one day.
Okay, but if you don't come up with something by then, I'm going to have to ask you to hand over that client of yours.
It's a deal, but one more favor.
What do you want now, my badge?
The secretary, Theo Brown, will give you a description of Moran. And that description will be me.
Huh?
Let it stay that way.
Are you out of your head? You'll have every cop in town on your tail.
Yeah, maybe, Lieutenant. But I'm betting there'll be more than one character tipping his mitt when he finds out that Bill Moran, wanted for murder, is still on the loose.
Oh, George, I'm really beat around the edges this morning.
Hey, Rangel. Have some of this coffee.
Thanks. I was back watching Theo's bungalow at 7 a.m.
No leads?
Not unless you can read something into them. About 8:30, Theo drove over to the Colonial Bank.
Well, sure. She works there.
Oh, well, she must be taking the day off. She got as far as the entrance, and she suddenly stopped.
Huh?
Looked a little frantic to me.
Yeah, well, what then?
She made a beeline to the Samba restaurant on Doris Boulevard.
Well, that place doesn't open till 6 o'clock.
Well, Theo sashayed in as though she had a half interest in the place.
Chick Hollis doesn't give away a half interest to anybody.
Well, she certainly wasn't visiting the porters or the scrub women.
Well, why not Chick Hollis himself? Yeah, sure. He's just the kind of a boy who likes these big, elaborate deals that would be hard to trace to him.
Yeah. There may be a connection between Theo and Hollis.
Things are beginning to open up, Brooksy. And if Hollis is behind it, I think I know a way to find out what this is all about. Hello, Theo.
Huh? What are you doing here?
Close the door. Now, if you start screaming again, you're going to suddenly lose your voice.
You didn't answer my question, Moran. What are you going to do?
I'm asking the questions. Nice place you got around here. Wasn't half bad waiting around all day to see you.
That gun on the coffee table doesn't scare me.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was just cleaning it. I'll put it away.
Well, what do we do? Just sit here?
No, I got other plans. I've been looking through your closets and other places. And I found out a lot of things.
I hope my dainty washables met with your masculine approval.
Never mind that. What I want to know is how could a secretary afford 3 fur coats like I saw and a closet full of expensive dresses?
Maybe I saved my money.
Or maybe there's a simpler explanation.
I think I'll make myself a drink.
I mean Chick Hollis.
What? Never heard of the man.
Look, Theo, suppose you stop lying. Go on, sit down in that chair.
You don't care how you manhandle women, do you, Mr. Moran?
Now pick up that telephone. Call up Chick. But be sure you dial the right numbers. I know what they are.
What do you expect to get out of this, Moran?
Just wait and see. You might be surprised. Now just say, Moran is here with me, Chick.
What?
If you say any more, I'll put a period on the sentence with this gun.
All right. Hello? Moran is here with me, Chick.
That's all, Theo. Now you can make yourself a short drink. I don't think we'll have to wait very long. Why doesn't Hollis use his key, Theo? Or is he playing it safe? Stay where you are.
Theo, what do you mean by calling me?
You're in the right place, friend.
All right, you got muscles.
Oh,
So what?
There's a third act, sister. A guy like Hollis wouldn't come here alone. Well, little man, don't you want to come in, too?
What did you do to the boss? Why,
You're not going to do anything. I'll take that gun. All right, now the 3 of you. Go on, sit on that couch. I think I'm about to make a speech.
Now, wait a minute, Moran. Certainly we can come to an understanding about this.
You heard me wrong, Hollis. I said I was going to do the talking.
Chick, if you told me it might be like this, I could have done something about that monkey.
Best thing you can do, Squeaky, is keep your mouth shut. Right now, he's got all the cards.
Yeah, and I'm going to improve my hand as I go along. Hollis, you're a grade A sucker. You don't think anybody's smarter than you, and that's bad. All Theo said on the phone was that Moran is here, and the next minute you were leaning on the front door buzzer.
Well, Chick, have you got any answers?
Let's wait till he's through, huh?
If you never showed, Chick, I'd be left high and dry because I was only guessing. But now I know.
You know what?
I know this much, Squeaky. The big frame was on, and I was in the middle of it. If one of you doesn't tell me how I can get out of it, I'm going to kill the 3 of you.
Chick.
You see, Theo, I got nothing to lose.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about power. Have you ever driven up San Francisco's famous hill streets like Powell, Taylor, and Jones? Some hill. But try any hill with Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car, and you'll say, some gas. for this premium quality gasoline specially blended to give your car its fullest, smoothest power on the steepest hills. Chevron Supreme means faster starts, too, and extra pep for quicker pickups in heavy traffic driving. Best of all, this premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored to give your car peak performance in each different altitude and temperature zone in the West. Why not try a tank full first thing tomorrow? Get Chevron Supreme at any independent Chevron gas station or standard station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. It's bad enough to play stand-in for a fall guy. It's really bad when the frame-up involves murder. Worse yet, if you're as stubborn as George Valentine, you carry on the masquerade even when you know that your client, Bill Moran, is being sought for murder. All of which leaves you, gun in hand, facing three desperate characters who'd like nothing better than to see you good and dead.
Oh, what's the matter with you three? Didn't you ever go to school? Can't you talk?
I think we can come to terms, Moran. I'm afraid you were framed and deserve some consideration.
Oh, now, Mr. Hollis, you're so good to me.
You can make any arrangements you want, Chick, but get this straight. None of this is coming out of my share. I worked too hard setting things up for the kill.
I like your choice of words, Theo.
If you just had told me, Chick, I'd have come here prepared for this guy.
I know you feel naked without your arsenal boy soprano, but sit down.
Do you hear what he called me? Someday I'm going to get him and nobody will even recognize him when I'm through.
Sit down, Squeaky. You too, Theo. Look, I'm a businessman, Moran. I settle when I have to.
Especially when a gun is pointed at you. Go on, keep talking.
Well, here's my proposition. I'll see that you get out of the country, a private plane and a pilot who knows where to set you down in Mexico.
Not good enough. What am I going to do, eat frioles for the rest of my life?
$5,000?
Oh, I want to be able to afford a lottery ticket once in a while.
$10,000.
Let's not quibble about pennies and make it $20,000. But if I do win a lottery, I'll send you half of what I make.
That's very funny. Now, come on, I'll stow you away for the night so nobody can find you. You can get started in the morning.
Oh, I got a place to stay. Right here.
Chick, you're not going to leave me here. Not with Moran.
I always do what I have to. You know that, Theo.
Don't worry, sister. You're safe. The worst that can happen is my snoring. If you close the door of your bedroom and stay there, it's all going to be peace and quiet.
Isn't he a regular little gentleman?
Oh, Hollis, be sure to take that vest pocket gunso with you.
Squeaky likes to take care of me.
And I like to take care of myself. Nobody's going to look for me in the apartment of the late Mr. Clayton's secretary.
All right, Moran, you're calling the shots. Oh, Theo.
Yes?
I think you better let me have the key. Maybe safer for everyone.
If you're worrying about me, don't.
Just the same, you'd better give it to me.
I said I'm going to keep it, Chick. Good night.
Didn't you hear what I... All right, good night. Come on, Squeaky.
That guy thinks he's through with me.
Even if I do find you loathsome, Moran, do you mind if I sit down next to you and have a brandy?
I don't care what you do.
Hey, what are you doing with my pocketbook? Give it to me.
I always wondered why women didn't carry knapsacks instead of pocketbooks. Uh-huh. What, no ham sandwiches?
Let me have that.
Okay.
Where are you going?
Just want to see something. Yeah. Our friend Squeaky is holding up a lamppost down there.
You think he might be waiting for you? Does it make you feel better, Moran?
I haven't felt good since I met you yesterday. Now, up you go.
What are you going to do with me?
You're going into that closet, sister. You won't freeze with all those fur coats in there.
No.
Hello? It's me, Brooksy. Safe? Like a babe nuzzling in his mother's arms. Now listen carefully. I'm at Theo's place and I could use some help. So get over here as soon as you can. Yes, Lieutenant, I know I only have till 12 o'clock. But if you'll just do this, maybe I'll have the answer by then.
Hey, you! Yeah, you, trying to hold up that lamppost.
Oh, me?
Yeah, get in the car.
But I I didn't do anything,
It
officer.
don't matter, Bub. I'm arresting you for loitering.
Well, Bill, here she is, Miss Theo Brown. You have no idea what trouble it was getting her here.
Oh, I smoked 10 packs of cigarettes today, Miss Brooks. Where's Valentine?
Oh, well, that shouldn't be as important to you as Theo. She's the one who put the finger on you, Mr. Moran.
Moran? But who is
Did you do that to me, lady?
Now, Bill,
Why?
just sit down.
I'm going to find out why, even if I
If
have
you
to
do,
give
Bill, you're going to have to walk over me to get to her.
What?
That's what I said. If you want everything to come out even for everybody, including Mary back in Brooklyn, you'll listen to me.
Oh, all right.
You and I are just going to see that Theo stays right here in George's apartment. That shouldn't be long. George may show up any time between now and the next century.
Come on in, Hollis. Come on in. This is your office. Make yourself at home.
What are you doing here, Moran?
Any reason I shouldn't be here? Unless you told Squeaky I shouldn't be.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let's skip that.
Don't tell me this is merely a social call.
Anything but. I came to tell you you'll have to take more money out of the bank.
Look, Moran, what do you think I'm made of?
You got no choice but dig it up. If you want to see Theo again.
Where is she?
Where she can scream as loud as she wants and it won't make any difference.
How much more do you want?
I want to be sure about that trip to Mexico without any fancy byplay. And I could use 10,000 more. In fact, I'm going to have it.
How would you like to have 20,000 more?
I don't quite get the lyrics, but the tune sounds okay.
Get rid of Theo. Get rid of her for good.
Oh, now I recognize the tone. It's the funeral march.
It's important to me. And you may as well be hiding out for 2 murders as for 1.
Oh, it's nice doing business with you, Hollis. As long as I never have to turn my back on you.
All you have to do is kill her. And bring me the key ring you'll find in her pocketbook.
Okay. But we'll play it my way.
Which is?
You go and get the money. You'll find me waiting here for you.
How do I know?
I can't afford to double-cross you.
All right, Moran. So stay right where you are.
Oh, now there's a man with his heart in the right place. Hello, Riley. This is Valentine. The trap's all baited and the rat is on his way. Yeah, I'll be down there as soon as I can, Lieutenant. After that, I think we'll have all the answers. So long. Ooh, if Riley ever decided to throttle me, I think the jury would call it justifiable homicide.
You reach for your gun and I'll kill you.
Huh? Well, when did you get out, Squeaky?
I got friends. I can get bail. You had me picked up, didn't you? Valentine.
Who's Valentine?
I've been in the next room listening. You just called the cops. I'm going to do Chick and me a favor and kill you.
You're an all-around boy, aren't you, Squeaky? Using a gun now.
I never killed that banker, but you gave me an idea. I think I will use a knife on you.
I always knew I was lucky.
It'll be nice and quiet. You're through wisecracking, Valentine.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Put that gun away. You couldn't cut a piece of cheese, you boy soprano.
Don't you call me that. Boy soprano! I'll show you!
You ought to know by now when you lose your temper, you only see red.
George, I was worried about you. I just saw Hollis leave the building. Oh.
Yeah, the gentleman on the floor. Brooksy didn't like being called a boy soprano. What are you doing here anyway?
What a man. First he tells me to follow him, and when I finally catch up with him, he asks questions.
Oh, I guess you ought to be in on the payoff, Angel. But we'll have to wait. The bank doesn't open till 10.
Where do you intend to spend all that nice, crisp money, Hollis?
Huh? What's that?
Lieutenant Riley, homicide. No. Leave that safe deposit box out so we can take a good look at it.
Sure. What's all this about, Lieutenant? I'm a respectable businessman. I run a restaurant tonight.
You also know how to kill and have someone else pay for it.
Moran.
Don't disillusion him too quickly, George. He may die of shock.
The name is Valentine.
All right, your name's Valentine. What's the gag?
Moran's my client, and he didn't want to be framed. And you really dreamt up a beauty.
What have you been doing? Taking goof pills?
Mr. Hollis doesn't seem to take you seriously, George. You better convince him.
The first mistake you made, Hollis, is when you made such a commotion about a key when you were at Theo's place. Now, that made me curious.
Strange how your curiosity doesn't interest me.
I got a good look at Theo's key ring. There was a key to a safe deposit box on it. That's what you were haggling about.
Can I call my lawyer, Lieutenant?
The lieutenant seems to be occupied, Mr. Hollis.
I traced the key down here to the Colonial Savings Bank. The box is in your name and Theo's.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, nothing, ordinarily. But on the first of the month, when the bank examiners come around, they might just find that Vice President Clayton has been stashing away all sorts of money for his vacation with Theo.
Suddenly, I can't hear a word you're saying.
That was nice long-range planning, getting Theo into the bank so she could make Clayton forget what they taught him in Sunday school.
$150,000 in here.
Well, that's a nice round sum.
Enough for you to split with Theo, even after you paid to import a guy to take the rap for killing Clayton. Now tell me, Hollis, did you wait until you heard me coming down the hall to put the knife in him? And did Theo let you out the back way?
I didn't kill Clayton.
Well, Squeaky says he didn't, so you two boys will have a chance to fight it out for the honor.
And with Squeaky and Theo both singing, you're going to be a dead duck, Hollis.
You know, George, a horrible thought just occurred to me.
What's that, Roxy?
Well, either Hollis or Theo could have come here yesterday morning, taken the money and gone somewhere to live happily ever after.
That couldn't happen.
Huh? What made you so sure? How come you knew you had a whole day to work in?
Because Hollis and Theo overlooked something.
I never overlooked anything.
When you go to the trouble to kill the vice president of a bank, you run the risk of its closing the next day in respect to his beloved memory. Look, why are we going to the household fixtures department, Angel?
You'll see. George, I just thought of something. The reason Theo was so upset. I mean, when she stopped at the front door of the bank and then made a beeline for the Samba. I wasn't close enough to see the sign, bank closed.
Came the door. Yeah, but what are we supposed to do among all these pots and pans?
Buy a wedding present for Bill Moran and Mary back in Brooklyn. Oh, miss, how much are these chimes?
$12.50, and a very good buy. Listen.
Oh, nice. I'll take 2 of them.
Well, I hate to ask this, but... Angel, who's the other one for?
If I live long enough, you'll find out.
Can you imagine driving around the world not once, but 4 times without an engine repair? Well, in actual mileage, one man has driven even farther than that on compounded RPM motor oil and without an engine repair. His name is George M. Hollingsworth, an insurance agent in Bakersfield, California. Here's what Mr. Hollingsworth said, quote, "One of my cars has gone 123,000 miles on RPM without engine repairs," unquote. And lots of Western motorists have told us they've driven 7 and 8 years on RPM without engine repairs. Thousands of others have learned that RPM pays its own way many times over. For RPM is compounded to stop carbon trouble, to guard engine hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils, and to keep the whole engine system cleaner. Try RPM motor oil tomorrow. Get it at any standard station or any independent Chevron gas station, where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll find George faced with a new problem in a letter that reads,
Dear Mr. Valentine, how do you explain this in a man? At 38, he's retired, a millionaire. Yet he steals a trinket from a 5 and 10 cent store. Makes sure he's caught and then merely laughs. This man is my husband. I must find out what's happening to him. Please come to my home as soon as possible. Signed, Edna Pallister.
Next week, a new case for George, the malignant heart. Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Theo, Gerald Moore as Hollis, Robert Jellison as Squeaky, and Eddie Marr as Moran. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System. Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's something you can't handle and it must remain strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I've worked very hard to get what I want out of life. A successful marriage. A husband who's highly respected in the community. Everything. Now, by one of her foolish whims, my own sister threatens to destroy all that. She's been missing for 2 days and must be found without any publicity. That's why I'm calling on you.
Calling on you instead of the police. Phone me this afternoon when my husband is sure not to be here. Tuxedo Lake, 673. I'll be at your office any time you say. Signed, Edith Wilder.
Tuxedo Lake, huh?
Uh-huh.
That little body of water's become very fashionable lately.
Well, I don't want to sound grasping, George, but if the Wilders live on the exclusive island in Tuxedo Lake...
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. The fee could be a thing of beauty. All right, call Mrs. Wilder for an appointment at the office tomorrow morning.
After thinking it over, Mr. Valentine, I decided to bring Angela's husband with me.
Oh, Edith, you shouldn't have hired this man's services. Angela is free to do anything she chooses now.
Leave this to me, Walter. This is my sister's husband, Mr. Philliston.
Philliston?
How do you do?
My assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if she takes some notes? So far, I'm in the dark about this whole thing.
Anytime you're ready.
It'll take just a few not very pleasant words. Angela's disappeared again. This time, there's every reason to believe it'll cause a scandal none of us will ever live down.
Oh, Edith.
Mrs. Wilder, just how old is your sister?
Well, she's 2 years younger than I am, 42. You'll get all the information you need, and I'm sure you'll know just how to proceed.
You may as well tell him the whole truth, Edith. As long as you've gone this far.
Walter.
Do you want me to put all this down, George?
No, Brooksy. I think we'll get to the point right now. Look, Mrs. Wilder, what about the whole truth?
Oh, I wanted to avoid that.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm Angela's third husband.
Take it down from here, Brooksy.
Right, George.
The third man she's married through a matrimonial agency.
And now corresponding with another man before she's even divorced from Walter.
Oh, I see.
No matter what happens, this must never come out. You don't know how people are out at Tuxedo Lake. Even if my own husband found this house...
When I put the word confidential in my ad, Mrs. Wilder, I meant it. Now, Mr. Philliston, are you sure your wife was corresponding with another man?
Yes, I found a letter from him and his picture in a bureau drawer. I tore it up right in front of her face and threw it in the fire.
Well, that wasn't very smart. It might have helped you get a divorce without paying through the nose.
Oh, I realize that now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, last Monday I had lunch with Angela. She said she'd settle for $20,000 in cash in our house on Tuxedo Island.
And you mean you just shelled out $20,000 like that?
Yes, that same afternoon. It seemed the easiest way. She threatened to sue me for desertion if I left her and take all the money I have if she took me to court and tied up my contracts. And I'm a builder, you know, and it would cost me much more than that.
I just want you to bring Angela back here before she causes a scandal that will wreck all our lives.
Mr. Philliston, would you recognize the man in that picture if you ever saw him?
I can't be sure. I suppose so. I was so upset I don't even remember the name if there was one.
George, don't you think we ought to get the name of that marriage club?
I ought to know that. That's the way I met her. It's the Selby Friendship Club. Meet your companion for life.
The important thing is this, Mr. Valentine. Walter is staying with me and my husband on the island. So far, we only told Richard that Angela is off visiting some friends. It must remain that way.
Okay, I'll do my best. You'd better give me the keys to your place, Philliston. Maybe I can pick up a lead there.
Here you are. That's that. When a woman is just over 40, well over 60...
This is no time for you to feel sorry for yourself, Walter.
Hey, Brooksy, take these keys. I'll meet you on the landing at Tuxedo Lake in a couple of hours. Then we'll go over to Mr. Philliston's house.
Okay, George. Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Pay a visit to the Selby Friendship Club. See what I can find out about Angela's unknown suitor. Now, Mr. Selby, I'm afraid I'm not mistaken.
I can't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Not Angela Kramer Holloway, Philliston.
Amazing how you remember the names of all her husbands. But, of course, you've been providing her with them for years.
Young man, I don't like your cynical tone.
So sorry. I guess I got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning.
The Friendship Club serves a very definite purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Bringing together people with identical interests has proven much more successful than aimless courtships and haphazard romances. Our motto is meet your companion for life.
Such as Mrs. Angela Kramer Holloway Philliston.
Of course, there are exceptions.
All right,
but...
let's skip the spiel, Cupid. It stands to reason that if Angela got the romantic urge again, she'd patronize the Friendship Club, which gave her such excellent service in the past.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. I know of no correspondence between Mrs. Philliston and any of my clients.
You sure about that?
In fact, Mr. Valentine, I tore up Angela's card in our files. After a year, I assumed she was blissfully united with that nice elderly Mr. Philliston.
Well, don't get a nervous breakdown, friend. You can always type another card. Now, look, you put out a bulletin, don't you, listing the different eager beavers bent on matrimony?
Yes, indeed, once every month.
Well, if I could get a hold of your latest bulletin, maybe Mr. Philliston could spot the man he saw in that letter.
Unfortunately, the new bulletin won't be off the press at the Bixby printers for another week. Then I shall be glad to let you see one.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, don't mention it. But if you think I'm just one of those fly-by-night marriage bureaus, you're sadly mistaken. I've spent 30 years bringing together people who thought they didn't have a soulmate in the world.
Goodbye, Mr. Selby.
Well, George, looks as though this trip to Philliston's house wasn't worth the boat ride across the lake.
Yeah, Angel. Everything neat as a pin inside there. Not a sign of violence anywhere.
Well, we don't have much to work on, do we?
Well, I thought I could get something out of Selby. That was a complete washout.
Well, George,
Yeah, Brooksy.
may I say something? I mean, as a woman.
I wouldn't have you say it any other way.
Oh. Well, did you notice Mrs. Philliston's closets?
Like any other woman's, why?
Stuffed to overflowing with furs, lined with dozens of dresses and racks of shoes.
Look, this is no time to comment on feminine extravagance, Angel.
Yeah, but how about feminine psychology?
Huh?
Well, members of our sex just don't leave all those frills and fripperies behind, especially when we're supposed to be running off with another man.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. You got something.
Mm-hmm.
Look, get to a phone.
Okay, I saw one in the living room.
Call the Wilders. If Edith doesn't want to walk over here, ask her for a quick inventory of her sister's things.
Of course. She'll know if Angela took anything with her.
How do you like that? She can't just be missing. Nothing
Nothing
as simple...
ever is, my friend.
Hey, where did you come from?
Who are you, one of Angela's friends? It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're young, sometimes they're old.
What have you got to do with Angela?
Oh, nothing. I'm just her son.
Son?
So you see, I speak with authority. Can I get you a drink?
Well, if you're her son, aren't you at all concerned about what's happened to her since Monday?
I haven't been able to sleep one single night.
Now, that's obvious.
I have the greatest admiration for my mother and her assorted husbands. I'm Bud Kramer. I spring from Mama's #1 marriage club bargain. Are you going to be the fourth, Papa?
The name's Valentine. I'm here to see if I can find your mother.
Get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out. If you never find her, it'll be the best break I ever got. This house will belong to me, and I'll come into some money.
If you don't stop sticking your chin in my face, son, I'm going to have to do something about it.
Oh, it's fine to have a mother you can respect. You know, you can always help her with her letters when she decides it's time for another husband. Well, didn't you hear me? Get out of here!
Let's not be a problem, huh?
Let go of my arm.
You'd better go upstairs and go to bed. You've had a busy night, and you've been getting around today, too. Go on, sleep it off.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sing myself to sleep with Brahms' lullaby. Or maybe I'll make it Mother McCree. Be sure to find my mother, Willa. Tell her how much her little boy needs her.
George, who was that? What does he mean?
We'll get to him later. What did Edith say?
Well, it's the strangest thing, darling.
Yeah, what is?
Edith says apparently Angela didn't take a stitch of clothing with her. And you know that blue plaid dress hanging over the chair in her bedroom?
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, Walter said that was the one she wore the day he gave her the $20,000 and she disappeared.
With a towel around her or a bathing suit? Oh, no, Brooksy, this doesn't whack up at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's beginning to look more like something for homicide, not missing persons.
Well, Lieutenant Riley is just going to love us when we present him with this case.
Well, of course, we're not sure yet. Brooksy, I'm going to take one more stab at keeping this confidential.
Meaning?
A visit to Bixby Printers. I'd like to get a preview of next month's bulletin of the Friendship Club. I know Selby's bulletin hasn't come out yet, Mr. Bixby, but could I take a look at the advance proofs?
Well, I suppose I could do that for you. They're right over here.
Oh, we'll have them back in the morning. We just want someone to take a look at them.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you're from the police.
Well, let's just say I'm working with the police.
Well, okay, just so long I don't lose any time on the job. Yeah, they're right here in this file. I just had them out a couple hours ago. Selby called up and wanted something ripped out before we went to press.
Oh.
George, that would be after you talked to him.
Yeah, I know. Look, Bixby, have you got that part Selby wanted left out?
Was there a picture of a man in it?
No, as I remember it, it was the listing of a lady. She must have changed her mind. Happens all the time. Sent the picture back to Mr. Selby by messenger. But here's the copy that went with it, if you want to see it.
Yeah. Friendship Club member number 40. Young, attractive divorcee. Amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest. Major interests, good books, cooking, and so forth and so on.
Well, that's a dead end.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bixby, we'll have these back to you in the morning first thing. Let's get back, Brooksy.
You know, I'm beginning to feel like a Tuxedo Lake commuter. It's all very well to be exclusive, George, but I'd hate to make this trip to the island every time I came home late.
Yeah, it is kind of dark, Angel. But that green light way up ahead, that's the Philistine dock.
Say, what happens if Mr. Philistine doesn't recognize any of these Romeo